Chapter 201 Expanding to New Clients, Remembering My Uncle. When Han Suimei returned to the dormitory, Tang Tiantian, Ye Wenzi, and Liao Yuanxiang were still awake. "Suimei, tell me the truth. While you were gone for so long, did Zhang Yun do anything bad to you?" Ye Wenzi was the first to press. "Yeah, did that Zhang Yun kiss you? Did he touch you inappropriately?" Liao Yuanxiang was very gossipy and extremely bold, asking the most direct question. Tang Tiantian just listened quietly, trying to maintain her aloof image. Han Suimei's face flushed red upon hearing her two roommates' words. The thought of Zhang Yun's advances and how she almost succumbed made her feel hot all over. "Zhang Yun is fine. He just confided in me. Nothing dirty happened like you're thinking." Han Suimei also cared about her image. How could she admit to anything? She immediately lied against her conscience. Hearing this, Ye Wenzi and Liao Yuanxiang took it seriously, thinking Zhang Yun was simply holding Han Suimei's hand politely and expressing his affection. But Tang Tiantian knew Han Suimei well. She immediately sensed the panic in Han Suimei's tone and knew she was lying. "Damn it, only I deserve Zhang Yun's affection. Han Suimei beat me to it all." Tang Tiantian was inwardly resentful and jealous. "By the way, Suimei, are you really going to register your marriage with Zhang Yun on Monday?" Ye Wenzi pressed on. "Yes, that's right." Han Suimei was naive, she answered directly without hiding anything. "Suimei, you're getting married so hastily? Aren't you going to tell your parents?" Liao Yuanxiang suddenly asked. "No, I won't tell my parents. If they knew, they definitely wouldn't agree to my marriage with Zhang Yun." Han Suimei replied with a mixture of grief and indignation. The thought of her parents forcing her to marry a middle-aged widowed man, all to secure her brother's job, filled Han Suimei with anger. Naturally, Han Suimei knew very well that her parents only cared about their son. She, their daughter, was just a tool, easily discarded. Therefore, Han Suimei couldn't tell her parents about her marriage. She feared they would come to Zhuan village to stop it. Secretly, Tang Tiantian overheard this, her eyes suddenly widening. A new plan formed in her mind. Yes, she could tell Han Suimei's parents about her secret marriage and have them speak up to stop Han Suimei and Zhang Yun from registering their marriage. In the dormitory, after another long talk, the four girls fell asleep, each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun used his spatial powers to instantly teleport back to the back mountain of his new house. He then emerged from the basement, which contained a spatial passage, and quickly returned to the gazebo. By starlight, Zhang Yun could see his new house clearly. The walls were finished. The roof beams could be erected tomorrow. Looking around, he saw a pile of red bricks left, about 10,000 bricks remaining. However, since he would need to pave the ground with red bricks later, these 10,000 wouldn't be enough. He would need to buy another 20,000. The construction of the stone courtyard wall had also begun. The 24 elm wood pillars had been erected. With his brother-in-law, Wu Suinon, supervising the work, Zhang Yun felt quite at ease. At this moment, Zhang Yun remembered that the 200 pieces of stone from Lashaiqiao village hadn't been retrieved yet. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take the route through Lashaiqiao village on his way to the Linshui mine tomorrow morning and collect the 200 pieces of stone while he was there. After considering everything, Zhang Yun lay down on the shaded platform. The most important task now is how to expand our customer base. Within the Spirit Spring space, at 15 times the time flow rate, the wild beasts in each space have multiplied to a certain size, enough to supply the market in large quantities. If we rely on our current few customers, we simply can't keep up with the breeding speed of the Spirit Spring space. The wild beasts that are bred every day will just have to be released into the surrounding mountains and forests, which is a bit of a waste. Kushui Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Hongling Meat Processing Plant, and Linshui Mine, these are all major customers. Our next expansion target should be the meat processing plants and supply and marketing cooperatives in each commune. Oh, right, my uncle works at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in Nanqiao Commune. I could go see him. Zhang Yun suddenly remembered his uncle while thinking about things. Actually, Zhang Yun should have invited his uncle over when the house was being built. In this rural area, maternal uncles hold a very high status. During his father Zhang Zongli's illness, Zhang Yun's uncle had also helped by lending him some money. However, his uncle's family was only of average means, and after borrowing the money, they lived a frugal life. Last time, when Wang Yuanhui forced Zhang Zongli and Chen Wan to hand over the 60 yuan for their grandparents' living expenses, Chen Wan considered borrowing more money from her brother. Later, after Zhang Yun provided some money, Chen Wan didn't have to go back to her parents' home to borrow more. Now that Zhang Yun remembered his uncle Chen he recalled the kindness his uncle had shown his family in his past life. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to visit his uncle's house. "I'll go to Nanqiao Commune tomorrow afternoon to give my regards." Zhang Yun made his decision immediately. Then, Zhang Yun drifted off to sleep. Around 5 a.m. the next morning, Zhang Yun instinctively woke up again. The stars were shining brightly, and the moon was clear and bright. Although it wasn't dawn yet, Zhang Yun's extraordinary eyesight allowed him to see the surrounding scenery clearly. Naturally, the first thing Zhang Yun did upon waking was to enter the spiritual spring space with his consciousness. Another acre of land. Zhang Yun saw the newly added plot number 10 in the space, and a mysterious smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. What would he use this acre of land for? Zhang Yun had already decided to use it to breed wild boars. After all, the plot number 9 added yesterday was already being used to breed wild rabbits, and wild boars reproduce very quickly. The number of wild boars bred on plot number 6 was already quite large, and soon there wouldn't be enough space. Therefore, Zhang Yun would use plot number 10 to breed wild boars as well. From now on, selling wild boar will be the biggest source of income, so it's worthwhile to allocate a few more acres for breeding them. As for Zhang Yun's long-cherished plan to plant fruit, he's not in a hurry. He'll wait a few more days until the land needed for rabbits and wild boars is completely resolved before allocating a few acres for fruit cultivation. Add 15 acceleration points to plot number 10. At this moment, Zhang Yun issued a command through his mind. Instantly, Site 10, which had just been frozen in time, activated, gaining a 15-fold increase in the flow of time. The numbers above the giant rock in Site 1. Acceleration points, 35.8. The acceleration points have gone back to over 30, they're not lasting long enough. Zhang Yun murmured. Immediately, Zhang Yun's consciousness landed on plot number 6 of the Spirit Spring space, instantly transferring 10 wild boars to plot number 10, and also transplanting some of the pig feed there. Now, let's go to the Linshui mine first, Zhang Yun said calmly. Chapter 202 Letter of Introduction, expanding to all meat processing plants in Fengshan Prefecture. Now, with 5 serows, Zhang Yun no longer wanted to use the road deer for travel. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space and saw the 5 serows resting on plot number 1. The 2 adult serows were large and imposing, like 2 fine horses, making them perfect mounts. Therefore, Zhang Yun chose the male adult seroo. Add 1 speed boost point to the Sumatran seroo. Add 1 speed boost point to the Sumatran seroo. Add 1 speed boost point to the Sumatran seroo. Add 1 speed boost point to the Sumatran seroo. Add 1 speed boost point to the Sumatran seroo. It took 5 acceleration points before Zhang Yun's consciousness finally re-established contact with the seroo. Acceleration points, 30.8. No wonder it's a large beast, it took 5 acceleration points to tame it. Zhang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Then, Zhang Yun released the seroo. This seroo had a back that reached a height of 1.5 meters, and with its head held high, it appeared very tall and majestic. Then, Zhang Yun untied the saddle from the road deer's back and strapped it to the seroo's back. Immediately, Zhang Yun leaped onto the saddle, feeling as if the entire world was beneath his feet. Let's go! Zhang Yun gave the order. The seroo, receiving its command, sprang into action, covering 10 meters in a single second, moving like a whirlwind. This was far faster than a road deer. Because he needed to retrieve 200 pieces of stone from Lashaikiao village, Zhang Yun didn't take the route to Shanlia village this time, but headed straight for Lashaikiao village. In less than 5 minutes, the seroo brought Zhang Yun to Lashaikiao village. It was only a little past 5 o'clock, so naturally, there was no one passing through the mountain village. Zhang Yun arrived at the stone storage area, quickly stored the 200 pieces of stone into his spiritual spring space, and then rode the seroo back to the Linshui mine. Around 5:30, Zhang Yun arrived at the Gigantian black market. His first destination was Wang Xiaohua's house. 2 days ago, Zhang Yun had delivered 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. Now it was time to collect the money. Knock knock knock. After 3 knocks, Wang Xiaohua, as if she had been waiting for Zhang Yun, immediately opened the door and welcomed him in. "Boss, I knew you'd come today," Wang Xiaohua said with a smile, glancing at the cart pulled by the antelope. The 2 baskets on it were churning with activity, indicating a large quantity of wild animals. "And Wang, have you sold all the rabbits and bamboo rats?" Zhang Yun asked directly. "Sold, definitely sold. Auntie, your connections at this mine are very valuable, of course, they're all gone." "Boss, wait a moment, I made 687 yuan in total. I'll go get it for you," Wang Xiaohua replied happily. Then, Wang Xiaohua went into the inner room and brought out a large cloth bag. Unfolding it, she found a wad of cash inside. Zhang Yun didn't bother to count the money. He simply took out 20 yuan and handed it back to Wang Xiaohua. The commission for each wild rabbit and bamboo rat sold is 0.1 yuan, for a total commission of 20 yuan. Wang Xiaohua happily accepted the package, looking at Zhang Yun with delight, and immediately asked, "Boss, are the wild animals on that cart also for me to sell?" She had already sold 2 batches of wild animals, earning over 30 yuan in commission, which was already equivalent to her son's monthly salary at the mine. If wild animals were sold every day, Wang Xiaohua's monthly income could exceed 200 yuan, a huge sum of money. It's fair to say that Wang Xiaohua is currently extremely motivated. Yes, I've sent you another 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Yun said with a smile. After speaking, Zhang Yun went to the cart, took down the 2 baskets, and carried them into Wang Xiaohua's house. Boss, don't worry, I can sell all these rabbits and bamboo rats in just 2 days. I have some stable customers, they're urging me to order more every day, Wang Xiaohua said with a touch of pride. Zhang Yun was quite impressed with Wang Xiaohua's sales skills. Alright, I'll come back in a couple of days. Don't worry, ma'am, as long as you focus on working for me, I can keep supplying you with rabbits and bamboo rats. You won't be idle. Zhang Yun gave Wang Xiaohua a definite guarantee, reassuring her to focus on her work. Hearing this, Wang Xiaohua naturally smiled happily. This stable source of income was like a windfall. Wang Xiaohua, of course, would accept it. Immediately, Zhang Yun left Wang Xiaohua's house, packed up his cart and antelope, and went to the house of mine manager Lu Beisan, knocking on the door. Old Master Lu Zhangfeng opened the door and saw Zhang Yun carrying 2 pheasants. He quickly welcomed him inside. Zhang Yun, you've come so early, is something the matter? Lu Zhangfeng asked with a smile. Zhang Yun put down the 2 pheasants and sat down in the chair opposite Lu Zhangfeng. Grandpa, to be honest, I do have something to consult you about. Some of my hunter friends recently went deep into Jiming Mountain and discovered a large herd of wild boars. The Kushui meat processing plant has a problem with me, they refuse to accept the wild boars I hunted. Therefore, I want to send these boars to other meat processing plants. So, I've come to ask for your advice, Grandpa, to see if there are any meat processing plants that can handle hundreds of wild boars in large quantities. Zhang Yun spoke fluently, explaining his purpose. To expand his clientele, the first person Zhang Yun thought of was Lu Zhangfeng. After all, he had been the top official in the county, and his network of connections was vast, he had to utilize it. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhangfeng's face twitched, and a wave of emotion surged within him. Thinking back to just over 10 days ago, the miners at the Linshui mine were complaining daily because of the lack of meat supplies. Little did Lu Zhangfeng expect that after his unexpected acquaintance with Zhang Yun, the meat supply at the Linshui mine canteen would never cease, remaining plentiful every day. Lu Zhangfeng had initially thought that even with a few hunters helping Zhang Yun, the meat supply at the Linshui mine would be barely enough to sustain the operation. But now, hearing that Zhang Yun's hunter friends were so skilled daring to venture deep into Jiming Mountain and discover so many wild boars, he was astonished. If all 100 plus wild boars were supplied to the Linshui mine, the mine's meat supply for the entire year would be secured. However, Lu Zhangfeng understood that Zhang Yun wanted to sell all 100 plus wild boars as quickly as possible. Zhang Yun, you've really come to the right person. During my time in charge of the county, I was also in charge of the meat processing plants, so I have a good understanding of the situation in the meat processing plants of each commune in Fengshan County. If you want to sell the wild boars to these meat processing plants, I can write a letter of introduction. With that letter, you can go to any meat processing plant and sell your wild animals. After all, every meat processing plant is currently short of meat. If you actively sell wild boar meat, the plant managers will be overjoyed and won't refuse. Unfortunately, the Kushui meat processing plant is controlled by a scoundrel like Huang Qingshan. He missed a good opportunity. Lu Zhangfeng said calmly. After speaking, Lu Zhangfeng immediately took out a pen and began writing on the letter paper, quickly completing a letter of introduction. With this handwritten letter of introduction from Lu Zhangfeng, Zhang Yun could go to various meat processing plants in Fengshan County to sell wild animals. Chapter 203 Night Raid on Jiming Mountain. A Suro pulled a cart, with Zhang Yun sitting on it, and they arrived at the mine's canteen. 2 baskets lined with plastic sheeting and filled with water were on the cart, containing a total of 100 fish. We sent 5 wild boars the day before yesterday, so the canteen shouldn't lack meat for the next 5 days. But we'll still need these 100 fish, won't we? Zhang Yun smiled faintly and jumped off the cart. The canteen door opened, and the head chef, Yang Yinshan, immediately saw the cart parked at the entrance, his eyes fixed on the Suro. The large Suro standing there was very striking. Brother Zhang, you caught another wild animal? Yang Yinshan ran over, looking at the Suro up close, his eyes full of envy. I went to Jiming Mountain yesterday, and I was lucky enough to run into this Suro, Zhang Yun said with a smile. This Suro was half a head taller than the roe deer, like a fine horse, which greatly highlighted Zhang Yun's status and made him feel quite proud. After observing for a while, Yang Yinshan calmed down and then looked at the 2 baskets on the cart. Brother Zhang, are these 2 baskets of fish? Yang Yinshan asked. Yes, we brought a total of 100 fish. The 5 wild boars that were delivered the day before yesterday should last us a few days in the canteen, so we thought we'd bring 100 fish to go with the pork and enrich the workers' meals, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Yang Yinshan was initially a bit worried. Since they hadn't finished the pork, the canteen wouldn't need any meat for the next few days. They had finally managed to smoke the 4 wild boars into cured meat, and now 100 fish had arrived. They would have to organize people to smoke those 100 fish into cured fish as well. Alright, since you've already delivered them, Brother John, how could I refuse? After receiving these 100 fish, the canteen won't need meat for 5 days. Brother John, please don't send any more, I really can't do anything more. Yang Yunshan complained. In this era, there are no refrigerators or cold storage facilities, meat can't be preserved and can only be smoked into cured meat. Zhang Yun naturally knew this. Hearing Yang Yunshan's words, Zhang Yun understood Yang Yunshan's predicament. Okay, I'll send over the wild animals in 5 days. Zhang Yun agreed readily. That is to say, within these 5 days, the mine's customer needs would be 0. However, in the spirit spring space, the rate at which wild animals reproduce wouldn't stop, the number of bred wild animals would only increase. Zhang Yun became even more anxious, he had to develop more customers. Soon, the two weighed the 100 fish. A total of 678 jin, approximately 384 caddies. 678 jin, approximately 384 caddies, 8 mao, 0.8 yuan, per jin, totaling 542 yuan and 4 mao. After receiving the receipt, Zhang Yun hurriedly left on his cart. Upon reaching a secluded spot, Zhang Yun packed away the siro and the cart, and immediately used his spatial powers to teleport to Lake No. 1 on Jiagong Mountain. The spatial passage he had set up there yesterday was now coming in handy. After all, Zhang Yun had already set his sights on Jiagong Mountain and considered it his breeding base. If the number of wild animals bred in the spirit spring space became too large, he would release some of them to graze on Jiagong Mountain. It's only 6 o'clock. We have 2 hours left. Let's search Jiagong Mountain for a while and see if we can catch another batch of wild animals. Zhang Yun smiled calmly. With only 30.8 speed-up points left, Zhang Yun wouldn't slack off in the slightest to reach 100. He needed to make the most of his time on Jiagong Mountain. Because it was only 6 in the morning, the mountains were even darker. Even with Zhang Yun's excellent eyesight, he couldn't see the scenery clearly. So, Zhang Yun immediately released the mutated black-tailed snake and sat directly on its back. At the same time, Zhang Yun also released the clouded leopard and 2 eagles. Black-tailed snake, let's go. Head deeper into Jiagong Mountain. Clouded leopard, you sit with me on the black-tailed snake. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, you 2 scout ahead. If you spot any large wild animals, report back immediately. Zhang Yun gave the orders simultaneously. Eagles possess exceptional night vision. Their visual system has a special light-gathering ability, allowing them to spot even a mouse scurrying through the trees in the dark. This is why Zhang Yun dared to arrive at Jiagong Mountain to hunt wild animals as early as 6 a.m. With a mutated black banded snake for transportation, it darts through the forest, virtually ignoring attacks from sighted predators. Zhang Yun's own extraordinary perception allows him to sense movement within a 50-meter radius. Similarly, clouded leopards are nocturnal, and their night vision is also incredibly sharp. If a wild animal appears in its field of vision, it can swiftly pounce and take it down. And the black-banded snake's night vision is even more extraordinary, it can detect objects within 100 meters that have temperature or show movement. So, when the black-banded snake reached the narrow ravine where it had caught the siro the previous day, it darted about while simultaneously observing the surroundings. Along the way, many mice scurried about in the mountains. These rats weren't Zhang Yun's target. Spending time setting up traps and catching them wouldn't increase his speed points much. Since he was traveling under the cover of night, Zhang Yun's focus was definitely on large wild animals. Therefore, Zhang Yun ignored the hundreds of small wild animals along the way and patiently rode the black-tailed snake, weaving through the forest. At this moment, the black-tailed snake had emerged from the narrow mountain pass and reached a mountain over 200 meters high. On the mountainside, it discovered a group of wild boars resting. The black-tailed snake was the first to spot them, flicking its tongue and emitting its distinctive call. Zhang Yun understood, he knew it had discovered large animals. Charge! This time, Zhang Yun didn't intend to catch all the boars, he'd catch as many as he could, so he didn't plan to put the black-tailed snake into his spiritual spring space. In an instant, the black-tailed snake shot forward like an arrow, arriving at the boar's resting place in no time. When the wild boar herd rests, they usually assign 1 or 2 boars to stand guard. When these 2 sentry boars sensed the menacing presence of the rat snake, they had barely uttered a sound when the snake had already charged forward. Zhang Yun seized the opportunity, leaping off the black-banded snake and instantly appearing beside a sentry boar. With a swift movement, he captured the boar and stored it in his spiritual spring space. As the black-banded snake charged, its massive body slammed down on another sentry boar, stunning it. Zhang Yun also rushed over and stored that boar in his spiritual spring space. When the 2 sentry boars cried out, the rest of the sleeping boar herd awoke. Sensing the black-banded snake's terrifying aura, they scattered in all directions. Chapter 204, Encountering Mountain Wolves. Trying to escape? Zhang Yun sensed that the group of wild boars numbered over 30, scattering in panic, and couldn't help but chuckle. The black banded snake swooped down, using its massive body to crush the boars rather than charge. At the same time, its tail swept wildly, stunning any boar it struck. The clouded leopard was equally formidable. As the king of the forest, it chose an adult boar, charging forward and biting its leg, injuring it. With its leg injured, the boar could no longer roam freely in the forest, only to crash into trees repeatedly. The clouded leopard didn't linger. Its only goal was to injure the boar's leg. One injured leg would suffice. Zhang Yun followed closely behind the two wild beasts, constantly dashing to the unconscious wild boars or chasing after those slowed by injured legs. He could easily collect any boar he touched into his spiritual spring space. Despite the terrifying speed and attack power of the black banded snake, the herd of wild boars didn't manage to escape. Zhang Yun followed, collecting all the wild boars into his spiritual spring space. A total of 36 wild boars. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness returned to spiritual spring space, specifically to location 1, and he saw the numbers above the boulder. Acceleration points 88.9. It increased from 30.8 to 88.9, an increase of 58.1, meaning the 36 wild boars weighed a total of 5,810 jin, approximately 2,450 catties. These wild boars are really powerful. Catching a group of them brought my acceleration points to 88.9. If I catch another beast weighing over 1,000 jin, approximately 500 kilograms, my acceleration points will break 100. Zhang Yun said happily. It's true what they say, what you wish for comes true. Just as Zhang Yun sat back down on the mutated black snake, two eagles cried out in the air. Zhang Yun understood, they had discovered a group of wild beasts in the forest ahead. In that case, Zhang Yun certainly wouldn't let the black-tailed snake roam freely in the mountains. It immediately directed the snake to follow the eagle's direction, traversing the forest almost in a straight line. Sure enough, on the northern slope of this mountain, a pack of wild animals inhabited. A pack of wolves. 8 of them. When the black-banded snake rushed within 100 meters of the wolves, their alertness detected its presence. Sensing absolute danger, they didn't hesitate and immediately took off running. The wolves weren't particularly large, but they had always lived in Jiming Mountain, always moving in packs, which ensured their survival in the dangerous terrain. Even in their escape, the 8 mountain wolves fled together, not scattering. This gave the black-tailed snake an opportunity. After all, the mutated black-tailed snake was enormous and incredibly fast. It darted through the forest, completely unconcerned about the scraping of the surrounding trees, charging straight ahead. Meanwhile, 2 eagles in the sky also noticed the mountain wolves fleeing. Chirp, chirp. The 2 eagles wouldn't let the mountain wolves escape so easily. They swooped down and appeared directly in front of the wolves. Then, the 2 eagles swooped down, their sharp talons aimed directly at the 2 mountain wolves running in the lead. Oh woo-woo! The 2 lead wolves noticed the eagles' movements. Surprisingly, instead of fleeing, they leaped up just as the eagles were about to land, ready to pounce. When the eagles noticed the lead wolves' actions, they didn't continue their descent. Instead, they soared into the air, causing the wolves to miss their target. The 2 eagles, enhanced by their speed boost, possessed a heightened sense of awareness. They knew their purpose was to slow the wolves' escape. The real attacking force, of course, was the rat snake. Sure enough, when the 2 lead wolves attacked the eagles, the wolves' escape speed decreased. Using this opportunity, the rat snake rushed to within 50 meters of the wolf pack, ready to close the gap. Sensing the rat snake getting closer, the 8 wolves grew even more terrified and began to flee again. But the 2 eagles in the air wouldn't let the wolves escape. They swooped down once more. The 2 lead wolves, seeing the eagles swooping down again, were enraged. This time, they were surprisingly clever. Instead of leaping immediately, they waited until the eagles were almost upon them before suddenly leaping up, opening their jaws to bite the eagle's talons. Chirp, chirp. The 2 eagles reacted with astonishing speed. Perhaps due to the acceleration enhancements and the continuous absorption of spiritual energy within the spiritual spring space, their bodies were incredibly strong and agile. With a sudden flap of their wings, their bodies rose like balloons, escaping the wolves' attack range. This further slowed down the wolves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mutated black-tailed snake charged forward, now only 10 meters from the wolf pack. A woo-woo, a woo-woo. The 8 wolves were filled with immense fear. They knew they were facing the greatest danger of their lives, and there was no escape. A mere 10 meters was far too easy for the mutated black-tailed snake. With just a slight effort, the snake's body darted forward like lightning, instantly reaching the rear of the wolf pack. Then, the snake's massive body rammed into them. The wolves couldn't withstand the snake's impact. One by one, they were sent flying, landing either unconscious or swaying and disoriented. The clouded leopard also leaped forward, then slammed its forelimb down, knocking out one of the conscious wolves. Zhang Yun immediately caught up, reaching out to touch each of the wolves and storing them all in his spiritual spring space. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space and saw the numbers above the boulder. Acceleration points, 94.5. From 88.9 to 94.5, an increase of 5.6, meaning these 8 wolves weighed a total of 560 jin, approximately 280 catties. This pack of wolves is practically the lords of Jiming Mountain. The mountain is teeming with wild animals, ensuring the wolves are always well fed, and they've all grown to a considerable size. The largest wolf is a full meter tall, with a fierce and menacing appearance. Still haven't broken the 100 mark. 5.5 more, which means we need to catch a wild animal weighing over 500 jin, 250 kilograms. This shouldn't be too difficult. Zhang Yun looked at the number of acceleration points and sighed. It was now around 7 o'clock, and Zhang Yun still had plenty of time to capture wild animals. On the way here, I sensed a large number of wild animals inhabiting the caves. I'll spend another half hour luring all these animals out and capturing them all. Zhang Yun made up his mind. Chapter 205. You're amazing. Zhang Yun retraced his steps, continuing to set up pit traps. After about half an hour, Zhang Yun had caught a large number of wild animals and insects in the 22 pit traps he had set. At this moment, the numbers above the boulder in Spirit Spring Space 1 were displayed. Acceleration points, 100.5. As the acceleration points surpassed 100, another void appeared behind him, indicating that Zhang Yun could now set up another spatial passage. It's about 7:30 now, time to head to Kushui Commune. Zhang Yun said calmly. Then, Zhang Yun put the black-tailed snake, the clouded leopard, and the eagle into his spiritual spring space. He immediately used the power of the space to teleport back to the back mountain of his new home. With the spatial passage, things were so convenient. Zhang Yun released the Suro again, then rode it like a galloping horse, heading straight for Kushui Commune. Previously, riding a road deer to Kushui Commune, a 10-mile journey, would take half an hour. But riding the Suro, Zhang Yun arrived at Kushui Commune in just 10 minutes. His first stop wasn't the supply and marketing cooperative, but Duan Sizhong's house. At this time, a male red muntjac was already tied to the cart pulled by the Suro. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, Duan Zheizhong ran to the door and quickly opened it. Seeing the tall and strong Suro appear before him, Duan Zheizhong was startled, instinctively jumping back a step before he saw Zhang Yun sitting on the cart behind him. Brother Zhang, you're amazing. You actually caught a 4-legged antelope. Duan Zheizhong recognized the Suro and even called it by its common name. Brother Duan, come and see what I brought you? Zhang Yun said with a smile. Duan Zheizhong immediately ran over and saw the red muntjac tied to the cart. It must weigh at least 80 pounds. Brother Zhang, you're amazing. I just told you the day before yesterday I wanted a red muntjac, and you really brought it to me. Duan Zheizhong became excited. Zhang Yun gave a command, and the Suro dragged the cart into the courtyard. Duan Zheizhong understood Zhang Yun's concern. He didn't want others to see it. After all, it was a red muntjac, and quite valuable. Duan Zheizhong quickly closed the gate, then went to the cart, excitedly examining the red muntjac. Brother Zhang, I've already agreed on the price of 50 yuan per jin with that leader. However, I can't give you the money now. I'll get it after I contact that leader during the day. Brother Zhang, don't worry, Duan Zheizhong, have seen it all. I won't covet a single penny from you. As long as the leader hands over the money to me, I'll give it to you when you come over tomorrow morning. Duan Zheizhong said immediately. Zhang Yun understood. This red muntjac weighed over 80 jin, which was more than 4,000 yuan. How could Duan Zheizhong possibly come up with that much cash directly? Moreover, Zhang Yun didn't need to worry about Duan Zheizhong embezzling his money. After all, Zhang Yun had too many tricks up his sleeve. If Duan Zheizhong dared to try anything bad with him, Zhang Yun would make him regret his actions. Brother Duan, it's a shame we haven't met sooner. I also greatly admire Brother Duan's character. How about this? Zhang Yun said. This red muntjac weighs at least 80 jin, 40 kilograms. Tomorrow morning, Brother Duan only needs to give me 4,000 yuan, the rest can be considered Brother Duan's commission. Zhang Yun understood the ways of the world. This big deal was introduced by Duan Zheizhong, so of course he had to give him some benefit. Ha ha. Duan Zheizhong laughed heartily upon hearing this, his eyes full of admiration. He clearly approved of Zhang Yun's character. Interpersonal relationships are ultimately based on mutual benefit. If this red muntjac is sold, Duan Zheizhong will get several hundred yuan in commission for nothing. How could he not be happy? Immediately, Zhang Yun carried the red muntjac into the storage room, tying its 4 legs with rope to prevent it from escaping. It was almost 8 o'clock. Zhang Yun bid farewell to Duan Zheizhong and immediately had Su Menling pull the cart, heading straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Along the way, Zhang Yun took out 2 baskets and 4 fertilizer bags, containing 100 grass carp, 200 wild rabbits, and 200 bamboo rats. When he arrived at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, it wasn't open yet, and a large crowd of people had still gathered there. When Zhang Yun's cart arrived, it attracted everyone's attention again. The tall, imposing antelope was too conspicuous. Others used water buffalo to pull their carts. Zhang Yun used to use roe deer, and now it was antelopes pulling it. Of course, everyone remembered him. It could be said that Zhang Yun's reputation had spread throughout Kushui commune. Moreover, the news that Zhang Yun was supplying the supply and marketing cooperative with large quantities of wild animals spread like wildfire throughout the entire commune. At this moment, Yang Shui, who was in charge of purchasing for the commune canteen, approached Zhang Yun again. Seeing the 2 baskets of large grass carp on the cart and the bulging fertilizer bags, his eyes burned with anticipation. "Comrade Zhang Yun, this is Yang Shui. I mentioned to you yesterday that you could supply our commune canteen from now on. What do you think?" Yang Shui asked with a friendly expression. Zhang Yun had already refused yesterday. He hadn't expected Yang Shui to be so patient and shameless as to come back and ask again. "I'm sorry, I'm just helping the brigade sell these wild animals. If you want to buy supplies, you can go to the Juan brigade and ask." Zhang Yun replied calmly. This was what Zhang Yun had said yesterday. He wouldn't say in front of others that the goods were for himself, as that would invite trouble from some people. After all, this was still an era of collectivism. If Yang Shui really went to the Juan brigade to inquire, Zhang Yaowei would help Zhang Yun cover for him, only saying that it was the harvest of the Juan village hunting team, and that the hunting team didn't go into the mountains often, so they couldn't guarantee the commune canteen's purchases. The real reason was simply that the Kushui commune's canteen wouldn't settle payments in cash. They'd make excuses, either settling a portion a month later or offering other reasons for a reduction. It was all troublesome. Zhang Yun wasn't going to do business with such troublesome payment processes. He didn't have the energy or time to deal with these people. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's answer, Yang Shui's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. He hadn't expected that Zhang Yun, the purchasing manager of the commune's canteen, would so resolutely refuse his 2 requests. "Comrade Zhang Yun, you need to understand this, the commune canteen is where all the commune leaders eat. Your firm refusal means you don't want to provide them with good food, you don't want them to be well fed. Can you bear the consequences?" Yang Shui, seeing this, directly threatened him. "I already said, I'm just helping Juan brigade sell goods. Can't you understand human language? If you have any problems, go discuss them with Juan brigade. Don't bother me." Zhang Yun immediately turned cold and reprimanded him rudely. Trying to threaten Zhang Yun? Zhang Yun wasn't afraid. He wasn't stealing or robbing. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 206. Several meat processing plants wanted to find Zhang Yun. Sumanling pulled her cart to the warehouse in the backyard of the supply and marketing cooperative. With Liu Sanbao's connections, the warehouse staff naturally wouldn't give Zhang Yun any trouble, and quickly weighed all the goods he brought. 100 grass carp, totaling 687 jin, approximately 348 kilograms, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 412 yuan and 2 mao. 200 wild rabbits, totaling 1021 jin, approximately 511 catties, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 612 yuan and 6 mao. 200 bamboo rats, totaling 621 jin, approximately 311 kilograms, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 372 yuan and 6 mao. The total was 1,397 yuan and 4 mao. Soon, Zhang Yun went to the finance department and collected the money. Afterwards, Zhang Yun rode his cart away from the supply and marketing cooperative compound, heading towards Hongling Commune along the county road. Yesterday, because the hunting team was going into the mountains, Zhang Yun hadn't gone to the Hongling meat processing plant. Today, of course, he had to go there. Reaching a secluded spot, Zhang Yun immediately packed up the cart and rode off at breakneck speed on his Suro. What would normally be a 30-li journey took him only 10 minutes on the Suro, bringing him to the vicinity of the Hongling meat processing plant. Naturally, taking advantage of the quiet, Zhang Yun immediately released 5 adult wild boars from his spiritual spring space, each weighing 300 jin, approximately 150 catties. Then, Zhang Yun tied the heads of the 5 wild boars with 5 ropes and led them towards the Hongling meat processing plant. Upon arriving at the gate, workers inside saw Zhang Yun leading the wild boars and were startled. These were wild boars. An ordinary person, even slightly injured, could be seriously injured or killed if charged by one. Zhang Yun was incredibly brave, leading 5 wild boars all by himself. If all 5 boars went berserk at the same time, they could easily knock him over and trample him, killing him instantly. But Zhang Yun remained calm and collected, as if leading wild boars was a trivial matter. The workers, witnessing this, were truly impressed by Zhang Yun. So when Zhang Yun led the 5 boars to the weighing area, the workers worked diligently and quickly weighed them. The 5 boars weighed a total of 1,612 jin, approximately 888.6 catties, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 886.6 yuan. Just as Zhang Yun went to the finance department to collect the money, the factory manager, Xiao Fukuo, heard that Zhang Yun had arrived. He immediately rushed out of his office and came to the finance department. "Manager Xiao, why did you run over here?" Zhang Yun, having just received the money, arrived at the door and saw Xiao Fukuo, panting, blocking his way, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. When Xiao Fukuo saw Zhang Yun, his face lit up with excitement. "Brother Zhang, you've finally arrived. Yesterday, you didn't come. 5 meat processing plant managers came to see me. They all wanted to meet you and discuss cooperation. I thought you had a problem with me. I was worried all day. Now that you're here, I'm finally relieved," Xiao Fukuo said excitedly. Hearing this, Zhang Yun was overjoyed. It was like a godsend. These past few days, Zhang Yun had been worrying about how to sell the many wild beasts in the Spirit Spring space. He had been thinking about expanding his customer base. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fukuo had actually contacted several meat processing plants and helped him secure a few new clients. Of course, Zhang Yun was well aware that the main problem was the current food shortage. Pig, chicken, and duck farming couldn't be scaled up, making business difficult for meat processing plants. While Hunan province is mountainous with wild animals roaming the hills, it lacked a hunting tradition, and hunters were few in number across the province. Therefore, meat processing plants struggled to source game from hunters. When Xiao Fukuo visited these meat processing plants and mentioned Zhang Yun's story to the plant managers, they were all excited. They naturally wanted Zhang Yun as a supply source. "Director Xiao, now that you mention it, I really have some fantastic news to tell you. Yesterday I went to Jiming Mountain, and I found a herd of wild boars there, at least 100 of them. I also have a hunter friend who went to the primeval forest of Fengshi Ridge, where there's another herd of wild boars. Furthermore, I have a hunting team that's going to explore Siming Mountain. I know that Siming Mountain has herds of wild boars, at least 1,000 of them. Director Xiao, and the other factory directors, if you can handle all that wild boar, my hunter friends and I will go into the mountains day and night to supply your meat processing plants with a large quantity of wild boar." Zhang Yun saw through Xiao Qingguo's intentions, so he brought up his hunter friend again, dropping another bombshell. Sure enough, Xiao Fukuo's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Yun's words. If there really are that many wild boars, Hongling Meat Processing Plant can buy them in bulk and then resell them to the county, making a fortune in the process. "Brother Zhang, I can give you a definite answer right now. However many wild boars you can provide, Hongling Meat Processing Plant can handle them all," Xiao Fukuo shouted excitedly. Zhang Yun said. That was exactly what Zhang Yun wanted to hear. "Okay, I'll bring over 10 wild boars tomorrow. Oh, by the way, my hunter friends have accumulated several hundred wild rabbits these past few days. Bring those over tomorrow too," Zhang Yun immediately responded. Zhang Yun estimated that sending 10 adult wild boars each day could temporarily balance the wild boar breeding rate in the Spirit Spring space. However, it will take several more days, sending 20 adult wild boars daily, to balance the wild boar reproduction rate in the space. That is to say, as time goes on, due to the 15 times faster time flow in the space, the number of wild boars will increase, and more adult wild boars need to be sold each day to maintain the wild boar reproduction rate in the space. Ha ha. Having received Zhang Yun's assurance, Xiao Fukuo laughed somewhat smugly. Today, Hongling Meat Processing Plant had already received 5 wild boars, which demonstrated Zhang Yun's hunting skills, something Xiao Fukuo was well aware of. Since Zhang Yun said he would send 10 wild boars, it must be true. Hongling Meat Processing Plant didn't need that many themselves, but they could resell them to other meat processing plants. Making money and gaining favors at the same time, how could Xiao Fukuo not be happy? "Oh, right, the 3 wild boars I sent out the day before yesterday were given to 3 meat processing plants. The plant managers agreed, and they'll give me the truck permits they got from the county. I'll deliver all 4 permits to you then." At this moment, Xiao Fukuo remembered something and immediately said this. Now it was Zhang Yun's turn to be happy. These 4 permits meant 4 trucks. Zhang Yun's next plan was to buy a truck after his new house was built. "Okay, I have to go back now. This afternoon, I'll take a few hunter friends to Jiming Mountain to try and catch 10 wild boars, which I'll bring over tomorrow." Seeing that everything was settled, Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't linger. He had other things to attend to. Chapter 207. Buy another 20,000 bricks and give away Sumonling. Leaving the Hongling Meat Processing Plant, Zhang Yun arrived at a deserted mountaintop. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness looked at a stack of money in his spiritual spring space. The 1,194 yuan left over from the day before yesterday, the 667 yuan he received from Wang Xiaohua this morning, the 1,397 yuan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and the 886 yuan he just received from the Hongling Meat Processing Plant, totaled 4,144 yuan. If he also included the 1,022 yuan that hadn't been settled from the Linshui mine the day before yesterday, the 542 yuan from the mine this morning, and the 4,000 yuan from Duan Zhaizhong for selling the red muntjac, the total outstanding amount was 5,564 yuan. With this calculation, Zhang Yun's net worth was nearly 10,000 yuan. Oh, right, I still need to buy another 20,000 bricks to pave the ground. I'll go to the red brick factory now. Suddenly, Zhang Yun remembered something and immediately made a decision. Immediately, Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran Suro and sped towards the Maple Leaf Red Brick Factory. In less than 2 minutes, Sumanling brought Zhang Yun to the Red Brick Factory, stopping only at the office of factory manager Lu Qiwan. What's that sound? Inside the office, Lu Qiwan heard Sumanling running. Somewhat surprised, he immediately rushed out. When he saw Zhang Yun, Lu Qiwan was again astonished. Brother Zhang, you're amazing. You've stopped riding the road deer and now you've got a four-legged beast. Impressive, truly impressive. You even caught and tamed a four-legged beast. Lu Qiwan exclaimed repeatedly. Zhang Yun jumped off Sumanling's back, walked to Lu Qiwan, and smiled. Brother Lu, let's go inside and chat. Lu Qiwan understood that Zhang Yun had come to see him about something. So, the two went into the office. Brother Lu, to be honest, I plan to pave the floor of my new house with red bricks. I've calculated that I'll need another 20,000 bricks. Zhang Yun had just sat down when he immediately explained his purpose. Lu Qiwan didn't immediately agree. Brother Zhang, we've become acquainted and have a good relationship, so I'll be frank. Actually, as you know, you snatched bricks from several other customers last time you bought 100,000. I only got special permission to buy those 100,000 bricks ahead of time because you helped hunt those wild boars. I just paid you for your 100,000 bricks, and now you want to buy another 20,000. Even though I'm the factory manager, I have to consider other people's interests. Brother Zhang, your new house probably won't be finished so quickly. You can wait another half month, and I'll definitely stock up on 20,000 bricks for you then. Lu Qiwan explained quite earnestly. Zhang Yun understood Lu Qiwan's intentions upon hearing this. Indeed, Lu Qiwan had his difficulties. However, Zhang Yun knew very well that he couldn't wait half a month. That would be the busy harvest season, and there wouldn't be anyone to help him build the house then. Therefore, Zhang Yun had to get the 20,000 bricks done today. Brother Lu, look at that four-legged beast outside the door. Isn't it tall and imposing? Zhang Yun suddenly said with a smile. Of course, I've always dreamed of having a four-legged beast as imposing as that. Lu Qiwan answered quite directly. Zhang Yun understood Lu Qiwan's intention, which made things easier. Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, I went to Jiming Mountain yesterday and caught two kailan, a mythical Chinese mythical creature. I'm using the larger one as my mount, and the smaller one is being raised at my new house. Here's what we're going to do, Brother Lu, as long as you deliver the 20,000 bricks today, you can take the smaller kailan home right away after you unload them. From now on, Brother Lu, you'll also have a kailan mount. Zhang Yun immediately stated his conditions. The implication was that if Lu Qiwan helped deliver the 20,000 bricks, Zhang Yun would give him a Sumatran Suro. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Lu Qiwan immediately stood up, his breathing becoming labored. He was truly shocked. This was a kailan. Even a small kailan was an extremely rare wild animal. Moreover, as long as Lu Qiwan raised the kailan from a young age, he could tame it, and he could ride it to and from work like Zhang Yun. Thinking of that wonderful scene, Lu Qiwan's heart pounded. Brother Zhang, I'm truly impressed. Alright, I agree. Lu Qiwan no longer hid his desires, he couldn't refuse such tempting terms. So, Zhang Yun smiled and took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, pushing it in front of Lu Qiwan. This was the money for 20,000 bricks. Alright, Brother Zhang, I'll go get someone to load the 20,000 bricks onto the truck now and deliver them immediately. Lu Qiwan said quite readily. Zhang Yun nodded, exchanged a few polite words, and then rode off quickly on his Sumatran Suro. 15 minutes later, Zhang Yun returned to Kushui Commune. Then, Zhang Yun looked around and chose the mountain behind the Kushui Commune office compound. He was going there to find a place to set up a spatial passage. With the Sumatran Suro as his mount, Zhang Yun quickly reached the back of the mountain, where he found a dense forest on the mountainside. The terrain there was extremely steep. There, he discovered an irregularly shaped, recessed cave. Zhang Yun took out his machete and began hacking away at the cave. After half an hour, he had carved out a 10-square-meter cave space. At this moment, Zhang Yun focused his consciousness on the hollow space above Spirit Spring Space number 1. Set up the spatial passage here. With a thought, Zhang Yun commanded, and a floating hollow space appeared within the cave. Touching it would create ripples. Now, Zhang Yun had 3 spatial passages. One behind the new house on the mountain. One at Lake number 1 on Jiming Mountain. One behind Kushui Commune. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness looked at the sky above ground 1 in the spatial dimension. The virtual map of the terrain within a 10-mile radius, centered on the 3 spatial passages, had been connected into a single image. Excellent. From now on, when I come to Kushui Commune, I can just teleport here directly. Zhang Yun smiled happily. Soon, Zhang Yun immediately used spatial power to teleport himself back to the basement behind the new house on the hill. As Zhang Yun left the basement, 2 Suros appeared beside him, one sat on its own, while the other, a smaller Suro, followed behind. Meanwhile, at the new house, the villagers were already raising the roof beam. 50 villagers working together were building the house very quickly. The fir logs were carried to the top of the walls and quickly secured. A truckload of roof tiles, purchased by his brother-in-law, had already arrived, and tiles were being laid on 2 rooms. Zhang Yun watched all this from the mountainside, feeling quite happy. A short while later, Zhang Yun arrived at the pergola. His brother-in-law, Wu Suanon, saw Zhang Yun and ran over, asking, "Brother-in-law, what brings you here today?" Zhang Yun immediately pointed to the small Suro. "Brother-in-law, the brick factory will be sending over 20,000 bricks later. After they unload the bricks, you can give this 4-legged beast to the factory manager, Lu Qiwan." I promised him that. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Chapter 208 Visiting Uncle's House. After arranging for the small Suro, Zhang Yun rode off at breakneck speed on his own Suro. He rode westward along the county road. Juan village belonged to Fengshan County, which in turn belonged to Yanqing City. Zhang Yun was heading to his uncle's place. Although Nanqiao Commune bordered Kushui Commune, it belonged to Wuxi County, Yangzhou City. That is to say, Juan village was located on the border of Yanqing City, adjacent to the neighboring Yangzhou City. Looking at the map, Yanqing City was located in the central part of Hunan Province, while Yangzhou City was to the south of Yanqing City, bordering the neighboring Guangdong and Guangxi provinces. After riding for 2 minutes, Zhang Yun arrived at the Kushui River Bridge, the boundary between Juan village and Beizhu village. This bridge was built during a major water conservancy project, and a dam was built beneath it, normally holding water to a depth of over 8 meters. Upstream from the bridge, on a sandbar, lies a flock of common mergansers. These common mergansers are migratory animals, migrating to the Qinbei Mountains in spring and flying thousands of miles to central and southern China in winter. Coincidentally, at this place called Kushui Sandbar, the Kushui River splits in 2, encircling the sandbar, before the waters converge again at the bridge. The climate and geographical conditions here are perfect for the common mergansers' migration and habitation. The fish and shrimp in the Kushui River are their food, and the sandbar is rich in vegetation and teeming with insects, providing ample food for the mergansers. Previously, Juan village and Beizhu village had been vying for ownership of this winding sandbar. Ultimately, after the dam was built, the river widened, making it inconvenient for villagers from both villages to reach the sandbar to catch mergansers. Through negotiation, they reached an agreement to share the sandbar. The agreement essentially stated that villagers could not catch mergansers while they were on the sandbar and in the winding river. However, when the mergansers swam across the river and landed on the ground in either Juan or Beizhu village, villagers from both villages could catch them. A few days ago, Zhang Yun had considered coming to the dam to catch the fish living there. Now, standing on the bridge, Zhang Yun's exceptional eyesight allowed him to see several mergansers swimming freely on the river. They seemed to be aware of the agreement between the 2 villages. They simply swam in the river without showing any sign of going to the banks. At the same time, Zhang Yun also sensed large fish swimming in the river below the bridge. When I have time, I can come back here and loot those big fish. That should give me a huge boost of speed points. Zhang Yun said casually. Then, without lingering, Zhang Yun sped off. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Yun finally arrived at the location of Nanqiao Commune and went straight to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. It was only 1 o'clock, the cooperative didn't open until 2 o'clock. Naturally, the gate to the cooperative's compound was closed. Alright, I'll just go straight to my uncle's house. Seeing the cooperative's gate was closed, Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't wait there. So, riding his Sumatran Suro, relying on his memories from his previous life, and after asking for directions several times, Zhang Yun finally found his uncle's house. This was a relatively small courtyard, surrounded by earthen walls a meter or so high. Inside was a row of 4 single-story houses, all constructed of mud bricks. The walls had begun to crumble from the rain. Zhang Yun, sitting on a Sumatran antelope, had reached a height of 2 meters, exceeding the height of the walls. Naturally, the 3 children playing in the courtyard saw Zhang Yun. "Hey, someone's coming. He looks like he's riding a horse?" "No, that's a donkey. It's clearly a mule." The 3 children were actually arguing about the name of the Sumatran antelope. Indeed, children growing up in the countryside were most familiar with water buffalo. How could these children possibly recognize a Sumatran antelope, which was extremely rare, as Zhang Yun? "Deniu, Hua Hua, go Dan, open the door. It's your cousin Zhang Yun." Relying on his memories from his previous life, Zhang Yun recognized the 3 children and immediately called them by their nicknames. Zhang Yun's uncle, Chen He, was his maternal grandparents' youngest child and only son. He was only 30 years old, not much older than Zhang Yun. Although Chen He worked at the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he earned a fixed salary, and supporting his wife and 3 children was a struggle. Looking at the 3 children's clothes, all patched up, it was clear they hadn't bought new clothes in a long time. Cousin Zhang Yun? The 3 children sized up Zhang Yun. They had only visited Juan village a few years ago and had only met Zhang Yun once. Their memories of him were hazy. Naturally, none of the 3 recognized Zhang Yun. Dad. The 3 children went into the house to call for their sleeping father. A short while later, a tall, thin man and a slightly plump woman emerged from the room together. Zhang Yun recognized them immediately. They were his uncle Chen He and Aunt Zhang Kaiyuan. Uncle, Aunt, it's me, Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun called out first. The 2 people who had just come out of the room paused for a moment upon hearing this. Chen He and Zhang Kaiyuan, the couple, carefully examined Zhang Yun and, of course, recognized him. Ah, Yunya is here. Come in quickly. Chen He ran over happily, opened the courtyard gate, and welcomed Zhang Yun and Su Menling inside. Zhang Kaiyuan, however, looked at Zhang Yun with suspicion. Based on her usual assumptions, she assumed he was here to borrow money. But Chen He's family was also struggling financially and couldn't lend even a single yuan. Zhang Kaiyuan's mind raced. She was trying to figure out how to refuse Zhang Yun's request for money. As Zhang Yun jumped off Su Menling's back, he took a basket hanging from the saddle. Then, he took out the items from the basket. Daniu, Hua, go Dan, here are some peaches and dates. Take them and eat them. Uncle, here are 2 pheasants. Take them and put them away. Zhang Yun called out with a smile, handing over the items he had just taken from his spiritual spring space. When Chen He saw the sirop, he was somewhat surprised. His nephew, Zhang Yun, seemed different than before. Seeing the 2 pheasants Zhang Yun casually offered, Chen He was even more shocked. Yunya, did you catch this 4-legged beast? Or did you borrow it? Chen He asked curiously. Just as Zhang Yun was about to answer, 2 men appeared at the gate of Chen He's courtyard. Seeing Chen He, they shouted loudly. Section Chief Chen, the 30 yuan you borrowed from us last month, shouldn't you pay it back today? Chapter 209 IOU, I'll pay back the 50 yuan. Zhao Qiang, Zhao Wei. Hearing the voices, Chen He turned around and, seeing the 2 men, his face twitched, and he called out in a panic. His aunt, Zhang Kaiyuan, turned deathly pale upon seeing the 2 men. Zhang Yun, seeing this, immediately understood. These 2 men had lent money to his uncle, and now they were here to collect it, but his uncle couldn't produce the money. Zhang Yun didn't immediately intervene. He wanted to observe quietly and see what was really going on. Section Chief Chen, don't look at us like that. It's like we're bullying you. It's in black and white. You borrowed 30 yuan, and today you owe 50 yuan. We've come to collect the money, it's only right and proper. Zhao Qiang walked over, holding a piece of paper with an IOU written by Chen He on it. Chen He stared at the IOU, his legs trembling. It was indeed written by him. Zhao Qiang, Zhao Wei, could you please grant me another month? I really don't have 50 yuan on me right now. Chen He pleaded earnestly, his voice tinged with a begging tone. The Zhao brothers, Qiang and Wei, shook their heads. Section Chief Chen, you don't really need to hold us back on our eels. If you agree to buy them, we can give you another month. At this moment, Zhao Wei said with a sinister smile. With just this one sentence, Zhang Yun, who possessed psychic abilities, already sensed the sinister undertones. The IOU was genuine, but why would Chen He need to borrow 30 yuan? There was definitely something fishy going on. Zhao Qiang, Zhao Wei, the eels you brought are too big. They're most likely moon eels, which are poisonous. How can you bring them to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell? Chen He blurted out. The moon-gazing eel is much larger than the ordinary eel. They feed on carrion, such as dead cats, dogs, and rats, and therefore contain a high level of toxins. The larger the eel, the more toxins it contains. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the Zhao brothers, Qiang and Wei, paled, their expressions turning sinister. Chen He, you can't slander our eels. We eat these eels every day, and we're fine. Section Chief Chen, if you agree to buy our eels, we're willing to pay 45 cents per pound, which is 5 cents cheaper than your purchase price. It's a win-win situation, so why are you stopping us? If you really don't agree to buy our eels, then you must come up with 50 yuan today, otherwise we'll report it directly to the Nanqiao commune. Zhao Qian said angrily. These words terrified Chen He, causing him to tremble all over, and Zhang Kaiyuan collapsed to the ground. If the Zhao brothers, Qiang and Wei, took the IOU to Nanqiao commune and reported Chen He for not repaying his loan, Chen He would definitely lose his job at the supply and marketing cooperative, and his family would face even greater difficulties. After listening to these words, Zhang Yun sensed a strong undercurrent of conspiracy. Seeing his uncle and aunt's distraught appearance, Zhang Yun couldn't stand idly by any longer. 50 yuan, right? I'll give it to you. Zhang Yun suddenly spoke, simultaneously pulling out 5 10 yuan bills with his right hand. Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu were stunned. The Zhao brothers, Xiang and Wei, were also stunned. Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu were stunned because they knew Zhang Yun's family was even poorer than their own. After all, his brother-in-law had suffered a serious illness and borrowed a lot of money, even using the dowries from his 2 daughters to pay off some of the debts, leaving them with a large debt. Just now, when Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu saw Zhang Yun come to their house, they both guessed he might be there to borrow money. But now, Zhang Yun suddenly produced 50 yuan, completely shattering their suspicions. The Zhao brothers, Xiang and Wei, were also stunned because they thought they had Chen He under control and could finally sell their eels to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. They never expected that a complete stranger would step forward and offer to help Chen He repay his debts. What's it to you? Get out of my way. Zhao Qian wasn't about to let Zhang Yun ruin his plans. He immediately glared at Zhang Yun fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Who are you? How dare you interfere in our affairs? Do you want to live? Zhao Wei, equally arrogant, glared at Zhang Yun with intense resentment. Zhang Yun, naturally, ignored the brother's warnings. This is my uncle. Do you think it's any of my business? Since my uncle borrowed money from you, I'll just return it to you. Give me the IOU, take the money, we're even. Zhang Yun said nonchalantly. At this moment, Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu reacted. Zhang Yun, don't interfere in your uncle's affairs. Your family is also struggling. Keep this money and use it to pay off your family's debts. I can't repay the money. At worst, I'll quit my job at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and go back to the village to continue working. It's not a big deal. Chen He had assumed that the money Zhang Yun had given him was the last of Zhang Yun's family savings. How could he possibly let Zhang Yun use this money to get him out of trouble? Hearing her husband's words, Zhang Kaiyu wanted to speak, but didn't know how. However, Zhang Kaiyu had one redeeming quality: she completely obeyed Chen He. Once Chen He made a decision, she would follow it. Uncle, I forgot to tell you, our family's debts have been paid off. This 50 yuan is mine. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. At this, Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu's expressions froze. What happened? The debt of over 200 yuan was paid off? Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu both knew that Zhang Zongli and Chen Wan's family still owed over 200 yuan. Even if everyone in Zhang Zongli's family had earned their full work points, most of those points would be converted into grain, leaving them with at most 10 yuan in cash. Just a month ago, Chen He had gone to Juan village. He had heard from his brother-in-law Zhang Zongli that his parents' annual living expenses of 60 yuan were due, and he simply couldn't afford it. In just 2 months, Zhang Yun claimed he had paid off all the family's debts. Instantly, Chen He's instinctive reaction was that Zhang Yun was lying. Uncle, I really have paid off all the family's debts. You believe me. You saw it too, right? This 4-legged beast I'm riding, I caught it myself. These past few days, I went into the mountains and caught quite a few wild animals. I sold them all and made some money, finally paying off all the family's debts. This 50 yuan is to repay my uncle. You also lent my father 30 yuan for his medical treatment. This 50 yuan is to repay the principal and interest. Seeing the expressions on Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu's faces, Zhang Yun knew they didn't believe him, so he patiently explained. Hearing this, Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu believed him to some extent. Chapter 210, Taking Down the South Bridge Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Here's the money, give me the IOU. Zhang Yun glared at Zhao Qiang. Zhao Qiang's expression changed several times. He was truly unwilling to give up. His plan was perfect. If he could control Chen He and force him to buy his eels, the two brothers could make a fortune from their year-long eel farming. Who would have thought that Zhang Yun would suddenly appear? Kid, you ruined my plan. You just wait. Zhao Qiang snatched the 50 yuan, threw the IOU on the ground, and threatened. Zhang Yun completely disregarded this threat. If these two brothers were foolish enough to actually come after him, Zhang Yun would make them regret it. Chen He ran over, picked up the IOU from the ground, glanced at it, and after confirming it was his own, tore it to shreds. Finally, Chen He breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yun, tell me, is this 50 yuan really yours? You can't lie to me, or you can forget about calling me uncle. Chen He asked quite seriously. Hey, uncle, you really don't trust me? It's true, this money is really mine. Besides, I came here today to tell you something. I'm building my new house, and in half a month, I'm getting married. I'll be holding the wedding ceremony at the new house, and I came to invite you. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu stared at Zhang Yun in astonishment once again. The changes that had occurred to Zhang Yun in just a short time completely shocked the couple. After all, Zhang Yun's family had been poor and destitute before, and the two of them had thought it was impossible for him to get married. Who would have thought that Zhang Yun not only had money, but was also building a new house and getting married? Yun Yazi, uncle has always believed in you. Chen He offered a somewhat insincere compliment. Mainly, Chen He couldn't think of anything else to say. He couldn't quite figure out what extraordinary encounter Zhang Yun had experienced to suddenly become so successful. Uncle, aunt, please go inside and rest. I'm going out to run some errands and will be right back. Suddenly, Zhang Yun called out. Then, without giving them a chance to reply, Zhang Yun darted out of the yard. Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu looked bewildered. They didn't understand why Zhang Yun had run off. However, seeing the Sumatran antelope still parked in their yard, they knew Zhang Yun would definitely return. The reason Zhang Yun had run out was that he sensed that after the Zhao brothers, Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei, left, they had just reached a corner and were whispering to each other. So, Zhang Yun moved closer, wanting to eavesdrop on their conversation. At Zhang Yun's speed, it only took him a few seconds to reach the corner, about 10 meters away, and then he stood quietly on the other side of the corner. Brother, why did you give that IOU to Chen He? Zhao Wei said angrily. What could I do if I didn't give it to him? Did you think you could hit him? With that 50 yuan in hand, we directly made 20 yuan profit, isn't that great? If one plan fails against Chen He, can't we come up with another? Zhao Qiang said coldly. Another scheme? Last time, we had Laza deliberately bump into Chen He, then he accidentally hit a rock on the ground, bleeding from his head, and that's how we extorted 30 yuan from Chen He for medical expenses. Chen He didn't have any money, so he borrowed 30 yuan from us. Next, which unlucky guy are you going to trick into bumping into Chen He again? Zhao Wei asked curiously. Bump into Chen He again? There's no time. If we don't sell our eels this month, they'll all die from lack of oxygen when the hottest days of summer come. As the head of the purchasing department, Chen He has the authority to decide which supplies to purchase. However, above Chen He is Chen Dongfeng, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Let's bribe Chen Dongfeng's brother-in-law and use his connections to sell our eels to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhao Qian said calmly. However, I definitely won't let that bastard Chen He get away with it. After we've dealt with the eels, we'll find a chance to get back at him. Zhao Qian added coldly, clearly very dissatisfied with Chen He. As for why Chen He wouldn't allow their eels to enter the supply and marketing cooperative because they were poisonous, the Zhao brothers, Qiang and Wei, conveniently ignored this. They only knew that Chen He was blocking their path to wealth. Chen Dongfeng's brother-in-law, Zhao Sangguan, is too greedy. We'll probably have to pay him a dime per pound for his eels before he'll help us. Zhao Wei said somewhat resentfully. It's alright, better than the eels dying. Zhao Qiang sighed, barely suppressing his anger. Then, the two brothers, seething with resentment, quickly ran away. Zhang Yun, having overheard their conversation, immediately understood what was going on. The two men wanted to sell their farmed eels to the supply and marketing cooperative. However, Chen He, the head of the cooperative's purchasing department, discovered the eels were poisonous and naturally refused to accept them. To force Chen He to agree, Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei persuaded Laza, a villager, to stage an accident against Chen He. After hitting his head and bleeding, the medical expenses amounted to 30 yuan, which Chen He couldn't afford immediately. Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei conveniently stepped in, offering to lend him the 30 yuan. To keep his job, Chen He had no choice but to borrow the 30 yuan from Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei, and then wrote an IOU. Just now, Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei had come to pressure Chen He, trying to get him to agree to sell the eels to the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as I suspected, those two definitely had a scheme up their sleeve. So that's what happened. They actually dared to plot against my uncle. Then you must accept my punishment. Zhang Yun uttered a casual remark, having already decided to take revenge on the two brothers immediately. Then, Zhang Yun ran back to Chen He's yard. It was almost 2 o'clock, and Chen He was about to go to work. Yunya, where have you been? Chen He's face relaxed when he saw Zhang Yun return, and he asked with concern. Uncle, I came here today because there's something else I wanted to tell you. I'm a hunter now, and I have a whole bunch of hunter friends. Every day, we catch a lot of wild animals, like rabbits, bamboo rats, and river fish. I can supply them in large quantities. So, I want to sell some of the goods to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Zhang Yun finally revealed his main purpose for coming. Oh, you've become a hunter. No wonder you were able to pay off your family's debts. Hunting is dangerous, but it can be very lucrative. How about this, if you really catch rabbits, bamboo rats, or river fish, you can bring them to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. As long as the quality is good, I can help you get in touch with them. Chen He replied quite firmly, giving Zhang Yun a definite answer. Then, Chen He and Zhang Yun discussed some details and the prices of various goods. Zhang Yun was surprised to hear that the prices were the same as those of the Kushui Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Indeed, all the supply and marketing cooperatives in the province implemented a unified purchase price, and these lower-level cooperatives purchased goods from the people according to policy prices. Chapter 211. Not a single eel has disappeared. Uncle, I came to see you today. Everything's settled, and I have to go back now. Seeing Chen He heading to work, Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't stay. Chen He thought for a moment, then said gratefully, Yunya, I really want to thank you for helping your uncle so much. Once your new house is finished, I'll definitely come to see it, and also to meet your new wife. Zhang Yun thought for a moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out 5 10 yuan bills. Uncle, Daniu, Hua Hua, and Go Dan are all in school, right? Here's 50 yuan to buy them some stationery. Zhang Yun directly placed the 50 yuan into Chen He's chest pocket, then, without giving Chen He a chance to refuse, he leaped onto Su Menling's back. Su Menling immediately took off all 4 legs and dashed out of the yard. Chen He had just taken out the 50 yuan, wanting to return it to Zhang Yun, when he saw Zhang Yun had already flown away. He sighed helplessly. You little rascal, looks like you've really struck it rich now. Chen He put the money back in his pocket. He certainly wouldn't accept it. He decided to return it to Zhang Yun on his next trip to Juan village. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, riding his Su Menling, didn't head straight back to Juan village. After learning that the Zhao brothers, Xiang and Wei, had deliberately framed and extorted his uncle, Zhang Yun had already decided to take revenge on them. Moreover, Zhang Yun had overheard that the 2 brothers were from the neighboring Zhao family village. When Zhang Yun arrived at the foot of a deserted mountain, he immediately put the Su Menling into his spiritual spring space, then trotted along, weaving through the forest. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at Zhao family village. This village was entirely nestled in the mountains, with only a few households on each hilltop. Winding mountain paths had been built in the low-lying areas between the hilltops, serving as the only means of communication between Zhao family village and the outside world. At this moment, Zhang Yun waited quietly on the hilltop at the village entrance. About half an hour later, Zhang Yun finally spotted the Zhao brothers, Xiang and Wei. The 2 brothers looked delighted. It was clear they had gone to see Zhao Sangguang and had likely received his permission. Zhang Yun followed behind them. Since he could sense a distance of about 50 meters, Zhang Yun didn't follow them too closely, but walked slowly behind. About 10 minutes later, the Zhao brothers, Xiang and Wei, jogged to the deepest part of Zhao family village. There, on a hilltop, stood only one house, the house the Zhao brothers had built. At the foot of this hilltop, there was a man-made fish pond of nearly an acre, its water extremely murky, with eels occasionally surfacing. A closer look revealed a dozen dead rats floating in a corner of the fish pond, with many eels feeding on their rotting flesh. Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei were the first to reach the edge of the pond. Seeing the eels occasionally popping their heads up, they exchanged a hearty laugh. Brother, Zhao Sangguang promised he'd help us sell whatever eels we have. Even though we gave him a dime a pound as a commission, it's still worth it, Zhao Wei said excitedly. There are at least 1,000 pounds of eels in this fish pond. We can earn over 300 yuan. Zhao Qian was equally excited. The 2 brothers glanced at a corner of the fish pond and noticed that the dead rats hadn't been completely eaten, so they didn't need to rush to catch rats in the mountains. So, the 2 brothers headed up the mountain. They had run around for a while at noon and were a bit tired, so they needed to rest. Zhang Yun sensed that the 2 brothers had returned to their rooms, so he emerged from behind a tree and went to a corner of the fish pond. These 2 brothers really went to great lengths to get rich. Just as my uncle suspected, they fed the eels rotten flesh to make them grow rapidly. No wonder they're so big. Since I've decided to take revenge on you 2, I'll just wipe out all the eels in this pond. Zhang Yun sensed everything in the pond and discovered the floating corpses of dead rats. He understood Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei's malicious intentions, and he couldn't tolerate it any longer. Whether it was to retaliate against the 2 for extorting his uncle, or to prevent these poisonous eels from entering the market, Zhang Yun needed to catch them all. And Zhang Yun's method for catching the eels was quite simple. At this moment, Zhang Yun took out a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water. Then, Zhang Yun placed the bamboo tube horizontally on the water's surface, and the spiritual spring water inside gradually diffused out. As the spiritual spring's energy spread, the surrounding eels, sensing its benefits, swam towards the bamboo tube. Soon, eels surfaced, darting back into the tube to absorb more of the spiritual spring energy. How could Zhang Yun allow these eels to consume the energy? As soon as an eel surfaced, he would swiftly reach out and grab it, storing it in his spiritual spring space. After about an hour, Zhang Yun confirmed that all the eels in the fish pond had been caught. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness returned to the spiritual spring space, looking at the numbers above the boulder at location number 1. Acceleration points, 12.1. Originally, the acceleration points were only 0.5, now they had increased to 12.1, meaning that the eels in this fish pond weighed a total of 1,600 jin, approximately 800 kilograms. These eels are poisonous. I can't let them be sold, nor can I let them live. After emptying the fish pond, Zhang Yun turned and left. At this moment, Zhang Yun reached a hilltop and released the eels he had just stored in his spiritual spring space, throwing them into the woods. Undoubtedly, without water, these eels wouldn't be able to hop around for more than a few minutes before they all died. After dealing with the eels, Zhang Yun immediately jogged through the forest, avoiding being spotted by the people of Zhao family village. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yun left Zhao family village's territory and released the Sumatran Suro. Next, I can go check out the South Bridge meat processing plant. Zhang Yun smiled faintly and rode off on his Sumatran Suro. On the other side, the Zhao brothers, Xiang and Wei, who had slept for more than an hour, came out of their rooms and went to the fish pond together. Hey, brother, why aren't any eels surfacing anymore? Zhao Wei asked, somewhat puzzled, after surveying the fish pond for a while. Normally, no matter the time of day, 1 or 2 eels would surface in the fish pond, creating ripples on the water's surface. But now, the 2 brothers had been standing on the bank for several minutes and hadn't seen a single eel. That's really strange. Have all the eels died? Zhao Qiang had a bad feeling and muttered to himself. After all, the weather was very hot, and without fresh water flowing through the pond, it was easy for it to run out of oxygen. The 2 brothers immediately took off their pants and dived to the bottom of the pond, feeling around for a while, but still couldn't find any eels. Something's not right. How could this be? How come there aren't a single eel left? Zhao Qiang surfaced, shouting in fear. Chapter 212 South Bridge Meat Processing Plant, done. The Nanqiao Meat Processing Plant, a courtyard built near a small stream, contained 3 large livestock grazing areas. There was also a row of office space. When Zhang Yun appeared at the courtyard gate riding a suro, he immediately attracted the attention of many people inside, all showing expressions of astonishment. In this era, people had seen people riding oxen, and occasionally even horses, but someone riding a 4-legged beast was absolutely unprecedented in 5,000 years of history. Inside the meat processing plant staff, there were also 3 hunters in the courtyard, who were bringing over a basket of wild rabbits and pheasants. Holy crap, it's a 4-legged beast! The older of the 3 hunters, a man in his 40s, trembled slightly, his voice shaking as he exclaimed. The Nanqiao commune was located on the edge of the Siming Mountains, and these 3 hunters regularly hunted animals in the mountainous areas along the outskirts of the Siming Mountains. They had seen suros in the mountains before, but they had never had the opportunity to get close to them, let alone catch one. Now, the 3 men witnessed Zhang Yun riding a suro to the Nanqiao meat processing plant, a visually striking sight. Impressive, truly impressive. He must be a hunter too. A bow and arrow hangs from the suro's neck, and a knife from the other. That's hunter's gear. Another hunter in his 30s remarked with envy. Beside the 3 hunters, several meat processing plant workers were counting the rabbits and pheasants they had brought, preparing to weigh them. Hearing the hunter's words, the workers stared at Zhang Yun with curiosity. One worker ran off to the plant manager's office. Zhang Yun rode the suro to them and dismounted. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yun. I've come to the meat processing plant to inquire if they buy wild boars here. He said this to the meat processing plant workers. Wild boar? You actually found wild boar? The staff didn't reply, but the 3 hunters exclaimed in shock. These 3 hunters frequently went to Siming Mountain and had encountered wild boar herds several times, but they had never had the courage to deal with them. Therefore, in their entire hunting experience, they had never killed a wild boar. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, the 3 hunters naturally realized that Zhang Yun had likely already killed a wild boar. Buy it, of course we buy it. One of the staff members immediately replied. The meat processing plant obviously buys meat, why even ask? That's great. I just caught 5 wild boars today, all alive. I'll bring them over in a bit. Zhang Yun said calmly. This statement completely stunned everyone. 5 live wild boars. Holy crap, this guy said he caught 5 live wild boars. Other hunters, upon encountering wild boars, would flee in terror, having no chance to hunt them. Some skilled hunters might occasionally manage to shoot and kill a wild boar, but only 1 or 2 at a time. As for capturing a wild boar alive, the Nanqiao meat processing plant has never seen such a thing. Now, Zhang Yun's immediate claim of catching 5 live wild boars shocked everyone. Did you catch the wild boars in Siming Mountain? A staff member inquired. Zhang Yun thought for a moment, then nodded and replied, yes, I was quite lucky today. I went into the mountains with some hunter friends and encountered a group of wild boars. We set a trap, but only caught 5, more than a dozen escaped. Zhang Yun lied, of course, he wouldn't tell the truth. He couldn't very well say that hundreds of wild boars had multiplied in his spiritual spring space. Besides, Nanqiao commune was located on the edge of Siming Mountain. Zhang Yun could only say that he caught the wild boars from there. This would be more convincing and wouldn't arouse suspicion. You're really lucky, the hunter in his 40s exclaimed. You guys are incredibly brave, daring to hunt a herd of wild boars. If they had chased you, you'd probably all be dead. The hunter in his 30s said admiringly. Zhang Yun simply smiled, then looked at the staff member who had just spoken and asked, "Excuse me, what's the purchase price for this wild boar? Can I get cash today?" Just as the staff member was about to reply, two people came running over. One of them was the staff member who had just reported the situation, and the other was none other than the director of the Nanqiao meat processing plant. "Young comrade, I'm factory manager Chen Sanjin. As long as you bring the wild boars over, you can get cash today. Oh, by the way, the purchase price for wild boars is the same across all meat processing plants in the province, 55 cents a pound." The factory manager looked completely excited. He had rushed out of his office after hearing his subordinate's report, and then immediately spoke up after hearing Zhang Yun's words. Zhang Yun got the answer he wanted. Since it was cash payment, Zhang Yun was naturally very satisfied. "Factory manager Chen, in that case, I'll go and bring over all 5 wild boars right now." Zhang Yun was very pleased and readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanjin was beaming with excitement and immediately shouted, "Go ahead, comrade Zhang Yun, I'll be waiting for you here." Zhang Yun possessed telepathic abilities, listening to Lu Sanjin's words and observing his expression. Zhang Yun immediately realized that the Nanqiao meat processing plant was facing a severe meat shortage, and Lu Sanjin must be very anxious. Even though Nanqiao commune was located on the edge of the Siming Mountains, the terrain leading into the mountains from this direction was very steep, with several ravines, making it extremely difficult for hunters to enter. Therefore, although Nanqiao commune had several dozen hunters, they didn't usually catch a large number of wild animals. Furthermore, because Nanqiao commune was located on the edge of the Siming Mountains, most of the area was mountainous, resulting in a small population and a correspondingly small number of livestock in each production brigade. The Nanqiao meat processing plant also had quotas to meet with the Wuxi County meat processing plant. If they failed to meet their monthly quotas, the Nanqiao meat processing plant's benefits would be reduced or cancelled. Lu Sanjin was naturally under immense pressure. Just now, upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Lu Sanjin immediately realized that Zhang Yun was an excellent hunter. If he could win Zhang Yun over, he might be able to obtain several wild animals every month. Half an hour after Zhang Yun rode away on his sorrow, he returned, leading 5 wild boars into the yard of the Nanqiao meat processing plant. Lu Sanjin had indeed been waiting in the yard. When he saw the 5 adult wild boars with his own eyes, his eyelids blinked wildly, he was completely stunned. Chapter 213. The conflict finally broke out between the two villages. "That's amazing." The hunter in his 40s was completely awestruck after seeing the 5 wild boars with his own eyes. These 5 boars each weighed over 200 pounds, and they all looked fierce. They seemed like easy prey. Yet Zhang Yun calmly walked in, leading the 5 boars on 5 ropes, showing no fear whatsoever that the boars might charge at his back. From this, the 3 hunters knew that the 5 boars were completely terrified of Zhang Yun and dared not resist in the slightest. He really brought 5 wild boars. That's so impressive. The hunter in his 30s looked on with admiration. Just now, after the meat processing plant workers weighed their rabbits and pheasants, the 3 hunters wanted to see wild boars, so they deliberately lingered at the plant. Now that they had finally seen them with their own eyes, they were quite shocked. Not only the 3 hunters were shocked, but the meat processing plant workers were also completely frozen, staring at Zhang Yun. Factory manager Lu Sanjin burst into laughter. He had been waiting with high hopes for Zhang Yun, and now that Zhang Yun had indeed brought over 5 wild boars, his worries completely vanished. "Comrade Zhang Yun, amazing! You're really amazing!" Lu Sanjin rushed over, shouting excitedly. "Brother Lu, no need to be so polite. Weigh these 5 wild boars right away. I need to meet with my hunter friends. We need to discuss going into Siming Mountain to catch more of that herd of wild boars," Zhang Yun said with a smile. The implication was clear: as long as Lu Sanjin treated him well, Zhang Yun would continue to send over any wild boars he caught. Otherwise, Zhang Yun would send the wild boars to the meat processing plants in other communes next door. After all, every commune had a meat processing plant, it didn't matter who they sold to. Lu Sanjin, of course, understood the meaning behind Zhang Yun's words. "Don't worry, comrade Zhang Yun, from now on you can boldly venture into Siming Mountain. Whatever wild animals you catch, bring them to my meat processing plant. I won't delay payment for a single penny," Lu Sanjin immediately assured him. Zhang Yun was very satisfied and casually led the 5 wild boars to the weighing area. Then, with Zhang Yun personally handling the boars, all 5 cooperated and were weighed. A total of 1,259 jin, approximately 677.5 kilograms, at 5.55 yuan per jin, that's 692 yuan. After receiving the receipt, Lu Sanjin personally accompanied Zhang Yun to the finance department, where he received the 692 yuan. "Comrade Zhang Yun, please come to my office." Lu Sanjin immediately extended an invitation after seeing Zhang Yun receive the cash. Zhang Yun naturally understood Lu Sanjin's intention, so he didn't refuse and followed Lu Sanjin into his office. "Brother Lu, you called me here, so just tell me what you need." Zhang Yun didn't need Lu Sanjin to go through the preamble, he went straight to the point. Seeing Zhang Yun's directness, Lu Sanjin didn't want to waste time with pleasantries. Brother Zhang, to be honest, Wuxi County has its own policy. Each commune's meat processing plant has to deliver 1,000 jin of meat every month. This month, the 5 wild boars you brought, Brother Zhang, will just meet our Nanqiao meat processing plant's quota. But what about next month? And the month after that? I'd like to ask Brother Zhang for a favor. If you can provide me with 5 wild boars, or over 1,000 catties of wild animals, every month, I'll give you all the welfare benefits the county provides to our meat processing plant. The county meat processing plant's welfare is quite generous, 100 catties of rice, or 10 bolts of cloth coupons, or a box of canned goods. As long as you complete your monthly quota, the county meat processing plant's welfare will be distributed. Lu Sanjin explained his purpose in keeping Zhang Yun here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood why Lu Sanjin was so excited. So, each commune's meat processing plant had a quota to meet. This news made Zhang Yun very happy. It was great news. If every meat processing plant in Wuxi County had a quota, then Zhang Yun would be treated like royalty at any of them, and the plant managers would all fawn over him. In that case, there would be no worry about finding a market for the wild boars that had multiplied in the Spirit Spring space. Brother Lu, this is our first meeting, but I already know you're a straightforward and capable person. Since you have this request, I will definitely do my best to guarantee 5 wild boars, or over 1,000 catties of wild animals, every month. Zhang Yun calmly agreed. Lu Sanjin was overjoyed that Zhang Yun agreed so readily. Moreover, Lu Sanjin could tell from Zhang Yun's relaxed expression that he was very confident in completing the task, as if hunting wild animals in the mountains was a piece of cake. Thus, Lu Sanjin's long-standing worries could be put to rest. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yun said goodbye and rode away quickly on his Sumatran sorrow. Today's trip to Nanqiao commune was very fruitful. First, he helped his uncle settle his debts. Second, he punished the villainous brothers Zhao Qiang and Zhao Wei. Third, he opened up sales channels with the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. And fourth, he made connections with the Nanqiao meat processing plant. In short, having secured these 2 major clients in the Nanqiao commune, Zhang Yun felt less pressure regarding the beasts bred in the Spirit Spring space, allowing him to temporarily maintain a balance between breeding speed and sales. 15 minutes later, Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran sorrow back to the Kushui River bridge separating Juan village and Beizhu village. Upon arriving at the bridge, Zhang Yun saw a large group of villagers gathered there. To be precise, 40 or 50 villagers from each of Juan village and Beizhu village had come, and they were arguing fiercely on the bridge. Zhang Yun's exceptional hearing allowed him to discern the reason for the argument from afar. It turned out that around noon today, a group of people from Beizhu village swam across the river to the Kushui River islet in the middle of the river. They brought nets and began to catch mergansers in large numbers. When the villagers of Juan village discovered this, they immediately reported it to the village head, Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue then led 40 villagers to the scene, intending to drive away the villagers from Beizhu village who were poaching mergansers. They released the mergansers they had already caught and confiscated dozens of duck eggs. Naturally, the few Beizhu villagers who had fled in a disheveled state immediately returned to their village and gathered a group of villagers. The villagers from both villages then faced off on the bridge. Zhang Yun, riding a Sumatran sorrow, walked over step by step. Zhang Yue, who had just been arguing with the Beizhu village chief, suddenly stopped arguing when he saw Zhang Yun. He stared at Zhang Yun with a meaningful look until Zhang Yun approached. Yun Yazi, you're back just in time. These guys from Beizhu village broke our agreement. They stole the mergansers without permission and are trying to fight with Juan village. Now tell me, how do you plan to handle this? Zhang Yue called out loudly as he saw Zhang Yun approaching. Chapter 214 Resolving the feud between the 2 villages. Zhang Yun? Who is Zhang Yun? What gives him the right to speak between us? Upon hearing Zhang Yue's words, Xiao Yang, the village head of Beizhu village, who was arguing with Zhang Yue, shouted angrily. Zhang Yun's reputation was limited to Juan village and hadn't spread to other villages. Especially since Beizhu village and Juan village were at odds, news of events in Juan village rarely reached Beizhu village. Therefore, even Xiao Yang, as the village head, had never heard of Zhang Yun. Who is Zhang Yun? In our Juan village, his words carry more weight than mine as the village head. I can declare now that Zhang Yun's words represent my will, and any decision he makes will be obeyed by the villagers of Juan village. Zhang Yue declared with considerable authority, pointing directly at Zhang Yun, implicitly elevating Zhang Yun's status to the highest level. At this, the villagers from both villages, who had been arguing, fell silent, all staring at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun hadn't expected Zhang Yue's move, and now he was caught in the middle, forced to speak up. Captain Xiao, may I ask why those villagers from Beizhu village went to catch mergansers? Zhang Yun asked with a smile, not immediately issuing a decision. At this time, every village was short of food and clothing. Some people were starving or so poor they couldn't afford to eat, naturally leading them to seek ways to escape danger and commit wrongdoings. Was this right or wrong? It was impossible to judge. Because from their respective perspectives, they certainly had reasons that compelled them to act. From Juan village's perspective, the villagers of Beishu village had broken the agreement and arbitrarily caught mergansers, which was definitely unacceptable. But the villagers of Beishu village had come to argue, so naturally, there must be a reason from Beishu village. Zhang Yun wanted to hear Beishu village's reasons. In Zhang Yun's heart, he certainly didn't want the villagers from the two villages to quarrel and then escalate into a fight, which would create a permanent rift between the two villages. Resolving the historical grievances between the two villages was, of course, the best outcome. Xiao Hiang was also over 50 years old, a year older than Zhang Daiyai. He hadn't expected Zhang Yue to speak so highly of Zhang Yun, and he realized that this young man might have a significant background. Therefore, Xiao Hiang didn't dare to take advantage of his age and status to casually look down on Zhang Yun. Comrade Zhang Yun, since Zhang Yue has put you forward, let me explain in detail. Our Beishu village's fertile fields are all located along the Kushui River. After the Qingming festival in the first half of the year, it rained continuously, causing the Kushui River to swell. And because of this dam, our fields were flooded for over 10 days. This year, Beishu village definitely won't be able to meet its grain quota. And if we can't meet the quota, we won't receive enough grain coupons, cloth coupons, oil coupons, etc., and there will be no possibility of dividends. Think about it, how will the villagers of Beishu village survive in the second half of the year? These villagers went to catch mergansers because their families are already poor. They had no other choice, they just wanted to catch a few mergansers to sell, to get some grain and oil to support their families. You villagers of Juan village actually released the mergansers they caught and even confiscated the eggs. You're trying to drive this family to their deaths. Xiao Hiang delivered a moving speech, revealing the real reason. After listening, Zhang Yun understood. From Juan village's perspective, Beishu village had broken the agreement, which was wrong. From Beishu village's perspective, this was a matter of survival. Would they really risk their lives and their families' lives just to maintain a so-called agreement? Therefore, both villages' arguments were reasonable and well-founded. There was no way to reach a conclusion. After speaking, Xiao Hiang quietly watched Zhang Yun, wanting to hear his conclusion. If Zhang Yun was like Zhang Yue, then Xiao Hiang wouldn't bother reasoning with Juan village anymore. He would return to his village and immediately mobilize all the villagers of Beishu village to go directly to Kushui River Island and retrieve all the mergansers and eggs. Even if Juan village erupts in anger, Xiao Hiang doesn't believe the villagers would dare to cause trouble in Beishu village. At worst, the two villages can just fight. Zhang Yun suddenly chuckled. Everyone stared at Zhang Yun in astonishment. Everyone was on the verge of conflict, and you could still laugh? Seeing their expressions, Zhang Yun immediately realized he had lost his composure. Then, with a stern face, Zhang Yun calmly asked, "Two village leaders, have you considered that instead of sticking to this so-called agreement, why not have both villages develop the merganser industry and make money together from mergansers?" Zhang Yue was stunned. Xiao Hiang was stunned. These two village leaders had just thought Zhang Yun would reason with them and try to resolve the conflict. They never expected Zhang Yun to propose such a bold idea. Develop the merganser industry? That means both villages should raise ducks. Yun Yazi, what are you thinking? Could you explain in detail? Zhang Yue, showing some interest, pressed for an answer. You want our Beishu village to raise ducks? Xiao Hiang asked, seemingly puzzled. Captains, Zhang Yun said, think about it. The common merganser is a migratory bird, isn't it? It's just that the special conditions of this river islet cause some of them to stay there year-round. Once winter comes, the common mergansers from the north will migrate here and settle on the Kushui River islet again. Our two villages could easily capture a batch of common mergansers on the islet, take most of the eggs, and leave only a dozen or so to breed and multiply. Both our villages are located along the Kushui River. We could designate an area along the riverbank for the common mergansers to breed. That way, the villagers of Beishu village can eat duck eggs daily, or sell the common mergansers later to exchange for grain. And the same goes for Juan village. Zhang Yun explained his plan. This was actually quite easy to understand. Reasoning with them wouldn't work, as both villages had their own interests and positions. Solving the problem with a developmental approach simultaneously considers the interests of both villages. The villagers of both villages can understand this, and future cooperation is possible. In this way, the grievances between the two villages can be resolved through cooperation. This idea is feasible. Zhang Yue, after understanding Zhang Yun's idea, had already approved of it. It seems like it will work. Zhang Yun's plan is indeed workable. Our two villages have been at an impasse for the sake of saving face, neither wanting the other's villagers to catch mergansers. This has only increased the resentment between our two villages, and neither of us has gained anything. Zhang Yun's suggestion has completely opened up a new way of thinking. Xiao Hyang said excitedly. Good, since both team leaders agree with my proposal, then we can go back to our villages now. Tomorrow morning, the villagers of both villages will go to the river island together to catch mergansers. Finally, the villagers of both villages will share the mergansers and the eggs equally. How about that? Zhang Yun immediately shared his idea. Okay, good. Both captains agreed. Chapter 215 First Visit Home. Wang Yunhui wants to build a new house. Tang Tianatian's daytime job as a film projectionist was quite easy. In the afternoon, Tang Tiantian rode her bicycle to Kushui Commune. Instead of going to the commune compound, she went to Zhang Dahai's house. A few days earlier, while chasing Tang Tiantian at night, Zhang Dahai's bicycle suddenly went out of control and overturned. He had scraped his right leg and sprained his ankle, and had been recuperating at home for the past few days. At this moment, Tang Tianatian's sudden visit to Zhang Dahai's house excited him as he lay in bed. Tian Tian, you've finally come to see me. Zhang Dahai sat up against the headboard, his eyes filled with lust as he saw Tang Tianatian's stunningly beautiful face. In fact, ever since he first saw Tang Tiantian 3 years ago, Zhang Dahai had been thinking about her day and night, her image constantly in his dreams. Starting last year, Zhang Dahai had been relentlessly pursuing Tang Tiantian, using a shameless and persistent approach. Tang Tiantian completely disregarded Zhang Dahai's background and status, refusing to be his friend, driving Zhang Dahai to the brink of emotional collapse. Especially in the past month, Zhang Dahai had lost control, repeatedly attempting to force himself on Tang Tiantian, only to be thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Once, he was chased by 2 red jackals, another time, he lost control of his bicycle and fell, injuring himself. Zhang Dahai felt incredibly unlucky. Of course, both times were orchestrated by Zhang Yun, something Zhang Dahai had never anticipated. Now, on the verge of collapse, Zhang Dahai saw Tang Tiantian come to his house to visit him. A fierce flame of hope ignited within him, his eyes filled with predatory intent. Should he just force himself on Tang Tiantian and put her in bed? This thought flashed through Zhang Dahai's mind, but his sprained ankle hadn't healed. If he dared to rush forward, Tang Tiantian would surely escape, and he would lose everything. Are your injuries any better? Tang Tiantian asked calmly. They're healed, completely healed. Zhang Dahai, of course, wouldn't show weakness in front of Tang Tiantian. He wouldn't admit that the abrasions on his right leg had just scabbed over and would tear open again with the slightest pressure. Tonight, I'm inviting all my friends to hot pot at the Educated Youth Compound. If you're free, come over at 7 o'clock tonight. Tang Tiantian revealed her purpose for coming. As for why Tang Tiantian wanted to invite Zhang Dahai, whom she secretly disliked, she certainly wouldn't reveal it. Her thoughts were deep and she wouldn't easily let anyone notice. Really? You invited me? Okay, I'll definitely be there. This was the first time Tang Tiantian had invited him. Zhang Dahai was overjoyed. He thought Tang Tiantian had finally sensed the sincerity of his pursuit over the past year and had finally moved her, hence the invitation to hot pot. At this moment, Zhang Dahai felt like he was flying. He felt his happy life was about to begin. Okay, I'll wait for you tonight. After getting the answer she wanted, Tang Tianatian's eyes flashed with disgust before she turned and left. At Zhang Bashu and Wang Yuanhui's home, the family was gathered together. Today is Sunday, and the 3 wives who hold public office are all off work. They've all returned to Zhuan village. Zhang Tuanja and Li Yunqin, Zhang Shengli and Wang Lanzi, and Zhang Jianxi and Li Qinghe each sit on one side of the 8 immortal table, while Zhang Bashu and Wang Yuanhui sit at the head of the table. The 3 of you are all back today. Your father and I have already discussed it. Our family will also buy an acre of land in the tea plantation, and will build a new house. Wang Yuanhui speaks resolutely, her expression brooking no argument. Mom, I heard from Tuanja during the day that we have to pay 200 yuan to the brigade for each mu of land used for building a house. We entrusted all our money to you for safekeeping, and now you've lost it all. How are we going to build a house? The eldest daughter-in-law, Li Yunqin, is a nurse at the Kushui Commune Health Center. She earns 30 yuan a month. She has a son who is being raised by her parents, and she gives them 15 yuan a month. Of the remaining 15 yuan, she uses some for herself and gives at least 10 yuan to Wang Yuanhui each month. Today, after returning home, Li Yunqin heard that Wang Yuanhui had lost all the family's money, and she was filled with resentment. As Li Yunqin spoke, the second daughter-in-law, Wang Lanzi, and the third daughter-in-law, Li Qinghe, both frowned at Wang Yuanhui. Although they didn't speak, their feelings were the same as Li Yunqin's. They were also extremely unhappy. At least, none of the 3 daughters-in-law wanted to entrust their money to Wang Yuanhui anymore. When Wang Yuanhui heard this, her face visibly panicked. She hadn't expected her usually obedient eldest daughter-in-law to be the first to confront her. The theft of money will definitely be investigated later, so don't bring it up again. Right now, the most important thing for our family is that the 3 of you are all living separately. This can't continue. Therefore, after discussing it with your father, we need to build a new house. At least we need to ensure that each of you has a large room to live in. The three of you are still young. Although you've each had one child, in this rural area, how can you only have one child? You need at least 3 to 5 children so that our family can prosper in the future. Wang Yuanhui was thick-skinned. Although she sensed the dissatisfaction of her 3 daughters-in-law, she continued to speak calmly, ignoring their resentment. Wang Yuanhui's desire to build a house had 2 objectives. First, as mentioned earlier, she genuinely wanted to end the separation of her 3 sons and their spouses. Second, she wanted to raise the issue of jointly supporting Zhang Guangming and son Mang Xiang with Zhang Zongli's family after the new house was built. Then, even if Zhang Yun brought up the ownership of the 2 rooms again, she wouldn't be afraid. Li Yunqian, Wang Lanzi, and Li Qinghe, upon hearing this, did not immediately object. In fact, the 3 of them also faced this dilemma. As a nurse at a health center, a sales clerk at a supply and marketing cooperative, and a teacher, they had all been separated from their husbands. In their daily work, they were often gossiped about by their colleagues, and their children, born and raised at their parents' homes, also faced various criticisms. This was all because Zhang Bashu's family didn't have enough housing, forcing the 3 couples to live separately, leading to their current situation. If new houses were built, all 3 couples would naturally get their own houses, and then they could bring their children back to live with them, and even have another child. In rural areas in the 1970s, if a couple only had one child, it would be the subject of gossip. Most families had 3 or 5 children, and only child was extremely rare. Mom, how will we solve the money problem for building new houses? Zhang Tuanja noticed that his wife and 2 younger siblings were silent, indicating that the 3 women also wanted new houses, so he took the initiative to ask. Chapter 216 must surpass Zhang Yun. I've discussed the money issue with your father, and it can actually be resolved. We should thank Zhang Yun for providing us with this idea. Wang Yuanhui said calmly. Zhang Tuanja and Li Yunqian, Zhang Shengli and Wang Lanzi, and Zhang Jianxi and Li Qinghe all immediately showed great interest, staring intently at Wang Yuanhui. Your grandparents receive about 10 yuan a month for living expenses, right? Each of your 3 families receives 10 yuan a month, plus your father's work points as the production team leader, which also amount to about 10 yuan a month. That's 40 yuan. Our family earns 50 yuan a month. If we're careful with our spending, saving 25 yuan a month shouldn't be a problem. But the main source of income actually comes from you 3 brothers. You know about the black market at Jiagong Mountain. Zhang Yun can hunt rabbits and sell them there. Why can't you 3 brothers go and catch rabbits yourself? Now the village's hunting teams all go to Jiagong Mountain to catch rabbits. You 3 brothers can follow them. Even if you only catch a few, if you catch 10 rabbits a day, that's at least 30 yuan. If you 3 brothers put in some effort, you can definitely save up 200 yuan for the house plot in a month. At this moment, Wang Yuanhui shared her idea. Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers, Zhang Tuanja, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, all brightened up. Yes, that's definitely a good idea. The 3 brothers, Zhang Tuanja, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, witnessed firsthand the achievements of the 9-man hunting team yesterday. Armed with only a machete, they went into the mountains and killed 2 wild boars and caught 72 rabbits. The 3 brothers were confident in their abilities. They believed that as long as they worked together, catching 10 rabbits a day should be easy. Selling them at the black market in Jiagong Mountain would bring in over 30 yuan a day. That meant that just 10 trips to Jiagong Mountain to catch rabbits would be enough for the 3 brothers to earn enough to buy a house plot. This is a good method. Zhang Tuanja, as the eldest brother, was the first to speak up. Okay, I think it's feasible too. Zhang Shengli shouted excitedly. Great! Zhang Yun became rich through hunting, so we 3 brothers certainly can't be inferior to him. Our wealth will definitely surpass Zhang Yun's in the future. Zhang Jianxi said enthusiastically, looking eager to try. Li Yunqian, Wang Lanzi, and Li Qinghe, after some thought, also agreed with the plan and naturally did not voice their objections. Zhang Bashu looked at his 3 sons with great satisfaction. Zhang Bashu had always been very proud, firstly because he was the eldest son and received his parents' favor, and secondly because he had 3 sons who had brought him honor. Now, seeing his 3 sons working together, Zhang Bashu seemed to see a near future where their wealth surpassed Zhang Yun's, allowing him to use this to suppress his 2 younger brothers, Zhang Zongli and Zhang Jiawu. Good, if you 3 brothers can work together, you'll definitely surpass Zhang Yun. This morning, I went to the blacksmith and had 3 machetes forged. These should be enough to deal with the wild animals in the mountains. Wang Yuanhui was very happy to see her 3 sons follow her advice, and then took out 3 brand new machetes from under the table. The tips of these machetes were curved like crescent moons. If they were used to cut a wild animal, they could certainly cleave its body. Okay. Tomorrow, the 3 of us brothers will go to Jiming Mountain. As long as the 3 of us don't venture too far into Jiming Mountain, and only stay on the outskirts, we shouldn't encounter any wild beasts. Zhang Tuanja, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi took their respective machetes and said confidently, After resolving the conflict between Juan village and Baizhu village, Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran Suro directly to the new house in Shashan. After a day of construction, the roof beams of all the rooms were in place. The roof tiles for the 5 rooms at the back were also laid down. The front courtyard wall had been reinforced to a height of 2 meters. Second brother-in-law Wu Suanong, who had been supervising the work all day, was exhausted and nearly collapsed. He sat in the shade, eating a roasted sweet potato. When he saw Zhang Yun arrive in a Sumanling sedan chair, Wu Suanong stood up again. "Brother-in-law, you've come back quite a few times today. This time, you even came before dark." Wu Suanong joked. Indeed, for the past few days, Zhang Yun hadn't come to the new house once during the day, always busy outside. But today, Zhang Yun came over at noon with a small suro, and now, a little after 5, he's here again, quite different from before. Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't say that he'd already set up 3 spatial passages, and with the suro's rapid speed, he'd covered many places in a day. "Brother-in-law, you've worked hard." Zhang Yun replied with a smile, then took 2 watermelons from a cloth bag hanging on the saddle. Yes, the 2 watermelons from the wild watermelon vine he'd found on Jiming Mountain, after being transported at 15 times the speed of time, had grown to the size of a head and were ripe. Seeing that the villagers who had been building the house were about to finish work and come over for dinner, Zhang Yun thought he'd share the 2 watermelons, then collect the seeds so he could grow watermelons in the spiritual spring space later. "Watermelons. Brother-in-law, you're really amazing. You actually managed to buy watermelons." Wu Suanong was used to the surprises Zhang Yun brought him, but seeing that Zhang Yun had actually produced 2 watermelons, he was once again astonished. After all, at this time, Hunan province didn't have the habit of growing watermelons. Only a few people would grow a few watermelon vines on their private plots, and those were just for their own consumption, not for sale in the market. Therefore, most people had never eaten watermelons. "Brother-in-law, after the villagers finish dinner, everyone can have a slice of watermelon. Oh, and by the way, don't throw away the watermelon seeds they spit out, collect them all. I'm going to find a piece of land in the mountains to grow watermelons on a large scale." Zhang Yun placed the watermelons on the pergola and said with a smile. This statement also laid the groundwork for Zhang Yun to provide a large quantity of watermelons later. He was definitely going to grow watermelons in the spirit spring space, so having several watermelons a day would be no problem at all. Okay, I got it." Wu Suanong agreed quickly. Zhang Zongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, Zhang Yanli, and Lu Wanwan, and other family members had already prepared dinner. The 50 villagers who had built the house also washed and dried their hands and feet, and one by one came to the shed to enjoy their dinner. When everyone saw the 2 large watermelons, their expressions of surprise were exactly the same as Wu Suanong's. Chapter 217 Educated Youth Gathering, Drinking Wine. Around 6:30 p.m., in the Educated Youth Compound. Today, Tang Tiantian invited 20 close male and female educated youth from the compound. They gathered in the courtyard, set up 2 large iron pots, and started cooking a soup. Tang Tiantian used a month's salary to buy a large quantity of vegetables from various villages, 3 large grass carp from a villager, and even 2 wild rabbits from a hunter. It could be said that Tang Tiantian had prepared a lavish meal, wanting everyone to enjoy it. Only when everyone was happy could Tang Tiantian easily implement her plans. Han Suame, Ye Wenzi, and Liao Yuanxiang, her roommates, were naturally going to join in. After returning from the production team, the 3 women helped Tang Tiantian wash the vegetables, cut the grass carp and rabbits, and prepare all the ingredients. Now, 8 male and 12 female educated youth, rarely gathered together, sat around the 2 large iron pots, excitedly chatting and discussing. Tang Tiantian kept glancing towards the courtyard gate, waiting for Zhang Dahai to appear. Tonight's plan depended on Zhang Dahai. Sure enough, Tang Tiantian wasn't disappointed. Before 7 o'clock, a bicycle bell rang on the street outside the courtyard, and then Zhang Dahai rode his bicycle into the compound. Zhang Dahai. A male educated youth recognized Zhang Dahai. He knew Zhang Dahai worked at the commune's post office. "Tang, you invited Zhang Dahai too?" Immediately, one of the female educated youths looked at Tang Tiantian with a gossipy eye and asked with a smile. The implication was clear: were Tang Tiantian and Zhang Dahai in a relationship? Otherwise, why would Tang Tiantian invite Zhang Dahai over? "Oh, Zhang Dahai is the commune secretary's nephew and works at the post office. We should all treat him well tonight." Tang Tiantian said something meaningful. Tang Tiantian didn't care about other speculations about her relationship with Zhang Dahai. Once tonight was over, she could not only disrupt Han Suame and Zhang Yun's relationship, but also get rid of Zhang Dahai's entanglement. Sure enough, after hearing Tang Tianatian's words, the 20 male and female educated youths became serious. Knowing Zhang Dahai's identity and background, they naturally dared not offend him. If these educated youth wanted to return to the city, they would need the approval of the Kushui commune, and the commune secretary had the power to decide their fate. Then, all the educated youth stood up, welcoming Zhang Dahai as if he were a leader on an inspection tour. Zhang Dahai's right leg injury hadn't healed, but seeing the 20 educated youth showing him such respect made him quite proud. He straightened his right leg over the bicycle seat and dismounted with a flourish. This straightened right leg posture caused Zhang Dahai excruciating pain, but he forced himself to suppress a cry and walked with a smile to the large iron pot. Moreover, Zhang Dahai was carrying 2 bottles of Beiju, Chinese liquor. In the 1970s, the Beiju sold by the Hunan Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperatives mainly consisted of Beizhe, Zuyeking, and Handong Master Liquor. The 2 bottles of Beiju that Zhang Dahai carried were Zuyeking liquor. This Zuyeking liquor, brewed with Fenjiu as its base and blended with various Chinese medicinal herbs, possesses a unique, refreshing aroma and is widely popular due to its excellent quality. Zhang Dahai's family background meant he didn't need to buy liquor from the supply and marketing cooperative, he had a large stock at home. Naturally, Zhang Dahai had his own calculations in bringing these 2 bottles of Zuyeking liquor. Zhang Dahai was determined to get Tang Tiantian drunk tonight, and then he could take the opportunity to do what he wanted. Zhang Dahai thought that once he had the deed done, given Tang Tianation's pride, she wouldn't dare tell anyone, and she would have no choice but to submit to him. It's rare for us all to get together, so tonight we must drink to our heart's content. Zhang Dahai, enduring the pain in his right leg, forced himself to sit down and shouted loudly. The other educated youths, not daring to offend Zhang Dahai, all echoed his sentiments and sat down. Zhang Dahai, along with Tang Tiantian, Han Suimei, Ye Wenzi, Liao Yuanxiang, and 4 others, sat around an iron pot. He opened 2 bottles of Beiju, Chinese liquor, and poured himself a small glass. Then, Zhang Dahai handed the bottles to Tang Tiantian. Tang's hiking, I've come today because you invited me. Everyone must finish these 2 bottles. Not drinking is disrespecting Zhang Dahai. Tang's hiking, fill everyone's glasses. Zhang Dahai took the initiative and said loudly. Tang Tiantian wanted to hear this. She pretended to be hesitant and filled everyone's glasses. Han Suimei doesn't usually drink and has a low alcohol tolerance, but facing Zhang Dahai's pressure and out of respect for Tang Tiantian, she could only endure it and accepted a glass. The others at the table greeted him with smiles, showing Zhang Dahai considerable respect. After Tang Tiantian filled everyone's glasses, Zhang Dahai smiled contentedly. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being above everyone else. You educated youth who came to our Kushui commune have all made great contributions, he said. Before we begin the meal, I'd like to raise a glass and wish you all happiness every day for the rest of your educated youth days. Zhang Dahai was used to drinking parties and spoke quite skillfully. Seeing Zhang Dahai raise his glass, regardless of their true feelings, everyone had to give him face and raise their glasses as well. Zhang Dahai decisively downed his glass. Seeing this, how could the others not finish theirs? Even those who didn't drink, regardless of gender, all forced themselves to drink it in one gulp. Han Suimei genuinely didn't want to drink, but being kind-hearted, she couldn't stand out after everyone had finished their drinks. Furthermore, Han Suimei had considered that, whether out of respect for Tang Tiantian as the hostess or to consider whether marrying Zhang Yun would cause him trouble, she felt she had to finish her drink and give Zhang Dahai face. Seeing that all the young men and women at the table had finished their drinks, Zhang Dahai smiled happily. At the same time, Zhang Dahai glanced around and knew who at the table couldn't drink. Tang Tiantian and Han Suimei, those 2 women couldn't drink. Meanwhile, Tang Tianation's mind was racing with calculations. Just now, while drinking, she deliberately coughed a few times, spitting out the alcohol. She was intentionally feigning an inability to drink. Tang Tiantian actually had a high alcohol tolerance. She could drink a pound of Beiju, a type of Chinese liquor, and remain sober. To carry out her plan, Tang Tiantian deliberately pretended to be unable to drink. Tang, thank you for inviting me to the educated youth gathering. I'd like to toast you. Zhang Dahai's goal for tonight was to get Tang Tiantian drunk. Upon discovering that Tang Tiantian couldn't drink, Zhang Dahai was overjoyed. He immediately found an excuse, raised his glass, and offered a toast. As the hostess tonight, Tang Tiantian naturally couldn't refuse. But just as Tang Tiantian raised the glass to her lips, she suddenly coughed, as if unable to bear the pungent smell of the alcohol. Dahai, I really can't drink anymore. How about I have my friends toast you instead? Tang Tiantian feigned reluctance and pleaded earnestly. Chapter 218. Wanting to sleep, but unable to. Tiantian can't drink, let's all have a drink with brother Dahai. Hearing Tang Tiantian's words, her roommate Ye Wenzi, always loyal, immediately spoke up. Tang Tiantian had planned all of this. She knew Ye Wenzi's character all too well and knew she would definitely stand up for her. With Ye Wenzi covering for her, Han Suimei could get drunk a few more drinks. Yes, Tang Tiantian's purpose in inviting so many people to Hot Pot today was to get Han Suimei and Zhang Dahai drunk. Then, Tang Tiantian would find a way to get Zhang Dahai and Han Suimei to sleep in the same bed. Thus, Tang Tiantian would bring people to the dormitory and announce to everyone that Zhang Dahai and Han Suimei were sleeping in the same bed. Once outsiders saw Zhang Dahai and Han Suimei sleeping in the same bed, Tang Tiantian could achieve 2 goals simultaneously. First, to break up Han Suomei and Zhang Yun's marriage. Second, to get rid of Zhang Dahai's pursuit. At this moment, Ye Wenzi shouted out a word, and the other educated youths at the table echoed her, each raising their glasses. Seeing this, Zhang Dahai, of course, wouldn't put on airs too much at the table, nor could he force Tang Tiantian to drink. Seeing everyone raising their glasses in a toast, Zhang Dahai chuckled and then readily downed a glass of wine. Just as Han Suomei finished her glass, she felt a burning sensation within her, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. But with everyone having drunk their share and looking at her, Han Suomei couldn't refuse them, so she forced herself to finish the glass she had just poured. With just that one glass, Han Suomei felt her body swaying slightly. She truly couldn't withstand the impact of the alcohol, and her consciousness began to blur. Tian, I'm drunk, I have to excuse myself. Han Suomei felt as if her stomach was on fire. The feeling was so unbearable that she felt she was going to die if she didn't get some sleep. Seeing this, Tang Tiantian knew Han Suomei was indeed drunk after just 2 drinks, and she was naturally overjoyed. I'll help Suomei to her room to rest. Wenzi, Yuan Xiang, you two take care of everyone. Immediately, Tang Tiantian seized the opportunity, feigning drunkenness, and helped Han Suomei towards the dormitory. While Zhang Dahai chatted and laughed with the other educated youths, his eyes remained fixed on Tang Tiantian until she entered the dormitory. Naturally, Zhang Dahai also remembered Tang Tianatian's dormitory. This fish is so fresh, so delicious. Ye Wenzi, who had begun helping Tang Tiantian take care of the other educated youths, exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, this grass carp doesn't seem to be from an ordinary fish pond. It looks like it was raised in a clear stream. The meat is so tender. A knowledgeable male educated youth nodded repeatedly. This rabbit meat is delicious too. Liao Yuanxiang also began to act as the hostess, serving the other educated youths on behalf of Tang Tiantian. Yes, it's been a long time since I've had meat. This rabbit meat is really delicious. The male educated youth chimed in again. Zhang Dahai was busy dealing with the flattering words of the other educated youths, but his eyes kept scanning Tang Tianatian's dormitory, mentally calculating the time. 3 minutes had passed, and Tang Tiantian still hadn't emerged from the dormitory. At this point, Zhang Dahai was certain that Tang Tiantian was already drunk and asleep. So, his opportunity had arrived. Everyone, I need to use the restroom. Zhang Dahai seized the opportunity, getting up and saying. The other educated youths didn't suspect anything. After all, Zhang Dahai had indeed drunk a few drinks, and needing to use the restroom was perfectly normal. So, Zhang Dahai walked towards the restroom, indeed relieved himself there, and then, under the cover of night, surprisingly made his way to Tang Tianatian's dormitory. Inside the dormitory, after helping Han Suomei into the room, Tang Tiantian placed the already drunken Han Suomei on the bed, even removing her outer garment, leaving her only in a vest. Han Suomei's bed was by the window, and the moonlight filtering through the paper window pane created a hazy glow, making her snow-white arms vaguely visible in the dim light. Tang Tiantian, under the cover of night, had already crouched down and slowly left the dormitory, hiding behind a tree in front of the dormitory across the street. Naturally, when Zhang Dahai stealthily appeared and was about to sneak into the dormitory, Tang Tianatian's lips curled into a smile. She immediately turned back and returned to the hot pot table, chatting and laughing with the other educated youth. Coincidentally, Zhang Yun appeared at the entrance of the educated youth compound on his summonling antelope. He saw the educated youth sitting around 2 tables in the courtyard. Zhang Yun glanced around and, noticing Han Suomei wasn't among them, didn't think much of it. He immediately jumped off the summonling antelope and walked towards the group. When Tang Tiantian saw Zhang Yun appear at this moment, her eyes lit up. Perfect. If Zhang Yun were to see Zhang Dahai and Han Suomei sleeping together, there would be no need for anyone else to relay the news. They could be immediately proven to be having an affair, and their marriage would certainly be off. Zhang Yun, you've come at the perfect time. Come and have a drink. Tang Tiantian, as the hostess, greeted him warmly. The other educated youths, seeing Zhang Yun riding a strange, unrecognizable creature, expressed surprise and envy. Seeing Tang Tianatian's enthusiasm, Zhang Yun felt a strange unease. Others might not know Tang Tianatian's thoughts, but Zhang Yun knew them all too well. Having lived a lifetime in his previous life, he was well aware of Tang Tianatian's deep thoughts and cunning schemes. Tang Tianatian's unusual enthusiasm at this moment gave Zhang Yun a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Where is Suomei? Zhang Yun, too lazy to waste words with the other educated youths, asked directly. Suomei, she just had some drinks and went back to her dorm to sleep. At this moment, Ye Wenzi, always so enthusiastic, chimed in first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately headed towards the dorm. I'll go with you. Tang Tiantian didn't mind Zhang Yun ignoring her, she could tolerate this neglect now. Just as Zhang Yun reached the dorm door, he sensed some unusual activity inside. Zhang Dahai was inside. He went in for 2 minutes and quickly spotted Han Suomei sleeping. In the dim light, Zhang Dahai didn't recognize Han Suomei, he assumed it was Tang Tiantian. He tried to walk over and pounce on her. However, a wild rabbit suddenly darted out of the dormitory and bit Zhang Dahai's foot. Furthermore, 3 rats emerged from some hole and also bit Zhang Dahai's other foot. Attacked by 4 wild animals, Zhang Dahai, in excruciating pain, flailed his legs, trying to shake off the rabbit and rats. But the rabbit and 3 rats persisted, relentlessly attacking Zhang Dahai. Thus, in the dim light, Zhang Dahai was constantly attacked, frantically trying to defend himself. The scene Zhang Yun had sensed earlier was exactly what happened in the dormitory, Zhang Dahai being attacked by 4 wild animals. Chapter 219. We absolutely cannot let them get married. Zhang Yun, I've come to open the door. When Tang Tiantian was at the door, she heard Zhang Dahai waving his arms and legs inside the dormitory, making incessant wah noises. She assumed he was committing some animalistic act. Naturally, Tang Tiantian wanted Zhang Yun to witness Zhang Dahai doing something shameful to Han Suomei. At this moment, Zhang Yun had already guessed what was going on. There was definitely something Tang Tiantian was up to. The dormitory door opened easily. Then, the scene Tang Tiantian had been expecting didn't happen. She saw Zhang Dahai waving and jumping around like a madman, acting like a lunatic. When Zhang Yun arrived, the rabbit that had been guarding Han Suomei jumped onto the bed, it stopped attacking, and the 3 mice that had been listening in also scurried back into their holes. Tian, what are you doing outside? At that moment, Zhang Dahai saw Tang Tian at the door in the moonlight. He exclaimed in shock, forgetting the excruciating pain in his foot. With just that one cry, Zhang Yun was certain that tonight's educated youth gathering was arranged by Tang Tian. She was targeting Han Suomei and Tang Dahai. Similarly, Zhang Yun also realized that Tang Tian had taken a liking to him. In his previous life, Tang Tian had been forced into marriage by Zhang Dahai, resulting in pregnancy. Having no other choice, she schemed to marry Zhang Yun. In this life, Zhang Yun hadn't expected his rebirth to alter the plot. This time, Tang Tian had her eye on him and was plotting against Han Suomei to break up their marriage, allowing her to seize power. What are you doing in the dormitory? Han Suomei reacted quickly. Although she hadn't seen Zhang Dahai and Han Suomei embracing, she intentionally guided Zhang Yun's thinking, making him mistakenly believe that Zhang Dahai and Han Suomei were having an affair. Zhang Yun stood there quietly, having already seen through everything, and just wanted to see how Han Suomei and Zhang Dahai would handle the situation. I was drunk. I went to the restroom and accidentally wandered into this dormitory. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Zhang Dahai immediately panicked. Naturally, Zhang Dahai couldn't admit that he wanted to take advantage of Tang Tian, so he quickly came up with an excuse to cover it up. Don't try to fool me. Tell the truth, did you have other intentions? Tang Tian wasn't about to let Zhang Dahai off the hook. She continued to try to lead Zhang Yun to think of other things. It really is a misunderstanding, Tian, you have to believe me. Zhang Dahai had already stepped forward, looking at Tang Tian with pitiful eyes, pleading repeatedly. Zhang Yun watched calmly from the side, suppressing a laugh. The 2 women were talking past each other. Zhang Dahai had designs on Tang Tian, but he didn't dare say it aloud. Han Suomei, on the other hand, wanted to use this incident to make Zhang Yun misunderstand that Zhang Dahai and Han Suomei were having an affair. You 2, move aside. Zhang Yun had no more interest in watching their performance. He pushed past them and went into the dormitory. He found himself in front of Han Suomei's bed, watching her sleeping peacefully. Luckily I left the rabbit and mouse here, otherwise you would have been in real trouble, Zhang Yun said with a hint of anger in his voice. This time, Tang Tian had plotted to frame Han Suomei and Zhang Dahai. Zhang Yun had already deduced the situation, but he couldn't confirm it was Tang Tian's scheme. However, Zhang Yun already knew Tang Tian was a scheming woman and would definitely find an opportunity to retaliate. Whether it was being a sucker in his previous life or Tang Tian framing Han Suomei in this life, Zhang Yun would never forgive Tang Tian. At this moment, Zhang Yun picked up the water glass from the bedside table, immediately took out a cup of spiritual spring water, and then helped Han Suomei up. The cup of spiritual spring water immediately neutralized the alcohol in Han Suomei's system. Han Suomei quickly regained consciousness. Zhang Yun, what are you doing here? Han Suomei was unaware of what had just happened. She had just woken up and found Zhang Yun embracing her, and she was only wearing a vest. They were completely skin to skin. She was incredibly shy. You can't drink, so why are you drinking? Seeing Han Suomei trying to pull away from his embrace, Zhang Yun held her tighter, asking with concern. Tian finally treated everyone to hot pot, how could I refuse her? Han Suomei replied cautiously, her cheeks flushed. She was already a little tipsy, and now, feeling Zhang Yun's masculine aura, her heart was in turmoil. From now on, you can boldly refuse anything you don't want to do, no matter who it is. You don't have to give face to anyone. Do you understand? Your man is your strength. Zhang Yun suddenly said seriously. Hearing these domineering words, Han Suomei was momentarily stunned. Then, she gazed at Zhang Yun, a wave of emotion washing over her. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around the back of Zhang Yun's neck, offering her cherry-like lips. These words completely captivated Han Sume. At that moment, she wanted to give herself to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun responded enthusiastically, greedily savoring the warmth of her lips. Tang Tiantian was arguing with Zhang Dahai at the door when she caught a glimpse of the situation inside the dormitory in the moonlight. She froze, her mind reeling. How could this be so completely different from what she had imagined? Zhang Yun didn't suspect Han Sume at all. Instead, he offered her warm words of comfort, and their relationship seemed to have deepened. This was not what Tang Tiantian wanted to see. No, I absolutely can't let them get together. Tomorrow is Monday, and all departments in the commune will be working as usual. If Zhang Yun and Han Sume register their marriage, it will be even harder for me to break them up. Luckily I prepared a backup plan today. I've already sent a telegram to Han Sume's parents, telling them that Han Sume is keeping her marriage a secret from them. I think Han Sume's parents will definitely send a telegram tomorrow, informing the commune's civil affairs department. At this moment, various thoughts surged through Tang Tianatian's mind. Of course, she wouldn't let Han Sume marry Zhang Yun. Zhang Dahai also saw the scene in the dormitory, and he even had a somewhat envious look on his face. However, when Zhang Dahai calmed down, he realized that his feet had been bitten to a pulp. He didn't know how many times rabbits and mice had bitten him. His calves were covered in bloody wounds. No, the scab on my right leg has torn off too. I have to go to the clinic to treat the wound. I can't let it get infected. Zhang Dahai broke out in a cold sweat. He was terrified. So, Zhang Dahai immediately started walking with difficulty, without even saying goodbye to the other educated youth eating hot pot, and quickly rode his bicycle away from the educated youth compound. Chapter 220. I'll keep watch alone. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon to go to Kushui commune. We'll register our marriage tomorrow. Zhang Yun and Han Sume kissed for a few minutes, almost losing control, when Tang Tiantian, who had been standing outside, coughed, and they separated. Zhang Yun seemed to be intentionally trying to annoy Tang Tiantian. As soon as their lips parted, he loudly said, I'll do whatever you say. Han Sume replied shyly, her heart filled with sweet joy. Alright, you continue to rest, I'm going back. Zhang Yun stood up. With the rabbit and 3 mice guarding him, Zhang Yun was quite at ease and not worried about Tang Tiantian plotting anything. Just as Zhang Yun closed the door again and stood in front of Tang Tiantian, he said calmly, I'll settle things with you later about tonight. Without giving Tang Tiantian a chance to reply, Zhang Yun strode away. Tang Tianatian's body stiffened upon hearing this. She realized that Zhang Yun might have guessed something. However, Tang Tiantian also knew that her plan tonight was very subtle. Without any evidence, it was all just Zhang Yun's speculation. Therefore, Tang Tiantian remained confident that as long as she broke up Han Sume and Zhang Yun's marriage, she would still have a chance to get close to Zhang Yun and win him over. Zhang Yun went to the courtyard, greeted the 2 tables of educated youth eating hot pot, and then leaped onto Su Menling's back. Su Menling let out a whoosh and took off running, disappearing like the wind. In just 2 minutes, Su Menling had brought Zhang Yun back to the bridal chamber. Upon arriving at the pergola, Zhang Yun saw 2 candles lit there and 2 figures standing there. It was his father, Zhang Zongli, and his second brother-in-law, Wu Xuanong. Dad, brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Zhang Yun asked, somewhat surprised. The 2 candles were made from fruit picked from a tree. Once lit, their light illuminated the entire pergola. Actually, after resolving the conflict between Beizu village and Juan village earlier that day, Zhang Yun had gone home first and obtained over 30 candles. Therefore, Zhang Yun's family was not short of candles. The brigade leader came to our house. He's worried that the villagers of Beizu village might sneak into the river island at night to hunt mergansers, so he sent a hunting team of 9 men to patrol the river island. The brigade leader is worried about these 9 men, so he came to our house and had the 2 of us stand guard at the new house, while you go to the river island to secretly help the hunting team of 9 men. Zhang Zongli replied truthfully. After hearing this, Zhang Yun understood the reason. Although Zhang Yun had resolved the conflict between the 2 villages that afternoon, Zhang Yaowei was still somewhat worried. What if Beizu village sent villagers to swim to the river island overnight and catch the mergansers? Then, the next morning, when the villagers from both villages went to the river island to catch ducks, Juan village wouldn't get many mergansers to go around. The brigade leader is really thoughtful. Alright, I'll go check the river island. Zhang Yun thought that the new house was surrounded by spotted cats and pythons, so he didn't need to worry about Zhang Zongli and Wu Xuanong being attacked by wild animals, and he felt relieved. Moreover, Zhang Yun had long wanted to go to the Kushui River bridge to catch fish, to catch all the big fish in the reservoir formed by the dam. Since he had the opportunity, Zhang Yun wanted to catch some fish under the cover of night to further increase his speed points. So, without even landing, Zhang Yun immediately rode his Sumatran antelope towards the Kushui River. A minute later, the Sumatran antelope galloped like lightning, finally bringing Zhang Yun to the east side of the Kushui River bridge. Zhang Yun's senses were sharp. Even before landing, he spotted a person crouching on the riverbank about 30 meters away, monitoring the river island in the center of the river. At this moment, Zhang Yun understood the 9 members of the Zhuan village hunting team had dispersed, each monitoring a different area, leaving no opportunity for the villagers of Beishu village. Zhang Yun thought for a moment, then had a plan. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, take your 2 cubs and go patrol in the air. Zhang Yun released the 4 eagles from his spiritual spring space. Yes, the 4 eagles captured from Yinshan, 2 large and 2 small, had grown considerably in the 3 days spent in the spiritual spring space, thanks to the 15x time flow enhancement. These 2 eaglets had essentially grown for 45 days, and were now quite large. Zhang Yun controlled Eagle 1 and Eagle 2, and even without using acceleration points to tame the 2 eaglets, he could indirectly control them. Therefore, when the 4 eagles took to the air, they all consciously flew towards the river island and landed on the trees along its bank. With these 4 eagles possessing exceptional night vision, if the villagers of Beishu village were to trespass on the river island at night, Zhang Yun would know immediately. At that point, he wouldn't stand idly by and would definitely punish the villagers. At this moment, Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran antelope to the riverbank about 30 meters away. Uncle Fugui, so you were lying in wait here. Approaching, Zhang Yun didn't need to use his eyes, his extraordinary perception sensed the person's presence and recognized them. Ah, Yun Yazi, you're here. Did the brigade leader send you? Sun Fugui exclaimed, somewhat surprised but overjoyed. With Zhang Yun present, Sun Fugui was certain that if the villagers of Beishu village dared to trespass across the Kushui River Isle at night, Zhang Yun would definitely discover them. After several days of interaction, Sun Fugui had developed an instinctive trust in Zhang Yun. He believed Zhang Yun was omnipotent. Uncle Fugui, go and tell everyone else to go home and rest. I'll guard the Kushui River all by myself. I guarantee the villagers of Beishu village won't be able to swim across the river to the isle, Zhang Yun said with a smile. If the 9 members of the hunting team spent the night lying in wait, they would be exhausted the next morning and wouldn't have the energy to catch mergansers on the riverbank. Sun Fugui, upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, didn't bother to ask why. Okay, uncle will listen to you. Sun Fugui readily agreed and immediately ran along the riverbank to contact the other 8 members of the hunting team. Zhang Yun smiled faintly, then rode his Suro upstream along the riverbank. Soon afterward, Zhang Yun finally selected a spot. The current is gentler here, and the water level is only about 1.5 meters from the riverbed, perfect for fishing. Zhang Yun said casually, then began his familiar fishing techniques. He took out the used fishing net, tied one end to a tree root on the riverbank, and the other end to a log standing in the river, forming a net wall. Then, Zhang Yun swam 5 meters upstream and retrieved a fertilizer bag filled with spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water seeped through the gaps in the fertilizer bag, merging into the river water and flowing downstream. Naturally, the fish in the river, sensing the power of the spiritual spring water, would be driven by their thirst for life to swim upstream, eventually bumping into the fishing net. Chapter 221 Catching a Big Blue Fish. The spiritual spring water seeped from the fertilizer bag, merging with the river water and flowing downstream towards the dam. Because of the dam, the river's surface was quite wide, and the current was slow. Various substances flowing down from upstream settled here, resulting in a rich abundance of fish. Although the spiritual spring water spread slowly downstream, the fish in the surrounding river quickly sensed its energy. They instinctively absorbed it, finding it extremely beneficial to their bodies, experiencing a feeling of comfort throughout their bodies. As a result, large numbers of fish rushed upstream. Zhang Yun's perception was very strong. He could sense the movements of the fish in the river water. Hundreds of fish are rushing towards the net every second. Zhang Yun sensed the activity at the net below and exclaimed with delight. At this moment, Zhang Yun thought for a moment and realized that holding the fertilizer bag was taking up too much time and was not conducive to promptly collecting the fish caught in the net. So, Zhang Yun immediately took out a long wooden pole from his spiritual spring space, pressed it down hard, and forcefully planted it into the riverbed. Then, Zhang Yun tied the fertilizer bag to the pole. This allowed the spiritual spring water inside the fertilizer bag to continue seeping out, merging with the river water and flowing downstream. Freed, Zhang Yun didn't wait any longer and dived into the river, quickly reaching the fishing net. Zhang Yun stopped lifting the net and walked along it in the river, reaching out to touch the fish caught in the net at each spot and instantly collecting them into his spiritual spring space. Acceleration points plus 0.2. Acceleration points plus 0.3. Acceleration points plus 0.5. With each fish collected, Zhang Yun could see the acceleration points changing rapidly. Half an hour later, Zhang Yun himself didn't know how many fish he had collected. He had simply been constantly touching fish. At this moment, the acceleration point is 52.3. In the afternoon, Zhang Yun collected eels from a fish pond, and his acceleration point was only 12.1. Now it's 52.3, meaning that in the past half hour, Zhang Yun has already collected 4,000 jin, 2,000 catties, of fish. That's insane. The feeling of catching fish by hand is incredibly satisfying. Looking at it this way, if I work hard tonight, I have a good chance of breaking through 100 acceleration points. Zhang Yun was overjoyed. If he could catch another 5,000 jin, 2,500 catties, of fish, he could break through 100, and the chances were very high. So, Zhang Yun continued to fill the fertilizer bag with spiritual spring water, ensuring that the spring water constantly seeped out and merged into the river water, continuing to lure the fish in the river to swim towards him. The spiritual spring water's effects were too powerful for the fish. As soon as they drank a sip, they would find their bodies experiencing a strange sense of excitement. Naturally, these fish kept swimming upwards. Zhang Yun's body had also been strengthened by drinking the spiritual spring water daily. He walked in the river for half an hour without feeling any fatigue. Whenever a fish approached, Zhang Yun would simply touch it and store it in his spiritual spring space. At one point, Zhang Yun sensed a large fish approaching 10 meters below. Wow, this fish must weigh at least 50 pounds. Indeed, when Zhang Yun sensed the large fish, he found its body to be enormous, at least a meter long, definitely a huge fish. The giant fish, having grown so large in the winding river, was naturally incredibly experienced and highly wary. It sensed Zhang Yun's presence above, but couldn't resist the allure of the spiritual spring's energy, and it also sensed the rich spiritual energy present here. Therefore, the giant fish tried to bypass Zhang Yun's location, attempting to circle upstream to the fertilizer bag and directly sip the spiritual spring's energy. This fish is quite clever, it actually thought of avoiding me. Zhang Yun had been sensing the giant fish's movements and noticed it swimming towards the center of the river, trying to bypass the net. Naturally, having discovered the giant fish, Zhang Yun wasn't about to let it go easily. Black-tailed snake, I'll have to rely on you again. Zhang Yun shouted, suddenly releasing the mutated black-tailed snake from the spiritual spring space. No matter how wary the giant fish was, it would never have imagined that a spiritual spring space existed in this world, let alone that such a colossal creature as the mutated black-tailed snake existed. A mutated black-tailed snake suddenly appeared beside the large fish, its mouth agape, instantly clamping down on the fish's body, preventing its escape. Zhang Yun quickly swam over, reaching the still struggling fish, and immediately extended his right hand. Upon touching the fish's body, Zhang Yun stored it in his spiritual spring space. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space, where he saw the small pond beneath the giant rock in Area 1. The large fish he had just stored was there. A bluefish. It's a bluefish. Zhang Yun immediately recognized it. Among freshwater fish, there are two extremely special types, the grass carp and the yafish. The yafish is famous for its special treasure inside its head, a bony spur shaped like a sword, with a lifelike hilt, handle, and blade. The other type of grass carp develops a grass carp stone below its occipital bone, near its throat. This stone is primarily formed from keratinized deposits accumulated over time when crushing hard prey such as snails, clams, and mussels. While the grass carp stone may not look particularly attractive when first removed, after polishing, it can become translucent and a pale yellow, as beautiful as Mongolian antelope horn, agate, amber, and beeswax. At this moment, Zhang Yun carefully sensed the area and indeed found a grass carp stone in the throat of this grass carp, though it was only the size of a thumb. After the bluefish entered the spirit spring space, Zhang Yun noticed that his acceleration points had increased by 0.65. This meant the bluefish weighed 65 jin, approximately 32.5 catties, making it a large fish. It seems this reservoir created by the dam still harbors a group of large fish. I believe this bluefish isn't the biggest, there are definitely bigger ones inside. Zhang Yun speculated with absolute certainty. While looking at the bluefish, an idea struck him. Why not tame this bluefish? With its scouting in the Chu River, I can quickly find out how many large fish are in the dam. Once this thought formed, Zhang Yun didn't wait. Add 1 acceleration point to the bluefish. Add 1 acceleration point to the bluefish. Add 1 acceleration point to the bluefish. Having consumed 3 acceleration points, Zhang Yun's consciousness reconnected with the bluefish, meaning he had successfully tamed it. Immediately, Zhang Yun released the bluefish, allowing it to return to the winding river. Go, summon more large fish. This was Zhang Yun's purpose in taming the bluefish, not only to scout the number of large fish in the dam, but primarily to use the bluefish's identity to lure more large fish to the area. Then, Zhang Yun could use the abilities of the mutated black-tailed snake to capture these large fish one by one. Chapter 222 The King of Freshwater, the Mandarin Fish. After catching a large blue carp, Zhang Yun's confidence soared. He wanted to catch more large fish in the Chu River. After all, when people moved into a new house in Hunan province, they would display meat, fish, chicken, and other food as a sign of respect to the master. Zhang Yun's new house would be completed soon, and he naturally wanted to prepare these respectful offerings. Displaying 2 large fish weighing over 100 pounds would be a very impressive thing. After the large blue carp left, Zhang Yun went back to the net and continued to catch fish. Acceleration point 82.4. The spiritual spring water continued to seep out, and the spiritual spring's energy was constantly spreading in the river. Naturally, the fish below never stopped swimming upwards. Zhang Yun's hands moved quickly, constantly catching the fish. Only 20 minutes passed, and the acceleration point reached 82.4, about to break through 100. Just then, Zhang Yun's perception detected another large fish about 40 meters below. As soon as the first large fish appeared, another large fish followed, and then more. Could it be that the big grass carp has summoned all the big fish from the dam? Zhang Yun had this thought as he sensed these large fish rushing upstream one by one. It must be the grass carp's doing. At this moment, Zhang Yun waited quietly, sensing the movements of the large fish. The first large fish to rush up was a large grass carp. It was unknown how long it had grown in the Chu River, but it was definitely over 50 pounds. The grass carp was less alert. It rushed directly towards the fertilizer bags, unsurprisingly crashing into the fishing net. However, the fishing net posed no problem for fish under 10 pounds, but it couldn't catch a fish over 50 pounds. The large grass carp, finding its fins caught in the net, struggled to escape. Zhang Yun, who had been keeping watch nearby, knew perfectly well that the large grass carp could easily escape the net with a little effort. Just as the fish swung its tail, Zhang Yun's right hand reached out. Perfectly, Zhang Yun's right hand touched the grass carp's tail, and with a thought of retract, he collected the fish into his spiritual spring space. A large carp following behind also crashed into the net. Its mouth touched the net, and sensing the foreign object, it instinctively tried to twist and jump. Zhang Yun's divine hand again reached out, touched the carp's body, and collected it into his spiritual spring space. Following behind was another large fish of unknown species. Extremely alert, upon noticing the sudden disappearance of the grass carp and carp, it sank to the bottom of the river, quietly waiting, intending to scout the area before deciding whether to continue swimming upstream. After all, the spiritual spring here was incredibly rich in energy. Even a casual sip of the river water contained a trace of its spiritual energy. What an incredibly alert fish! But thinking that hiding will allow it to escape my catch is wishful thinking. Zhang Yun couldn't help but sigh as he sensed the large fish's movements. Suddenly, the mutated black-tailed snake emerged from the spiritual spring space. It landed directly on the riverbed where the large fish was, its mouth snapping shut and clamping down on the fish. The fish struggled fiercely, but it was no match for the snake's grip. The mutated snake straightened its body, its head reaching Zhang Yun's side, bringing the large fish within his reach. Naturally, Zhang Yun immediately reached out with his right hand and collected the fish into his spiritual spring space. Schools of various large fish continued to rush towards the net, constantly colliding with it. Zhang Yun, like a diligent bee, swam back and forth, touching each of the charging fish and collecting them into his spiritual spring space. After collecting another large grass carp, Zhang Yun glanced at his spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 97.5. Only 2.5 points away from 100. These big fish, the lightest of them weighs at least 30 pounds, it's so satisfying. That big blue carp, I don't know how it summoned it, it actually brought so many big fish here. Zhang Yun was overjoyed. The thrill of constantly catching big fish was exhilarating. He felt completely absorbed, as if his body was floating on air. He had already caught at least 30 big fish. Soon, Zhang Yun sensed the presence of another big fish 40 meters downstream. Its body was enormous, much larger than the 30-odd fish he had caught before. This is a kingfish weighing over 100 pounds. Zhang Yun was overjoyed after sensing the large fish. Finally, he had encountered a kingfish. This large fish was nearly 1.5 meters long, its body shaped like a shuttle, with a conical head and a sharp, hard bony protrusion at the tip of its lower jaw that fits into a depression at the front of its upper jaw. It had small eyes and no barbels. When the fish was about 10 meters away from the net, Zhang Yun's senses became even clearer, and he finally recognized its species. This is a mandarin fish, the king of freshwater. Zhang Yun exclaimed inwardly. Mandarin fish have a high natural yield and are one of the large economic fish species in rivers and lakes. Their flesh is of excellent quality and edible, making them a large, high-grade edible fish. Mandarin fish are extremely ferocious. Once they catch another fish, few escape. They are often regarded as snakes by fishermen. Zhang Yun was no longer surprised. In the reservoir formed by the dam, the mandarin fish was an absolute ferocity. It was invincible among the abundant fish species here, constantly feeding to grow to over 100 pounds. I must catch this mandarin fish. Once I catch it, I can take it to other rivers and lakes. Its presence will drive away the other fish. I just need to set up the nets, and the panicked fish will come into the traps, allowing me to catch them in abundance. After confirming the identity of the mandarin fish, Zhang Yun was determined to catch it. The mandarin fish sensed Zhang Yun's presence above it and stopped swimming forward. It maintained a distance of 10 meters. Zhang Yun thought for a moment. If he suddenly released the mutated black-tailed snake, its sudden attack might bite the mandarin fish, but the mandarin fish was no ordinary creature and would definitely break free. making it difficult to lure it out again. Therefore, he either shouldn't deal with this mandarin fish at all, or if he did, he had to succeed. Then, I'll use another method. Zhang Yun considered it. He didn't dare release the mutated black-tailed snake directly. He felt the sneak attack wouldn't be enough to catch the mandarin fish in one fell swoop. After all, this was the king of freshwater, the mandarin fish. Suddenly, Zhang Yun thought of a good idea. He actually swam to the riverbank and went ashore. Chapter 223 The Giant Blue Carp, the Giant Mandarin Fish, and the Fourth Spatial Passage. Zhang Yun went ashore and stood there quietly, holding his breath, completely motionless. In the darkness, Zhang Yun's actions made him seem almost invisible. The large mandarin fish could sense Zhang Yun's presence in the water, but now that he was on the shore and completely still, even his breathing had stopped, it couldn't sense him at all in the darkness. However, the large mandarin fish was still cautious. It patiently lay motionless on the bottom, still wary of Zhang Yun returning. After about a minute, the large mandarin fish still hadn't detected Zhang Yun's movement. Finally, unable to resist the temptation of the spiritual spring's energy, it swam upwards. When it encountered the net, although its scales caught on the mesh, the large mandarin fish easily flicked its tail and broke free. It continued its journey towards the fertilizer bags above. Zhang Yun, on the shore, had been sensing the giant mandarin fish's movements. Seeing it rush past the net and head towards the fertilizer bag, Zhang Yun's mind clicked instantly. Mutant black-tailed snake, take me to catch fish. With this mental command, the massive body of the mutated black-tailed snake appeared on the shore. It opened its mouth and bit Zhang Yun's body, then its enormous body, like a powerful spring, surged towards the fertilizer bag. Naturally, Zhang Yun's body was also carried to the fertilizer bag by the mutated black-tailed snake. As soon as the giant mandarin fish reached the fertilizer bag, it sensed the rich spiritual energy within. Overjoyed, it tried to bite through the bag and swallow the spiritual energy whole. But at that moment, the mutated black-tailed snake, still biting Zhang Yun's body, charged directly to the fertilizer bag, while Zhang Yun's hands opened, simultaneously reaching for the giant mandarin fish. The giant mandarin fish sensed the terrifying aura of the mutated black-tailed snake. It tried to turn around instantly, but it was too late. Zhang Yun's hands touched the giant mandarin fish's body. Instantly, the giant mandarin fish vanished, landing in the pond beneath the giant rock in Spirit Spring Space Number 1. Upon entering the pond, the giant mandarin fish became ferocious and violent. Discovering over 20 large fish around it, it unleashed its fury on them. Then, the mandarin fish began a frenzied pursuit, tearing at the large fish. Its thick teeth could instantly pierce through their bodies, tearing off large chunks of flesh. The other large fish also possessed some ferocity, but they were no match for the giant mandarin fish's attacks and died one after another. In just a short time, the giant mandarin fish had killed all the large fish, and then it began to revel in their flesh and blood. Zhang Yun's consciousness watched the giant mandarin fish's behavior, and he was deeply shocked. If I didn't have the spirit spring space and the protection of the mutated black-tailed snake, I would have been bitten to death if I encountered a mandarin fish like that. Seeing the giant mandarin fish feasting on the flesh and blood of other large fish, Zhang Yun felt a chill of fear. However, now that the giant mandarin fish had entered the spirit spring space, Zhang Yun was naturally no longer afraid. Excellent! With this ferocious giant mandarin fish, I'll have a powerful helper when I go fishing in the great rivers and lakes in the future. Zhang Yun said with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness turned to the numbers above the boulder. Acceleration points, 98.8. The acceleration point increased by 1.3 from 97.5 to 98.8, meaning this giant mandarin fish weighed 130 jin, approximately 65 catties. In his previous life, Zhang Yun had heard of people catching giant freshwater fish weighing 4 or 500 jin, approximately 200 to 250 catties. This giant mandarin fish, at 130 jin, was much lighter than those giant freshwater fish. However, Zhang Yun was still confident that the mandarin fish's ferocity would allow it to hunt down freshwater fish weighing 4 or 500 jin. Zhang Yun liked this giant mandarin fish very much, so naturally he wouldn't wait any longer. Add 1 acceleration point to the giant mandarin fish. Add 1 acceleration point to the giant mandarin fish. Add 1 acceleration point to the giant mandarin fish. Add 1 acceleration point to the giant mandarin fish. Add 1 acceleration point to the giant mandarin fish. It took 5 acceleration points for Zhang Yun's consciousness to connect with the giant mandarin fish, and only then was he able to tame it. Acceleration points, 93.8. After controlling the giant mandarin fish, Zhang Yun didn't rush to release it to drive the larger fish towards the dam. Zhang Yun let the giant mandarin fish continue to devour the flesh and blood of the larger fish. Except for the 2 large grass carp, the 2 large carp had already been moved to the fish pond in plot number 4 by Zhang Yun. The rest of the large fish had been eaten by the giant mandarin fish. With the nourishment of the rich spiritual spring energy in the space, after this giant mandarin fish finishes eating all the other big fish, its size will definitely expand, and it might even exceed 150 jin, 75 catties. At this moment, Zhang Yun put the mutated black-tailed snake back into his spiritual spring space. He then went back to the net and waited for the fish downstream to swim over. It must be said that the large blue carp was very effective. No one knew how many places it had swum to, but a large number of fish were constantly swimming upstream. Therefore, whenever fish under 10 jin, 5 catties, got caught in the net, Zhang Yun would immediately reach out and put them into his spiritual spring space. However, some larger fish, even if they managed to get through the net, couldn't escape the mutated black-tailed snake's pursuit. Another half hour passed. After Zhang Yun's consciousness returned to the spirit spring space, he discovered that the acceleration points had finally surpassed 100. Acceleration points, 100.5. That was exhausting. Zhang Yun's consciousness saw the newly appeared void behind the acceleration points and said, weary yet excited. This meant that Zhang Yun could now set up the fourth spatial passage. At this point, Zhang Yun also noticed that the number of fish swimming upstream was dwindling, only a few were surfacing sporadically. From this, Zhang Yun understood that the large fish at the dam had been mostly caught. I can't possibly catch all the fish in the entire dam area. I need to leave some fry so that the fish population in the Chu River can recover next year. Zhang Yun smiled faintly. So, Zhang Yun put away the net and the fertilizer bag into his spiritual spring space. That night, he obtained a large blue carp and a large mandarin fish, and his speed-up points exceeded 100, a rather substantial harvest. Zhang Yun returned to the shore and had just sat down when he heard the cry of an eagle in the air. Chirp chirp. From the eagle's cry, Zhang Yun realized that someone was indeed swimming across the Chu River at night, trying to reach the river island in the middle of the river. The captain's guess was right. The villagers of Beishu village really are that despicable. Someone really did sneak into the river island at night, trying to capture most of the mergansers ahead of time. Hearing the eagle's cry, Zhang Yun knew someone was swimming on the river and heading towards the river island. To save time, Zhang Yun released the mutated black-tailed snake. Black-tailed snake, take me to the river island. Zhang Yun was too lazy to swim to the river island himself. Having the mutated black-tailed snake for transportation, he naturally wanted to make good use of it. Chapter 224 Night Hunting of Mergansers. The river islet divides the Kushui River in two. The eastern bank belongs to Juan village, and the western bank belongs to Beishu village. Both rivers converge at the dam, forming a large reservoir. The river islet is a type of island in the river, densely vegetated, making it ideal for mergansers to inhabit. Even if someone were to intrude, they would first have to clear away the branches and bushes blocking their path, the noise of which would alert the mergansers, causing them to fly away immediately. Therefore, catching mergansers is generally quite difficult. However, the duck eggs are left in the bushes and are easy to find. At this moment, 3 figures approached from the banks of the Kushui River within Beishu village's territory. They seemed quite experienced. Upon reaching the riverbank, they immediately took off their trousers, wrapped their clothes in oil paper, and jumped into the river, beginning their swim towards the river islet. The river wasn't wide, only about 10 meters, and the 3 of them swam across in just 1 minute. Upon reaching the river island, the 3 of them put on their trousers. Bioz, Ajin, the mergansers sleep at night. As long as we don't make a big commotion, we can definitely catch a few. At this moment, the tallest of the 3 said in a deep voice, Brother Qian, we'll all listen to you and follow you. When have we ever suffered a loss? The man called Bioz replied with a smile. That's right. The rest of the villagers are too honest. They actually listen to the brigade leaders so much. If they really wait until tomorrow morning to come to the riverbank to catch mergansers, I'm sure that with so many people coming up together, the mergansers will have already flown away. Ajun said disdainfully. We'll turn on our flashlights later, but don't shine them into the air, keep them on the ground so we won't be spotted. Tonight, our main task is to find as many merganser eggs as possible. As for the mergansers themselves, catch them if you can, but if not, it's okay, we can incubate the eggs with our hens. In the future, if the 3 of us raise a few hundred ducks, we'll all be rich. The leader, Brother Qian, said confidently. Yes, Brother Qian was considered a capable person in the production team of Beishu village, but he was also a restless individual. The thought of working tirelessly in the production team, yet receiving the same work points as those who slacked off, made Brother Qian very unhappy. This time, when Brother Qian heard that Beishu village and Juan village were going to the riverbank tomorrow morning to catch mergansers and search for eggs, he had another idea. Why not go to the riverbank to catch mergansers beforehand? Behind Qian's house was a mountain with a stream flowing through it. He had already planned to block the stream, creating a small pond where he could raise mergansers. While the 3 were envisioning their bright future, they had no idea that 4 eagles were circling overhead. At that moment, after putting on their trousers, the 3 slung a bag made from a fertilizer sack over their shoulders and took out their flashlights, shining them on the ground. Suddenly, in the spot illuminated by their flashlights, a large snake raised its head, staring fiercely at the three. Ah! 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 Xiang Ji, Biao Zi, and Ajun, seeing the snake's head staring at them and its thigh-thick body, screamed and instinctively retreated, then jumped into the river and swam across the winding stream as if their lives depended on it. They came quietly, but left screaming desperately. The three of them would never forget this scene. It would probably haunt their dreams for years to come. It turned out that after Zhang Yun arrived on the river island riding the mutated black-tailed snake, he immediately stored it in his spiritual spring space. He sensed the three men's presence and quietly approached them. Zhang Yun had overheard their conversation. At that moment, Zhang Yun understood that these three weren't sent by Xiao Hiang, the head of Beishu village. They had acted on their own. Zhang Yun understood their desire to get rich. However, their actions had violated the agreement reached that afternoon between Juan village and Beishu village, damaging the interests of both villages. Zhang Yun, of course, had to stop them. Since the three hadn't caught any mergansers or taken a single egg, Zhang Yun had no intention of harming them. He simply released the anaconda, letting it dart through the grass to them. Then, the terrifying scene unfolded. The anaconda, as thick as a thigh, coiled up, its head raised, staring intently at the three. When the three shone their flashlights onto the anaconda's head and body, the distance between them was only a meter. The horrifying sight made the three's souls leap out of their bodies. The anaconda naturally didn't chase after them, letting them frantically swim across the winding river. Zhang Yun walked over and put the anaconda back into his spiritual spring space. Tomorrow morning, I won't have time to come to the river island. I need to deliver 10 wild boars to the Hongling meat processing plant, which is over 30 li away from the back mountain of Kushui commune. I can't instantly teleport back using the spatial channel. The mergansers on this river island are also flying animals. When the villagers from the two villages come to the river island, they are indeed easily startled, causing the adult mergansers to fly away. The villagers from the two villages can only catch some ducklings and search for some duck eggs. Now that I have some free time, why not use this time to catch some adult mergansers and collect 50 duck eggs? That way, a flock of mergansers can hatch quickly in my spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun thought calmly. Then, Zhang Yun walked around the river island, heading straight for the center. At the same time, he constantly sensed his surroundings. The aura of the mergansers within a 50-meter radius was all within his perception. At night, the mergansers are all resting. There are quite a few mergansers here, at least 200 or so, and over 500 eggs. Upon arriving at the center of the river island, Zhang Yun briefly counted the mergansers he had sensed along the way, gaining a general understanding of their population. Then, Zhang Yun took out 10 bamboo tubes, each filled with spiritual spring water. Zhang Yun crouched down in the grass 5 meters from the spring, completely concealing himself within the vegetation. The scent of the spiritual spring water spread, filling the air. The mergansers, who had been dormant, perked up upon smelling the spring water and flew one by one towards it. In less than 2 minutes, more than 30 adult mergansers flew over and landed at the 10 bamboo tubes, happily drinking from the spiritual spring. Zhang Yun sensed the 30-odd mergansers, a smug smile appearing on his lips. Then, he suddenly stood up and threw the sticky net he had been holding. Chapter 225, Sharing the Common Merganser to Help Two Villages Develop Industries. A sticky net flew out, spreading out into a wide sheet, and descended from the sky. The mergansers, absorbed in the pleasurable effects of the spiritual spring, were oblivious to their surroundings. Only when the net landed did the mergansers react. They tried to flap their wings and fly. However, Zhang Yun had anticipated this. For eagles swooped down, chirping and screeching, exuding the majesty of their aerial dominance. This innate bloodline suppression caused the mergansers to panic and thrash about upon sensing the eagle's presence, none daring to take flight. In that short time, the sticky net had descended, trapping the mergansers. The sticky net was very effective at catching fish, given their scales, fins, and spines. But the mergansers were large, and their feathers wouldn't get caught in the net. As the net covered its body, the merganser tried to slip through the edge to escape. How could Zhang Yun not have considered this? Suddenly, the anaconda, the mutated black banded snake, and the clouded leopard emerged from the spiritual spring space, surrounding the net. A merganser emerged from under the net, and the clouded leopard immediately swung its claw. Seeing the merganser emerge, the anaconda charged forward with lightning speed, slamming the merganser back into the air. The mutated black-tailed snake was even simpler. It coiled there, its terrifying aura causing the mergansers to hesitate to emerge from the net from its direction. Zhang Yun had already arrived in a flash, his hands moving with terrifying speed and practiced ease. One by one, the mergansers vanished, all collected into his spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 101.6. Only 1.1 acceleration points were added, which means that the 30-odd mergansers we just caught only weighed 110 jin, 50 catties. I only need to keep 2 female mergansers, then search for 50 duck eggs. With the time acceleration of the spiritual spring space, I can quickly hatch a large flock of mergansers. Zhang Yun said calmly. Yes, Zhang Yun considered that both Beishu village and Juan village wanted to develop the merganser industry, but catching adult mergansers was too difficult. If they only caught juvenile mergansers, it would take a long time for them to grow into adults, making the merganser industry grow too slowly. Zhang Yun himself had become wealthy, and his future goal was to lead his relatives and fellow villagers to prosperity as well. Therefore, Zhang Yun wanted the merganser industry in Juan village to show immediate results and reach a certain scale in a short period. Juan village already had fish ponds, wild rabbits were starting to breed, and now with the addition of mergansers, it wouldn't be long before Juan village had its own industry, and gradually the villagers would become wealthy. Currently, Zhang Yun had caught 34 adult mergansers. He kept 2 for himself, and the remaining 32 adult mergansers would be reserved for Juan village and Beishu village. Each village received 16 adult mergansers, and the duck eggs on the river island were divided equally, giving each village at least 400 eggs. If all the eggs hatched, the 2 villages would suddenly have a stable merganser industry. Therefore, Zhang Yun quickly controlled 4 bamboo baskets within the spiritual spring space, stuffing each basket with 8 mergansers. In his spare time, Zhang Yun would utilize the power of his spiritual spring space, using his consciousness as a knife to cut down the green bamboo growing within it. He would then use his consciousness to whittle the bamboo strips into strips, which he would then weave into bamboo baskets, carrying baskets, and other bamboo products. These 4 brand new bamboo baskets were released from the spiritual spring space and tossed casually. They flew in 4 different directions and rolled to the ground. Thus, the villagers of Juan village and Beishu village would find these 4 bamboo baskets on the river island the next morning, and naturally obtain the 32 adult mergansers. As for the villagers' questions about the origin of the 4 bamboo baskets, Zhang Yun didn't bother to think about it, let them imagine it themselves. Next, Zhang Yun went to the surrounding grass and found 50 duck eggs, which he also stored in his spiritual spring space. The 2 female mergansers and the eggs were placed in plot number 9 and confined in a corner. Zhang Yun would only release them after they had hatched all the eggs. After finishing all this, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Zhang Yun was exhausted from fishing and catching ducks. So, without doing anything else, he simply took a mat from the grass on the riverbank and lay down to sleep. A good night's sleep. At 6 a.m., Zhang Yun woke up. The first thing Zhang Yun did upon waking was, of course, to re-enter the spiritual spring space. Sure enough, another acre of land had been added. Plot number 11 was currently in a static state. What should I do with this plot number 11? Zhang Yun thought to himself. Currently, the fish pond in plot 4 of the space is no longer sufficient. With the time flow rate increased by 15 times, the fish in the pond are growing too fast. So much so that Zhang Yun has already released some fish weighing over 7 pounds into lake number 1 in Jiming Mountain. However, after visiting the Nanqiao meat processing plant yesterday, Zhang Yun realized that wild boar is a highly sought-after commodity. Any meat processing plant would buy it. The domestic chickens and pheasants in plot 2 have multiplied to a large number and urgently need new territory. The goat industry in plot 7 has also bred to 100 goats, crammed into 1 acre, and it's quickly becoming insufficient. The numbers of bamboo rats, frogs, and venomous snakes are also increasing exponentially, and they also urgently need territory. Every wild animal needs new territory. This space only adds 1 acre per day, it's really not enough. Zhang Yun sighed inwardly. Finally, after much consideration, Zhang Yun decided to use plot 11 for breeding wild boars as well. After all, wild boars were the most sought-after and profitable product. Expanding the scale wouldn't mean worrying about not being able to sell them. However, he only had 101.6 acceleration points, and setting up a spatial passage required 100 acceleration points. Zhang Yun wasn't in a hurry to consume his acceleration points and activate plot 11. Immediately, Zhang Yun used his spatial power to instantly teleport to the spatial passage at lake number 1 in Jiming Mountain. It was still early, and Zhang Yun certainly wouldn't waste time. He wanted to use this time to continue capturing wild animals within Jiming Mountain and to accumulate more acceleration points. The white-headed viper guarded lake number 1 and the surrounding mountain valley. When Zhang Yun appeared, the white-headed viper actually nodded at him in a human-like manner. Zhang Yun thanked him for his hard work, then released the mutated black-tailed snake from the spiritual spring space and immediately rode it through the mountains and forests. 4 eagles were also released, splitting into 2 groups in the air to search for large beasts in the forest in 2 different directions. Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't go in the direction he'd gone yesterday morning. He directed the black-tailed snake to rush towards another mountain hollow, ignoring the obstacles of the forest and moving swiftly. Along the way, Zhang Yun sensed a large number of small beasts moving about. He had no interest in them and didn't want to waste time on them. About 10 minutes later, the cry of an eagle echoed in the air. With eagles scouting in the air, their efficiency is really fast. They've found another large beast. Upon hearing the eagle's cry, Zhang Yun understood the meaning conveyed in the sound and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 226 Bears and Hornets' Nest. Black-banded snake, go straight over this mountain. Upon hearing the eagle's call, Zhang Yun knew it had spotted a large beast, but the mountain blocked its path in the direction the eagle was pointing. The mutated black bandit snake's massive body feared no danger in this mountain forest. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's command, the black bandit snake charged straight up the 200-meter-high peak, carrying Zhang Yun to the summit in just 1 minute. Zhang Yun saw 2 eagles in the sky, pointing towards a flat forest at the foot of the mountain. More precisely, it was a valley. The entire valley was covered in dense trees, giving it an eerie feel and exuding a strong sense of danger. Most of the trees in this valley forest were in bloom, filling the air with a strong fragrance. Even at the summit, Zhang Yun could smell the intoxicating aroma. 2 eagles circled above the valley, calling out intermittently, indicating to Zhang Yun that the pack of wild beasts was located in the center of the valley. Although Zhang Yun's eyesight was excellent, it was still past 6 o'clock, and the light was not yet sufficient. His vision could only perceive the general area of the valley. This valley is nearly a square kilometer in size, densely wooded. Who knows what dangerous beasts lurk within? If I enter the valley, I must be constantly vigilant, always sensing my surroundings, and not allowing any mishaps. Hearing the eagle's incessant calls urging him to hurry in, Zhang Yun said this. Then, Zhang Yun sat back on the mutated black-tailed snake, released the clouded leopard, and together they rushed down the mountain. A minute later, the mutated black-tailed snake reached the foot of the mountain and fearlessly plunged into the valley's forest. The black-tailed snake was a venomous snake. Its massive body moved swiftly through the trees, causing the surrounding wild beasts to scatter in fear, not daring to approach. This saved Zhang Yun a lot of trouble. Zhang Yun had been sensing his surroundings. He detected several venomous snakes that hadn't fled, though small, their venom was likely potent. One snake, as the black bandit snake's head lunged, suddenly sprang up and flew directly at Zhang Yun. Damn! Zhang Yun hadn't expected a venomous snake to actually ambush him. Suddenly, Zhang Yun drew a machete. When the arm-thick snake was within a meter of him, the machete swung. The blade sliced through, severing the snake's body in 2. Yun Bao, bring me the snake's body. Zhang Yun had no intention of letting the attacking snake go, as its carcass could be converted into acceleration points. Yun Bao jumped down, immediately grabbed the snake's body, and quickly leaped back onto the black bandit snake's body. Zhang Yun stored the severed snake's body into his spiritual spring space. Not bad, it added 0.1 speed points. Several more venomous snakes then attacked Zhang Yun's body. However, with the cleaver in hand and Zhang Yun's extraordinary perception, no matter how fast the snake's attacks were, they couldn't touch Zhang Yun's body and were immediately severed by the cleaver. With the mutated black-tailed snake as his mode of transport, Zhang Yun arrived at the central part of the valley forest a minute later. Immediately, Zhang Yun sensed the presence of 4 large wild beasts about 40 meters away. These 4 large beasts were indeed enormous. They were climbing towards a tree that 2 people could barely encircle, and on one of the tree's branches was a huge beehive. Zhang Yun put the mutated black-tailed snake into his spiritual spring space, leaving only the clouded leopard to guard him. Zhang Yun had already sensed that only those 4 beasts existed in this area. There were no other venomous snakes, so there was no need to worry too much. If the mutated black-tailed snake approached and frightened the 4 beasts away, it would take a lot of time to search for them. Zhang Yun personally crept closer, stopping about 20 meters from the tree. Then, after carefully sensing for a while, Zhang Yun confirmed that the 4 beasts were actually bears. Bears are generally nocturnal, resting during the day in tree hollows or caves. These bears have very poor eyesight. At night, they are practically blind. However, their sense of smell and hearing are extremely keen, allowing them to detect even the slightest movement. Therefore, Zhang Yun didn't approach further but remained where he was, constantly sensing the movements of the 4 bears. It turned out that the 4 bears had already discovered the beehive in the large tree, and they were planning to come and steal the honey during the early morning hours when all the wasps were asleep. This is truly an unexpected delight. Not only have I encountered bears, but I'm also getting a beehive. Zhang Yun was overjoyed. By this time, the 4 bears had climbed to the first branch, paused to catch their breath, and continued climbing. They stopped again at the 3rd branch. The hornet's nest was hanging from a branch on the 3rd branch. The 4 bears seemed quite adept at raiding hornets' nests. They all sat down on the branch together, then suddenly slumped down, using their weight to snap the branch in 2. The bears slumped down again with great force, this time breaking the branch completely. Just as the branch broke and fell, the bears miraculously stretched out their paws and caught them on a branch below, preventing them from falling to the ground. The hornet's nest, however, fell to the ground with the broken branch. After the beehive hit the ground, the sleeping wasps inside swarmed out, buzzing angrily. They flew around the beehive, trying to find the culprit that had damaged the branch. However, the 4 bears seemed to know the wasps would come looking for them. They all climbed up the tree, quickly reaching the top and remaining silent. The wasps continued to circle, searching for the culprit, but they couldn't find the bears, nor were there any other wild animals nearby. After watching the whole thing, Zhang Yun was amazed. These 4 bears were clever. These wasps are still circling around the beehive. I can't get close, and I can't remove the beehive. It seems I still need to find a way to lure all the wasps away, Zhang Yun thought to himself. Immediately, Zhang Yun took out a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water and placed it at his feet. After setting down the tube, Zhang Yun walked around it for a short distance, reaching a spot 20 meters away, only 10 meters from the large tree. As the scent of the spiritual spring water spread, the wasps searching for the culprit in the air detected it. They immediately summoned other wasps, creating a swarm that flew above the bamboo tube. Zhang Yun, who had been sensing the area, waited until the wasps had all left. Meanwhile, the 4 bears in the tree also sensed the wasps' departure and began to slide down the tree. Chapter 227 4 Clever Bears, Captured. 10 meters was just a breath's time for Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun reached the beehive first, and with a flick of his right hand, he stored it in his spiritual spring space. The 4 bears in the tree slid down, fast as they were, but still a step too slow. Oh woo-woo. Sensing the beehive's disappearance, the 4 bears roared angrily. Of course, the bears had sensed Zhang Yun's presence. They just wanted to get down from the tree and tear this despicable guy to pieces. What the 4 bears never expected was that Zhang Yun had appeared at the foot of the tree the instant he put away the beehive. With hands raised, Zhang Yun was waiting for the 4 bears to come down from the tree. The bears sliding down the fastest, blinded by rage and only thinking of killing Zhang Yun, plummeted downwards. Suddenly, Zhang Yun leaped up, his right hand touching the rump of the sliding bear. Then, the bear that had been howling just moments before vanished without a trace. The 3 bears above were also sliding down rapidly. Sensing the sudden disappearance of the bear at the bottom, their survival instincts told them that this despicable human was terrifying. So, the 3 bears, which were sliding downhill, stopped instantly, their sharp claws gripping the tree trunk tightly. Wow, these bears have really sharp senses, Zhang Yun remarked, noticing the 3 bears clinging tightly to the tree and refusing to come down. Although bears have poor eyesight, their sense of smell and hearing are extremely keen. They detected Zhang Yun's unusual behavior and naturally dared not act rashly. If you don't come down, do you think I have no other choice? Zhang Yun chuckled, then gestured with his hand. The clouded leopard, which had been lying in ambush nearby, saw Zhang Yun's gesture and immediately rushed out from a clump of bushes, then began to climb the tree. Clouded leopards were expert climbers, their leaps and bounds among the trees were masterful. In an instant, the clouded leopard leaped onto the first branch, then its front paws aimed at a bear directly opposite it. The clouded leopard's claws were long and sharp. With each strike, several bloody gashes were immediately slashed into the bear's body. The bear's skin was thick, but it couldn't withstand the clouded leopard's claws. As soon as the wounds appeared, the bear let out a terrified howl, then tried to climb up the branches. However, 2 more bears blocked its way, leaving no room for the bear to ascend. The clouded leopard's claws moved with incredible speed, striking 4 or 5 times per second, leaving nearly 20 bloody gashes on the bear's body. Oh woo-woo! The bear howled in agony, its voice filled with boundless terror. It was truly afraid. Seeing no way to get up, and with the clouded leopard's relentless attacks nearby, the bear knew it couldn't just sit and wait to die. Suddenly, the bear used all 4 legs to propel itself off the tree, leaping violently towards the ground. In its haste, the bear had already thought of a plan. Once it landed on the ground, it would be out of Zhang Yun's reach, and then it could desperately escape. It must be said, this bear was quite clever. However, Zhang Yun seemed to have foreseen this situation. The instant the bear landed, before it could even begin to run, Zhang Yun appeared like a ghost, his right hand already touching the bear's body. Naturally, the bear's body vanished. The 2 remaining bears in the tree, realizing their companion had disappeared again, were once more gripped by intense fear. The clouded leopard in the tree gave the bears no chance. Having just driven 1 bear away, it leaped up to a second branch and attacked the nearest bear with its sharp claws. The remaining 2 bears understood that if they allowed the clouded leopard to continue its rampage, their fate would be the same as the second bear's, wounded and falling to the ground, inevitably to be taken by that despicable human. So, with perfect coordination, the 2 bears slid down simultaneously. 2 meters below the base of the tree, they jumped down from opposite sides, attempting to escape in 2 different directions. Truly clever, Zhang Yun remarked. Just as 1 bear landed, Zhang Yun leaped there himself, his right hand instantly finding the bear's body and swiftly storing it in his spiritual spring space. The other fleeing bear, Zhang Yun didn't chase after himself, but instead suddenly released the mutated black-tailed snake. The black-tailed snake had barely emerged when its massive body slammed to the ground, crushing the fleeing bear. Zhang Yun calmly walked over and saw that the bear's entire body was pinned down, with only its head sticking out. For clever bears, I'll take them all. Zhang Yun smiled faintly and immediately reached out to touch the bear's head. Instantly, the bear's body vanished, entering the spiritual spring space. Then, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space, looking at the numbers above the boulder at location number 1. Acceleration points 106. These 4 bears all weighed around 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, adding 4 acceleration points. After all this work, I've only gained 4 speed-up points. It seems capturing large beasts doesn't significantly increase speed-up points. Zhang Yun sighed. That means capturing large beasts and catching small beasts must be done simultaneously. Having figured this out, Zhang Yun immediately called out to the 4 eagles in the air. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, take your cubs and continue searching for large beasts. Zhang Yun gave the order. Chirp chirp. The 4 eagles responded and immediately took to the air, patrolling the surrounding hills. As for Zhang Yun himself, he had already set his sights on this valley forest. On the way here on the mutated black-tailed snake, I sensed a large number of small beasts scattering and fleeing. There are at least 500 beasts here. So, this morning's mission is to clean out all the beasts in this valley. Zhang Yun said calmly. Immediately, Zhang Yun put away the mutated black snake and released the sorrow. He then sat on the sorrow and kept digging pits in the valley, setting up pit traps. It took Zhang Yun an hour to set up 50 pit traps throughout the valley, and he also placed 50 bamboo tubes inside them. With the lure of the spiritual spring water in these 50 bamboo tubes, Zhang Yun believed that any wild beasts in the valley, once they smelled it, would surely run towards the nearby pits. Once these beasts jumped into the pits and scrambled to drink the spiritual spring water, they would be pushed and shoved together, making it difficult for them to escape. And indeed, things turned out exactly as Zhang Yun had predicted. As Zhang Yun returned to check on the various pit traps, a constant smile played on his lips. Chapter 228 officially breaks the 10,000 yuan threshold. After searching 50 pit traps, Zhang Yun did a quick count and found over 200 rabbits, 5 badgers, 50 moles, over 100 venomous snakes, and thousands of various insects. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness focused on the numbers above the boulder at location number 1. Acceleration points, 122.5. This meant that the total weight of the wild animals collected in this valley was only 2,000 jin, approximately 1,000 kilograms. It was now around 7:30 p.m. The eagles in the sky were also calling out, indicating that they had spotted more large wild animals. But Zhang Yun had lost interest in continuing to hunt these large animals. We need to get to Kushui commune first. Duan Zhaizhong took the red muntjac yesterday and still owes me 4,000 yuan. We have to collect it. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Currently, Zhang Yun has 3,837.8 yuan in cash within the Spirit Spring space. If he collects 4,000 yuan and then collects the 1,564.4 yuan owed by the Linshui mine over the past 2 days, Zhang Yun's assets will exceed 9,000 yuan, and he will soon become a 10,000 yuan household. After saying this, Zhang Yun used the power of the Spirit Spring space to teleport directly back to his new house. Soon, Zhang Yun arrived at the shed from the back mountain. He took out the 5 badgers he had just caught and, with a machete, slit their throats. He then took out 100 sweet potatoes and 5 silver carp. This would be the food for the villagers building houses today. Naturally, Zhang Yun also left the rabbits and grass carp his eldest sister needed, and the frogs his second sister needed, at the shed. They would come and collect them themselves. After doing all this, Zhang Yun immediately used his spatial powers to instantly teleport to the back mountain of Kushui commune. Only then did Zhang Yun ride his sorrow at high speed, arriving directly at Duan Zhaizhong's house before dawn. Of course, on the way here, Zhang Yun had already unloaded the cart, loaded with 2 baskets and 2 fertilizer bags. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yun knocked on the door. Duan Zhaizhong, who had been waiting in the yard, knew it was Zhang Yun when he heard the 3 knocks. Creak. The door opened, and Duan Zhaizhong saw Zhang Yun standing there smiling. He immediately and warmly took Zhang Yun's hand. Brother Zhang, come in, come in. Duan Zhaizhong had already seen the baskets and fertilizer bags on the cart. He knew Zhang Yun had delivered goods for him again. As long as there were goods, Duan Zhaizhong could quickly sell them thanks to his extensive network of connections, and he could make a fortune. It could be said that Zhang Yun was Duan Zhaizhong's gambling god. After the cart went inside, Duan Zhaizhong immediately closed the gate. Brother Zhang, the red muntjac was delivered yesterday. I've kept this 4,000 yuan in my pocket, I'll give it to you now. Duan Zhaizhong was very shrewd. Before Zhang Yun could even ask, he spoke up. Then, Duan Zhaizhong opened a cloth bag tied around his waist, revealing a thick wad of 10 yuan notes. Zhang Yun took it, and without counting, put it directly into his own pouch. We had another good haul yesterday, and I gave you half of it. There are 200 bamboo rats and 200 snakes in total. You can weigh them now. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Duan Zhaizhong's eyes widened in shock. Previously, Duan Zhaizhong had heard of Zhang Yun from his brother-in-law, Lu Sanbao, and only knew that Zhang Yun was an excellent hunter. But after these past few days of interaction and first-hand experience, Duan Zhaizhong realized that Zhang Yun was definitely a genius hunter, reaping a large number of wild animals every day. His hunting ability was terrifying. Naturally, Duan Zhaizhong knew very well that his acquaintance with Zhang Yun was a stroke of good fortune, and he could extract a great deal of wealth from him. Given such a powerful figure, Duan Zhaizhong, being any normal person, understood that he had to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Yun. Right away, right away. Duan Zhaizhong shouted happily, immediately pushing out the scales. Soon, the weighing was complete. 200 bamboo rats weighed 648 jin, approximately 324 kilograms, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 388.8 yuan. 200 snakes weighed 1,034 jin, approximately 561 catties, at 1 yuan per jin, totaling 1,034 yuan. Total 1,422.8 yuan. Zhang Yun was straightforward, he rounded down the price, taking only 1,400 yuan. Now, Zhang Yun had 9,237.8 yuan in cash. Alright, some of my hunter friends are waiting for me, and I still need to deliver some goods to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhang Yun said with a smile after taking the money. Brother Zhang, I have some news to tell you. The red muntjac I sold yesterday, I think, will soon be known among the county leaders, and others will be asking me for red muntjacs. So, Brother Zhang, with your excellent hunting skills, you should focus on finding red muntjacs in the future. One red muntjac is worth so many rabbits and bamboo rats. That's a much faster way to make money. Duan Zhaizhong hurriedly said this as Zhang Yun was about to leave. Yesterday, Duan Zhaizhong had earned 300 yuan from selling that red muntjac. Of course, the most important thing was that Duan Zhaizhong had used it to cultivate a relationship with a leader. That was what he cared about most. Zhang Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing this news. Duan Zhaizhong was indeed right, one red muntjac was worth many wild rabbits, making money quickly. Currently, the number of red muntjacs in the Spirit Spring space had already exceeded 20. In another week, with the time flow rate increased by 15 times, reaching a population of 50 shouldn't be a problem. What if it took a month? Then, if any male leader in Fengshan County had problems with their sex life, Zhang Yun could provide each of them with a red muntjac. Okay, I've got it. Zhang Yun gave a positive reply. Soon, Zhang Yun left Duan Zhaizhong's yard and immediately went to the road. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, Zhang Yun quickly took out 4 baskets, lined them with plastic sheeting, filled them with water, and then put in 300 grass carp. Then, he took out 2 fertilizer bags, filled with 200 wild rabbits. It was past 8 o'clock, and everyone who had arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative had already entered the business hall. Zhang Yun, however, drove Sumenling, pulling a cart, directly to the back warehouse. Naturally, Zhang Yun had now become a major supplier to the cooperative. The warehouse staff, whether because of his relationship with Director Liu Sanbeo or because Zhang Yun had provided a large quantity of goods, were extremely friendly towards him. In no time, the goods Zhang Yun had brought were weighed. 300 grass carp, weighing 2,187 jin, approximately 1,448 kilograms, and 200 wild rabbits, weighing 1,068 jin, approximately 588 catties. The grass carp and rabbits were purchased at 0.6 yuan per jin, totaling 1953 yuan. After receiving the 1953 yuan from the finance department, Zhang Yun now had 11,190.8 yuan in cash. He had officially broken through the 10,000 yuan mark. On the 11th day of my rebirth, I've finally broken through the 10,000 yuan mark. Zhang Yun was overjoyed. Of course, this 10,000 yuan mark was only the first step for Zhang Yun. He certainly wouldn't be satisfied with just that. Next, 10,000 yuan, a million yuan that was entirely within his reach. With a joyful heart, Zhang Yun left the supply and marketing cooperative on a handcart. Chapter 229 Brother Zhang, you are my benefactor. As Zhang Yun left the supply and marketing cooperative compound on his cart, Yang Shui, the purchasing agent for the commune canteen, came out of the business hall after buying some goods. You call yourself a sales agent for Zhuan Brigade? I think you're just selling goods on your own, not wanting to sell to the commune canteen. Yang Shui watched Zhang Yun's retreating figure on his cart, his eyes showing displeasure, and he muttered with some dissatisfaction. Kid, you'll have to go to Kushui commune on business eventually. Don't run into me, or you'll be begging me, Yang Shui said resentfully. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun quickly disappeared on his cart, heading straight for Honling commune along the county road. On the way, when he reached the foot of a deserted mountain, Zhang Yun immediately put away the cart and rode Sumenling at high speed. Where exactly is the 4th spatial passage located? Sitting on Sumenling, Zhang Yun kept thinking about this. After all, it takes 100 acceleration points to set up one spatial channel, and 100 acceleration points means capturing a wild beast weighing 10,000 jin, approximately 5,000 kilograms, which isn't something Zhang Yun can easily accumulate. Each spatial channel has a teleportation distance of 10 li, approximately 5 kilometers. Therefore, Zhang Yun needs to consider where to place each spatial channel, facilitating both future beast capture and sales. A comprehensive consideration is necessary. Juan Village is located on the western border of Fengshan County, while the county seat is located in the eastern central part of the county. Next, I will soon search the entire Jiming Mountain area and head to Siming Mountain, the source of the Chu River, which is located west of Juan Village. However, Siming Mountain isn't very far from Juan Village, about 30 li, approximately 15 kilometers. From now on, my main sales channels will definitely be developed in the county seat. Zhang Yun muttered to himself. Soon, Zhang Yun decided that after thoroughly hunting the wild animals of Jiming Mountain, he could at least set up 3 spatial portals, which would extend towards Siming Mountain. Once in Siming Mountain, he would use the speed-up points obtained from hunting beasts there to extend the spatial portals towards Fengshan County. Mainly because Zhang Yun was currently personally delivering goods, with the Sumatran antelope as his mode of transport, he could still manage, so there was no rush to set up spatial portals towards the county town. Zhang Yun preferred to reach the hunting grounds as quickly as possible, so he prioritized setting up spatial portals towards Siming Mountain. Having made his decision, Zhang Yun focused intently, riding the Sumatran antelope for only 15 minutes to reach the Hongling meat processing plant. Of course, before arriving at the Hongling meat processing plant, Zhang Yun took out a cart with 5 fertilizer bags containing 500 wild rabbits. In addition, Zhang Yun took out 10 wild boars, each weighing over 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms, tied 10 ropes around their necks, and led them all towards the Hongling meat processing plant. Yesterday, Xiao Fukuo had received a guarantee from Zhang Yun that 10 wild boars would be delivered today. Naturally, after going to work this morning, Xiao Fukuo paced back and forth in the yard, waiting expectantly. When the loud squeals of wild boars rang out, Xiao Fukuo, who was in the yard, immediately ran out and saw Zhang Yun leading 10 wild boars, followed by antelopes pulling a cart, all heading towards the meat processing plant. "Brother Zhang, I'm truly impressed," Xiao Fukuo exclaimed in shock when he saw the 10 wild boars with his own eyes. Although Xiao Fukuo believed Zhang Yun would bring 10 wild boars, he was still greatly shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Such a scene was unheard of. Soon, a dozen or so meat processing plant employees also ran to the gate. They too were astonished when they saw Zhang Yun leading 10 wild boars. Incredible! Truly amazing! This is even more powerful than those legendary heroes of ancient times, the employees exclaimed in amazement. Zhang Yun, leading the 10 wild boars, quickly arrived at the entrance of the meat processing plant. "Hey everyone, give me a hand. I'm exhausted from walking all this way," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Hearing this, the dozen or so employees immediately rushed over enthusiastically, each grabbing a rope and leading a wild boar into the yard. Xiao Fukuo ran over enthusiastically and grabbed Zhang Yun's right hand with both of his. "Brother Zhang, I really admire you. You give me a surprise every day. Yesterday, you said you could catch 10 wild boars from Jiming Mountain. While I believe you have the ability, I still have some doubts. After all, wild boars aren't that easy to catch," Xiao Fukuo said excitedly. "Brother Xiao, besides those 10 wild boars, my hunter friends have also been very helpful. I brought you the 500 wild rabbits they caught these past few days," Zhang Yun said calmly. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Xiao Fukuo's face paled with astonishment again, then his expression darkened as he looked at the 5 fertilizer bags on the cart. The shapes of wild rabbits were clearly visible inside the bags. Good, good, good. Xiao Fukuo was so excited he didn't know how to praise Zhang Yun. No matter how many wild animals Zhang Yun brought, Xiao Fukuo could eat them all. He could easily resell them to other meat processing plants today. Therefore, Xiao Fukuo was overjoyed and filled with gratitude that Zhang Yun had brought 10 wild boars and 500 rabbits. Zhang Yun had essentially gifted Hongling meat processing plant a windfall. Soon, Zhang Yun moved the cart into the yard, and then watched as the workers weighed the wild boars and rabbits. 10 wild boars weighed a total of 2,314 jin, approximately 116.7 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,272.7 yuan. 500 wild rabbits weighed a total of 2,487 jin, approximately 124.8 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,367.8 yuan. The total was 2,640.5 yuan. Naturally, with Xiao Fukuo present, Zhang Yun quickly received the 2,640.5 yuan in cash. Now, Zhang Yun had 13,831 yuan in cash. "With this money, I should have enough to buy a truck, right?" Zhang Yun muttered to himself. Just then, Xiao Fukuo took Zhang Yun's hand, and the two entered the office. "Brother Zhang, yesterday you said there were over 100 wild boars at Jiming Mountain. Are you and your hunter friends still going to Jiming Mountain today?" Xiao Fukuo asked with great concern. Zhang Yun, of course, knew what Xiao Fukuo was thinking. Of course, we've found the wild boar's den, so of course we're going to wipe them out. How about this? I promise to bring 10 more wild boars tomorrow, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Upon receiving this guarantee, Xiao Fukuo immediately stood up excitedly. Brother Zhang, I'm so grateful to you. You're my benefactor. With this guarantee, Xiao Fukuo could already dream that after buying all 100 wild boars, he would be a prominent figure in the entire meat processing industry of Fengshan County. Chapter 230 Well-intentioned. After leaving the Hongling meat processing plant on his Sumatran Suro, Zhang Yun headed west along the county road towards Kushui Commune. He had only been riding for less than 10 minutes, his mind constantly focused on the Spirit Spring space. Upon reaching the foot of a mountain, the virtual map above ground number 1 suddenly appeared. It's exactly 10 miles from here to the spatial passage behind Kushui Commune, Zhang Yun said calmly. Immediately, Zhang Yun stored the summoning in his spiritual spring space, then used spatial power to instantly teleport to the back mountain of Kushui Commune. Then, Zhang Yun teleported again, returning directly to the back mountain of his new house. In the basement behind the mountain, Zhang Yun paused for a moment. It's only a little past 9 o'clock. We're not going to register our marriage at Kushui Commune until this afternoon, there's still plenty of time. Let's go to Nanqiao Commune first, Zhang Yun said calmly. With the spatial portal, Zhang Yun saved 20 li of travel time, conserving a significant amount of time. Therefore, Zhang Yun could now travel to many more places in the morning. He also wanted to find a place to set up the 4th spatial portal on his way to Nanqiao Commune. This way, he could instantly teleport there in the future. Subsequently, Zhang Yun took out the 5 badgers he had caught at Jiming Mountain in the early morning, placed them in a fertilizer bag, put it on the back of a Suro, and then headed down the mountain, taking a roundabout route that made it appear as if he were returning from the mountains, eventually arriving at the shed. Father Zhang Zongli was clearing away the dishes, while Mother Chen Wan and sisters Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli were preparing lunch. The whole family was busy. When Zhang Yun appeared, leading the Sumatran Suro, the whole family saw him and stopped what they were doing to greet him. Third brother, it's rare to see you this morning. Your life is so mysterious, even I, your father, have no idea what you're busy with all day. Zhang Zongli looked at the tall Sumatran Suro, feeling a sense of satisfaction, but he was still puzzled by Zhang Yun's secretive behavior. The family had no idea what Zhang Yun was doing, and Zhang Yun never told them. Hearing this, Zhang Yun looked helpless. His secret was impossible to tell. Rebirth? A spiritual spring space? A spatial passage? No matter which it was, Zhang Yun could never tell anyone, not even his family. What else can I do? Of course, I go hunting in the mountains every day with my hunter friends. There are 5 badgers in this bag. Kill them and feed them to the villagers. If there are any left, let the villagers building houses take them home. Zhang Yun once again invoked the all-powerful hunter friends, picking up the fertilizer bag and carrying it to the shed as he spoke. Third brother, even though you have the ability to hunt, you have to be careful. There are so many poisonous snakes in the mountains. If something happens to you, how will our family survive? His mother, Chen Wan, wouldn't restrict Zhang Yun's work, she was only worried about his safety. This is the concern every mother has for her child. Okay, I remember. Oh, right, Mom, I'm going to Nanqiao Commune later to visit my uncle and aunt, Zhang Yun said with a smile, opening his pouch and taking out 50 10 yuan bills, which he handed to Chen Wan. You're going to see your uncle? Your uncle's family is also struggling. When your father was sick, your uncle lent us all the money he had. When you go to your uncle's house, remember to pay back the money we owe him. If there's anything you can do to help your uncle, you must help. Hearing this, Chen Wan didn't even look at the 500 yuan in her hand, but instead gave him these instructions. Okay, don't worry, I'll help my uncle get better this time, Zhang Yun said with a smile, immediately leaping onto Sun Menling's back and speeding away. If Chen Wan were to count the money and find 500 yuan, she would definitely refuse, which would be a waste of breath. Zhang Yun intentionally used the pretext of visiting his uncle to give Chen Wan a sum of money. Mom, brother gave you a lot of money. At this moment, Zhang Yanhong suddenly shouted. Chen Wan then looked down at the stack of money in her hand, her eyes widening. She could tell, of course, that it was dozens of 10 yuan bills, a huge sum. The 3 of them counted the money, totaling 500 yuan. Brother must have caught another big wild animal, he's earned so much money again, Zhang Yanli said with a smile. This third brother, I've noticed he's always wearing the same clothes, he doesn't have a single new outfit. Fourth and fifth brothers, after you've chopped the vegetables, come with me to the supply and marketing cooperative. We have to get him 2 new clothes. Chen Wan knew Zhang Yun had already given her the money and wouldn't ask for it back, so out of maternal concern, she felt she had to dress him up nicely. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun rode his Suro at breakneck speed, quickly arriving at the Kushui River Bridge. From the bridge, over 200 villagers from Juan Village and Beishu Village had flooded into the river island, catching mergansers and searching for duck eggs. Judging by their efforts, the search was almost complete. At this moment, on the river island, Zhang Yun, the head of Zhuan village, was directing the villagers to lay out all their catch. "Hey, head, look, Zhang Yun seems to be on the bridge." At that moment, Sun Fubui looked up and saw the Suro on the bridge. He immediately knew it was Zhang Yun. "Sigh, it really is him. What a pity. If Zhang Yun had come with us to the riverbank to catch mergansers today, with his hunting skills, he could definitely have helped us catch more," Zhang Yun said with a sigh. At this moment, Sun Fubui, who was standing to the side, twitched his face and calmly reminded him, "Captain, who do you think caught the 32 mergansers trapped in the 4 bamboo baskets we found on the riverbank today?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun also realized, "It seems I misunderstood Zhang Yun. Now I understand. When Zhang Yun was on watch last night, he must have secretly helped us catch 32 adult mergansers. He didn't take them, he left them for us. Yun Yazi, this is a well-intentioned act. He's secretly trying to help our Zhuan village develop." Zhang Yun immediately understood Zhang Yun's intention in sending 32 mergansers, and he was very grateful. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun on the bridge, relying on his exceptional eyesight, had already found all 4 bamboo baskets he had set out the night before. Moreover, the villagers from both villages had found about 700 or 800 duck eggs. Excellent! This way, the merganser industry in Zhuan village and Beizhu village can quickly develop. Zhang Yun chuckled and immediately rode away on his Suro. Chapter 231, The Fourth Spatial Passage, First Visit to the South Bridge Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Zhang Yun raced along the road. Meanwhile, his consciousness remained focused on the virtual map within the Spirit Spring space. As the Sumatran antelope sped along, Zhang Yun was nearly 10 miles from the spatial passage behind the new house. After all, this place was near Siming Mountain, surrounded by mountains. Though the peaks weren't high, they were covered in dense forests. Zhang Yun stopped, standing on the road, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Soon, he discovered a continuous mountain range to the north of the road, where no one had built houses. These conditions were, of course, ideal for setting up a spatial passage. So, Zhang Yun directed the Sumatran Suros towards the mountainous area, following the foot of the mountain until they soon found a mountain with an extremely steep, rocky structure. Soon, Zhang Yun discovered a cavity in the rock layer of this mountain. From the foot of the mountain, the cavity was completely invisible, and even if humans climbed up, the dense trees and grass would prevent them from reaching it. Therefore, Zhang Yun decided to set up a spatial passage within this cavity. Set up the spatial passage in this cavity. With a thought command from Zhang Yun, a virtual circular portal appeared in the cavity. Touching it would cause ripples in the water. Simultaneously, within the Spirit Spring space, a new area appeared on the virtual map. Naturally, this new area's map, centered on this spatial passage, displayed the terrain within a 10-mile radius. This was the 4th spatial passage. Zhang Yun released a forest python, deciding to have it guard the cave to prevent it from being discovered by humans. Thus, with the 4 spatial passages established, 3 forest pythons guarded 3 locations, and a white-headed viper guarded Lake No. 1 at Jiming Mountain. Acceleration point 22.5. I used up 100 speed-up points in one go, and now I only have a little over 20 left. Speed-up points really don't last long. Zhang Yun sighed. At that moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness locked onto the newly added virtual map. After observing it for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the location of Nanqiao Commune was also displayed on this virtual map. According to the virtual map, this place is only 7 miles away from Nanqiao Commune, Zhang Yun said with some surprise. Then, Zhang Yun observed for a while and made another surprising discovery. The edge of the Siming Mountains is about 10 miles from here. If the 5th spatial portal is set up in that mountainous area, I can teleport twice consecutively to go directly from home to the Siming Mountains without wasting time traveling. Zhang Yun was very excited. At this moment, Zhang Yun had a dream. If he could accumulate acceleration points and set up a spatial portal for every 100 points, he would eventually establish spatial portals throughout China, allowing him to travel to any part of the country in a short time. Furthermore, if he could eventually establish spatial portals across the entire Earth, he could appear out of nowhere in any country he disliked and sabotage those hostile nations. Of course, this was an extremely long-term plan. After all, 100 acceleration points meant 10,000 kilograms of meat. It wasn't so easy to establish a spatial portal across the entire country, or even the entire Earth. However, one must have dreams, and this was Zhang Yun's motivation for hunting beasts in the future. Immediately, Zhang Yun rode his Suro, quickly leaving the rocky mountain and returning to the road, continuing his race towards the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Approaching the Nanqiao Commune, Zhang Yun took out a cart in a secluded spot, placing 4 baskets on it, each containing 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. It was his first time going to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and although his Uncle Chen he had recommended him, Zhang Yun wasn't sure he could sell the rabbits and bamboo rats that day, so he hadn't put too many wild animals on it. The Suro pulled the cart, and in just a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Nankiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative compound. It was only 10 o'clock, but there were surprisingly few people at the cooperative. It was understandable, though. After all, the members of each production brigade had to work. They only rushed into the Supply and Marketing Cooperative at 8 o'clock when it opened to buy things. During normal working hours, these members were in the fields. There were only about 20 people at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and a dozen or so children playing. Zhang Yun drove his cart around to the warehouse area in the back. "Who are you?" When Zhang Yun parked his cart in front of a warehouse, a staff member came out, looking at him with suspicion. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative had fixed supply channels, mostly getting its goods from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative's warehouse. Goods delivered from the various production brigades were also handled by dedicated delivery personnel. Therefore, it was understandable that the staff were suspicious of Zhang Yun, a newcomer. "Hello, I'm Zhang Yun. I'm here to see Section Chief Chen He," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. The man sized up Zhang Yun, finding him handsome and not at all like a cunning thief, so he didn't ask any further questions. "Wait a moment, I'll go tell Section Chief Chen." The man strode away, went to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's office area, found the purchasing department, and informed Chen He of Zhang Yun's arrival. Soon after, Chen He returned with the man. "Yunya, you really came." Seeing the cart behind Zhang Yun, with its 4 conspicuous baskets, Chen He immediately understood that Zhang Yun truly possessed hunting skills. Yesterday, after Zhang Yun produced a wad of cash and claimed to have hunting abilities, Chen He had been suspicious all day, assuming it was just an excuse to repay the debt. Now, seeing Zhang Yun actually deliver goods to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Chen He felt a surge of relief. This meant better days were coming for his sister's family, and that was Chen He's greatest satisfaction. "Uncle, I've brought over 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. Take a look. If they meet the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's quality requirements, they can be weighed," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Chen He immediately nodded, then turned to give instructions to the man beside him. Just then, a young man in a floral shirt, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, swaggered over from the office. "Hey, where did this new delivery man come from? Let me see what kind of goods he's bringing." The flamboyant young man spoke casually, as if he owned the place, completely ignoring Chen He's opinion. He jumped onto the cart, opened the lid, and saw 4 baskets full of wild animals. Chapter 232 Persuading Zhao Sangwang. "Holy crap, rabbits and bamboo rats!" the young man exclaimed with delight upon seeing the goods in the 4 baskets. 100 rabbits and 100 bamboo rats delivered at once was extremely rare at the Nankiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Even though the Nankiao commune was located on the edge of the Siming Mountains, and many hunters frequented the area, it was uncommon for someone to deliver so many wild animals at once. Zhang Yun watched the young man's reaction, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. So, Zhang Yun looked at Chen He. "Uncle, who is this?" Chen He's face showed a helpless expression, and he calmly replied, "This is Zhao Sangwang, he's the director's brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood the gist of it. Yesterday, Zhang Yun had overheard the conversation between the Zhao brothers, Xiang and Wei, and knew they were going to bribe director Chen Dongfeng's brother-in-law, Zhao Sangwang, to sell the poisonous mooniels to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Seeing Chen He's expression, Zhang Yun knew immediately that in the Nankiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Chen He, the purchasing manager, didn't wield as much power as Zhao Sangwang. In other words, if Zhao Sangwang refused to sell Zhang Yun's goods, Zhang Yun wouldn't be able to sell the rabbits and bamboo rats to the cooperative that day. At that moment, Zhao Sangwang turned to Zhang Yun, jumped off the cart, went directly to Zhang Yun's side, grabbed him, and led him to a corner of the warehouse. "Brother, what's your name?" Zhao Sangwang asked with a smile. "Zhang Yun. I'm Zhao Sangwang, and in this Nankiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative, I'm practically the undisputed boss. To be honest, brother, if I say I'll buy your goods, we can weigh them right now. If I say I don't want your goods, you won't sell a single rabbit today." Zhang Yun hadn't expected Zhao Sangwang to be so direct. However, he understood. Zhao Sangwang, relying on his brother-in-law Chen Dongfeng's power, wielded absolute decision-making authority in the cooperative. Therefore, Zhao Sangwang had developed a domineering and unyielding personality. At this moment, after saying that, Zhao Sangwang was already certain that Zhang Yun would understand his intentions and would flatter him. "Oh, it seems you have a lot of power, brother Zhao. So, what exactly are you trying to say? You can just say it directly, I'm all ears." Zhang Yun was very patient and wouldn't confront Zhao Sangwang directly because of his arrogant tone. In any case, everyone has their own interests in life. As long as the interests can be agreed upon, Zhang Yun wouldn't care about trivial details. Zhao Sangwang's eyes lit up. He noticed that Zhang Yun's expression was very calm, completely unfazed by his status. Naturally, Zhao Sangwang had seen countless people, and he still held Zhang Yun in high regard. "Alright, brother Zhang Yun, since you're so straightforward, I'll get straight to the point. The supply and marketing cooperative buys wild rabbits and bamboo rats from outside for 60 cents a pound. I'll buy them from you personally, at 40 cents a pound, how about that? Zhao Sangwang said with a smile. Zhang Yun immediately understood that Zhao Sangwang wanted to use his power to pocket a kickback. A 20-cent kickback a pound, that's quite an appetite. In fact, Zhang Yun also realized that Zhao Sangwang's character was very similar to Duan Zhaizhong of Kushui Commune. Both men were the brothers-in-law of the supply and marketing cooperative director, and thus held considerable influence within the cooperative. However, Duan Zhaizhong was shrewd. He didn't openly use his brother-in-law's power to interfere with the cooperative's operations. But this Zhao Sangwang, within the cooperative, acted lawlessly, bullying others and openly demanding money. Brother Zhao has quite the appetite, Zhang Yun said. However, I can't agree to your terms. Actually, I have a better suggestion. Would Brother Zhao like to hear it? Zhang Yun said with a smile. In the business world, all sorts of people exist. Zhang Yun had seen far too many people like Zhao Sangwang, who made exorbitant demands, in his previous life. He was patient enough to deal with Zhao Sangwang. Making a deal was certainly desirable, but if things really came to a head, Zhang Yun wasn't afraid. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's refusal, Zhao Sangwang's eyes revealed displeasure. Zhang Yun, don't be ungrateful. Understand that with just one word from me, you won't be selling a single rabbit to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative today. Zhao Sangwang had no patience. Hearing Zhang Yun's refusal, he flew into a rage. At that moment, Zhang Yun grabbed Zhao Sangwang's shoulders with both hands. His powerful grip was like a vice, clamping down on Zhao Sangwang's body. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let me go. Zhao Sangwang was terrified. He hadn't expected Zhang Yun, the seemingly normal man, to possess such terrifying strength. Those hands felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Zhao Sangwang felt like his bones were about to break. When I'm speaking to you politely, you'd better listen. If you continue to use your status to suppress me, believe me, I'll activate my hunter abilities and kill you. Zhang Yun spoke with a smile, but his tone was extremely harsh. Zhao Sangwang nodded hurriedly. He was truly frightened. At this moment, Zhang Yun released Zhao Sangwang and smiled. Brother Zhao, you also want to make money, right? Actually, there's a better way. Tell me, what's the way? Zhao Sangwang's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely respectful. I'm a hunter, and I have a group of hunter friends. Every day we catch a large number of wild animals from Siming Mountain. Besides supplying the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative, I can also sell wild animals to you privately. How about this? You won't take a cut from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's goods. As for the wild animals I sell to you personally, it'll be 50 cents a pound for rabbits, 50 cents a pound for wild boars, 60 cents a pound for bamboo rats, and 1 yuan a pound for venomous snakes. From now on, if you want to make money, it depends on your own ability to sell the wild animals at a higher price. Zhang Yun said with a smile, and this price was the same as Duan Zhaizhong's. Zhao Sangwang immediately understood Zhang Yun's meaning. Well, all right. Zhao Sangwang thought for a moment. It seemed that as long as he didn't buy bamboo rats, he could make a profit from the price difference at the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative no matter what kind of wild animal he bought. All right, since we've reached an agreement, let's make money together from now on. Zhang Yun said with a smile, patting Zhao Sangwang on the shoulder. Zhao Sangwang's body trembled. He was afraid that if Zhang Yun used any more force, his shoulder would be crushed. The main reason was that Zhang Yun's displayed power was too terrifying. He was still shaken and truly terrified. Immediately, Zhang Yun pulled Zhao Sangwang to Chen He's side. Uncle, Brother Zhao has agreed. The goods I brought can be sold to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Chen He immediately looked at Zhao Sangwang. Oh, Brother Zhang Yun's goods are fine. Go weigh them. From now on, our Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative will take all of Brother Zhang Yun's goods. Zhao Sangwang noticed Zhang Yun smiling at him, and his body inexplicably trembled. He couldn't help but say these words in front of Chen He. With these words, Chen He was relieved. Okay, weigh them right away. Although Chen He didn't know how Zhang Yun had persuaded Zhao Sangwang, he was genuinely happy for Zhang Yun now that it had been approved. Chapter 233 News from Jiaotang Ranch. With Chen He's help, the wild rabbits and bamboo rats Zhang Yun brought were quickly weighed. 100 rabbits weighed 534 jin, approximately 262 catties, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 320.4 yuan. 100 bamboo rats weighed 357 jin, approximately 178 kilograms, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 214.2 yuan. The total was 534.6 yuan. Zhang Yun successfully received the money. Now, Zhang Yun had 13,865.6 yuan. Chen He accompanied Zhang Yun throughout the entire process. Only after witnessing Zhang Yun settle the 534 yuan did he become convinced that Zhang Yun indeed possessed the ability to hunt animals, which allowed him to pay off his family's debts in such a short time. "Yunya, your uncle is so happy for you." Chen He sighed. "Uncle, let me come to your house for lunch. I'll discuss something with you then." Zhang Yun gave a mysterious smile. Chen He didn't realize the power of his words. He simply replied happily, "Of course. I didn't let you eat at home yesterday, so you have to have a drink with your uncle today." Zhang Yun nodded and then rode his cart directly to the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative compound. As agreed, Zhao Sangguang was waiting for Zhang Yun at the entrance. Seeing Zhang Yun come out, Zhao Sangguang, with a fawning smile, also got onto the cart. "Brother Zhang Yun, you just said you'd sell me wild animals in the future." Zhao Sangguang spoke with a grin, completely forgetting about extorting Zhang Yun not long ago. It has to be said, shamelessness pays off. Zhang Yun laughed, "Of course I keep my word. Now you can tell me your address, and I should be able to deliver a batch of wild rabbits to you tomorrow." Zhao Sangguang was quite pleased to receive this affirmative reply. Just now, after calming down, Zhao Sangguang had figured it out. If Zhang Yun could deliver 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats today, he could provide just as many wild animals in the future. If Zhang Yun only sold wild rabbits to Zhao Sangguang, he could earn a dime per pound. With 100 wild rabbits at a time, Zhao Sangguang could earn more than 50 yuan. What if it were 200 wild rabbits? With a little thought, Zhao Sangguang realized that Zhang Yun was also his benefactor, and he had to curry favor with Zhang Yun. After writing down his address, Zhao Sangguang jumped off the cart. Zhang Yun waved his hand and directed Sumanling to pull the cart towards the Nanqiao meat processing plant. Along the way, the 4 baskets on the cart were filled with 200 wild rabbits. Near the meat processing plant, Zhang Yun released 5 wild boars, tying them to their necks with 5 ropes. The workers at the Nanqiao meat processing plant were usually quite relaxed, as only a few or a dozen people delivered poultry and animals each day, which were quickly weighed and slaughtered. At this moment, 2 workers were chatting idly by a pillar at the gate. They saw Sumanling's tall frame in the distance, and then saw Zhang Yun leading 5 wild boars. They were stunned. "Isn't that Zhang Yun from yesterday? He's fierce. Quickly, go and inform the plant manager, Zhang Yun has caught a large number of wild animals again." The 2 workers were overjoyed to see Zhang Yun heading towards the Nanqiao meat processing plant, and they ran together to report to the plant manager, Chen Sanjin's, office. A short while later, Chen Sanjin excitedly ran over. Just as he reached the gate, he saw Zhang Yun standing there with 5 wild boars. "Brother Zhang, welcome, welcome." Lu Sanjin's eyes were glued to the 5 enormous wild boars, practically gleaming, and his smile was unstoppable. "Brother Lu, yesterday I went into the mountains with some hunter friends, and we were pretty lucky. We caught 5 more wild boars. I also brought back 200 wild rabbits." Zhang Yun spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanjin immediately looked at the 4 baskets on the cart. Hearing the sounds coming from inside, his laughter became even more exaggerated. Previously, the Nanqiao meat processing plant frequently received wild animals from hunters, but each time it was only a few rabbits, and maybe 1 wild boar every 2 weeks. They barely managed to scrape together enough to meet their quota for the county meat processing plant. However, thanks to Zhang Yun's arrival these past 2 days, the Nanqiao meat processing plant not only met its quota but also had a significant surplus. What delighted Lu Sanjin most was Zhang Yun's incredible hunting skills. Whether it was Zhang Yun himself or the hunter friend he mentioned, the fact that Zhang Yun could bring so many wild animals demonstrated his influence. Therefore, Lu Sanjin felt fortunate to have met Zhang Yun. Lengzi, de Tou, quickly call a few people over to help move them. Lu Sanjin very considerately called out towards the yard, ordering the idle staff to come and move the wild animals Zhang Yun had brought inside. Zhang Yun himself led 5 wild boars to the weighing area, while the other staff worked together to carry the 4 baskets over. The weighing was completed quickly. The 5 wild boars weighed 1,147 jin, approximately 678 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 630.8 yuan. The 200 wild rabbits weighed 1,189 jin, approximately 694 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 653.9 yuan. The total was 1,284.7 yuan. After receiving this money, Zhang Yun had 15,150.3 yuan in cash. At this moment, Lu Sanjin pulled Zhang Yun into his office. "Brother Zhang, I've noticed you've delivered 5 wild boars in the past 2 days, which shows your hunting skills are exceptional. I have a favor to ask. In Jiaotang commune, next to our Nanqiao commune, they own a ranch. Previously, the Jiaotang ranch raised over 100 black goats, a major supplier for our Nanqiao meat processing plant. However, a month ago, a pack of wolves escaped from Siming Mountain and has been lingering on the hills near the Jiaotang ranch. Every night, these wolves enter the ranch to hunt the black goats. I wonder if Brother John would be interested in hunting these wolves. If you are, I'll make a trip to the Jiaotang ranch this afternoon and recommend you to them. Lu Sanjin said solemnly. Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. This was certainly good news. Actually, Zhang Yun had been worried these past few days about the increasing number of wild animals in his spiritual spring space, which he would need to supply to various meat processing plants in large quantities. If Zhang Yun were to deliver the goods alone, it would be too rushed and cause a lot of inconvenience. If he had his own ranch, Zhang Yun could simply have someone pick up the goods from the ranch, eliminating the need for him to personally deliver them. The Jiaotang ranch, of course, is collectively owned and cannot be sold to an individual in this era. However, there's always a way to work things out. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Yun immediately realized he needed to visit the Jiaotang ranch. Okay, I'm willing to go to the Jiaotang ranch to hunt those wolves. Zhang Yun gave a positive answer with a smile. Lu Sanjin immediately clapped his hands and excitedly shouted, I knew it. Brother John would definitely lend a hand. Chapter 234 Aunt, I believe you. Zhang Yun arrived at his uncle Chen He's house on a handcart. It was exactly noon. Chen He was returning from the supply and marketing cooperative, carrying 5 cans of yellow peaches. Yun, where have you been? Why are you only coming now? Chen He asked curiously as he saw Zhang Yun arriving on his handcart. Zhang Yun patted the 4 baskets on the handcart. Uncle, I went to some hunter friends' houses. I found several hundred more wild rabbits. Naturally, Zhang Yun had been taking out rabbits on his way here, filling the 4 baskets with 300 rabbits. Zhang Yun had his own plans for bringing so many rabbits. At the Jiganshan black market, Zhang Yun had made Wang Xiaohua one of his sales points. In this Nanqiao commune, Zhang Yun wanted to make his aunt a sales point as well. Yes, Zhang Yun wanted to help his uncle's family become wealthy. Zhang Yun couldn't directly give money to his uncle Chen He, that would embarrass Chen He and strain their relationship. However, if Zhang Yun provided the wild animals and had his aunt Zhang Kaiyuan sell them, giving her a commission for each animal, Zhang Kaiyuan could quickly earn a sum of money, indirectly helping her uncle's family become wealthy. Aunt Zhang Kaiyuan was a strong-willed woman with good communication skills. Furthermore, she had the connection with Chen He, the head of the purchasing department at the supply and marketing cooperative. If she went out to sell the rabbits, she would definitely sell all 300 rabbits in a very short time. Once Zhang Kaiyuan sold the 300 rabbits and tasted the benefits, she would work harder and become an excellent salesperson. When the country opened up the private sector next year, Zhang Kaiyuan, using her own sales skills and the initial capital she had accumulated over the year, would quickly make her business successful. It could be said that giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish, and Zhang Yun understood this perfectly. These past few days, Zhang Yun had been nurturing his eldest sister Zhang Fen, second sister Zhang Fang, and second sister's husband Wu Xuanong. Now, he was going to give his aunt Zhang Kaiyu a hand. He wanted to single-handedly lead the entire family to prosperity. Really? Yun Yazi, you're amazing. When Chen He heard Zhang Yun's words, he looked at the 4 baskets, his lips twitching repeatedly. He was genuinely astonished. Zhang Yun drove the cart into the courtyard. Daniu, Hua, and Go Dan, the 3 little ones, saw Zhang Yun again. They had eaten the dates Zhang Yun had brought yesterday and remembered him. Cousin Yun, Brother Yun. 3 people, 3 different ways of addressing him. Come here quickly, your cousin brought over a dozen peaches today. Zhang Yun looked at his 3 younger cousins, feeling quite fond of them. These 3 little ones had all gone to university in their previous life and later worked for Zhang Yun. They were all hardworking and honest fellows. On the way here, Zhang Yun had also picked 15 peaches from his spatial storage, put them in a cloth bag, and hung it on the saddle. Daniu, Hua, and Go Dan laughed upon hearing this, scrambling over to take the bag from Zhang Yun. Opening it, they found over a dozen bright red peaches inside, looking very appealing and tempting. The 3 little ones eagerly rushed to wash the peaches again. Zhang Yun moved all 4 baskets under the eaves, then took out 5 pheasants from one of them. At this moment, his aunt, Zhang Kaiyu, also came out of the room. Uncle, Aunt, these 5 pheasants are an absolute delicacy. We'll eat 1 pheasant for lunch today. Aunt can keep the other 4. Zhang Yun said with a smile. The number of pheasants in the Spirit Spring space has now exceeded 500, which is quite a lot. However, Zhang Yun has never considered selling the pheasants, he only wants to use them as gifts or for his family to enjoy. Yun Yazi, these 5 pheasants would be worth a fortune if we sold them. Zhang Chuyu couldn't bear to kill the pheasants like that, she was only thinking about how to make money. Aunt, you can cook this one. As for the other 4, you can keep them or sell them, it's up to you, Zhang Yun said calmly. Zhang Chuyu could tell that Zhang Yun was speaking in a commanding tone. She felt a strange jolt, and surprisingly, a sense of obedience washed over her. Alright, we'll have 1 pheasant for lunch today. Zhang Chuyu picked up a pheasant and immediately went to the kitchen to boil water. Then, Chen He brought a can of yellow peaches, opened the lid, and handed it to Zhang Yun. Yunya Zi, your uncle remembers how much you loved these canned yellow peaches when you were little. That's why I brought them as soon as you promised to come over for lunch. Chen He said happily. Zhang Yun couldn't help but recall the past. He really loved canned food when he was little. Chen He had visited Juan village several times before, always bringing several cans. Back then, his 2 older sisters and 2 younger sisters would always let Zhang Yun choose first. Then, Chen He and Zhang Yun chatted happily about the past, the uncle and nephew enjoying their conversation. An hour later, Zhang Kaiyu finally finished preparing the meal. The family then gathered around the 8 immortal table, happily enjoying the delicious food, especially the plate of stir-fried pheasant with chili peppers, which was so fragrant it was quickly devoured. After the meal, Zhang Yun said that he wanted Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu to stay at the 8 immortal table. He had something to say. At this moment, Chen He and Zhang Kaiyu had been watching Zhang Yun intently. Seeing how seriously he had asked them to sit down, they both guessed that it must be something important. "Aunt, I have 300 wild rabbits in those 4 baskets. These 300 rabbits are for you to sell, Aunt. You can't sell them directly to the supply and marketing cooperative, you have to sell them to the people of the entire Nanqiao commune. For every rabbit, no matter how much you sell it for, I'll give you a commission of 1 yuan per rabbit." Seeing the anxious looks in their eyes, Zhang Yun didn't wait any longer and directly stated his intentions. Ah, Chen He was shocked. This, Zhang Kaiyu's eyes widened. The couple hadn't expected Zhang Yun to be so generous in providing them with wild rabbits, it was practically giving them money. "Yunya, you don't really need to do this. Your uncle's family is poor, but we're not starving. If you take these 300 rabbits to the supply and marketing cooperative, you can make a lot of money." Chen He realized what was happening, but not wanting to take advantage of Zhang Yun, he tried to persuade her. Zhang Yun ignored Chen He's words and stared intently at his aunt, Zhang Kaiyu, wanting to see if she had the confidence and determination. "Do you really think I have the ability?" Zhang Kaiyu asked hesitantly. "Aunt, you can definitely do it. I believe in you. As long as you can sell these 300 rabbits, I'll provide you with several hundred more later," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Zhang Kaiyu pursed her lips, her eyes darting around several times. After a moment of internal struggle, she suddenly looked up at Zhang Yun and smiled. "Okay, Aunt is willing to do it." Chapter 235 Telegram, Obstruction from Han Swame's parents. After leaving his uncle's house, Zhang Yun immediately packed up his cart and rode his Sumatran Suro straight back. That afternoon, Zhang Yun was going to register his marriage at Kushui commune, and he also needed to pick up Han Swame. Soon, Zhang Yun arrived at the 4th spatial passage and teleported directly back to the back mountain of his new home. In the basement, Zhang Yun stripped naked, took out a bucket of water, washed himself clean, and then changed into a new set of clothes. A white shirt and black trousers, he looked quite dashing. Then, Zhang Yun descended the back mountain and rode his Sumatran Suro to the shed. His father, Zhang Zongli, and his second brother-in-law, Wu Suanon, were resting in the shed. They were responsible for guarding the house during the day. When they saw Zhang Yun arrive, Zhang Zongli immediately stood up, holding a booklet with the words "Household Registration Booklet" written on it. "Third brother, I brought the household registration booklet, and the brigade's consent form is inside. You can go pick up Hans hiking to register now," Zhang Zongli shouted excitedly. Yes, yesterday when Zhang Yun came home for dinner, he mentioned marriage registration to his parents. This morning, Zhang Zongli went to the brigade to obtain the marriage consent form. Zhang Yun jumped off some Menling, took the household registration booklet, and looked through it. Sure enough, there was a consent form stamped with the brigade's official seal inside. "Dad, brother-in-law, I'm going to find Swame now. Wait for my good news." Zhang Yun put the household registration booklet into his pouch, said with a smile, and immediately leaped onto Su Menling's back. Su Menling flew off quickly and disappeared in a flash. Wu Suanon looked enviously in the direction Su Menling had disappeared, then smiled and said, "Dad, Zhang Yun is registering his marriage today. Finally, your worries are over." "Of course. My third son is getting married, and my responsibility as a father is fulfilled. From now on, my third son has his own family, and he'll have to shoulder the responsibilities of a man," Zhang Zongli said with a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun rode Su Menling, arriving at the educated youth compound in just 2 minutes. In the dormitory, Han Swame was actually crying. Tang Tiantian, Ye Wenzi, and Liao Yuanxiang surrounded Han Swame, constantly trying to comfort her. "Swame, don't cry. As long as you and Zhang Yun love each other, your parents will definitely agree to your marriage in the future." At this moment, Ye Wenzi patted Han Swame's shoulder, speaking with certainty. "Yes, Swame, your parents haven't met Zhang Yun and don't know how capable he is, that's why they oppose you. Once they know Zhang Yun's abilities, they'll look at him differently, and they'll definitely feel comfortable entrusting you to him," Liao Yuanxiang also firmly advised her. Unexpectedly, her 2 roommates' persuasion only made Han Swame cry even harder. Upon closer inspection, Han Swame was clutching a telegram in her right hand, on which was a passage. No, my parents are very stubborn. Since they don't want me to marry Zhang Yun, they will continue to disagree. They just want me to go back to the city and marry that workshop foreman so that my younger brother can get a job in that factory. I understand my parents' thoughts too well. They only care about their son, not their daughter. Wah! Han Swame cried bitterly. Tang Tiantian sat beside her, offering only a few perfunctory words of comfort before quietly sitting down. But inside, Tang Tiantian was overjoyed. Yesterday, Tang Tiantian had made two plans. First, she hosted a banquet for the educated youth, hoping to get Han Swame drunk so that Zhang Dahai would sleep with her. Second, Tang Tiantian went to the post office and sent a wireless telegram, informing Han Swame's parents that Han Swame had secretly married Zhang Yun. The first plan failed, but the second plan succeeded. Han Swame's parents received the telegram and couldn't sleep all night. Early this morning, they sent another wireless telegram, which was then delivered to Han Swame by the post office. This morning, after reading the telegram, Han Swame burst into tears. It's almost 2 o'clock now, and Han Swame hasn't eaten lunch, continuing to cry. At this moment, Zhang Yun arrived at the dormitory entrance. He heard crying inside, along with the voices of Ye Wenzi and Liao Yuanxiang trying to comfort her. So, Zhang Yun calmly entered the dormitory. Swame, why are you crying? Zhang Yun asked softly. Zhang Yun, you've finally come. Come and talk to Swame yourself, she's been crying all day. Ye Wenzi called out immediately upon seeing Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, Swame's parents sent a telegram. They don't agree to Swame marrying you. Now you have to figure out a way. Liao Yuanxiang stated the reason directly. Han Swame finally raised her head, her face streaked with tears, her haggard appearance heartbreaking. Zhang Yun naturally noticed the telegram clutched in Han Swame's hand. So Zhang Yun went over, wiped Han Swame's cheeks to cleanse her tears, and then said, Swame, can I see the telegram? He needed to know the contents of the telegram to devise a plan. Han Swame understood. She nodded slightly and handed the telegram to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun opened the telegram and read its contents. Swame, if you marry without my permission, we will die before you. We will come to Juan village in 3 days. In the 1970s, communication methods included handwritten letters delivered by postmen and wireless telegrams, the fastest way to communicate over long distances. However, wireless telegrams were charged per character, 10 cents per character, which was very expensive for ordinary people at the time. Therefore, most people didn't know punctuation when sending telegrams, and the reader had to decipher the sentences themselves. The telegram from Han Swame's parents cost 2.5 yuan, a significant expense for their income. However, it also reveals their desperation upon learning of Han Swame's unauthorized marriage. They resorted to such an expensive telegram to frighten her as quickly as possible. Zhang Yun remained silent after reading the telegram. Han Swame watched Zhang Yun cautiously, fearing that reading the telegram would make him look down on her or abandon her because of her parents' opposition. Tang Tiantian stared intently at Zhang Yun, eager to see what choice he would make. I'm curious, who told your parents that we're getting married? Zhang Yun suddenly looked up at Tang Tiantian and said calmly. At this, Tang Tianatian's face twitched, and she felt a chill run down her spine. However, she quickly regained her composure. Chapter 236. Come with me for a walk to clear your head. Yes, who sent the telegram to Shuemei's parents? Upon hearing Zhang Yun's question, Ye Wenzi realized that someone close to her must have done something malicious. I certainly wouldn't. I sincerely wish Shuemei and Zhang Yun a happy marriage. I would never do such a despicable thing. Liao Yuanxiang stated her position directly. At this moment, everyone looked at Tang Tiantian. Why are you all looking at me like that? You don't suspect it was me, do you? We'll find out who sent the telegram when Swame's parents arrive, won't we? Tang Tiantian said calmly. Han Swame, Ye Wenzi, and Liao Yuanxiang nodded in agreement. Zhang Yun, however, smirked, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Tang Tiantian could deceive the three women, but how could she possibly fool Zhang Yun, who possessed psychic abilities? From Tang Tianatian's tone and expression, Zhang Yun was certain that it was Tang Tiantian who sent the telegram informing Han Swame's parents of their breakup, prompting them to immediately send a telegram to stop Han Swame. Zhang Yun scoffed at Tang Tianatian's suggestion that they would wait for Han Swame's parents to arrive and then find out who sent the telegram. After all, in this era, sending telegrams wasn't required to be under one's real name. If Tang Tiantian wanted to send a telegram, she could easily fabricate a name. Swame, you're free this afternoon, how about we go out for a walk to clear your head? By this point, Zhang Yun knew it was impossible to register their marriage. To help Han Swame relax, he could only take her for a walk and try to ease her mind. Okay. Han Swame finally realized that crying here wouldn't help. Besides, Zhang Yun's arrival gave Han Swame a sense of security, and she just wanted to be with him. So, Zhang Yun took Han Suomei's hand, and under the watchful eyes of Tang Tiantian, Ye Wenzi, and Liao Yuanxiang, they left the dormitory. Tang Tiantian watched them leave, her lips almost bleeding from biting her lip. She couldn't stand seeing Zhang Yun and Han Suomei's intimacy. At that moment, Tang Tiantian desperately wanted Zhang Yun to hold her hand. "You jerk! Can't you see me standing here, such a beautiful woman? What about me isn't better than Han Suomei?" Tang Tiantian inwardly grumbled. Tang Tiantian was helpless at this point. She could only hope that Han Suomei's parents would arrive in 3 days and break up Han Suomei and Zhang Yun's engagement, ideally taking Han Suomei back to Hangzhou so she could then easily win over Zhang Yun. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun led Han Suomei out of the educated youth compound. The two walked slowly along the road, with Sumanling following behind, occasionally humming as if urging them to talk. It wanted to hear the sweet nothings between human lovers. "Suomei, could you tell me about your parents?" Suddenly, Zhang Yun asked. "They are ordinary workers in a textile factory, their monthly wages are very low. My parents have always pinned their hopes on my younger brother, giving him almost all the family's money. But he's developed a lazy and good-for-nothing personality, he hasn't learned any skills and has become a street urchin. My parents wanted to get my brother a job at the textile factory, but their positions were too low, so they had to ask a middle-aged foreman for help. This foreman was a middle-aged widower with a son. He agreed to help my parents get my brother a job at the factory, but on the condition that I go back and marry him. Speaking of my parents, their preference for sons is very strong. In their eyes, I'm just a tool." Han Suomei started crying again as she spoke. Clearly these were painful memories she had been suppressing. Zhang Yun, hearing this, understood what was going on. "It's alright, I've got everything covered. Since your parents want to come to Juan village, let's wait for them for a few days. I'll handle them then. Don't worry at all. I won't give up on the wife I've chosen. Whatever conditions your parents set, I'll meet them. I'll make them say it themselves, they want you to marry me," Zhang Yun said calmly. Han Suomei had been conflicted after saying those words. What if Zhang Yun disliked her parents and left her? What would she do then? Now, hearing Zhang Yun's resolute words, Han Suomei immediately calmed down. She felt incredibly happy. Suddenly, Han Suomei jumped in front of Zhang Yun and tiptoed to give him a kiss. This was the first time Han Suomei had taken the initiative. "Wow, just a few words and I want a sweet kiss. Shall I say a few more?" Zhang Yun said smugly. Han Suomei immediately slapped Zhang Yun's chest a few times, coquettishly saying, "You're so naughty. From now on, I'm yours. You can have me whenever you want." This was quite a bold statement, reflecting Han Suomei's true feelings. The Han Suomei of the past was quite naive, she only accepted intimacy after marriage. But after spending a few days with Zhang Yun, she felt his genuine love. His declaration of being his wife had made her abandon her last shred of reserve. She felt that in front of Zhang Yun, she could completely open her heart and offer him everything. In other words, if Zhang Yun asked for her body now, she would agree. "Oh, right, didn't you suspect me of having an affair with Huang Lijuan from the Linshui mine the other day? Now I'll take you there. I'll let you meet Huang Lijuan, it'll clear up your worries and help her clear up some of the rumors." Actually, Huang Lijuan's work and life are inconvenient because of the rumors spread by people at the mine that I'm seeing her. I thought, if I take you there and introduce you to the people at the mine, that would help dispel the rumors about Huang Lijuan. Zhang Yun suddenly said. Hearing this, Han Suomei's eyes lit up. Indeed, 2 days ago, Han Suomei had also worried that Zhang Yun would abandon her because of the rumors about Huang Lijuan. Now that Zhang Yun had offered to take her to meet Huang Lijuan, Han Suomei was eager to go. "Okay, I also want to clear my head. Let's go to the Linshui mine." Han Suomei immediately agreed. So, Zhang Yun picked up Han Suomei and helped her onto the saddle on Sumanling's back. Then, Zhang Yun stepped onto the stirrups and leaped onto the saddle, his body pressed tightly against Han Suomei's. They could both feel each other's body heat. This is so embarrassing." Han Suomei's face was flushed, her voice trembling as she spoke. "What's embarrassing about it? You're going to be my wife. Let others say what they want, we can sit together. Anyway, I just like being close to you like this," Zhang Yun said with a smile, while boldly wrapping his arms around Han Suomei's waist. Sumanling grunted and immediately galloped away. Chapter 237 Taking Han Suomei to the mine. In just 15 minutes, Sumanling led Zhang Yun and Han Suomei to the Linshui mine. Sumanling stopped at the foot of a hill, about 200 meters from the mine entrance. Han Suomei's face was flushed, and her body felt hot all the way. She was sitting in front, and Zhang Yun's body was pressed tightly against hers, his hands were restless, and he had thoroughly explored her body. "You're so annoying, you just like to bully me." Seeing Sumanling stop, Han Suomei complained, her face red. "Oh, I'll be more careful next time." Having enjoyed Zhang Yun's softness the whole way, he decided to stop now. As he spoke, Zhang Yun jumped down and then lifted Han Suomei down as well. Immediately, Zhang Yun took the waist bag from the saddle and retied it around his waist. Inside were 2 receipts, which they needed to settle immediately. "Let's go, that's the entrance to the Linshui mine. Let's go in," Zhang Yun said with a smile, holding Han Suomei's small hand. Han Suomei tried to pull her hand away, but Zhang Yun held it tightly. She thought for a moment, and since she was about to be introduced to the people at the mine by Zhang Yun anyway, she generously let him hold her hand. Both of them entered the Linshui mine with happy faces. The mine's canteen was closest to the entrance. At that moment, 3 figures stood at the canteen entrance. They were the 3 former canteen purchasing agents, Huang Dejin, Lu Qiangmen, and Bai Chaofeng. The 3 were chatting idly. "Dejin, didn't you say you had a way to stop Zhang Yun from becoming a purchasing agent? He delivered 5 wild boars the day before yesterday, so the canteen hasn't lacked meat for a week. Even if Zhang Yun doesn't deliver a single pound of meat for the next 7 days, it'll still be considered adequate." Lu Qiangmen, who was in charge of purchasing vegetables, said with a smile. Last time, Huang Dejin had personally told the 2 men that he would use his family's influence to prevent Zhang Yun from purchasing meat from the various production brigades. And Huang Qingshan, the director of the Kushui meat processing plant, had indeed taken action, informing the leaders of all 10 production brigades that if any of them dared to supply meat to Zhang Yun, they would be barred from selling their pigs to the Kushui meat processing plant in the future. The 10 production brigades indeed complied with Huang Qingshan's instructions, refusing to supply meat to Zhang Yun. However, on Friday afternoon the day before yesterday, Zhang Yun surprisingly provided 5 wild boars, directly securing meat for the mine's canteen. Huang Dejin had been quite anxious these past few days. He had already enlisted his uncle's help, but it hadn't stopped Zhang Yun from continuing to supply large quantities of meat to the canteen, and he was no longer confident. The Kushui meat processing plant could use policy to control the various production brigades, but it couldn't control the individual hunters. Hunters don't care about policies. Once they've caught a wild animal, they'll sell it to anyone who can pay. These past few days, Huang Dejin has also gone to various villages to find some hunters, verbally promising them that they should no longer associate with Zhang Yun. These hunters had no idea who Zhang Yun was. Having accepted Huang Dejin's offer, they naturally agreed verbally to not contact Zhang Yun again. "Oh, right, I heard about Zhang Yun at the supply and marketing cooperative these past few days. Besides supplying meat to our canteen, he's also been supplying the cooperative with wild animals. I really don't know where Zhang Yun gets so many connections. He must know a lot of hunters to be able to buy so many wild animals." At this moment, Bai Chaofeng, who was in charge of purchasing cooking oil, message, and sauces, also chimed in. "Ah." Upon hearing this, Huang Dejin's face turned deathly pale. He finally realized that Zhang Yun had so many hunter friends. Before, when Huang Dejin was in charge of purchasing meat for the canteen, he bought some from the Kushui meat processing plant and some from a dozen or so friendly hunters, but he often couldn't meet the canteen's quota. But after Zhang Yun suddenly appeared, he could supply a large amount of meat every day, ensuring the mine canteen's meat supply never stopped. Compared to Zhang Yun completely outclassed Huang Dejin. At that moment, Bai Chaofeng's words made Huang Dejin realize that Zhang Yun must have many hunter friends, allowing him to obtain wild animals through various channels, thus ensuring a simultaneous supply to both the Linshui mine and the supply and marketing cooperative. Under these circumstances, Huang Dejin understood that he couldn't suppress Zhang Yun. No, there was only one way. Huang Dejin suddenly realized that he needed to use all his connections to expose Zhang Yun's promiscuous relationships, solidifying his reputation for disorderly conduct, and then using political means to expel him from the Linshui mine. Just as Huang Dejin was plotting this, Lu Qiangmen and Bai Chaofeng simultaneously pointed ahead. "Hey, Zhang Yun's here. He's holding a woman's hand." Lu Qiangmen and Bai Chaofeng exclaimed at the same time. Huang Dejin instantly looked up and, sure enough, saw Zhang Yun holding Han Suomei's hand, walking towards the canteen. "Well, Zhang Yun, you've got guts. You were just getting to know Huang Lijuan from our mine, and you haven't even broken up yet, and you're already openly holding hands with another woman. This is indecent behavior. I'm reporting this to the authorities." Huang Dejin, having witnessed Zhang Yun's advances, said smugly. Zhang Yun, with his sharp eyesight, had naturally noticed their actions and overheard their conversation. So, Zhang Yun, holding Han Suomei's hand, walked towards the cafeteria entrance. "Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me introduce you, this is my fiancé, Han Suomei." Zhang Yun greeted her confidently upon arrival. Han Suomei also replied graciously, "Hello, I'm Han Suomei." "Fiancé?" Lu Qiangmen and Bai Chaofeng asked, somewhat surprised. Huang Dejin, however, declared directly, "Zhang Yun, you are utterly lawless. You already have a fiancé, yet you still dared to toy with Huang Lijuan. You're a modern-day Chen Shimei." In short, Huang Dejin was determined to solidify Zhang Yun's accusation of womanizing. Just as Huang Dejin uttered these words, Zhang Yun suddenly lunged forward, appearing before Huang Dejin with lightning speed. Asterisk slap. Slap, asterisk. left and right. Zhang Yun left 2 bright red 5-finger marks on Huang Dejin's cheeks. You. Huang Dejin staggered and sat down on the ground, pointing angrily at Zhang Yun, but dared not utter a word of rebuke. He was terrified that Zhang Yun would slap him a few more times. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Which eye of yours saw me with Huang Lijuan? You're slandering me like this. Believe me, I'll beat you every time I see you. Zhang Yun sneered. This kind of person deserves a beating. Now that Zhang Yun had already broken ties with Huang Dejin, he had no more scruples. If Huang Dejin dared to jump out, he would just beat him up first. Han Suomei stood there quietly, expressionless, not angered by Huang Dejin's words. Come on, I'll take you to see Huang Lijuan. After hitting Huang Dejin, Zhang Yun took Han Suomei's hand and continued walking into the mine. Chapter 238 introduces the 2 women and punishes the rumor-mongers. In the finance office. It was early afternoon, and Li Guiying, having nothing to do, glanced idly at Huang Lijuan sitting behind her. Huang Lijuan had rested for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, which allowed her to adjust her mood. She sat quietly, organizing the documents in her hands, seemingly unaffected by the rumors. What she was really thinking, of course, no one else knew. Xiao Huang, hasn't Zhang Yun come to see you these past 2 days? Li Guiying asked with a smile. Huang Lijuan frowned upon hearing this. She knew Li Guiying was asking intentionally, wanting to see her make a fool of herself. So, Huang Lijuan didn't reply, pretending not to hear. That man is such a womanizer. He clearly has a fiancée, yet he still tries to seduce you. What a scumbag! Li Guiying continued chattering. Hearing this, Huang Lijuan's previously calm heart stirred slightly again. In truth, Huang Lijuan herself wasn't sure if her feelings for Zhang Yun stemmed from friendly concern or genuine love. The main reason was that Zhang Yun had been bringing her spiritual spring water for several days in a row. After drinking it, the birthmark on her chest faded, and she felt deeply grateful to Zhang Yun, leaving an imprint on her heart. To be honest, Huang Lijuan knew in her heart that she and Zhang Yun only interacted professionally. They had never exchanged a single intimate word, so it couldn't be considered love. But human emotions are extremely complex. Huang Lijuan found that she couldn't erase Zhang Yun from her heart. She thought about him day and night, his image constantly on her mind. This was clearly a sign of teenage infatuation. It was so distressing. Stop talking. I've never even met Zhang Yun. If he hears you spouting nonsense, you won't be able to handle his wrath. Huang Lijuan retorted irritably. How am I spouting nonsense? Isn't what I'm saying true? Zhang Yun himself said he has a fiancée, yet he's pursuing you. Isn't that two-timing? Li Guiying said arrogantly, her tone resolute. Anyone who didn't know better would surely believe her. Just then, the finance office door opened. Zhang Yun appeared in the doorway. Ah! Li Guiying had just finished speaking ill of Zhang Yun when she saw him appear before her. She was terrified. You gossipy woman, it seems you'll keep jumping around like this if I don't teach you a lesson every day. Zhang Yun said coldly. As he spoke, Zhang Yun's right palm faced down, and he released 10 red ants from his spiritual spring space. These were red ants Zhang Yun had discovered in a mountain when he went into the mountains. To enrich the food chain of the various wild animals in his space, he had bred some of these red ants. At this moment, Zhang Yun couldn't bring himself to slap Li Guiying, but he certainly couldn't let her get away with it. So, after the 10 red ants came out, they quickly crawled towards the feet of Li Guiying. Who are you calling names? Zhang Yun, don't be so arrogant. In the mine, I'm not afraid of you, Li Guiying said arrogantly. But just as Li Guiying finished speaking, a sharp, needle-like pain shot through both of her feet. 10 red ants split into 2 groups, 5 on each side, crawling onto Li Guiying's thigh and biting her simultaneously. The 10 needle-like stings caused Li Guiying to cry out, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. She frantically slapped her thighs, trying to kill the red ants hiding in her trousers and biting her. However, these red ants, nourished by the spiritual spring, had hardened shells. Even with her vigorous slapping, Li Guiying couldn't kill all 10 ants. The red ants carried a fiery venom. Even if she killed them, the venom would seep into her body, causing her legs to ache for several days until the venom subsided. What was that? What was biting me? Tears streaming down her face, Li Guiying swatted at the red ants as she wept. Zhang Yun, having already punished Li Guiying, took Han Suomei's hand and led her to Huang Lijuan's desk. Huang Lijuan had seen Han Suomei standing behind Zhang Yun when he appeared. She immediately understood. This was the woman Zhang Yun had mentioned a few days ago, the one he would bring his fiancée. Now, Huang Lijuan carefully examined Han Suomei. Looking at this pretty, simple-minded young woman, she approved of Han Suomei. She was the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Wan, this is Han Suomei, my fiancée. I brought her along today, so you two can get to know each other, Zhang Yun said with a smile. This statement immediately confirmed to Han Suomei that Zhang Yun and Huang Lijuan had no ambiguous relationship. They were completely open and aboveboard. Huang Lijuan immediately extended her right hand in a friendly manner and said with a smile, I am Huang Lijuan, in charge of the cafeteria's finances. Brother Zhang and I have always been colleagues. Due to some misunderstandings, some people have maliciously spread rumors that Brother Zhang and I are dating. Please don't mind, sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Han Suimei immediately shook her head and grasped Huang Lijuan's hand. No, I've always believed in Zhang Yun. I won't pay attention to these rumors anymore. I just hope that Xiaowan won't be affected by these malicious rumors. Han Suimei said with a concerned expression. Huang Lijuan gave a wry smile. At that moment, Zhang Yun took out 2 receipts from his waistbag and said with a smile, Adjuan, please verify these 2 receipts. Now that the 2 women had met, Zhang Yun needed to get down to business. There were still 2 payments he hadn't collected. Huang Lijuan said oh, and immediately picked up the receipt, along with the canteen stub, to verify it. Then, Huang Lijuan took out 1,564.4 yuan from the drawer. Brother Zhang, count this money. Huang Lijuan said with a smile. Zhang Yun picked up the money and put it directly into his waistbag, saying casually, Adjuan, you're so meticulous, I trust you. Since you counted it 3 times, it must be correct. Huang Lijuan knew Zhang Yun would leave after taking the money, but she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out. Brother Zhang, I forgot to tell you, I went back to Lishaiqiao village a couple of days ago. My dad told me that the breeding pigs in the village should be giving birth today. If you have time, you can go to Lishaiqiao village. Zhang Yun understood upon hearing this. A few days ago, Zhang Yun went to see Huang Xing and instructed him that as soon as the breeding pigs in Lishaiqiao village gave birth to piglets, Huang Xing should buy them all. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yun replied. Adjuan, remember to come visit me in Juan village when you have time. Han Suimei said with a smile as Zhang Yun turned to leave. Yes, definitely. Huang Lijuan replied amicably. As the 2 left, Li Guiying finally swatted the 10 red ants that had bitten her thighs. She felt the pain in both thighs and was filled with fear. At this moment, she understood that this was definitely Zhang Yun secretly punishing her. Chapter 239 Buying Piglets. Zhang Yun and Han Suimei emerged from the Linshui mine. Su Menling followed behind them, and they reached the foot of a mountain. Zhang Yun, I heard what Awan said. Since you're going to Lishaiqiao village, you should go there sooner rather than later. I can go back to Juan village by myself. Han Suimei said with concern. Zhang Yun touched Han Suimei's face and smiled, there's no rush. I'll take you back first. With this 4-legged beast, I can get to Lishaiqiao village in 5 minutes. It won't delay me at all. Han Suimei blushed instantly, too embarrassed to speak directly. Thinking back to the way to the Linshui mine, when they sat close together, Zhang Yun's restless hands exploring her, Han Suimei felt both anxious and shy. If Han Suimei were to let Zhang Yun take her back now, she would be reminded of that scene again, and Zhang Yun's hands would certainly be busy. Seeing Han Suimei's hesitant expression, Zhang Yun immediately understood and knew the reason for her worries. Alright, I won't do anything reckless on the way back this time. Zhang Yun chuckled, then picked Han Suimei up and placed her on the saddle on the suman antelope's back. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yun leaped up and sat close behind Han Suimei, hugging her slender waist without any hesitation. You promised you wouldn't do anything reckless. Feeling the strong masculine presence behind her, Han Suimei blushed and cried out. Of course, I keep my word. I'll be serious. Zhang Yun laughed heartily, and with a shout, he commanded Su Menling to gallop away. Of course, someone's hands weren't exactly idle. In less than 10 minutes, Su Menling carried the 2 back from Shanlia village to Juan village, all the way to the educated youth compound. You're such a bad guy, always teasing me. Han Suimei's face was flushed again. She was truly exasperated with Zhang Yun, his mind was completely occupied with that thing, his hands never stopping. Forgive me, this old monk is young and vigorous, with a beautiful woman in my arms, I simply couldn't resist. Zhang Yun replied with a grin, then helped Han Suimei off the saddle. Han Suimei gave a reproachful look and quickly trotted into the educated youth compound. Zhang Yun, still unsatisfied, but having more important matters to attend to, leaped onto Su Menling's back and rode off towards Lishaiqiao village. About 7 minutes later, Zhang Yun arrived at Huang Xing's house at breakneck speed. Huang Xing wasn't home at this hour. As the production team leader, he was obviously at the quarry, as Zhang Yun's order for stone hadn't been completed yet. However, Huang Xing's wife, Huang Lijuan's mother, was home. Tian Hehua was cleaning her pigsty when she saw Zhang Yun arrive on his Sumatran sorrow. Her expression was complicated. A few days ago, Tian Hehua had thought Zhang Yun was coming to propose marriage, and she was very happy then. However, in the past few days, rumors had been circulating in Lishaiqiao village that Zhang Yun and Huang Lijuan were lovers. And Huang Lijuan had returned home a couple of days ago and personally stated that she and Zhang Yun were not in a relationship. Therefore, Tian Hehua's feelings were complicated. She genuinely hoped that Zhang Yun could become her son-in-law, but Zhang Yun already had a fiancé, which left her deeply disappointed. Zhang Yun, what brings you to my house? Tian Hehua forced a smile and asked. Auntie, I just came from the mine. Juan said the breeding pigs in Lashaikiao village are about to give birth. I've already arranged with Uncle Zinc to buy all the piglets. Zhang Yun replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Tian Hehua immediately understood. A few days ago, Huang Zinc had mentioned that he would help Zhang Yun buy piglets, and he would receive a 5 yuan commission for each piglet. Okay, I understand. I'll go to the quarry now and tell old Huang to come back. Tian Hehua immediately perked up. Zhang Yun immediately waved his hand and laughed. Auntie, let me go. I have this 4-legged antelope for transportation, I can get there quickly. With that, Zhang Yun turned the Sorrow's head and directed it to quickly drive away. What a pity, if only Zhang Yun were my son-in-law. Tian Hehua murmured to herself, watching Zhang Yun's figure disappear quickly into the distance. Zhang Yun, riding his Sumatran antelope, arrived at the quarry in just 2 minutes. It was a completely intact stone mountain. Hundreds of years of quarrying had hollowed out half of this stone mountain. 200 stonemasons from Lashaikiao village were methodically quarrying stones and processing them into standard blocks. Zhang Yun arrived at the empty quarry and immediately saw the entire operation. The stonemasons, too, saw Zhang Yun riding on his Sumatran antelope. Captain Huang Chunlei, as the overall commander, had been supervising the work at the quarry. Upon seeing Zhang Yun's arrival, he strode over to greet him. Zhang Yun, you haven't been to Lashaikiao village for 2 days. Huang Chunlei said with a smile. His implication was that Huang Chunlei was worried Zhang Yun wouldn't buy any more stone. By the way, Captain, I also have something to tell you today. Zhang Yun jumped down from the back of the Sumatran antelope, stood in front of Huang Chunlei, and said with a smile. Go ahead. Huang Chunlei said seriously. I've already bought 1,400 pieces of stone, right? I want to purchase another 2,000 pieces. I'll pay for those 2,000 pieces today. From now on, you just focus on production, don't worry about me running away. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Huang Chunlei smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, but his eyes clearly lit up, and his face was filled with joy. At that moment, Zhang Yun indeed opened his waistbag and handed Huang Chunlei 3,600 yuan in cash, which he had already placed inside. Originally, Zhang Yun's budget was to purchase 3,000 pieces of stone, which would be enough for his yard's fence. Now, with 3,400 pieces of stone added, there would definitely be several hundred pieces left over. Zhang Yun certainly wouldn't waste the extra stones. Whether he used them to reinforce the inner wall of the well or gave them to his third uncle, Zhang Jiwu, he certainly wouldn't let them go to waste. Huang Chunlei counted the money 3 times in front of Zhang Yun, confirming it was 3,600 yuan. Zhang Yun, I really admire you. You're so young, yet you've earned so much money. Huang Chunlei put away the money and said with some emotion. Just then, Zhang Yun glanced into the distance and spotted Huang Zink's figure. Captain, I heard your village's breeding board gave birth to piglets. Zhang Yun suddenly asked. Yes, it gave birth this morning, 11 piglets in total. Huang Chunlei, who had just received a large sum of money, was overjoyed and answered without hesitation. That pig is really prolific. Oh, by the way, didn't Huang Zink mention it to you? He wants to buy all these piglets. Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Chunlei immediately looked at Zhang Yun, then gave a meaningful smile. Oh, he mentioned it. I'm considering whether to sell these piglets to him. Huang Chunlei said with a smile. Chapter 240, The Plan Against the Kushui Meat Processing Plant begins. Captain, I bought those piglets. Zhang Yun possessed mind-reading skills, and upon hearing Huang Chunlei's words and observing his changing expression, he knew Huang was trying to tease him. Huang Chunlei wouldn't refuse Zhang Yun. After all, Zhang Yun had captured Ma Zongguo, avenging his son. Secondly, Zhang Yun had purchased over 3,000 pieces of stone, helping Lashaikiao village earn a considerable sum. Regardless of the reason, Huang Chunlei was grateful to Zhang Yun, so why wouldn't he sell the piglets to him? Haha, I knew it. When Huang Zink mentioned buying piglets, I knew he was helping someone out. He already has breeding pigs and a few piglets of his own. Where would he find the resources to raise more piglets? If brother Zhang Yun wants to buy piglets to raise, of course I support him. However, Huang Qingshan from the Kushui meat processing plant has given me instructions, so I definitely can't sell the piglets to you directly. Now, with Huang Zink acting as an intermediary, I can sell these piglets with peace of mind. Huang Chunlei said with a hearty laugh. Then thank you very much, Captain. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Then, Huang Chunlei beckoned, and Huang Zink immediately put down his work and rushed over. Zink, Zhang Yun mentioned to me that you wanted to buy piglets from the brigade's pig farm, and I agreed. 11 piglets, all for you, 550 yuan in total. You can go to the pig farm and take the piglets home whenever you pay. Huang Chunlei said this when he saw Huang Zink arrive. Huang Zink glanced at Zhang Yun. Uncle Zink, I just came back from the mine. One asked me to bring back 550 yuan, and I'll give it to you now. Zhang Yun replied immediately. At this moment, Zhang Yun wouldn't mention the brokerage fee, although Huang Chunlei probably guessed it, but he didn't expect Zhang Yun to give a brokerage fee of 5 yuan per pig. Huang Zink took the 550 yuan and immediately handed it to Huang Chunlei. Brigade leader, write me a note, and I'll go take the 11 piglets home now. Huang Zink said with a smile. Huang Chunlei naturally understood the implication, but he wouldn't reveal it. So, Huang Chunlei returned to the supervisor's office, took out some paper, and wrote an approval document. After Huang Zink retrieved the approval document, he led Zhang Yun towards the pig farm of Shiqiao Brigade. Kid, you have a fiancé. Huang Zink, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Yes, I just took my fiancé to the mine, and Awan met her too. I can only apologize for those rumors about me and Awan. Zhang Yun replied calmly. No need for apologies. I'm just very sorry that you can't be with my Juanzi. Huang Zink sighed. Zhang Yun was speechless. The two remained silent until they finally arrived at the pig farm. 2 women were guarding it. Huang Zink went over, took out the approval document written by brigade leader Huang Chunlei, and handed it to the 2 women. Go ahead, it will save us the time of feeding these piglets. After the 2 women finished reading the approval document, they said something to Huang Zink. Huang Zink then picked up the 2 fertilizer bags Zhang Yun handed him, immediately jumped into the pig pen, and carried all 11 piglets out, placing them into the fertilizer bags. Then, Zhang Yun hung both fertilizer bags on the back of the serow. Zhang Yun and Huang Zink left the pig farm and stopped in a secluded spot. Uncle Zink, here's your agreed-upon commission. Zhang Yun had already taken out 55 yuan and handed it directly to Huang Zink. Huang Zink didn't refuse. Refusing would make him seem insincere, and he wouldn't be able to associate with Zhang Yun anymore. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Although we can't be father-in-law and son-in-law, we can still be good friends. Huang Zink said with a smile, he said. Zhang Yun nodded. Then, Zhang Yun led the serow away. Upon reaching the foot of a deserted mountain, Zhang Yun immediately stored both fertilizer bags into his spiritual spring space. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness looked towards the top of the boulder in spiritual spring space number 1. Acceleration points, 23. The acceleration points increased from 22.5 to 23, an increase of 0.5. This means that the 11 piglets weigh 50 jin, 25 catties, averaging about 5 jin, 2.5 catties, per pig. But that wasn't the main point. What Zhang Yun cared about was that even wild animals bought from outside could increase acceleration points. So, if I have money in the future, I can buy wild animals captured by others and increase my speed-up points just the same. This spiritual spring space is quite user-friendly. In the future, I won't have to work so hard as to constantly go into the mountains to hunt beasts, I can just buy them with money. Zhang Yun muttered to himself, quite pleased with himself. However, in this era, other people's ability to capture and hunt wild animals is too weak. Relying on buying wild animals from others to increase his speed-up points would be too slow. Therefore, if Zhang Yun wants to quickly accumulate speed-up points and rapidly expand the spatial passage throughout China, he still has to capture wild animals himself. 11 piglets were placed on plot number 1. Now that we have these genuine domestic piglets, we can breed them in large numbers. Plot 11 is currently in a state of time freeze. Let's activate it first and put these 11 piglets in. Zhang Yun spoke calmly, his consciousness immediately locking onto plot 11, which was in a state of time freeze. Add 15 acceleration points to plot 11. With this command, plot 11 in the spirit spring space was instantly activated, its time flow speed increasing 15 times that of the outside world. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun manipulated his consciousness, transferring the 11 piglets he had just brought into plot 11. Of course, Zhang Yun also transplanted a large amount of pig feed there. At 15 times the time flow speed, this pig feed would grow rapidly, soon covering the entire plot 11. Acceleration points 8. At this time, Zhang Yun saw that it was still early, so he didn't need to rush back to Juan village. Last time, we only searched half of the mountainous area of Linshui village, and most of the mountainous area of Shanlia village was not searched. Let's use these few hours to search the mountainous areas of both villages. Zhang Yun spoke calmly. After acquiring the 11 piglets from Shiqiao village, Zhang Yun realized that his plan against the Kushui meat processing plant had begun. First, he would acquire piglets from all 10 production brigades. This way, after 6 months, the Kushui meat processing plant would no longer have access to live pigs from those 10 brigades. Then, Zhang Yun would hunt all the wild animals in the various mountainous areas. This would ensure that hunters in the villages had no prey to hunt, cutting off the Kushui meat processing plant's hunter supply. Once these 2 supply channels were cut off, the plant manager, Huang Qingshan, would be helpless and would have no choice but to submit to Zhang Yun. Chapter 241 Pig Farming Has a Chance. After searching all the hills around Linshui village, the spirit spring space now contained 576 wild rabbits, 20 pheasants, 100 venomous snakes, 10 black goats, and countless insects. Speed up points, 35.8. Then, Zhang Yun searched the entire hills around Shanliu village. The spirit spring space gained another 348 wild rabbits, 45 pheasants, 258 venomous snakes, 23 black goats, and countless insects. Speed up points, 56.1. After searching the hills around these two villages, it was already past 6 p.m. With evening approaching, Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't go back to the mountains. Thus, Zhang Yun had completed searching all the hills around the 10 villages of Kushui Commune, Juan Village, Lishaiqiao Village, Yinshan Village, Fengshailing Village, Linshui Village, and Shanliu Village. The remaining 4 villages, Beizu Village, Palin Village, Beizai Village, and Jiming Village are all adjacent to Jiming Mountain, so the hunters from these 4 villages all venture into Jiming Mountain to hunt wild animals. Zhang Yun's next plan is to hunt all the wild animals on Jiming Mountain, so that there won't be many wild animals left on any of the mountains in the entire Kushui Commune. In 3 days, Xuemei's parents will arrive at Juan Village. In these 3 days, I will search the entire Jiming Mountain and make sure to capture all the wild animals in the mountain, Zhang Yun said calmly. Immediately, Zhang Yun was about to ride the summonling directly back to Juan Village. Just as the summonling emerged from the mountains and returned to the mountain path, it happened to run into Lu Changfeng, the production team leader of Shanliu Village. Hey, Zhang Yun, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. I was just about to go to Juan Village to tell you that the breeding boar at our Shanliu Village pig farm just gave birth to 10 piglets, Lu Changfeng said with a smile. Zhang Yun was taken aback. It was indeed quite a coincidence. He had just received 11 piglets from Lishaiqiao Village, and now the breeding boar in Shanliu Village had also given birth, a double celebration. As for Lu Changfeng's purpose in reporting to Zhang Yun, it was simply to collect the brokerage fee. Captain Lu, there's no time like the present. Since your breeding boar in Shanliu Village has given birth, let's head over now. Perfect timing. I have some money on hand, enough to buy 10 piglets, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Secretly, Zhang Yun also took out 550 yuan from his spiritual spring space and put it in his waist pouch. Then, Zhang Yun followed Lu Changfeng towards the settlement area of Shanliu Village. Zhang Yun, as you said, each piglet is 50 yuan. 10 piglets would be 500 yuan. Now, you can give me the money. I'll go find the brigade leader, give him the money, and then he can write an approval letter. We can then go to the pig farm and take the piglets away. Upon arriving at the brigade's courtyard in Shanliu Village, Lu Changfeng stopped and said this. Zhang Yun nodded and immediately pulled out 550 yuan. Brigade leader Lu, here's 550 yuan. 500 is for the piglets, and the other 50 is your commission, as we agreed, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Lu Changfeng's eyes narrowed with joy as he saw the thick wad of money in his hand. Zhang Yun had indeed kept his word. There really was a 5 yuan commission for each pig. In just a short while, Lu Changfeng earned 50 yuan, which naturally made him happy. Because of Zhang Yun's action, Lu Changfeng also came to approve of Zhang Yun. He decided in his heart that he must cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Yun in the future, perhaps even getting some benefits from him. Immediately, Lu Changfeng took the money to the brigade leader's house, and soon came out with an approval letter. Let's go, we have the approval letter, let's go to the pig farm to get the pigs, Lu Changfeng said excitedly. As long as these 10 piglets were delivered to Zhang Yun, the 50 yuan commission would be in his pocket, so Lu Changfeng was naturally excited. So, Zhang Yun led the sorrows towards the pig farm. Soon after, with Lu Changfeng's help, Zhang Yun packed 10 piglets into 2 fertilizer bags. Zhang Yun hung the fertilizer bags on the saddle of the sorrow and led it away from Shanliu Village. Once they reached a secluded spot, Zhang Yun stored the 2 fertilizer bags into his spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 56.4. These 10 piglets were all transferred to plot number 11. This brought the total number of piglets to 21. Generally, domestic pigs, if well fed, can grow to adulthood in 6 months. Even with poor nutrition, a year is sufficient. However, with a 15x time flow rate and the nourishment of the spiritual spring's energy, these 21 piglets should grow into adult domestic pigs in just half a month. Then, using these 21 domestic pigs as ancestors, they could be allowed to breed freely, and soon hundreds or even thousands of domestic pigs could be bred in the spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran antelope back to Juan Village in a good mood. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Zhang Yun picked up a fertilizer bag and was about to enter the main room. His father, Zhang Zongli, quickly took the fertilizer bag and handed it to his 2 daughters, Zhang Fen and Zhang Fang, behind him, then pulled Zhang Yun to the 8 immortal table. Third son, I've heard that you and Han's hiking haven't registered your marriage? Zhang Zongli asked hastily. Zhang Yun had already expected this. Whenever he returned home, his family would ask about it. Yes, Swame's parents know. They probably haven't met me and are worried that Swame might marry the wrong person, so they sent a telegram asking Swame not to register our marriage for now. Swame's parents will come to Juan village in 3 days, and we'll talk to them then. Zhang Yun replied calmly, showing no sign of worry or anxiety. His mother, Chen Wan, who was listening nearby, nodded. I've had similar concerns before. You two registered your marriage without consulting Hans Hiking's parents. Logically speaking, it's not in accordance with the rules. That's good. When Hans Hiking's parents come, we'll talk to them properly and definitely persuade them to agree to your marriage. Chen Wan said confidently. Since Zhang Yun built a large house and was earning a lot of money every day, Chen Wan was quite confident. She was absolutely certain she could persuade Han Swame's parents. Seeing this, Zhang Zhongli didn't say anything more. At this moment, Zhang Zhongli remembered something and immediately said, "Third brother, this afternoon I learned from the brigade leader that your uncle's family also wants to build a house. Moreover, your uncle wants to buy the new land next to your new house." Zhang Yun's face darkened upon hearing this. Although Zhang Bashu had the right to buy land anywhere, his decision to buy it next to his new house was purely to annoy Zhang Yun. Furthermore, based on his experience in his previous life, Zhang Yun knew that the location of his new house would become a prime location in Kushui town. Of course, Zhang Yun didn't want Zhang Bashu's family to benefit from this. So, Zhang Yun smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry, I won't let uncle's new land be next to my house." Chapter 242 Helping you build a new house. After dinner, Zhang Yun pulled his father, Zhang Zhongli, to the back of the house. There, Zhang Yun took out 210 yuan bills from his waist pouch and handed them to Zhang Zhongli. "Dad, you've been the one guarding the new house all day. You keep track of how much river sand the sand digging team delivers and how many construction workers come each day. This is 2,000 yuan. From now on, let's try to pay daily. The sand payment will be settled every day, and the workers will be paid 1 yuan a day at the end of the day," Zhang Yun said calmly. Zhang Zhongli felt the wad of money in his hand. Hearing that it was 2,000 yuan, his hands trembled slightly. "Third son, you've been so secretive every day. I don't know where you're getting so much money, but you have to promise me you won't do anything illegal," Zhang Zhongli reminded him. As a father, Zhang Zhongli was naturally happy to see Zhang Yun earning money. However, he was more concerned about Zhang Yun's safety. If he was making money illegally, he wouldn't feel secure with the money in his hands. "Don't worry," Zhang Zhongli said, "I earn this money by hunting wild animals in the mountains and selling them to the supply and marketing cooperative and the meat processing plant," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Zhang Zhongli then nodded in relief. Immediately, Zhang Yun left his own home and went directly to his third uncle Zhang Jaiwu's house. "Oh, Yuner, aren't you keeping watch at the bridal chamber? What are you doing here?" Zhang Jaiwu had just put down his rice bowl when he saw Zhang Yun smiling as he entered his house. He was somewhat taken aback. "Third uncle, after you've finished eating, could you go and inform the other 8 hunting team members to gather at the old Camphor Tree Square?" Zhang Yun gave a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Zhang Jaiwu realized that Zhang Yun must have something important to discuss with the 9 hunting team members. So, Zhang Jaiwu immediately replied, "Okay, I'll go call them over right now." Zhang Yun nodded, watched Zhang Jaiwu run off, and then looked at his aunt Lu Wanwan, and Zhang Yuxin, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yaya. "Third aunt, thank you for your hard work these past few days. 50 villagers have been helping with the new house every day, and you've been helping us cook and prepare meals," Zhang Yun said with a smile. No, we're blood relatives, it's only right that I help," Lu Wanwan immediately replied. "Third aunt, after my new house is built, I'll help your family build a new house, okay?" Zhang Yun said with a smile. "Yunya Zi, don't joke with your third aunt. We don't have the money to build a new house." Lu Wanwan immediately shook her head, her face showing difficulty. Although Zhang Jaiwu had recently earned some money, it was only 70 or 80 yuan, not even enough to buy a plot of land, let alone build a new house. Zhang Yun pursed his lips and smiled. "Third aunt, you'll know when your third uncle comes back. You'll be able to build a house soon." After saying that, Zhang Yun looked at the 3 siblings, Zhang Yuxin, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yaya. "You 3, have you been studying hard these past few days? If you don't study diligently, I won't help you build a new house." Zhang Yun deliberately put on a stern expression. "Brother Yun, are you serious?" Zhang Yuxin looked at Zhang Yun with some surprise. He trusted Zhang Yun. Since Zhang Yun had said so, he would definitely help his family build a new house. To be honest, Zhang Jaiwu's family was crammed into one room, and now that Zhang Yuxin, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yaya were all adults, life was extremely inconvenient. If they had a new house, the 3 siblings would be overjoyed. "When has Brother Yun ever lied to you?" Zhang Yun gave a definite answer. "That's great, Brother Yun. I love you so much." At this moment, Zhang Yaya jumped excitedly to Zhang Yun's side, shaking his arm, her excitement evident on her face. "Alright, You three just focus on your studies. If I find you slacking off, you can forget about living in the new house." Zhang Yun then said sternly, with a threatening tone. "Yes, we'll definitely study hard. Brother Yun, I promise I'll listen to you, I'll definitely get into university." The three siblings, Zhang Yuxin, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yaya, replied with absolute certainty. Zhang Yun, with a satisfied expression, left Zhang Jiwu's house and headed straight for the old camphor tree square. Along the way, Zhang Yun walked past the houses, his exceptional hearing allowing him to hear the conversations. Most of the family conversations involved Zhang Yun. Hearing people talk about him, Zhang Yun felt a little proud. His prestige in the village had risen, and the villagers all had high hopes for him. When he arrived at the old camphor tree square, Zhang Yun found that Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankang, Sun Fugui, and the other 9 members of the hunting team were already there. "Zhang Yun." The 9 men called out when they saw Zhang Yun approaching. Zhang Yun walked over and gestured for them to sit on the stone slab under the tree. "I called you here to ask if you'd like to build new houses?" Zhang Yun asked directly. Yes, when Zhang Yun heard his father, Zhang Zongli, say that his uncle's family also wanted to buy land and build their new house next to his, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. That's why he had this idea, to help these 9 members of the hunting team build new houses. In any case, Zhang Yun didn't want Zhang Bashu's family's house to be next to his, especially since Zhang Yun knew that the land where his new house was located would become the center of Kushui town. If Zhang Bashu's family also built there, they could benefit from this prime location and live a good life even just by collecting rent. Therefore, Zhang Yun thought, why not help these 9 members of the hunting team build houses, allowing them to buy land next to his new house? Of course I want to, but, Yunya, you know we haven't saved any money over the years. Even now that we're part of the hunting team and get a share of the profits, we don't earn much. Building a new house is a pipe dream. Zhang Jiwu was the first to speak, revealing his predicament. Zhang Yun, it would be a lie to say we don't want to build a new house. All 9 of us want our own new house. Especially me, with 5 kids and parents to support, the whole family is crammed into one room. I think about building a new house day and night, but I don't have the money. Sun Fugui spoke with great emotion, almost bursting into tears at the end. Although Zhang Jiankang was the son of the brigade leader, he was also embarrassed. He and his wife lived with his parents, and even if they wanted to make love at night, they had to be careful and quiet, it was too awkward. The others also shared their difficulties, but they all expressed their desire to own their own new houses. Zhang Yun listened quietly to their complaints, then smiled. Actually, I can help you build new houses. I called you all here to explain this. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Chapter 243. Zhang Yun lent us money to buy a house plot. Yunya Zi, you're helping us build a new house? Zhang Ji was stood up in shock upon hearing this. Zhang Yun, you're joking with us. Sun Fu Gui said, his face showing discomfort. Zhang Yun, this joke isn't funny at all. You're just putting us down. Zhang Jiankang said calmly. Zhang Bingqian, Yang Dezu, Zhang Yinyu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jianxin, and Sun Zhengwen also looked on with disbelief, taking it as a joke from Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, seeing the expressions on their faces, understood their disbelief. So, Zhang Yun directly opened his waist bag and took out 1,800 yuan that he had already put inside. I'm not joking, I'm serious. I called you 9 here to help you build new houses. I have 1,800 yuan. Each of you take 200 yuan, and give me the IOU tomorrow. I only have one requirement, the land for your new houses must be next to mine. Then, all 10 of our new houses can be in a row. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankang, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jingzin, and Sun Zhengwen, under the moonlight, saw the wad of cash in Zhang Yun's hand, and they were shocked. They hadn't expected Zhang Yun to be serious. Now, the 9 of them pondered Zhang Yun's words, and they fell silent. In other words, they would borrow Zhang Yun's money to buy the land first. As for the money to build the new houses, they would have to find their own way. The 9 of them were deep in thought, wondering whether they should borrow Zhang Yun's money. I'll lend it to you, Yunyazi. Your third uncle needs to borrow money to buy the land for the house first. Zhang Jiwu was the first to speak. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jiwu understood. His whole family was crammed into one room to sleep, especially since his 3 children were all adults. Life was very inconvenient. If Zhang Jiwu bought the land first, even if he couldn't build a luxurious house like Zhang Yun's, he could at least build a few wooden houses to temporarily solve his family's housing problem. I'll borrow too. Sun Fugui thought for a moment and confidently shouted. During this time, Sun Fugui had earned some money himself, and his wife and children had also earned some by digging earthworms and catching ants for Zhang Yun. If Sun Fugui borrowed the money to buy the land, he could use the money he had earned to build a few mud brick houses, at least solving his family's housing problem. I'll borrow, Zhang Jiankang shouted. Me too. Me too. The others followed suit. These people had figured it out. Even if they didn't have the money to build houses, they could borrow Zhang Yun's money to buy the land. Anyway, Zhang Yun was now wealthy and wouldn't pressure them to repay the loan. As for the hunting team members, with 20% of the profits from the rabbit trade, plus their daily hunting trips, they would have income every day and could repay Zhang Yun's loan in less than a year. Having understood this, the 9 of them had the courage to borrow money and the confidence to repay it. Good, I really like your courage. Give each of you 200 yuan now and go find the brigade leader right away. Ask him to take you to the tea plantation first thing tomorrow morning to finalize the homesteads for all 9 of you. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Yes, Zhang Yun needed to act quickly and secure the land for the 9 people's homes before Zhang Bashu did. Since Zhang Bashu had mentioned the homestead issue to the brigade leader today, Zhang Yun realized that Zhang Bashu would likely go to the tea plantation tomorrow to buy the land. Therefore, Zhang Yun needed to time it perfectly, instructing the 9 men to visit the brigade leader, Zhang Yue, that evening and have them work together to buy the 9 men's homesteads before Zhang Bashu could. Especially with Zhang Yun involved, as the brigade leader's son, a single word from him would surely get Zhang Yue to help him secure the homesteads first. Okay, I understand. All 9 men replied. Then, in front of the 9 people, Zhang Yun kept counting the banknotes. Each person received 20 10 yuan bills. The 9 people took the money and, beaming, ran off together to the house of their brigade leader, Zhang Yue. After the 9 people left, Zhang Yun mounted his Sumatran antelope and headed towards his new house. On the way, Zhang Yun focused his consciousness on the spiritual spring space, looking at the stack of cash. He only had 6,600.3 yuan left. He originally had 15,150 yuan, then spent 3,600 yuan on 2,000 pieces of stone, 1,150 yuan on 21 piglets plus brokerage fees, gave his father 2,000 yuan, and just lent the 9 people 1,800 yuan. Thus, he went from having 10,000 yuan to having only 6,600.3 yuan. Swame's parents will arrive in Juan village in 3 days. These 3 days, I need to keep busy and try to turn my savings into 30,000 yuan. Zhang Yun muttered to himself, setting himself a small goal. Zhang Yun had anticipated the arrival of Han Swame's parents. They opposed their daughter marrying him, so he'd simply use money to buy them over. Most things in this world are born of money and are resolved by money. Having lived 2 lives, Zhang Yun understood this principle. Soon after, Su Menling returned to the shed of their new house. At the home of brigade leader Zhang Yue, Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangxin, and Sun Zhen when 9 people in total rushed in. Zhang Yue had just showered and was talking to his children. When the 9 people rushed in, Zhang Yue was somewhat surprised. What are you all doing here? Zhang Yue looked at the 9 people with great curiosity, especially since his son, Zhang Jiankan, was among them. Brigade leader, we want to build a new house. We want to buy a plot of land for the house. Zhang Jiwu shouted loudly. Captain, we want to buy a plot of land for building houses. The others echoed this sentiment. Zhang Yue was stunned for a moment, especially since his son was also calling for land. He didn't immediately react. Of course, as the captain, Zhang Yue was quite worldly wise, and he quickly calmed down. Tell me, how do you have the money to buy a plot of land? Zhang Yue immediately asked the crucial question. After all, Zhang Yue knew the situation in his brigade very well. He knew exactly how much money each family had. Zhang Yun lent me money. Zhang Yun lent me money. Zhang Yun lent me money. All 9 of them admitted it. Hearing their words, Zhang Yue immediately understood what was going on. After all, Zhang Yue knew about the conflict between Zhang Yun and Zhang Bashu. Today, Zhang Bashu mentioned wanting to buy a plot of land for building a house, and it seemed that Zhang Yun, upon learning this, had taken action against Zhang Bashu. Seeing that his son was also involved, Zhang Yue naturally understood the situation. Since Zhang Yun was helping his son buy a plot of land, how could Zhang Yue refuse? He had to help Zhang Yun. Alright, tomorrow morning, you don't need to meet at the old camphor tree square. Come with me to choose a plot of land. Zhang Yue agreed to the 9 men. Chapter 244. The 3-day sweep of Jiming Mountain begins. At Zhang Bashu's house. Zhang Bashu, Wang Yuanhui, Zhang Tuanja, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi sat around a table in the main room. Today, I already mentioned it to the brigade leader, and tomorrow we'll go choose a plot of land for our new house. I've decided, we'll put our new house's plot next to Zhang Yun's new house. We want to be right next to him. Zhang Yun built his house on the tea plantation, he definitely has his reasons. We're going to be right next to him, we must keep an eye on his every move. Zhang Bashu said coldly. This time, we have to thank my second daughter-in-law, Wang Lanzi. After she mentioned it to her parents, her in-laws agreed to lend us 200 yuan. This saved us a lot of time, and we can buy the plot now. Wang Yuanhui said smugly. Wang Lanzi was a saleswoman at the supply and marketing cooperative, and her parents were leaders in the commune. Her family was quite wealthy. The main reason was that Wang Lanzi had left her child with her parents, who were constantly hearing gossip and couldn't stand it anymore. When Wang Lanzi mentioned that her in-laws wanted to build a house, her parents offered to lend money to make it happen so that Wang Lanzi's child could be brought back to Zhuan village as soon as possible. Great! Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the brigade leader and grab that plot of land, Zhang Tuanja said happily, seemingly already envisioning Zhang Yun's humiliation. Once Zhang Basha bought the land and registered it with the commune, Zhang Yun, no matter how capable, wouldn't be able to change anything. Dad, Mom, as soon as the land is secured tomorrow, I'll go up the mountain to cut down trees. Although we don't have the money to build a big house like Zhang Yun's, we can quickly build a row of wooden houses and move in on the same day as Zhang Yun. We'll make Zhang Yun furious, Zhang Shengli said with a sneer. Yes, we can't build a red brick house, but we'll build an adobe house with wood and mud bricks. It'll be very fast, we'll definitely be able to finish it on the same day Zhang Yun's new house is completed, Zhang Jianxi said smugly. He felt that as long as they finished building their houses on the same day as Zhang Yun, they would have won. The family was immersed in the joy of buying the land. Zhang Yun learned of the situation but couldn't do anything to them. They had won a round. However, none of them expected that Zhang Yun had already acted first. At 5 a.m., Zhang Yun instinctively woke up again. Naturally, the first thing Zhang Yun did was to channel his consciousness into the spiritual spring space. Sure enough, another acre of land had been added. This is plot number 12. Plots 3 and 9 were originally used for breeding wild rabbits, but after searching the hills of Linshui village and Shanlia village yesterday, we caught over 900 more rabbits. These 2 acres aren't enough anymore. So, let's use plot 12 for raising wild rabbits too, Zhang Yun calmly stated, deciding the purpose of plot 12. Add 15 acceleration points to plot 12. After issuing the command mentally, plot 12 instantly activated. Acceleration points 41.4. Immediately, Zhang Yun moved 500 wild rabbits to plot number 12, and also planted hundreds of sweet potato vines there. The wild growth of these vines would satisfy the rabbits' appetites. Basically, plot number 12 in the spirit spring space now has 10 acres of sweet potatoes. Both the sweet potatoes and their vines provide food for various wild animals. These wild rabbits sell well, but we catch a lot of them every day, and their breeding rate is terrifying. Wild rabbits are now the most abundant thing in this spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun sighed. After so many days of exploring the mountains, Zhang Yun naturally discovered that wild rabbits roamed every hilltop and could be caught with a simple search. Therefore, Zhang Yun sold several hundred wild rabbits every day. However, due to the 15-fold time flow rate of the spiritual spring space, it couldn't keep up with the rabbits' breeding speed, resulting in an overabundance of rabbits in the space. Just as planned yesterday, I'm going to capture all the wild animals on Jiming Mountain over the next 3 days. That way, the number of wild animals on the various hills under the jurisdiction of Kushui Commune will be very small, cutting off one of the sources of goods for the Kushui meat processing plant. Zhang Yun chuckled mischievously. Then, Zhang Yun took out 100 sweet potatoes from his spiritual spring space and also pulled out a large bundle of sweet potato leaves. He also took out 10 silver carp, 10 wild rabbits, and 10 bamboo rats. This was enough to prepare food for the construction workers today. The 2 wild rabbits and 2 grass carp that his eldest sister wanted to give to the tailor shop were also prepared. The 2,000 frogs that his second sister needed were also put into 2 baskets. After arranging everything, Zhang Yun immediately used his spatial powers to teleport directly to Lake Number 1 at Jiming Mountain. Upon emerging from the cave, Zhang Yun released the mutated black-tailed snake and 4 eagles. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, take your cubs and patrol the various mountain peaks, searching for those large herds of wild beasts. Zhang Yun gave the order directly. The 4 eagles immediately took flight, each heading in a different direction to search for wild animals in the mountains. Zhang Yun, riding on the back of the black-tailed snake, directed it to advance steadily along the outer mountainous area of Jiming Mountain. Zhang Yun had now decided that he would thoroughly search Jiming Mountain within 3 days, and that required a specific strategy. The first day, he cleared the outer mountainous area, the second day, he swept through the inner mountainous area, and the third day, he entered the heart of Jiming Mountain, capturing the most ferocious beasts. Now, Zhang Yun began sweeping through the outer mountainous area. With the mutated black-tailed snake as his mode of transport, Zhang Yun ignored the attacks from the wild beasts in the mountains. Every 100 meters, Zhang Yun would set up a pit trap, continuously placing bamboo tubes inside. The spiritual spring inside the bamboo tubes, over time, would attract wild beasts from the surrounding area who could smell the scent of the spring, drawing them to the pit. In 1 hour, Zhang Yun had set up over 1,000 pit traps in the outer mountainous area on the west side of Jiming Mountain. Why was he able to set up so many pit traps in such a short time? Mainly with the help of the mutated black-tailed snake. Zhang Yun said he would set up a pit trap at a certain location, and the mutated black-tailed snake's massive head plunged into the ground, creating a large pit. Zhang Yun then swiftly hacked at the ground with his cleaver, creating a pit in an instant. Thus, each pit trap was completed in less than 10 seconds. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yun used spatial power to teleport back to Lake 1, and then rode the mutated black-tailed snake back the way he came. Upon arriving at the first pit, Zhang Yun saw the situation inside and couldn't help but smile happily. Sure enough, with the spiritual spring as a guide and the pit as a limit, the first pit attracted hundreds of wild beasts. Chapter 245, A Bountiful Harvest of Speed-Up Points, at least 15,000 wild rabbits. This pit was smashed by the head of a black-tailed snake. It's at least 2.5 meters deep, and after being sculpted by my machete, it's formed into a cone shape. Led by the scent of the spiritual spring, once these beasts jump into this pit, there's no way they can escape. Zhang Yun spoke excitedly when he saw the hundreds of beasts trapped in the first pit. With the mutated black-tailed snake's full assistance, these thousands of pits were much deeper than the ones Zhang Yun had dug himself before. Then, Zhang Yun took out a wire mesh bag from his spiritual spring space. This was a wire mesh he had bent into a net shape when he was bored, using it to sift river sand. He then bound it with an iron ring to create a scooping net. Because the pit was deep enough, and there was a venomous snake below, Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't jump in to collect the beasts. With the wire mesh net in hand, Zhang Yun stood on it and repeatedly lowered it, scooping up wild animals one by one, pulling them up immediately, and then storing them all in his spiritual spring space. The rabbits, pheasants, leopard cats, and venomous snakes at the bottom of the pit were all collected into his spiritual spring space. After catching all the animals in the first pit trap, Zhang Yun mentally looked at the numbers above the boulder in spiritual spring space number 1. Acceleration points, 44.7. Only gained a little over 3 acceleration points. But it's okay, there are still thousands of pits to go, and breaking 1,000 acceleration points is still possible, Zhang Yun said softly. Then, Zhang Yun, riding the mutated black-tailed snake, began running towards the second pit trap. 100 meters was just a few twists of its body for the black-tailed snake, and it covered the distance in a flash. More than 70 wild animals fell into the second trap. The third trap lured over 50 wild beasts. Until the 20th pit trap. After Zhang Yun collected all the beasts into his spiritual spring space, his acceleration points finally surpassed 100. Acceleration points, 100.3. Naturally, another void appeared in his spiritual spring space, meaning he could set up another spatial passage. However, Zhang Yun wasn't in a hurry to set up this spatial passage. I want to see if more functions will appear in this spiritual spring space as the acceleration points increase. This was Zhang Yun's inner thought. After all, with over 1,000 pit traps set up, surpassing 1,000 acceleration points was no problem. So Zhang Yun wanted to see if new functions would appear after reaching 1,000 acceleration points. Therefore, Zhang Yun continued towards the next pit trap. Upon reaching the 58th pit trap, Zhang Yun collected the beasts from each pit along the way into his spiritual spring space, and his acceleration points finally surpassed 200. Naturally, Zhang Yun's consciousness remained focused on the changes within the spirit spring space. After the acceleration point surpassed 200, Zhang Yun noticed no new changes, except that the suspended void behind the acceleration point seemed to have enlarged slightly. Upon locking onto this void, Zhang Yun received a message. Setting this void up as a spatial passage would cover an area of 20 li, approximately 10 kilometers. In other words, as long as the spatial passage is within 20 li, approximately 10 kilometers, Zhang Yun can instantly teleport back to the passage using spatial power. After receiving this information, Zhang Yun had a guess in his mind. Perhaps after the acceleration points break through 300, the spatial passage created will cover a range of 30 li. Then, if the acceleration points break through 1000, the spatial passage could cover a range of 100 li, right? Thinking this, Zhang Yun continued riding the black-tailed serpent towards the next pit trap. He continued to collect the beasts in the pit. At the 100th pit trap, the acceleration points broke through 300. Sure enough, when Zhang Yun's consciousness locked onto that hole, the message he received was indeed that the spatial passage could cover a range of 30 li. The black-tailed serpent continued to carry Zhang Yun into the pits below. At the 134th pit, the acceleration points broke through 400. At the 167th pit, the acceleration points broke through 500. The 199th pit acceleration points exceeded 600. The 235th pit acceleration points exceeded 700. The 272nd pit acceleration points exceeded 800. The 312th pit acceleration points exceeded 900. The 347th pit acceleration points exceeded 1000. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spirit spring space and directly locked onto the now much larger void. If the void size was defined as 1 when acceleration points were 100, then now, with 1000 acceleration points, the void size is 10. When Zhang Yun's consciousness locked onto the void, he received a message. The spatial passage he created covers a radius of 100 li, approximately 50 kilometers. Furthermore, within a 10-meter radius of the passage's location, a spatial force protects it. Anyone entering will be drawn away by this force and rerouted. This is fantastic. Zhang Yun was overjoyed upon receiving the news. This meant he wouldn't need to assign pythons to guard the spatial passage. From Juan Village to Fengshan County, it's 54 kilometers by county road, and the straight line distance is only 30 kilometers, roughly 60 li, approximately 30 kilometers. This way, I can completely set up this spatial passage in Fengshan County. From now on, my sales channels will definitely extend to Fengshan County. I can instantly go to the county and deliver the wild beasts directly to every customer. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Immediately, Zhang Yun rode the mutated black-tailed eel towards the next pit trap. At the 380th pit, the acceleration point exceeded 1,100. However, after the acceleration point exceeded 1,100, a new void appeared in the air behind the acceleration point. Does this mean that once the acceleration points exceed 1,000, the original void can no longer be enlarged? Zhang Yun wondered. Right now, Zhang Yun only had doubts. However, with the acceleration points continuing to increase, Zhang Yun still hoped for more spatial functions. So, Zhang Yun continued running towards the pit below. At the 764th pit, the acceleration point surpassed 2,000, and the second hollow became the size of 10. At the 802nd pit, the acceleration point surpassed 2,100, and a third hollow appeared. Of course, the third hollow was again the size of 1. After searching all the pits, the acceleration point finally settled at 2,871. This was an extremely large number. It meant that Zhang Yun had collected a vast quantity of wild animals that morning, weighing over 280,000 jin, approximately 140 tons. If this much wild animal were provided free of charge to Juan Village, it would be enough to feed the entire village for a year. There are definitely more than 15,000 rabbits. This is insane. I never imagined that Jiming Mountain harbored so many rabbits. Now I've collected them all. Zhang Yun was somewhat excited. Chapter 246. 2 consecutive spatial passages lead directly to the Red Ridge meat processing plant. After a busy morning, it was already around 9:30. Zhang Yun looked up at the sunlight and knew the approximate time. Now, I've thoroughly searched the outer mountain area west of Jiming Mountain. Even if some wild animals were left behind, there won't be many. As for the outer mountain area east of Jiming Mountain, most of it is within Jiming Village's territory. Hunters from Jiming Village and other villages frequently enter there, so the number of wild animals there is definitely not as large as in the western mountain area. I'll wait until this afternoon to search the mountain area east of Jiming Mountain. This morning, I still need to focus on delivering goods. I have to make money. Zhang Yun said with a faint smile. Then, Zhang Yun put away the mutated black-tailed snake and focused his consciousness on a point on the virtual map in the Spirit Spring space, the spatial passage behind the Kushui commune. Instantly, with the help of spatial power, Zhang Yun's body appeared in the stone cave behind the Kushui commune. Then, Zhang Yun rode his Suro to the supply and marketing cooperative as quickly as possible. On the way, in a secluded spot, Zhang Yun took out his cart and placed 6 baskets on it. 200 grass carp and 400 wild rabbits crammed into the 6 baskets. Upon arriving safely at the warehouse in the cooperative's backyard, Zhang Yun skillfully weighed the catch. 200 grass carp, weighing 1,378 jin, approximately 688 catties, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaled 826.8 yuan. 400 wild rabbits, weighing 1978 jin, approximately 988 catties, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaled 1,186.8 yuan. The total was 2,013.6 yuan. Zhang Yun took the receipt to the finance office to collect the money and successfully received 2,013.6 yuan. Now, Zhang Yun had 8,613.9 yuan in cash. This amount wasn't far from 30,000 yuan. Immediately, Zhang Yun rode his cart away from the supply and marketing cooperative, heading directly to the Hongling meat processing plant. As for Duan Zhaishong, Zhang Yun wasn't in a hurry to deliver the goods. After all, it was broad daylight, and it wasn't convenient for Zhang Yun to go to Duan Zhaishong's yard. If others saw him, it would expose Duan Zhaishong's clandestine wildlife trade. Duan Zhaishong's sales methods were very secretive. He operated within the leadership circle and couldn't operate openly. When the Summonling reached the foot of a deserted mountain, Zhang Yun's consciousness remained locked on the Spirit Spring space, watching the changes on the virtual map. This mountain was about 10 li, approximately 5 kilometers, away from the spatial passage behind the Kushui commune. So, Zhang Yun put away the cart, rode the Summonling into the deserted mountain, and found a very secluded cliff. Then, Zhang Yun released the mutated black-tailed snake, letting it ram its head against the cliff, smashing a hole in the rock. Zhang Yun entered the stone cave and immediately issued a command through his mind. Set up a spatial passage in this stone cave. As soon as the thought was sent, a virtual entrance appeared in the cave. Touching it would create ripples. Setting up the spatial passage only consumes 100 acceleration points, therefore it only covers a range of 10 Li. Acceleration points, 2771. The straight line distance from here to the Hongling meat processing plant is only about 10 li. That means I'll find a hill near the plant later and set up another spatial passage. Then I won't need to travel far, I can get to the plant immediately. After setting up the spatial passage, Zhang Yun's consciousness looked at the new terrain expanding on the virtual map and found the location of the Hongling meat processing plant on its edge. He exclaimed with delight. Immediately, Zhang Yun rode his Suro towards the plant. Upon arriving near the plant, Zhang Yun glanced around and noticed that the area surrounding the Hongling commune was also mountainous. So, Zhang Yun rode his Suro into this mountainous region and found a steep cliff. Using the same method again, the mutated black-tailed snake's hard head allowed it to carve a large cave in the cliff with just a few charges. Zhang Yun consumed another 100 acceleration points to create a spatial passage within the cave. Acceleration points, 2671. After completing the spatial passage, Zhang Yun rode his Suro out of the mountain, heading straight for the Hongling meat processing plant. Upon reaching the foot of a deserted mountain, Zhang Yun immediately retrieved a cart, upon which were placed 6 baskets containing 1,000 wild rabbits. Zhang Yun himself walked, while behind him, he pulled 10 adult wild boars, each weighing over 300 jin, approximately 150 catties. The scene was quite awe-inspiring. Others leading even one wild boar would fear being charged from behind. But Zhang Yun dared to lead 10 wild boars alone. The main reason was that these wild boars had always lived within the spirit spring space, and Zhang Yun's consciousness constantly lingered within it, carrying spatial power that continuously exerted a terrifying deterrent effect on these wild boars. Therefore, even though Zhang Yun released the 10 wild boars, their presence still instilled fear in them, preventing them from daring to resist him. So, the Sumatran Suro laboriously pulled the cart, while Zhang Yun easily led the 10 boars towards the Hongling meat processing plant. When Zhang Yun appeared, a worker who had been guarding the entrance of the plant immediately spotted him. Zhang Yun's here! Zhang Yun's here! This lookout, likely assigned by the plant manager Xiao Fukuo, shouted into the yard as soon as he saw Zhang Yun. Soon, more than a dozen workers rushed out to greet Zhang Yun, mainly because Zhang Yun's performance over the past few days had deeply impressed the Hongling meat processing plant. Furthermore, Zhang Yun had resolved the plant's difficulties and even helped them earn money. He had become a highly valued guest at the plant. The dozen or so staff members helped the Suro push the cart into the yard. Zhang Yun, meanwhile, casually led 10 wild boars into the meat processing plant yard, looking quite imposing. Xiao Fukuo was waiting at the weighing station. Seeing Zhang Yun bring such a large quantity of wild animals, his mouth was constantly agape, he was all smiles. Brother Zhang Yun, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to actually bring 10 wild boars, all adults. Incredible. I, Xiao Fukuo, have never admired anyone before, you're definitely the first. Xiao Fukuo exclaimed excitedly as he saw Zhang Yun leading the 10 wild boars over. Zhang Yun took the 10 boars to the weighing area before replying, Brother Xiao, I can bring 20 more tomorrow. We've found the lair of those wild boars at Jiming Mountain. This afternoon, my hunter friends and I will be hauling in the nets, we're sure to catch a lot of boars. To earn 30,000 yuan as quickly as possible, Zhang Yun needed to sell off a large quantity now. Naturally, Zhang Yun didn't mind lying a little and brought up his hunter friends. Hearing this, Xiao Fukuo's eyes lit up. Great, great, Brother Zhang, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Xiao Fukuo shouted excitedly. Chapter 247 adds 3 meat processing plant clients. Amazing! Zhang Yun is truly amazing. These are 10 adult wild boars. The staff carefully received the 10 wild boars, exclaiming in amazement. When the staff stood before the boars, the terrifying aura emanating from them sent shivers down their spines. They feared a sudden charge would cost them their lives. Fortunately, with Zhang Yun there to oversee things, the staff easily managed to tie up all 10 boars. Then, the staff worked together to weigh both the boars and rabbits. The 10 wild boars weighed a total of 3,258 jin, approximately 167.5 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,791 yuan. The 1,000 rabbits weighed a total of 4,248 jin, approximately 262.5 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 2,336 yuan. The total was 4,127 yuan. Naturally, given Zhang Yun's current status, the Hongling meat processing plant wouldn't delay payment for the meat. After going to the finance department, Zhang Yun quickly received 4,127 yuan. Now, Zhang Yun had 12,740.9 yuan in cash. He was back to being at 10,000 yuan household, a term for someone with over 10,000 yuan in savings. After saying goodbye to Xiao Fukuo, Zhang Yun left the Hongling meat processing plant on his cart. Xiao Fukuo quickly organized a team to divide the 10 wild boars and 1,000 rabbits into several portions, which he planned to resell to other meat processing plants. Meanwhile, less than 100 meters from the Hongling meat processing plant, 3 middle-aged men suddenly emerged from behind a large tree at the foot of a nearby hill and ran towards Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun had definitely sensed their presence long ago. Seeing their faces and carefully observing their expressions, he knew they wanted something from him. So, Zhang Yun told Sun Menling to stop. He sat quietly on the cart, watching the three approach with a faint smile. "Comrade Zhang Yun, we've finally waited for you." One of the men, wearing glasses, exclaimed joyfully as the three approached. "Oh, why did you wait for me?" Zhang Yun immediately asked. The three exchanged glances and then laughed simultaneously. "Comrade Zhang Yun, I am Duan Kaiyaming, from Fengguang Commune. I am the purchasing manager of Fengguang Meat Processing Plant." "Comrade Zhang Yun, I am Lai Changming, from Railong Commune. I am the purchasing manager of Railong Meat Processing Plant." "Comrade Zhang Yun, I am Lu Hai, from Qingshan Commune. I am the purchasing manager of Qingshan Meat Processing Plant." The three immediately announced their names and backgrounds. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Yun knew their purpose. "Hello, what brings you here?" Zhang Yun asked knowingly, intending to make them beg him so he could seize the initiative. "Haha, Comrade Zhang Yun, the three of us came together, of course we need your help," Duan Kaiyaming said with a smile. "Comrade Zhang Yun, our 3 meat processing plants are next to Hongling Meat Processing Plant. We've all bought some wild boars from Hongling Meat Processing Plant these past few days. We discussed it together and decided to come and stake out the area. Sure enough, we've found you," Lai Changming said calmly. "Comrade Zhang Yun, to be honest, we've found out that Hongling Meat Processing Plant gets its wild boars and rabbits from you. So, the three of us have come to ask for your help. If you hunt any wild boars or rabbits in the future, could you send some to us?" Lu Hai said earnestly. Zhang Yun understood immediately after hearing their words. Hongling Meat Processing Plant had recently had a bumper harvest of wild animals, and Xiao Fukuo, wanting to earn some extra money, had distributed some of the animals Zhang Yun sent to other meat processing plants. Fengguang Meat Processing Plant, Railong Meat Processing Plant, and Qingshan Meat Processing Plant had all bought wild boars and rabbits from Hongling Meat Processing Plant, at prices certainly higher than the usual purchase price. These 3 meat processing plants must have connections at Hongling Meat Processing Plant. After making inquiries, they knew about Zhang Yun. So today, the 3 purchasing directors, Duan Kaiyaming, Lai Changming, and Lu Hai, were all staking out near the Hongling Meat Processing Plant. They had just witnessed Zhang Yun leading 10 wild boars, pulling a cart, into the plant. "How much?" Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the 3 purchasing directors immediately smiled. They understood that Zhang Yun was willing to sell the wild boars to their 3 meat processing plants. "Comrade Zhang Yun, the purchasing price for all meat processing plants in the county is uniform, we can't change that. However, Comrade Zhang Yun, as a hunter, you'll surely hunt some rare animals in the mountains in the future. If you want to sell them then, our 3 companies' sales channels will help you find customers." At this point, Duan Kaiyaming subtly added. Zhang Yun, of course, understood the implication. For common animals like wild boar, rabbits, pheasants, and domestic pigs, the meat processing plants in Fengshan County all have a fixed purchase price, which cannot be changed by the individual plants below. However, each meat processing plant has its own sales channels and social connections. For some rare wild animals, such as red muntjacs, these plants can use their social connections to help Zhang Yun sell them. "Okay, I agree. Starting tomorrow, I will deliver some goods to your 3 meat processing plants." Zhang Yun readily agreed. The spatial passage set up behind Hongling Commune, within a 10-mile radius covered by the virtual map, includes Fengguang Meat Processing Plant, Railong Meat Processing Plant, and Qingshan Meat Processing Plant. Zhang Yun already knows the locations of the 3 meat processing plants. After a quick mental calculation, Zhang Yun could travel to these 3 plants in about an hour. With 3 more major clients, Zhang Yun was naturally very happy. After arriving at the 3 meat processing plants tomorrow, Zhang Yun will definitely set up 3 more spatial portals nearby, allowing him to quickly reach the plants and sell his wild beasts. Since there are many acceleration points now, Zhang Yun will definitely set up a large number of spatial portals, eventually covering the entire Fengshan County. "Okay, thank you, Comrade Zhang Yun. Comrade Zhang Yun is always welcome. We look forward to Comrade Zhang Yun's visit to the Qingshan Meat Processing Plant tomorrow." Duan Kaiyaming, Lai Changming, and Lu Hai replied with great joy after receiving Zhang Yun's answer. The 3 men's stakeout at the Hongling Meat Processing Plant paid off. They finally caught Zhang Yun. Little did they know, Zhang Yun had also been struggling to expand his customer base. The fact that these 3 had proactively approached him made Zhang Yun the happiest of all. Now, the large number of wild animals bred in his spiritual spring space could be sold daily, Early this morning, he thoroughly searched the mountainous area west of Jiming Mountain, yielding over 200,000 jin of wild animals. With 3 more customers at the meat processing plant, Zhang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He could use the animals to sell them over the next few days. Afterwards, Zhang Yun parted ways with the 3 men on his cart. Reaching a secluded spot, he immediately packed away the cart in the Suro, then used his spatial powers to teleport back to Jiming Mountain several times. Chapter 248 9-person homestead confirmed, Zhang Bashu's dream shattered. Zhang Bashu, Wang Yuanhui, Zhang Tuanja, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi arrived at the old Camphor Tree Square early in the morning. Members from the 6 production teams also gathered. However, the brigade leader, Zhang Yaowei, was absent. Zhang Yangguan, the leader of the first production team, stood at the front of the line. He had received orders from Zhang Yaowei to oversee the production work that day. Fellow members, the brigade leader has gone to the tea plantation. I will temporarily assign tasks to each production team in his stead. Today, Zhang Yingzhen's new house needs some river sand. This is also the last day of sand dredging for the team. The busy farming season is approaching. To ensure a good harvest, for these last 10 days, each production team leader will lead a patrol of their assigned fields, catching pests and rats. We must not let our hard-earned harvest be ruined. Alright, now everyone can get to work. After speaking, Zhang Yangguan went to his first production team and left with his members. When Zhang Bashu's family heard this, they immediately realized something. What did Zhang Yangguan just say? The brigade leader went to the tea plantation, and Zhang Jiawu's 9 hunting team members don't seem to be there either. Could it be? Zhang Bashu's face showed some anxiety. Honey, do you mean Zhang Jiawu and the others went to the tea plantation to buy a house plot? Wang Yuanhui also realized what was going on. Impossible. Where would third uncle get the money to buy a house plot? Zhang Tuanja immediately said. That's right. Those 9 hunting team members have only been together for 2 days. Where would they get the money? Zhang Shengli said the same thing. Last night, I saw Zhang Yun go to third uncle's house. Later, I heard that Zhang Yun and the 9 members of the hunting team seemed to have gone to the old Camphor Tree Square. At this moment, Zhang Jianxi suddenly spoke up. He had overheard some news from other members when he arrived, and now he was saying it. What? It's Zhang Yun again. Zhang Bashu and Wang Yuanhui screamed anxiously upon hearing this. Let's go to the tea plantation too. Zhang Bashu shouted immediately. So, the family of 5 took off running, hurrying along the village road towards the tea plantation as fast as they could. Meanwhile, at the tea plantation, the brigade leader Zhang Yaowei and 9 members of the hunting team were using white lime to demarcate 9 new plots of land along the direction of Zhang Yun's new house. Zhang Jiawu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangzhen, and Sun Zhengguan, in order, each purchased a plot of land. Zhang Jiawu's plot was right next to Zhang Yun's new house. Alright, the plots for the 9 of you have been allocated. Wait a moment, I'll go to Kushui Commune to register. Brigade leader Zhang Yaowei said happily. One of these 9 plots belonged to his son, Zhang Jiankan, making it essentially Zhang Yaowei's own. Naturally, Zhang Yaowei wouldn't delay this time, he would finalize the 9 plots of land as quickly as possible. Just as Zhang Yaowei said this, he saw Zhang Bashu and his family of 5 running towards him from the distant road intersection. Zhang Yaowei immediately realized that Zhang Bashu had come to seize the land. However, Zhang Yaowei had already allocated 9 plots of land for the 9 families, and even if Zhang Bashu was furious, Zhang Yaowei couldn't redistribute the land. Zhang Jiawu also saw Zhang Bashu's family, and a wicked smile crept onto his face. Soon, Zhang Bashu's family of 5 came running up, panting, and went straight to Zhang Yaowei. Captain, I mentioned it to you yesterday, today I'm going to confirm the land allocation for the residential plots. As soon as Zhang Bashu arrived, he immediately shouted. Zhang Jiawu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangzhen, and Sun Zhengguan burst into laughter. Wang Yuanhui, Zhang Tuanja, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, hearing the laughter, felt a chill run down their spines, realizing something was wrong. Moreover, the 4 of them had already noticed that 9 plots of land had been marked out with whitewash. 5th team leader, you mentioned it to me yesterday, but you didn't pay. These 9 people all paid 200 yuan, and they each received 1 mu of land for their homes. So, 5th team leader, if you want a homestead, of course you can. However, these 9 plots have already been allocated. If you want a homestead, you'll have to choose one elsewhere. Zhang Yaowei said with a smile. Zhang Bashu was stunned. These 9 people had all paid 200 yuan, and the homestead Zhang Bashu wanted was next to Zhang Yun's house. Now, the adjacent plot had clearly been marked with white lime, obviously already allocated. Zhang Bashu knew, of course, that it was impossible for him to get a homestead next to Zhang Yun's. I can only get my money this afternoon. Captain, could we discuss giving me this plot of land? Zhang Bashu, still unwilling to give up, pointed to the plot next to Zhang Yun's new house and said with a smirk, "No way, this land is mine, I won't give it to you." At this moment, Zhang Jiwu immediately shouted. He wasn't kidding, Zhang Jiwu had had enough of Zhang Bashu's bullying. Now that he finally had a chance to get the upper hand, how could he easily relinquish it? Besides, Zhang Jiwu knew that the reason Zhang Yun lent him money to buy the plot was to prevent Zhang Bashu's plot from being next to Zhang Yun's. If Zhang Jiwu dared to give it up now, he could already foresee the consequences. He would never receive any help from Zhang Yun again. Zhang Bashu never expected that Zhang Jiwu would actually buy the land. "Our land is not going to be given to you. Why should I give up my land to you? My land, I will never give it up." Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jingzin, and Sun Zhenguan all spoke up in succession. Zhang Bashu's face turned deathly pale. He looked at the 8 men, especially Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Yumu, and Zhang Erlin. These 3 were blood relatives of the brigade leader Zhang Yawei and the brigade secretary Zhang Hesheng. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't afford to offend both of them at the same time. So, Zhang Bashu resigned himself to his fate. You're bullying me too much." Suddenly, Wang Yuanhui sat down on the ground and began to cry and throw a tantrum. However, Zhang Yawei and the others ignored her. In such a serious matter, how could anyone sympathize with Wang Yuanhui's shameless and unruly behavior? Damn it! Zhang Yun deserves to die. The 3 Zhang brothers, Tuanjia, Shenli, and Jianxi, had realized that Zhang Yun had done this intentionally, and they were furious. "Fifth captain, talk to your wife. If your family wants a plot of land for building a house, just bring the money, and I'll go with you to choose a piece of land," Zhang Yawei said calmly, thus ending the matter. Chapter 249, Sweeping through the entire outer mountainous area of Jiming Mountain. After arriving at Lake Number 1 of Jiming Mountain, Zhang Yun rode the mutated black-tailed snake to the outer mountainous area on the eastern side of Jiming Mountain. The western outer mountainous area had been cleared out by dawn, and it was only 10 o'clock now. Zhang Yun planned to spend the entire noon clearing out the eastern outer mountainous area as well. It was the familiar routine again. Riding the mutated black-tailed snake, every 100 meters, the snake's massive head would slam into the ground, creating a crater 2.5 meters deep. Then, Zhang Yun would take out a machete and hack away at the rough crater, creating a cone-shaped pit, before embedding a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water into the ground. Every 100 meters, Zhang Yun would set up a pit trap. The mutated black-tailed snake was extremely fast, carrying Zhang Yun through the outer mountainous area. In 2 hours, Zhang Yun had set up over 1,000 pit traps in the eastern outer mountainous area. It was incredibly frenzied. In short, once all 2,000 pit traps were searched, Zhang Yun alone would have hunted down all the wild animals in the outer mountainous area of Jiming Mountain. Of course, some animals would inevitably be left behind, but the number wouldn't be large. From now on, it would be extremely difficult for hunters from the 10 villages of Kushui Commune to hunt wild animals in the outer mountainous area of Jiming Mountain. And entering the inner area of Jiming Mountain would be virtually impossible for the hunters of Kushui Commune, given their equipment. After all, the peaks of Jiming Mountain are quite high, most of the outer mountainous areas are hundreds of meters high. Even climbing just one peak would exhaust an ordinary hunter, let alone climbing several peaks to penetrate into the inner mountainous area. After setting up all the pits, Zhang Yun immediately used his spatial powers to teleport back to Lake Number 1. Then, riding the mutated black-tailed snake again, Zhang Yun sped back the way he came to check the loot from each pit trap. Upon reaching the first pit, he found 50 wild animals inside. There are still a lot of rabbits, but there are also 2 hedgehogs and a civet cat. Zhang Yun glanced around and said casually. Then, Zhang Yun skillfully took out a wire mesh and quickly scooped up the animals from the pits, placing them into his spiritual spring space. A short while later, Zhang Yun went to the second pit. Again, with mechanical movements, Zhang Yun skillfully collected the animals from each pit. At the 35th pit, his acceleration points exceeded 2,700. At the 72nd pit, his acceleration points exceeded 2,800. At the 103rd pit, his acceleration points exceeded 2,900. At the 141st pit, his acceleration points exceeded 3,000. A third hole, 10 in size, appeared in the spiritual spring space. At the 174th pit, his acceleration points exceeded 3,100, and a fourth hole appeared in the spiritual spring space. At the 481st pit, the acceleration point exceeded 4,000, and the fourth hole also became the size of 10. At the 802nd pit, the acceleration point exceeded 5,000, and the fifth hole also became the size of 10. At the 1,143rd pit, the acceleration point exceeded 6,000, and the sixth hole also became the size of 10. By the last pit, the acceleration point had reached 6,218. Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spirit spring space. Looking at the 6 large voids and one small void behind the acceleration point, he was overjoyed. These 6 large voids represent 6 spatial passages covering 100 li, approximately 50 kilometers, each. My village, Juan, is within a 100 li, approximately 50 kilometers, straight line radius of all 6 surrounding counties. That means I can travel to those 6 counties and set up 6 medium-distance spatial passages in remote areas. Zhang Yun thought excitedly. However, Zhang Yun also remembered that this was only after clearing out the outer mountainous areas of Jiming Mountain, accumulating over 6,000 acceleration points. From now on, wild animals in Jiming Mountain will only be found in the inner mountainous areas. And now it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll search the inner mountainous areas of Jiming Mountain again tomorrow. Now, I need to get to Nanqiao Commune, making money is the priority. Zhang Yun said calmly. After speaking, Zhang Yun immediately used his spatial powers to teleport to the mountain behind the new house, and then immediately to the spatial passage at Rocky Mountain. Only then did he ride his Sumatran antelope towards Nanqiao Commune. His first stop was the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. On the way, Zhang Yun took out his cart and added 6 baskets. Then, he took out 500 wild rabbits and put them into the 6 baskets. Fortunately, both the Sumatran antelope and the cart had been enhanced with speed-up points, allowing them to barely pull so many rabbits. Otherwise, Zhang Yun would have had to make 2 trips to transport so many rabbits to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After successfully arriving at the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative's back warehouse, Zhang Yun went to the office area to find his uncle, Chen He. Yun ya zi, you're amazing. When Chen He arrived at the cart and saw the 6 baskets full of wild rabbits, he exclaimed in surprise. Chen He had no idea how Zhang Yun had caught so many rabbits. Uncle, don't be surprised. I have a group of hunter friends. How could I possibly catch so many rabbits by myself? Zhang Yun guessed Chen He's thoughts and told a white lie. He couldn't very well say he caught them all by himself. That would make Chen He suspect he was a monster. Good, Uncle is so happy for you, Chen He said excitedly. Then, with Chen He's help, the 500 rabbits were quickly weighed. A total of 2,346 jin, approximately 1,168 kilograms, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 1,407 yuan and 6 mao. Zhang Yun successfully received the money. Now, Zhang Yun had 14,148.5 yuan in cash. After saying goodbye to Chen He, Zhang Yun left the supply and marketing cooperative compound on his cart. At the compound gate, Zhao Sangwang was waiting there again. Hey Zhang Yun, you said yesterday you'd send me some wild rabbits. It seemed Zhao Sangwang had many informants at the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He already knew Zhang Yun had just delivered 500 wild rabbits. The thought of the 1 cent difference per pound made Zhao Sangwang's heart itch. That was all money. Brother Zhao, don't rush. You go home first, I'll send you a batch of wild rabbits right away. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Zhao Sangwang looked at Zhang Yun with some suspicion. Immediately? There were only 6 baskets left on the cart, not a single rabbit left. How could a new batch of rabbits be delivered so soon? You don't believe me? Sigh, looks like we can't do business together. Zhang Yun deliberately put on a long face, feigning regret. No, brother Zhang Yun, I believe you, okay? Zhao Sangwang was afraid Zhang Yun was really angry, so he quickly called out. Then, Zhao Sangwang hurried home with a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, after looking around, Zhang Yun directed the antelope to pull the cart to a secluded spot, where trees provided cover and Zhang Yun's actions wouldn't be seen. Then, Zhang Yun took out 400 rabbits and put them into the 6 baskets. These 400 rabbits were enough for Zhao Sangwang to earn 200 yuan. So Menling pulled the cart again and headed towards Zhao Sangwang's house. Chapter 250. Tomorrow I'll take the hunting team to Jiaotang Ranch. Zhao Sangwang's house was quite large, occupying at least an acre. A square wall made of mud bricks surrounded the yard, and in the center stood a row of 5 houses. Behind the main house, 3 large storerooms were built using timber. When Zhang Yun drove the antelope to the gate of Zhao Sangwang's yard, Zhao Sangwang, who had been waiting there, saw him immediately. Ha ha, brother Zhang Yun, you truly keep your word. Seeing Zhang Yun leading the antelope and the deep ruts left by the cart behind, Zhao Sangwang naturally realized that the baskets on the cart were full of wild animals. Anyway, Zhao Sangwang was incredibly thick-skinned. He dared to threaten Zhang Yun yesterday, but today he was as enthusiastic as an old friend. That's the kind of person who can get by. Alright, move aside quickly, I brought 400 wild rabbits this time. Zhang Yun joked, seeing Zhao Sangwang's burning gaze. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sangwang jumped up excitedly, his eyes filled with intense love as he looked at Zhang Yun. If it weren't for the gender difference, Zhao Sangwang would have loved to jump up and kiss Zhang Yun. A difference of 1 cent. Zhao Sangwang did the mental calculations. He could earn 200 yuan from this batch of rabbits. It was practically a windfall. So, Zhao Sangwang personally went to the back of the cart, pushed it with all his might, and went to the warehouse in the backyard. You have a scale at home, right? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Yes, I'm a regular at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, how could I not have a scale? Zhao Sangwang replied immediately. Then, Zhao Sangwang brought out a scale from his room. The two of them worked together to weigh the 400 rabbits. A total of 2,189 jin, approximately 149 kilograms, at 5 mao, 0.5 yuan, per jin, totaling 1,094.5 yuan. Brother Zhang Yun, I'm going to get the money from my room. Wait a moment. After calculating the amount, Zhao Sangwang said excitedly. This time, Zhao Sangwang was going to earn 218 yuan. He was very excited and naturally handed over the money readily. Moreover, Zhao Sangwang was shrewd. He knew very well that if he didn't have a good attitude this first time cooperating with Zhang Yun, it would be difficult to get a supply of wild animals from Zhang Yun in the future. In a flash, Zhao Sangwang went into the room and took out 1,095 yuan. Brother Zhang Yun, don't forget me in the future. Whenever you catch wild animals, you have to send me some. Zhao Sangwang said expectantly. No problem. Zhang Yun took the money, didn't count it, and put it directly into his pocket. Now, Zhang Yun had 15,243.5 yuan in cash. He was still halfway to reach the 30,000 yuan target. Immediately, Zhang Yun left Zhao Sangwang's house and headed straight for the Nanqiao meat processing plant. Yesterday, Zhang Yun had learned about the Jiaotang ranch from Chen Sanjin, the director of the Nanqiao meat processing plant. He was determined to go there today to see if the Jiaotang ranch would allow him to hunt the wolves. Approaching the Nanqiao meat processing plant, Zhang Yun placed 500 wild rabbits in 6 baskets. He also got off the cart, took out 10 wild boars, tied them with 10 ropes, and led the boars along the way. As expected, there were indeed staff members standing guard at the entrance of the Nanqiao meat processing plant. Zhang Yun's here. The staff member on guard, seeing Su Menling's tall figure and then seeing Zhang Yun personally leading 10 large wild boars, shouted excitedly. The other staff members in the yard, hearing this shout, also ran out one by one. Plant manager Chen Sanjin, who was checking the accounts, immediately got up and rushed out of his office upon hearing the shout. Su Menling struggled to pull the cart, and the staff members, quick to notice, helped push the cart to the weighing area. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun himself led the 10 wild boars leisurely past. Brother Zhang Yun, impressive, truly impressive. Chen Sanjin, having witnessed Zhang Yun leading adult wild boars, was genuinely astonished and sincerely admired him. Even a strong, adult male would flee at the sight of a fully grown wild boar. Zhang Yun, however, was leading 10 wild boars all by himself, a truly astonishing sight. Brother Chen, hurry up and weigh them. I need to talk to you. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Chen Sanjin understood. Zhang Yun wanted to hear about the Jiaotang ranch. Chen Sanjin then instructed the staff to weigh the animals quickly, and everyone busied themselves. 10 adult wild boars weighed 2,768 jin, approximately 1,388 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,522.4 yuan. 500 wild rabbits weighed 2,438 jin, approximately 1,288 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,340.9 yuan. The total was 2,863.3 yuan. Zhang Yun then went to the finance department to collect the money. Zhang Yun now had 18,106.8 yuan in cash. He was one step closer to 30,000 yuan. At this moment, Zhang Yun arrived at Chen Sanjin's office. Brother Zhang, you wanted to hear about Jiaotang ranch, didn't you? Chen Sanjin smiled as he saw Zhang Yun enter. Yes, I want to go there to hunt wolves. Zhang Yun answered truthfully. Yesterday I went to Jiaotang ranch and spoke with the owner, Yuan Wenkong, and told him about your situation. Later, Yuan Wenkong told me the truth. He had already contacted hunting teams from 5 villages. At my insistence, Yuan Wenkong agreed that you could take a hunting team there to compete with the other 5 teams. Yuan Wenkong said that each hunting team would only be paid 10 yuan per day, but the wolves hunted would belong to the hunting team. Chen Sanjin knew Zhang Yun wanted to hear about Jiaotang ranch, so he didn't keep him in suspense and immediately told him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately understood Yuan Wenkong's idea. After all, Yuan Wenkong didn't know Zhang Yun and was unaware of his capabilities. As a rancher, he undoubtedly wanted to quickly eliminate the wolf threat. Therefore, Yuan Wenkong contacted hunting teams from 5 surrounding villages, aiming to eliminate all the wolves in one fell swoop. Brother Chen, when does rancher Yuan want our hunting teams to go? Zhang Yun asked immediately. Any time. From what I understand, the other 5 hunting teams went to Jiaotang ranch today. They've already gained the upper hand. However, as long as that pack of wolves is not wiped out, Brother Zhang, you can take your hunting team to Jiaotang ranch. Chen Sanjin said calmly. Zhang Yun nodded after listening. Wolves aren't so easily killed. Even with 5 hunting teams, it would be difficult to wipe them all out. After all, Jiaotang Ranch is quite large, and the Siming Mountains are nearby. The wolves can easily enter the Siming Mountains, and once the hunting teams leave, they will return to the ranch to continue hunting black goats. Alright, I'll take the hunting team to Jiaotang Ranch tomorrow. After receiving this news, Zhang Yun made up his mind. He was going to lead the hunting team from Zhuan village out to explore the outside world. Chapter 251 Nothing to do, let's set up a spatial passage in the county town first. After leaving the Nanqiao meat processing plant, Zhang Yun didn't return directly to Zhuan village. We now have 6218 acceleration points, we must expedite the setup of spatial passages. After scavenging the beasts of Jiming Mountain, the next step is to enter Siming Mountain. Therefore, we must establish spatial passages around Siming Mountain. Zhang Yun, riding on the suman antelope, spoke calmly. At that moment, the suman antelope was galloping along the road, heading straight towards Siming Mountain. Nanqiao Commune was already close to the southern side of Siming Mountain, and the suman antelope reached the southern side in just 5 minutes. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yun's consciousness remained focused on the virtual map and the spatial dimension. The mountain the suman antelope had arrived at was only a little over 100 meters high, but its shape resembled a vertical triangle, with the vertical side consisting of distinctly layered rock formations. This place is exactly 10 li from the spatial passage to the Rocky Mountain. It's perfect for setting up a spatial passage here. Zhang Yun smiled, then carefully examined the mountain. On the vertical side of the mountain, relying on his superhuman eyesight, Zhang Yun discovered a reddish rock layer protruding about 50 meters up, with a clearly recessed cave in the middle. So, Zhang Yun immediately rode his Sumatran antelope up the mountain and then followed the rock layer to the cave. The cave was only a little over a meter deep, obviously unsuitable for setting up a spatial passage. Zhang Yun immediately took out his machete and began hacking at the rock wall. It must be said that this machete was quite sharp. After being enhanced by the acceleration point, its hardness was comparable to that of an alloy. The blade could even cut several centimeters deep into the rock. And Zhang Yun's strength was immense, gripping the hilt and hacking wildly. Pieces of stone flew everywhere, constantly crumbling away. It took Zhang Yun 10 minutes to carve a hole over 2 meters deep into the stone cave. Then he stopped. Immediately, Zhang Yun issued a mental command. Set up a spatial passage in this cave. Instantly, 100 acceleration points were lost, and a floating void appeared in the cave. Acceleration points, 6,118. Now that a spatial passage existed on the edge of Siming Mountain, Zhang Yun relaxed. Once he had thoroughly plundered the beasts of Jiming Mountain, he could proceed to Siming Mountain to continue plundering. The time was now around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Where should I go next? Zhang Yun asked himself. His father and second brother-in-law were overseeing the construction of the new house, so Zhang Yun didn't need to worry about it. As for Jiming Mountain, Zhang Yun only wanted to go there tomorrow to plunder the inner mountainous area. The goods for all the clients had been delivered. Zhang Yun remained silent for a moment, thinking about what he should do. Right, there are still 6 spatial passages in the Spirit Spring space that can cover a range of 100 li. At this time, there's no point in doing anything else. Then I'll ride the Sumatran antelope straight to Fengshan County and set up a medium-sized spatial passage there. Zhang Yun suddenly thought of something and said excitedly. Immediately, Zhang Yun used his spatial powers to travel through several spatial channels, arriving at the cave and the spatial passage behind Hongling Commune. From Hongling Commune to the county seat, the distance is about 80 li. At the speed of the Suro, an hour is enough to cover it. However, this Suro is exhausted today. It ran for a long time in Jiming Mountain this morning, then delivered wild animals to the Hongling meat processing plant, and just now delivered goods to 3 families in Nanqiao Commune, before running all the way to Siming Mountain. Last time, we caught 5 Suros in Jiming Mountain. Later, we gave 1 small Suro to the brick factory, leaving 4 more. Now, I'll tame another adult Suro, so I'll have 2 to take turns riding. Zhang Yun spoke quietly. To ensure a smooth journey to Fengshan County, Zhang Yun didn't want the Suro to die of exhaustion, he needed to tame another one. Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the Spirit Spring space and landed on another adult Sumatran Suro. Add 1 acceleration point to the 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 Sumatran Suro. Acceleration points, 6,113. Having consumed 5 acceleration points, Zhang Yun's consciousness reconnected with the adult female Suro, effectively taming it. Furthermore, the acceleration points enhanced the Suro's body, resulting in a qualitative change: stronger bones, tougher muscles, shinier fur, and sharper eyes. Zhang Yun then released the second Suro, strapped a saddle to its back, and leaped onto it. The second Suro sped off like a whirlwind. It raced along the county road, leaving a trail of afterimages. Many people were working in the fields on either side of the road. When these people saw the Suro galloping across the road, even larger and more powerful than a horse, they all screamed with excitement. After all, the Suro was a rare wild animal, rarely seen by most people. Their first encounter with one was understandably astonishing. Zhang Yun bent down, leaning against the Suro's back to reduce the wind's cutting. Along the way, Zhang Yun kept observing the scenery on both sides. There's not a single flat piece of land. Southern Hunan province is all hilly terrain. Although the peaks aren't high, the terrain is still undulating. Only in the ravines of those mountains, or along the banks of rivers, are there some gently sloping arable lands. Zhang Yun sighed. It was precisely because of this terrain limitation that southern Hunan province had never been able to develop. Even when Zhang Yun died in his previous life, the economy of southern Hunan province hadn't improved much. Now that I've been given a second chance at life, I'll use my precognitive advantage from my previous life to help Fengshan County improve its transportation conditions, cultivate various cash crops, and develop large-scale animal husbandry. This will boost the entire county's economy. Zhang Yun had made this decision in his heart. Zhang Yun is now working to develop Juan Village, and he certainly won't limit himself to just one village. If he can also help develop the entire Fengshan County, it will be a great deed in the future. While Zhang Yun was envisioning his future development plans, Su Menling arrived at a barren, rocky mountain area. Here, the Rocky Mountains were planted with a large number of daylilies. As far as the eye could see, the entire mountainside was covered in a bright yellow expanse, a truly magnificent sight. This is the famous daylily of Fengshan. Looking at the picturesque scenery, Zhang Yun smiled and said. Just then, four strong young men jumped out from both sides of the road, each wielding a machete, and blocked Su Menling's path. Chapter 252 Encountering Four Robbers. What are you doing here? Zhang Yun looked at the four men blocking his path and couldn't help but ask with a smile. At this time, someone actually dared to rob him, and the target of this robbery was him. Zhang Yun really wanted to laugh. Kid, if you don't want to die, get down right now. One of the four men, a man with a prominent scar on his face, shouted fiercely. I'll ask you one more time, what exactly do you want by blocking my way? Zhang Yun asked calmly. Although the four men had machetes, in Zhang Yun's eyes, they were no different from four tree branches. Are you fucking an idiot? Didn't you see our machetes? If you don't want to die, get down, or we'll chop you to death. The scarred man continued to threaten. At this moment, Zhang Yun took a cloth bag hanging on the saddle with his left hand and took out a bow and arrows from inside. Knocking an arrow, Zhang Yun aimed directly at the scarred man. One last question for you, what do you want by stopping me? Zhang Yun shouted coldly. The four men with woodcuts, seeing Zhang Yun conjure a bow and arrow as if by magic, and his practiced archery skills, finally realized that Zhang Yun was a highly skilled archer. Seeing the tall and imposing Suro, the four men realized that Zhang Yun was likely a hunter. Run! Suddenly, the scarred man shouted. The four men, surprisingly, split up in pairs and fled in two different directions. Whoosh! Zhang Yun showed no mercy, the arrow flew out, its first target the scarred man. The arrow flew out in an instant, striking the scarred man directly in the right calf. Ouch! Help me! The arrow in the scarred man's calf, the arrowhead completely piercing through, caused him to collapse to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. Brother Shen! Brother Shen! Brother Shen! The other three, having run only a few meters, heard the scarred man's calls and immediately stopped. Seeing the scarred man's appearance, they immediately turned back. The three ran to the scarred man's side, then raised their machetes, watching Zhang Yun warily. Put down your machetes, or I'll shoot another arrow. Zhang Yun, sitting on Su Menling, commanded from his superior position. The three men trembled violently. None of them had expected this. In the past, their robberies had always been successful. As long as they pulled out their machetes, anyone would be terrified and obedient. They never imagined that Zhang Yun could completely subdue all four of them alone. Especially Zhang Yun's archery skills, they were clearly extremely skilled and proficient. Naturally, the three men holding machetes were already terrified. They knew they couldn't handle Zhang Yun. Moreover, Zhang Yun had Su Menling for transportation, the three of them had no chance of escape. Under the threat of the arrows, the three men couldn't withstand the pressure and threw their three wood-chopping knives aside. Fine, at least you're obedient. Now, tell me why you stopped me. Zhang Yun said coldly. The scarred man was also ruthless, he actually used his wood-chopping knife to cut the arrows in half and then remove the arrowheads. Naturally, the blood from the wound couldn't be stopped and continued to gush out. Brother, please spare my three brothers. It was all my idea. I only wanted to steal the beast you're riding to sell and make some money to survive. The scarred man cried out, enduring excruciating pain. Zhang Yun, possessing mind control, had been watching the scarred man closely. From his words, Zhang Yun realized the man was lying. You're not telling the truth. Zhang Yun said calmly. You! The scarred man's eyes widened. He was quite surprised. He realized Zhang Yun wasn't so easily fooled. Just then, a police siren sounded on the county road. Something's wrong. The scarred man panicked. Brother Shen, what do we do? The other three shouted urgently. Clearly, these four knew what the siren meant. They were afraid, terrified. Kill this guy, grab this four-legged beast, and run. The scarred man suddenly yelled. Enduring excruciating pain, the scarred man gripped his machete and hopped towards Zhang Yun on his left foot. The other three also quickly picked up the machetes they had just thrown down and charged at Zhang Yun like madmen. Hey, looks like you guys are a bunch of vicious bastards, Zhang Yun said calmly. Suddenly, Zhang Yun jumped off the Sumatran antelope, 4 pebbles appearing in his hand. Swish, 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 swish. These 4 pebbles, as if equipped with a sight, struck each of the 4 men's feet in 4 consecutive throws by Zhang Yun, producing 4 crisp cracking sounds as their foot bones broke. Zhang Yun's strength was overwhelming. The 4 pebbles, like 4 daggers, struck and severely injured the 4 men. At that moment, Zhang Yun heard the police sirens growing closer, less than 50 meters away. Sigh, forget it. I don't want to deal with these security guards. My main objective now is to set up the spatial passage. Zhang Yun made his decision. So, instead of continuing to fight the 4 men, Zhang Yun immediately leaped onto the back of the Sumatran antelope and rode off at high speed. The Sumatran antelope had just gained speed when it passed the police car. Inside the police car sat 4 security guards. The guard in the passenger seat was clearly of higher rank, his brow was furrowed, and he constantly scanned his surroundings. When the stern-faced security officer saw Zhang Yun riding a tall Suro, he frowned. Then, after driving the police car forward about 10 meters, he spotted 4 people crying and wailing by the roadside. Stop the car. Those 4 are the guys we're after. The officer recognized the 4 men at a glance and shouted excitedly. The police car immediately stopped. The 4 security officers quickly opened the car doors and rushed out, each drawing a pistol and pointing it at the 4 men with machetes. Hands up. The higher-ranking security captain, the stern-faced man, gripped his gun with both hands and roared. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! The 4 men with scars, seeing the 4 security officers pointing their guns at them, were terrified and cried out in panic. Then, 4 pairs of handcuffs were placed on their wrists. We finally caught you 4 scoundrels. You killed someone and tried to escape. The security captain said coldly. We've really messed up this time. We never expected that our roadside robbery would turn into a hunter's trap, and we'd be caught by him. The scarred man, known as Brother Shen, shouted angrily. A hunter? You mean the guy who rode away on a horse earlier? The security captain immediately realized that it was Zhang Yun who had injured the 4 men. That wasn't a horse, it was a 4-legged beast. He's a hunter. We originally wanted to steal it. With it for transportation, we could escape Fengshan County, the scarred man said with great distress. Upon hearing this, the security captain remembered Zhang Yun. He understood that it was Zhang Yun who had injured the 4 men, preventing their escape and allowing him to reap the benefits. A small victory for him. Chapter 253 Arrival in the county town, medium-sized spatial passage completed. Zhang Yun rode his Suro at breakneck speed, finally arriving in Fengshan County. The main road of the county town ran north-south. At this time, Fengshan County was still quite rudimentary. The tallest building was the 3-story supply and marketing cooperative, along with a few 3-story government office buildings. Most ordinary residential houses were 2-story bungalows, haphazardly crammed along both sides of the central avenue. To the west of the county town lay a majestic mountain range, a spur of the Nanya Mountains, stretching for over 10 miles. This was Yunding Mountain, a favorite hiking spot for the county town's residents. West of Yunding Mountain, during a major water conservancy project in the 1950s, tens of thousands of people artificially constructed a reservoir called Hunky Reservoir. Therefore, once the county town residents climbed Yunding Mountain, they could enjoy the shimmering surface of the lake. Naturally, Zhang Yun possessed memories from his previous life, and he was quite familiar with Fengshan County. The county town was quite rudimentary, with only 2 main roads, unlike later years when urbanization led to massive construction of buildings and wide, flat roads, expanding the town's area tenfold. These 2 main roads housed the county government, various government departments, the supply and marketing cooperative, the agricultural machinery station, and other institutions. Zhang Yun arrived in the county town at 5 o'clock. He wasn't in a hurry to greet the county supply and marketing cooperative or the meat processing plant, nor was he in a rush to expand his business with these 2 major clients. After all, Zhang Yun's purpose in coming here was to find a place to set up a medium-sized spatial passage. The best place, undoubtedly, was somewhere on Yunding Mountain. So, Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran Suro swiftly along the western edge of the county town. If he had sped along the main county road, Zhang Yun knew he would have been questioned. The Sumatran Suro was too rare, it would inevitably attract crowds and questions, which would be very annoying. Moreover, Zhang Yun didn't have a letter of introduction from the Zhuan Brigade, he couldn't openly stay in the county town. In the 1970s, a policy of urban-rural separation was in place, making it very difficult for farmers to enter the city. To conduct business in the county town, one needed a letter of introduction from the production brigade, explaining the reason for their visit. Zhang Yun had only come here on a whim to set up the medium-sized spatial passage. He didn't have time to apply for a letter of introduction from Zhang Yue. This was why Zhang Yun didn't want to go to the main county road, but instead sped along the western edge of the county town, at the foot of Yunding Mountain. In fact, some residents living on the western edge of the county town also saw the Suro and Zhang Yun, but they were only slightly surprised. None of them came out to ask questions, nor did they have time to. The Suro was incredibly fast, running through the mountains and forests as if it were flat ground. At this moment, Zhang Yun arrived at the bottom of a mountain trail, where a dozen or so hikers were descending the mountain before evening. Otherwise, staying in Yunding Mountain at night would be quite dangerous. At this time, Yunding Mountain was unpolluted due to the lack of industry in the surrounding area, and wild animals were plentiful. When Zhang Yun appeared riding the Suro, the dozen or so people screamed in terror. Zhang Yun chuckled and directed the Sumatran Suro to continue its sprint, quickly disappearing from the sight of the dozen or so people. After running for another 2 minutes, Zhang Yun finally arrived at a relatively secluded spot. There was a very narrow mountain path here, with a steep incline. Normally, only adventurous climbers would take this route to the summit. At this point, no one was using this mountain path. Let's find a place along this mountain path and set up a spatial passage. Zhang Yun made his decision immediately. Then, Zhang Yun personally walked along the mountain path, ascending about 10 meters, and then found a fork in the mountain. At the end of that fork was a large rock. Normally, people who come to this rock simply stand there and gaze at the entire county town. Excellent! This rock is over 10 meters wide, and beneath it is a natural cavity. This cavity, though not large, is enough to create a spatial passage. Standing on this boulder, Zhang Yun's extraordinary senses allowed him to perceive the surrounding terrain, and he decided to create a medium-sized spatial passage within the cavity beneath the boulder. Immediately, Zhang Yun took out his machete, cleared away the obstructing branches from the edge of the boulder, and quickly reached its base. Then, Zhang Yun entered the cavity. Create the spatial passage in this cavity. As Zhang Yun gave the command, a cavity of size 10 in the spiritual spring space disappeared, and simultaneously, a floating circular hole appeared within the cavity beneath the boulder. Acceleration points, 5,113. After consuming 1,000 acceleration points, a medium-sized spatial passage was directly created. The instant this medium-sized spatial passage was successfully created, an invisible spatial force covered an area within 10 meters. Apart from Zhang Yun, anyone else entering this 10-meter radius would immediately be repelled by this spatial force and then guided away beyond 10 meters. It was like a natural spatial illusion array. In short, no one else could reach the spatial passage. Therefore, Zhang Yun didn't need to send a wild beast to guard this area, nor did he need to worry about the spatial passage being discovered. In the spirit spring space, when this medium-sized spatial passage was formed, the virtual map instantly expanded by 100 li, approximately 50 kilometers. Moreover, this expanded geographical area connected with the virtual map of Zhuan village. Basically, most of the topographical area of Fengshan County was displayed. Another point, when Zhang Yun's consciousness landed on the circular hole on the virtual map representing the medium-sized spatial passage, he received a message that he could use the power of this medium-sized spatial passage to teleport directly to any location within 100 miles that had a spatial passage. In other words, with just a thought, Zhang Yun could teleport directly back to Zhuan village, back to the back mountain of his new house. Great! As expected of a medium-sized spatial passage formed by consuming 1,000 acceleration points, its spatial power is indeed much stronger. Zhang Yun exclaimed excitedly. Should we go back to Zhuan village now? Zhang Yun then hesitated for a moment. Although Zhang Yun lacked a letter of introduction upon arriving in the county town, preventing him from selling his wild animals at the county meat processing plant or purchasing a truck from the agricultural machinery station, he was new to the town and didn't want to leave so soon. The lack of a letter of introduction didn't mean Zhang Yun was powerless. There's a black market in Jiagong Mountain, and there's also a black market in this county town. Moreover, the black market in the county town is a place where all residents can go after nightfall. Zushi Street, I've heard of it in my previous life. Now that I'm in the county town, why not wait a little longer? When night falls, I'll go there and take a look. If I can find new business opportunities, wouldn't that be a way to make money? Zhang Yun suddenly said with a smile. Chapter 254, Zushi Street Black Market. Evening had passed, and night had fallen. In this era without electricity, most of Fengshan County was shrouded in darkness. Sparse candlelight filtering through windows in various corners revealed the warmth of daily life, telling tales of joy and sorrow in different families. Besides the two main roads, a complex network of paths stretched along the foot of Yunding Mountain. This path trailed for 2 miles. The side closer to Yunding Mountain was deserted, consisting entirely of forest, seamlessly blending with the mountain. The side closer to the county seat, however, was lined with various types of houses, their walls connected, with no sidewalks, only the entrances to the houses. In short, this path could be completely blocked off from both sides, forming a closed alleyway. This was Zushi Street, a black market that naturally formed within Fengshan County. The residents of the county were generally aware of Zushi Street's existence, and naturally, the government was also aware of it. In those times of scarcity, people, struggling to survive and unable to obtain what they needed through legitimate channels, would flock to Zushi Street to try their luck. Therefore, even though the county government was aware of Zushi Street's existence, it didn't take strong measures to suppress it, only occasionally deploying security teams for symbolic patrols. Every night when Zushi Street opened, thousands of people would move about. This flow of people undoubtedly represented a flow of capital, and the profits generated were considerable for people of that era. Naturally, where there is profit, there will inevitably be power. Zushi Street was currently dominated by a gang called the Axe Gang. At both ends of Zushi Street, 2 Axe Gang members were ostensibly on guard, while others secretly kept watch. If anything unusual was detected, these hidden lookouts would make noise to alert the 2 guards. Inside Zushi Street, Axe Gang members would disguise themselves as tourists and roam the streets, mediating any disputes they encountered. At this moment, at the eastern entrance of Zushi Street, 2 young men with slick-back hair stood on either side. They were members of the Axe Gang, responsible for checking tickets on the east side. Everyone entering Zushi Street, whether seller or buyer, had to buy a ticket. Tourists, 1 mao each. Sellers, 2 mao each. This was the ticket price for entering Zushi Street. With a nightly flow of 1,000 people, the Axe Gang earned at least 100 yuan each night, a considerable sum. Zhang Yun was near the eastern entrance of Zushi Street. After coming down from Yunding Mountain, he took out some food from his spatial storage, ate a few bites, and then lay down on a tree for a while. Naturally, Zhang Yun, with his extraordinary hearing, listened for a while and roughly understood the commotion at the eastern entrance. 2 ticket checkers and 2 lookouts. The Axe Gang is quite thorough in their work. 90% of those entering Zushi Street are buyers, only 10% are sellers. 200 people have gone in just a short time. The goods brought in by the sellers are mostly everyday items, mainly grains, rice, oil, and flour, with some also selling poultry and eggs. There was this guy who actually brought a hunting rifle in to sell. There were 2 brothers who brought 2 buckets of kerosene to sell. There was a woman who brought 2 bags of peanuts to sell. There was a woman who brought a basket of mung beans to sell. Zhang Yun muttered to himself from the tree, recounting everything he had sensed. Later, more tourists arrived, each voluntarily paying a dime or 2, tacitly following the Axe Gang's rules to pay before entering. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Yun saw no need to scout the intersection any longer. He climbed down from the tree, leaped over the wall of a house, and came to the road. Then, Zhang Yun took out 2 fertilizer bags, each filled with 200 wild rabbits. Zhang Yun arrived at the entrance to Zushi Street. Selling goods? 2 cents. One of the guards said in a low voice. Zhang Yun, of course, wouldn't be stingy with 2 cents. He reached into his pocket, felt around, and immediately pulled out 2 cents. Go in. After taking the money from Zhang Yun, the guard with the slick back hair said softly. Zhang Yun carried 2 bags of fertilizer inside. The 2 bags this guy picked up seemed to contain rabbits, quite a lot of them. After Zhang Yun disappeared, one of the guards whispered, "This guy must be a hunter." Another man replied, "Should we tell the boss there's a big fish here?" "No need," the slicked back-haired man said softly. "The boss has already gone into Zushi Street. He'll definitely see this guy selling rabbits." The other man replied. Unbeknownst to these 2, although they spoke softly, Zhang Yun possessed extremely sharp hearing and had already overheard their conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's lips curled into a smile, but he became somewhat wary. The Axe Gang leader, disguised as a tourist, personally strolled through Zushi Street, monitoring all activities. However, Zhang Yun wasn't afraid. He didn't want to provoke the Axe Gang. But if the Axe Gang dared to mess with him, Zhang Yun would definitely teach them a lesson. Soon, Zhang Yun arrived at the middle of Zushi Street, where there was an open space. He then went to the open space and placed the fertilizer bags down. It must be said that the Axe Gang, having taken the money, had done their job. Along the Yunding mountainside of Zushi Street, long benches made of tree branches were placed, providing a place for vendors to sit and for buyers to rest if they got tired. Zhang Yun sat down on the bench and opened the fertilizer bag. Rabbits. Wow, you have so many rabbits. A middle-aged woman selling rabbits nearby was surprised to see the sounds of wild rabbits scurrying inside after Zhang Yun opened the fertilizer bag. At this sound, a large number of tourists gathered around, clearly also wanting to buy meat. A dozen or so tourists suddenly appeared, completely surrounding Zhang Yun's stall. "Young man, how much are these rabbits?" an old man asked. 4 yuan each, or you can use a receipt of the same value. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. So expensive. Young man, you're overcharging. The people immediately cried out, all complaining about the price. Indeed, although people in the county town all had jobs, their monthly salary was only around 30 yuan. 4 yuan for a rabbit was definitely a luxury. Fellow villagers, the price is clearly marked, fair and square. You decide for yourselves. Zhang Yun didn't bother explaining to them. Buy if you want. No pressure. Chapter 255. Let's do some shopping first. Young man, can you make it cheaper? An elderly woman pleaded. I can't make it cheaper. Each rabbit here weighs over 5 jin, 2.5 catties, and 8 mao, 0.8 yuan, per jin is reasonable. Zhang Yun said calmly. Meat is currently in extremely short supply in the market, even residents of the county town often go without meat. Therefore, pork costs 8 mao per jin, and wild rabbit, a very rare cut of meat, is naturally more expensive. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, the elderly woman carefully examined the contents of the fertilizer bag by the moonlight. Indeed, the wild rabbits were all robust and quite large. The woman hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip before reaching into her pocket and pulling out 4 10 jin, 5 catties, grain coupons. Young man, how about I trade these grain coupons for 2 rabbits? The woman asked softly. Zhang Yun glanced at the package. It contained 40 jin of local grain coupons, enough to buy 40 jin of grain at the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay, you can take the 2 rabbits. Zhang Yun readily accepted. These wild rabbits were bred from the Spirit Spring space anyway, so they were practically free. Getting 40 jin of rice in one go was definitely a great deal. If he were paid, Zhang Yun wouldn't care much. He already had nearly 20,000 yuan in cash and didn't need the money for these 200 wild rabbits. If he could get grain coupons for all 200 rabbits, that would be the best case scenario. Zhang Yun took the grain coupons and put them in his pocket, while the old woman took 2 rabbits and put them in her basket before hurrying away, afraid someone would steal them. With the old woman taking the lead, the others nearby were also tempted. Immediately, some people took out cash, while others used ration coupons for grain, cloth, oil, and even menstrual blood, each buying 1 or 2 wild rabbits. Zhang Yun accepted all comers, as long as it was of comparable value. He was willing to exchange wild rabbits for it. The people who came to Zushi Street also enjoyed the lively atmosphere. As Zhang Yun's wild rabbits were selling briskly, many people naturally gathered around to watch. Among them was a man wearing a gray baseball cap, deliberately concealing his face. He was tall and muscular, and he followed the crowd to Zhang Yun's stall. 50 wild rabbits had already been sold, and another 150 were still hopping around in fertilizer bags. The onlookers, seeing these lively wild rabbits, were all tempted. It was rare to see someone selling wild rabbits in such large quantities on Zushi Street. After considering it for a while, they couldn't resist the temptation and obediently took out cash to buy a wild rabbit. The man in the baseball cap stood there quietly, watching the people buy the wild rabbits. As time passed, the 200 wild rabbits Zhang Yun brought were miraculously sold out. It could be said that although the residents of this county town didn't have very high incomes, each household had some surplus receipts, which they used to exchange for the wild rabbits, resulting in a complete scramble for all 200 rabbits. The man in the baseball cap remained standing there, quietly observing Zhang Yun. Finally, after selling the last wild rabbit, Zhang Yun rolled up 2 fertilizer bags, carried them in his hands, picked up his carrying pole, and left. Zhang Yun didn't leave Zushi Street. He planned to do some shopping there. The man in the baseball cap, watching Zhang Yun's retreating figure, waved his hand. Then, 2 men in gray cloth shirts ran up to the man in the baseball cap. Follow him, find his place. The man in the baseball cap said softly. Yes, boss. The 2 men responded resolutely. Then, these 2 men in plain clothes, disguised as tourists, followed behind Zhang Yun, keeping a close eye on his every move. The man in the baseball cap was the leader of the axe gang. He had personally witnessed Zhang Yun sell 200 wild rabbits, collect a large number of receipts, and receive nearly 100 yuan in cash. Naturally, he was tempted. Within Zushi Street, the gang leader wouldn't directly confront Zhang Yun. After all, this was axe gang territory, and robbing here would ruin Zushi Street's reputation, deterring future trade. The gang leader assumed Zhang Yun lived in the county town, so he sent 2 men to follow him, intending to find his residence. Then, the gang leader would lead his men to Zhang Yun's place, find a pretext to rob or steal, and loot all of Zhang Yun's wealth. The gang leader had done this many times before. Zhang Yun's sensory perception covered a 50-meter range, allowing him to fully monitor the gang leader and his 2 men's actions. At this moment, Zhang Yun didn't expose their intention to follow him, he let them. They arrived at a stall run by 2 brothers. Brothers, what do you sell here? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Kerosene, 2 barrels, 50 jin in total. The elder brother replied. That's right, Zhang Yun had his eye on the kerosene these 2 brothers were selling. As for where they got it, Zhang Yun didn't care at all. Everyone has their own way of making a living. I'll take them both. How much? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. For Mao per Jin, 20 yuan in total. The elder brother replied again. Zhang Yun chuckled and immediately took out 20 yuan from his pocket. This was the cash he had just received after selling the wild rabbits. He hadn't put it in his spiritual spring space, but used it directly to pay. The two brothers checked it, confirmed it was 20 yuan, and immediately stood up. Great! These 2 barrels of kerosene are yours. After saying that, the elder brother grabbed his younger brother and ran off. It seemed the two brothers were aware that Zushi Street was, after all, a black market, dominated by the Axe Gang. Trading there was safe, but that didn't mean bad guys wouldn't try to take advantage of the sellers. Therefore, once the two brothers got the money, they'd run away immediately. Zhang Yun smiled faintly, unconcerned. He used a carrying pole to lift 2 buckets of kerosene and continued wandering around Zushi Street, intending to buy some more things. Excuse me, ma'am, how much are these peanuts? Zhang Yun approached another stall, the one with the woman he'd been looking for, and spoke up. In the spirit spring space, there were already watermelon seeds, and peach and jujube trees, but not peanut seeds. Zhang Yun wanted to buy this bag of peanuts. When he had enough land in his spiritual spring space, he planned to plant one new, approximately 0.16 acres, of land for peanut cultivation. During the Spring Festival in the 1970s, peanuts and melon seeds were the most common food for entertaining guests. Zhang Yun wanted to grow some peanuts, nurtured by the spiritual spring's energy, so that he could give them to relatives and friends, which would be good for their health. 2 yuan a jin, approximately 0.5 kilograms. The woman replied timidly, somewhat lacking confidence. It seemed this woman rarely did business and was visiting Zushi Street for the first time. She was quite nervous about being asked about prices by a stranger. 2 yuan a jin sounded expensive, but at that time, peanut cultivation in Hunan province was very limited. It was considered a special cash crop, and it was indeed worth the price. Sister, how many jin did you bring? Zhang Yun asked again with a smile. 50 jin. The woman's voice trembled slightly. She was still as nervous as ever. Chapter 256. 200 bullets, must buy them. 100 yuan, that's a bit much. Zhang Yun said calmly. Can I use grain coupons? Zhang Yun asked again. No, I only need cash now. My child is in the hospital, and I urgently need money for medical expenses. This time, the woman was very firm, finally revealing the reason she had come to sell peanuts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun didn't hesitate. For a mother so desperate for her child's treatment, Zhang Yun certainly wouldn't haggle. So, Zhang Yun opened his wallet and took out all the cash. There should be about 110 yuan left. Count it, these 2 bags of peanuts are mine. Zhang Yun handed over the money and immediately emptied all the peanuts from the woman's 2 bags into his own fertilizer bag. Given the woman's difficult situation, Zhang Yun didn't want her 2 bags. Young man, you gave me too much. The woman noticed she had 10 yuan too much in cash and honestly admitted it. Buy some nutritional supplements for your child. By the way, if you have anything else at home, you can bring it tomorrow, I'll buy it all. Zhang Yun said with a smile, then, without giving the woman a chance to return the money, picked up the kerosene and peanuts and walked away. The woman stared blankly as Zhang Yun's figure disappeared into the night, tears streaming down her face, then bowed deeply in Zhang Yun's direction. Zhang Yun, carrying his goods, walked a few dozen meters more and came to another stall. Ma'am, are you selling mung beans? This was another vendor Zhang Yun had his eye on. Mung beans are a refreshing summer food, and mung bean porridge is a popular dish for people during the busy farming season. Zhang Yun now wanted to collect the seeds of these plants. Yes, 2 mao a jin, young man, would you like to buy some? The stall owner, a woman, was quite enthusiastic. Seeing Zhang Yun approach and inquire about the price, she spoke warmly. How many jin of mung beans do you have in this basket? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Not many, just 30 jin. The stall owner's eyes lit up. She could tell Zhang Yun really wanted to buy. Okay, I'll take them all. Zhang Yun immediately pulled out 6 yuan from his pocket. It was only a few yuan. For Zhang Yun now, it was nothing. After paying, Zhang Yun immediately emptied the mung beans from the basket into another fertilizer bag. The woman took the money, picked up the basket, thanked Zhang Yun, and immediately ran off. Zhang Yun still had no intention of leaving Zushi Street. He continued wandering around Zushi Street, carrying the items he had bought. After all, Zhang Yun remembered a middle-aged man carrying a hunting rifle, and he wanted to find that man now. The hunting rifle was indeed useless to Zhang Yun now. However, Zhang Yun had a natural fondness for firearms. He wanted to collect them. After walking for about a mile, Zhang Yun finally sensed the man. This man was quite cautious, carrying the hunting rifle to the center of Zushi Street, then crouching under a tree. Judging from his demeanor, if anyone tried to steal it, he would immediately flee into the woods and disappear into Yunding Mountain. This is why Zushi Street became a black market. Whenever the security team came, the tourists would enter Yunding Mountain, making it difficult for the team to apprehend them. Brother, do you have anything to sell? Zhang Yun stood opposite the man and asked with a faint smile. The man was extremely cautious. After sizing Zhang Yun up for a while and confirming that he was alone and likely had no accomplices, he took a step closer. Young man, I have a hunting rifle. Would you like to buy it? The man whispered. Yes, I'll buy it. I'm a hunter too, and I just happen to need a hunting rifle. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. That's great. This hunting rifle of mine is a modified Hanyang-made rifle. It's very powerful. The middle-aged man immediately began to promote it. Let me see the gun. If you confirm there are no problems, I'll buy it. Zhang Yun said calmly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated. He was indeed cautious, fearing Zhang Yun might snatch the gun and escape. What? You're afraid I'll run away? Look at all this stuff around me. Do you think I could escape after taking your gun? Zhang Yun saw through the man's thoughts and said, That's true, I was indeed being too suspicious. The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 cans of kerosene in 2 bulging fertilizer bags. These were heavy items. Zhang Yun wouldn't give them up just to steal the gun, would he? Reassured, the middle-aged man unwrapped the cloth covering the hunting rifle and placed it in Zhang Yun's hands. Zhang Yun held the gun, weighed it in his hand, and found it quite heavy and had a good feel for it. After fiddling with the rifle for a while, this hunting rifle, converted from a rifle, needed to be loaded with bullets. Suddenly, a guess formed in Zhang Yun's mind. Brother, how many bullets do you have? Or rather, do you have a way to get bullets? Zhang Yun voiced his suspicions. Actually, while the rifle Zhang Yun received from the militia was good, he could only get 5 rounds of ammunition, and those 5 rounds couldn't be fired at will. Every time he went to the militia to get more bullets, he had to explain his reason and the reason for firing each bullet. That was too much trouble. Anyway, although Zhang Yun had a gun, he didn't have the freedom to fire it at will, which was very frustrating. If this guy could get bullets, that would be great. Zhang Yun could then take out his rifle and fire at will. You want to buy bullets? The middle-aged man's voice was even softer. He couldn't help but look around, as if afraid someone would notice him. Yes, I want bullets. I'll buy as many as you can get. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then calmly said, Young man, I have 200 bullets. If you want them, it's 1 yuan per bullet. And if you want to buy the bullets, you have to buy this hunting rifle too. I'll give you the rifle for 150 yuan. That's 350 yuan. The middle-aged man thought that since he was going to sell the gun anyway, he had no use for the bullets, so why not sell them all at once? 350 yuan could buy a house in the county town at that time. Although it was a rather simple house in a poor location, it was still a house. Zhang Yun was overjoyed to hear this. The price of the hunting rifle was reasonable, but the bullets were indeed a bit expensive. However, none of that mattered. Zhang Yun wanted the bullets. He could finally shoot freely. These 200 bullets, in Zhang Yun's hands, meant 200 large wild animals. Definitely a good deal. Okay, I'll take the gun and the bullets. Now, tell me, how do we trade? Zhang Yun immediately replied. Chapter 257 Shotgun and bullets in hand. I'll take it all. The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Yun in disbelief. Although it was dark, he could still see the determination in Zhang Yun's expression. Alright, since you'll take it all, come with me. Let's get out of Zushi Street first. The middle-aged man immediately wrapped the hunting rifle in noodles. Zhang Yun sensed that the middle-aged man wasn't carrying any bullets, presumably left them at home. So, without further ado, Zhang Yun followed the middle-aged man out the west side of Zushi Street. They hadn't gone more than 100 meters when the middle-aged man stopped and whispered, Young man, let's meet at the Drum Tower entrance on Central Street in half an hour. I'll bring the gun and bullets then. Looking at the middle-aged man's cautious manner, Zhang Yun understood his concerns. He was afraid Zhang Yun would try to steal the hunting rifle, and he was also afraid Zhang Yun would find out where his house was. After all, it was a gun transaction, and the middle-aged man didn't know Zhang Yun, so being cautious was only natural. The Drum Tower on Central Street was a famous place in Fengshan County. It was an ancient building, said to be the former site of the county government office. Inside, a large drum was kept, and on festive occasions, someone would specially beat it. Okay, go ahead, I'll go to the Drum Tower and wait for you now. Zhang Yun replied softly. The middle-aged man immediately jogged away. After the middle-aged man had gone, Zhang Yun suddenly sped up, carrying his goods, and turned directly into a small alley. As soon as he entered the alley, Zhang Yun stored the kerosene, peanuts, and mung beans into his spiritual spring space. The Axe gang members who had been following Zhang Yun cautiously from Zushi Street were certain he hadn't noticed them, but when they saw Zhang Yun suddenly run into the alley, the two panicked. They also started running, rushing into the alley. Just as they reached the alley entrance, a figure leaped out and delivered 2 powerful punches to their cheeks. Caught off guard, the two men were sent flying backward. Damn it, we're from the Axe Gang. How dare you hit me? You dared to ambush us. The two Axe Gang members, as soon as they hit the ground, coughed up blood, each having lost a tooth or two. Zhang Yun, hidden in the alley, seemed invisible in the darkness. Tell your gang leader not to mess with me. Zhang Yun calmly uttered these words, then turned and disappeared into the alley. The two Axe Gang members stood up, hesitated for a moment, but neither dared to follow. Let's go back and tell the gang leader. One of them said coldly. This guy definitely knew we'd been following him. He deliberately ran into the alley to lure us in and then ambush us. He dared to ambush us knowing we're from the Axe Gang. He's got some guts. However, he has no idea of our gang leader's power. He's a descendant of a martial arts family. Once we tell the gang leader, if this guy shows up again, he'll definitely kill him. The other man spat out another mouthful of blood, speaking angrily. Then, the two hurriedly ran away. Zhang Yun ran through the alleyways for a while before turning onto the main street. Relying on his memories from his previous life, he found the Drum Tower. It was indeed a very ancient building. The blue bricks on its exterior walls were mottled and peeling, and without repair, it probably wouldn't last much longer. Zhang Yun waited under a tree outside the Drum Tower. That night, Fengshan County had no streetlights, and few people walked on the streets. The ancient Drum Tower exuded a sinister aura, and even fewer people came near it. About half an hour later, Zhang Yun sensed a figure approaching at a brisk pace. In the distance it was the middle-aged man. Skilled and daring, Zhang Yun was naturally unafraid of the middle-aged man's schemes. He could sense what was on the man beforehand and could discern whether he harbored any ill intentions. At this moment, Zhang Yun had been sensing the man's movements, confirming that the middle-aged man had only brought a hunting rifle and bullets, and that the rifle was unloaded. He knew the man was relatively honest. A minute later, the middle-aged man slowly crept over. Reaching the Drum Tower, he didn't see Zhang Yun. Young man, young man. Not seeing Zhang Yun, the middle-aged man called out softly. Zhang Yun smiled and stepped out from behind a tree. Coming, stop calling. The middle-aged man finally saw Zhang Yun in the moonlight and breathed a sigh of relief. The two then stood facing each other at the entrance of the Drum Tower. Let me see the bullets. I need to check if there are 200 rounds. Zhang Yun said directly. The middle-aged man hesitated, cautiously saying, Young man, don't blame me for not trusting you. These days, very few people can produce 350 yuan at once. He clearly didn't believe Zhang Yun could produce 350 yuan. That's understandable. If Zhang Yun were in the middle-aged man's position, he wouldn't trust a stranger he'd just met either. You're really cautious. Alright, here's 350 yuan, count it. Zhang Yun was already prepared, and simply took 35 10 yuan bills from his waist pouch and handed them over. The middle-aged man looked at the stack of money in the moonlight, his body trembling slightly for no apparent reason. Then, the middle-aged man took the money and also handed a wooden box to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun immediately opened the wooden box. His superior night vision allowed him to see clearly at a glance. There were 2 layers, each layer containing 10x10 bullets, exactly 200 rounds. Have you counted the money? Zhang Yun asked with a smile after checking. Yes, it's definitely 350. The middle-aged man said excitedly. Alright, give me the shotgun now, I'm going back too. Zhang Yun said calmly. The middle-aged man stuffed the money into his pocket, then tossed the shotgun wrapped in noodles to Zhang Yun and turned to run. Seeing the man's actions, Zhang Yun understood. He was afraid that once he got the shotgun, he would load it, shoot him, and then steal the money back. Hands up, hand over the money. Zhang Yun suddenly became interested and deliberately shouted. The middle-aged man, who was running, suddenly knelt down upon hearing the sound, wailing, Young man, please don't. I'm the only breadwinner in my family. If you kill me, my whole family will starve. After a while, the middle-aged man realized that Zhang Yun hadn't approached, nor was there any gun. He turned around but couldn't find Zhang Yun anywhere. At this point, the middle-aged man realized that Zhang Yun had been playing a prank on him. Meanwhile, after putting away his hunting rifle and bullets, Zhang Yun had already used his spatial powers to teleport twice, returning to his new home in Juan village within seconds. Chapter 258 Taking You to Kill Wolves. Zhang Yun walked down the hill behind the new house. Before he even reached the shed, he sensed his father and second brother-in-law were there keeping watch. It was around 9 p.m. The two men had come to keep watch because Zhang Yun hadn't come home for dinner and they were worried something might have happened to him. Dad, brother-in-law, you've worked hard. Zhang Yun, holding a serow by the hand and carrying 5 pheasants, called out loudly as soon as he reached the shed. There were 2 candles lit at the shed, and a red jackal was guarding nearby, so Zhang Zongli and Wu Xuanong felt quite at ease. At that moment, hearing Zhang Yun's call, they immediately looked over. Third brother, where have you been all day? Why didn't you come home for dinner? Zhang Zongli scolded him somewhat reproachfully. Brother-in-law, if I weren't your brother-in-law, I'd suspect you're a member of the underground Communist Party. Wu Suanong jokingly replied. Indeed, Zhang Yun was elusive, his whereabouts unknown to his family. Actually, everyone in Zhuan village was talking about Zhang Yun's whereabouts. They all knew he had made a lot of money, but none of them knew exactly how he had done it. I went to Jiming Mountain and found a nest of wild boars today. These 5 pheasants, I just caught them. Zhang Yun replied with a smile, but this was only half true, he couldn't really tell the whole truth. Seeing the 5 pheasants flapping around, Zhang Zongli immediately stopped asking questions, happily took the 5 pheasants, and put them in a bamboo basket nearby. Brother-in-law, your second sister sold 3,000 frogs today. At this moment, Wu Suanong excitedly reported. Zhang Fang's efforts to develop sales points in various villages and promote frogs have already yielded significant results. As long as those sales points make money with Zhang Fang, their confidence in doing business is strengthened, and they are all willing to become Zhang Fang's sales points, diligently promoting frogs to various villages. Zhang Yun provides these frogs, which Zhang Fang sells for 30 cents per pound. After receiving payment, she only needs to give half the money to Zhang Yun. Therefore, Zhang Fang can earn half the profit. The frogs provided by Zhang Yun are about 5 frogs per pound, which is 30 cents. That day, Zhang Fang sold 180 yuan worth, meaning she and Zhang Yun each earned 90 yuan. In this day and age, a teacher's monthly salary is only about 30 yuan. Zhang Fang earned in one day what a teacher's salary would be 3 months' salary. How could Wu Suanong not be excited? Brother-in-law, you're already losing interest? You only earn 90 yuan a day, that's not enough. You need to keep working hard. Zhang Yun said calmly. That day, Zhang Yun actually earned over 10,000 yuan, he just didn't want to brag. Otherwise, if he told the truth, Zhang Zongli and Wu Suanong would definitely jump up and look at him like he was a monster. A 10,000 yuan a day fortune? It was a pipe dream. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I'll definitely support your sister's work. Wu Suanong, true to his future as a contractor, had great courage. He had already accepted his wife's sales job and was happy to see Zhang Fang become successful. Oh, by the way, has Lu Fu come over these past few days? Zhang Yun suddenly asked. When Zhang Yun's brother-in-law came to pick up his eldest sister, Zhang Fen, last time, he discovered that Lu Fu still didn't want to separate the family property. Therefore, he didn't let Lu Fu take Zhang Fen back, telling him to go back and reflect on his actions. 2 days passed, and Lu Fu still hadn't made a move, which made Zhang Yun quite angry. Third brother, don't pressure Lu Fu. He has his difficulties. Let's wait a bit longer, let the couple calm down, and then, after Zhang Fen learns sewing, let them talk it over. At this moment, Zhang Zongli, speaking from a father's perspective, couldn't help but say something. Wu Suanong naturally didn't dare to say anything more. No, we can't give Lu Fu too much time. He's too weak-willed. How can a man like that guarantee my eldest sister a happy life in the future? Lu Fu has been severely brainwashed by his parents' education. He's full of blind filial piety. If we don't push him, he'll never come to his senses. Zhang Yun said coldly. Hearing Zhang Yun's domineering words, Zhang Zongli and Wu Suanong didn't know how to respond. Given Zhang Yun's current prestige, even Zhang Zongli was somewhat afraid of him, feeling he couldn't control his son. Therefore, on some important matters, once Zhang Yun made a decision, Zhang Zongli would obey. Oh, right, I also went to Nanqiao Commune today. Besides visiting my uncle, I also received a mission. Dad, brother-in-law, you continue your watch. I need to go back to the village. I need to inform the hunting team that we need to go to Jiaotang Commune tomorrow. Zhang Yun suddenly said. Zhang Yun intended to take over the Jiaotang ranch. To establish contact with Jiaotang ranch, this time leading the hunting team to kill wolves there had to be a success. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Zongli immediately said. So, Zhang Yun rode off on his Suro. Dad, have you noticed how powerful Zhang Yun's aura is? Every time I face him, it feels like talking to a tiger, the pressure is immense. After watching Zhang Yun leave, Wu Sueji aside and said solemnly, You feel that way too? Me too. Even though I'm his father, facing him feels like being stared at by a ferocious beast. Zhang Zongli also expressed his strong feelings. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, riding his Sumatran antelope, returned to the village in just 2 minutes and went straight to his third uncle Zhang Jaiwu's house. Hey, brother Yun. Zhang Yaya, still awake, was sitting in front of the house looking at the moon. Hearing the Sumatran antelope's footsteps, she got up and looked over. Seeing Zhang Yun arrive, she called out excitedly, Yaya, is your third uncle home? Zhang Yun leaped down, came to the door, and said with a smile. Zhang Jaiwu, who was inside, naturally heard this and immediately ran out, asking with a grin, Yun Yazi, what's up? Third uncle, I've landed a big job for your beast hunting team. Tomorrow, all 9 of you will come with me to Jiaotang Commune next door. I'll take you wolf hunting. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Wolf hunting? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu's expression froze for a moment. It sounded somewhat terrifying, but a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Killing wolves would feel amazing, wouldn't it? Really? Zhang Jiwu immediately asked. Why would I lie to you? Your beast hunting team will receive 10 yuan a day for your hard work, and you can keep the wolf carcasses. Zhang Yun directly explained the benefits. After hearing this, Zhang Jiwu was already tempted. For the past 2 days, Zhang Jiwu had led his beast hunting team to the outer mountains of Jiming Mountain, catching wild rabbits all the time. He had lost interest. This opportunity to hunt wolves instantly ignited Zhang Jiwu's enthusiasm. Okay, I'll go inform the beast hunting team members right now. Zhang Jiwu immediately agreed. Chapter 259. The new house is almost finished. After informing Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Yun immediately left the village. He didn't return to the new house right away. There are still several hundred pieces of stone in Lishaiqiao village that haven't been retrieved yet. Let's take advantage of the night and go get 600 pieces of stone. Zhang Yun gave a calm reply and rode off at breakneck speed on his Suro. Although it was late at night, Zhang Yun was not afraid of the mountains and fields. With his extraordinary senses, he commanded the Suro to move like an arrow, arriving at Lishaiqiao village in less than 5 minutes. The 600 stones were neatly arranged. Zhang Yun landed, and simultaneously reached out with both hands to collect all the stones into his spiritual spring space. Afterward, Zhang Yun rode the Sumatran antelope back to the new house, where he piled the 600 stones in an open area 100 meters away. Having done this, Zhang Yun returned to the gazebo. Zhang Zhongli and Wu Suanong were still awake, chatting as father-in-law and son-in-law were talking. Seeing Zhang Yun return, they both stood up. Dad, brother-in-law, let me see how the house construction is going. Zhang Yun jumped down from Su Menling's lap and looked at the large house before him, his face beaming with excitement. It's so late, you won't be able to see clearly even if you wanted to. Let's go tomorrow morning. Zhang Zhongli replied. No, I can see clearly. Dad, you probably don't know how good my eyesight is. Zhang Yun smiled and went straight into the new house. The front 5 storefronts, intended for business, were wide and deep. A gate had been built on the right side of the courtyard wall. The family would use this gate to enter and exit the backyard. These past 2 days, all the roof tiles on the houses have been installed. Upon discovering this, Zhang Yun immediately turned to Wu Suanong. Brother-in-law, the roof tiles have all been delivered. How much more money is needed? Zhang Yun had given Wu Suanong 1,000 yuan last time, which probably wasn't enough to cover the cost of the tiles. It's still 1,500 yuan short. If you can't come up with it now, you can pay it back in a month. I've already spoken to the brigade leader. Wu Suanong replied earnestly. No need to pay back, I happen to have 1,500 yuan on me. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Then, Zhang Yun reached into his waist pouch with his right hand and secretly took out 150 10 yuan bills from his spiritual spring space. Wu Suanong saw Zhang Yun easily take out a wad of cash from his waist pouch. He felt the thick wad of cash in his hand, and his body trembled slightly. Although Wu Suanong knew Zhang Yun had ways of making money, he truly couldn't imagine how fast Zhang Yun could make it. Other families might earn 100 yuan a year, and that was the result of hard work from dawn till dusk. Zhang Yun, on the other hand, earns 1,000 yuan a day, and in less than 2 days, he's already made 1,500. It's like he owns a money printing factory. Wu Suanong has been completely won over by Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun then walked into the courtyard, where the well dug by the pangolin had been deepened by Zhang Yun himself. The construction workers had now lined the inner walls with stone to prevent the well from collapsing. Above the well, a circular roller had been installed, with a rope wrapped around it. A wooden bucket was tied to the end of the rope for drawing water. At this time, rural Hunan province didn't even have electricity, so there were no water pumps. Water had to be drawn manually by swinging the bucket. The courtyard was still bare earth, the ground yet to be paved. Zhang Yun went to the kitchen and dining room in the right wing, where a wood-fired stove was being built. A 2-burner stove would be finished by tomorrow. Then, Zhang Yun went to the 5 rooms in the back row and inspected them one by one. The red brick floors in these 5 rooms were already being laid. Brother-in-law, I can pave all the rooms with red bricks in 2 days. These red brick floors are indeed sturdy and durable, it feels great to walk on them. This house of yours, with its stone floors, then another layer of red bricks, and the walls made of red bricks and cement, is not only sturdy, but even mice have nowhere to hide. Wu Suanong, who was following beside him, couldn't help but sigh as he watched Zhang Yun inspect the rooms. Zhang Yun nodded. Then, Zhang Yun went to the 5 storefronts in front, which were very tall, wide, and deep. The area would be ample for whatever business it was used for. At this point, Zhang Yun estimated that with 50 villagers helping to build the house each day, it would be completed in 2 days. Next, all sorts of furniture would be brought in. Brother-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Yun sincerely expressed his gratitude. Don't thank me. It's your money that made the house built so quickly. On the contrary, I should thank you. If it weren't for you giving me this opportunity, how could I have witnessed the construction of such a grand house? Wu Xuanong remarked with deep feeling. Building this grand house completely changed many of Wu Xuanong's ideas. He accepted his wife going out to earn money, he gained experience overseeing the construction of a house for the first time, and he set future goals for himself. In short, Wu Xuanong's entire mindset and thinking changed. He wanted to become stronger. Zhang Yun was pleased to hear this, which was why he had called Wu Xuanong over to supervise the construction. In the future, Zhang Yun would definitely go into real estate, and the best candidate for general manager would naturally be Wu Xuanong. Brother-in-law, there's still a large open space in the backyard. Have someone level the ground in the next couple of days. I plan to build 4 more wooden houses on that backyard. When my 2 older sisters and 2 younger sisters visit their parents, they'll inevitably bring their children. These wooden houses will be where the children live. Zhang Yun suddenly said. The house is currently structured similarly to a traditional courtyard house. The 5 rooms at the back are sufficient for the family's current needs, but considering the 4 sisters will all be married and have their own children, it won't be enough space when they visit their parents' home for the new year. Building wooden houses is relatively simpler. The main issue is the source of the wood, which Zhang Yun can easily solve himself. He can simply go to the primeval forest of Fengshi Ridge and cut down some elm trees. That would definitely be enough to build 4 magnificent wooden houses. Oh, your idea is very forward-thinking. Okay, I'll remember it. Wu Xuanong understood Zhang Yun's idea immediately and would certainly make the arrangements. After inspecting the houses, Zhang Yun, Zhang Zongli, and Wu Xuanong returned to the pergola. The 3 of them lay back on the bamboo strips of the pergola, gazing at the moon in the sky. Third brother, your aunt scolded you all day again. The money your third uncle and the wild beasts team used to buy the land, you borrowed it, didn't you? Suddenly, Zhang Zongli asked. Yes, I borrowed it. There was no point in hiding it, and there was no way to hide it anyway. You've really offended your uncle's family completely now. Zhang Zongli sighed softly. Dad, you're wrong. It should be that they offended the wrong people. Zhang Yun said with a smile. The 3 of them fell silent, then each lost in their own thoughts, fell asleep. Chapter 260 Using the fish from Lake No. 1 to enhance the giant mandarin fish. At 5 a.m., Zhang Yun naturally awoke. Seeing his father, Zhang Zongli, and his second brother-in-law, Wu Xuanong, still sound asleep under a thin blanket, Zhang Yun didn't wake them. The first thing Zhang Yun did upon waking was instinctively enter the spirit spring space. Another acre of land added. Number 13. Yesterday I swept through the outer area of Jiming Mountain, catching mostly wild rabbits, about 20,000. Although plots 3, 9, and 12 were used to breed wild rabbits, there are only 3 acres left, and the rabbits have already crowded those 3 acres. This plot 13 will also be used to raise wild rabbits. Zhang Yun's consciousness swept across the entire spirit spring space. Although wild boars, chickens, frogs, and bamboo rats all desperately needed land, none of them could compare to the wild rabbits. Over 20,000 wild rabbits were caught in a single day, completely filling 3 acres of land. Without adding another plot, the sweet potatoes and wild grasses that sprouted on those 3 acres wouldn't withstand the daily grazing by so many wild animals. Therefore, Zhang Yun decided to use the newly added plot, number 13, for breeding rabbits as well. Add 15 acceleration points to plot 13. A command was issued through thought. Plot 13 immediately activated, its time flow speed increasing 15 times that of the outside world. Acceleration points, 5,098. Immediately, Zhang Yun transferred another 5,000 rabbits to plot 13, temporarily alleviating the land shortage crisis. Later, when we go to Jiming Mountain, we need to find a place to relocate most of the male rabbits. Looking at the 4 plots of land in his spatial dimension, where the rabbits' territories remain tightly controlled, Zhang Yun had an idea. Just like at Lake No. 1 in Jiming Mountain, he could store the fish bred from plot 4. If they could find another natural cave on Jiming Mountain, they could relocate a large number of wild rabbits there, thus alleviating the land use problem caused by the rabbits in the spiritual spring space. At this moment, Zhang Yun took out 20 wild rabbits from his space, knocked them unconscious with a single punch, and put them in a cage. This would be the meat for the construction workers today. Then, Zhang Yun rode his Suro to the place where the stones were stored and took out the cart. He took out 4 baskets containing 3,000 frogs, which his second sister, Zhang Fang, was going to sell today. Then, Zhang Yun led the Suro and pulled the cart back to the shed. Wu Xuanong woke up naturally when he heard the sound of the cart. Brother-in-law, you're up so early. This was the first time Wu Xuanong had seen Zhang Yun carrying frogs. He realized that Zhang Yun got up very early every day to go to his hunter friend's house and bring these frogs over. Brother-in-law, there are 3,000 frogs here, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Then, right in front of Wu Xuanong, Zhang Yun unloaded 4 baskets from the cart and placed them next to the pergola. Wu Xuanong quickly got up, wanting to help, but found he couldn't lift a single basket. Naturally, Wu Xuanong also realized that Zhang Yun was incredibly strong. Wu Xuanong truly admired Zhang Yun. "Brother-in-law, I have something to do. You can go back to sleep for a while." After placing the 4 baskets, Zhang Yun sat back down on the cart. Then, the Suro, carrying the cart, sped away quickly, heading straight for the main road. When no one was around, Zhang Yun immediately stored the cart and the Suro in his spiritual spring space, then used his spatial power to teleport directly to Lake No. 1 at Jiming Mountain. Zhang Yun emerged from the stone cave and arrived at the lakeside. The white-headed viper guarded this small lake. When hungry, it would dive into the lake and devour the large fish, living a carefree life. Looking at Lake No. 1, Zhang Yun had another idea. "The large fish I caught at the dam, 2 large grass carp, 1 large black carp, and 1 large mandarin fish have been kept in the small pond at No. 1. The black carp and mandarin fish can help me catch fish in the larger rivers later. Why not use this time to improve their physique?" Zhang Yun instantly had an idea. Currently, only the supply and marketing cooperative buys fish, and they need live fish. Zhang Yun is wasting a lot of time transporting them, making the profit-making process too slow. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun had already released 5,000 fish into Lake No. 1. In the fish pond of Area 4 of the Spirit Spring Space, with the time flow rate increased by 15 times, the number of fish is also skyrocketing, and it looks like it will soon fill the pond. Therefore, Zhang Yun thought, why not release the large grass carp and the large mandarin fish into Lake No. 1 and let them devour the other fish? The large grass carp has a diverse food chain, mainly feeding on snails and clams, and occasionally eating some fish and shrimp. But the large mandarin fish is different. It is ferocious and a complete fish killer. As long as there are fish, the large mandarin fish will mercilessly devour them, thereby increasing its size. The giant blue carp is excellent for scouting schools of fish. The giant mandarin fish, on the other hand, is used to scare them into the net. I'll use all the fish in Lake No. 1 to feed the giant mandarin fish. Let's see how much these 5,000 large fish can improve it. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Having decided, Zhang Yun didn't wait any longer. Instantly, with a thought, Zhang Yun released the giant blue carp and the giant mandarin fish from the spiritual spring space, directly into Lake No. 1. Both fish had received the acceleration points and were already tamed by Zhang Yun. Upon receiving his mental command, they immediately began to wreak havoc in Lake No. 1. Soon, Zhang Yun sensed that Lake No. 1 had become chaotic, with various large fish fleeing for their lives. The giant mandarin fish was already frantically devouring these large fish. Zhang Yun didn't linger. He let the giant mandarin fish run rampant in Lake No. 1, devouring everything in its path. He released the mutated black-tailed snake, and Zhang Yun rode it directly towards the inner mountainous region of Jiming Mountain. In just 5 minutes, the mutated black-tailed snake brought Zhang Yun to the inner mountainous region, where they stopped atop a 200-meter-high mountain. "Leopard, come out. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, come here," Zhang Yun suddenly called out. Yesterday, Zhang Yun hadn't put the clouded leopard and the 4 eagles into his spiritual spring space. Instead, he had left them on Jiming Mountain, allowing them a day and a night to explore the inner mountainous region and confirm the presence of wild animals. The wild animals that inhabit the inner mountainous area of Jiming Mountain are mostly large and ferocious, or venomous snakes. Wild rabbits and pheasants, once they enter, are almost always devoured by larger beasts. "Oh woo-woo!" A clouded leopard came running up from the mountainside. "Chirp!" 4 eagles also let out loud cries in the air, excitedly landing beside Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun took out 5 bamboo tubes filled with spiritual spring water. "You've worked hard. Drink some spiritual spring water to restore your strength." Zhang Yun's consciousness was connected to these 5 wild animals. Sensing their exhaustion, he immediately offered them spiritual spring water to reward them. Chapter 261. They really encountered over 100 wild boars. "Oh woo-woo! Chirp!" After the clouded leopard and the 4 eagles finished drinking from the spiritual spring, they felt their strength restored, their fatigue swept away. Zhang Yun, listening to the cries of the 5 wild beasts, immediately understood thanks to his spiritual spring skill. There's another leopard on Jiming Mountain, bigger than the clouded leopard. There's a herd of wild boars on Jiming Mountain, numbering over 100. And a herd of serows. There are 5 red jackals. There are 20 large snakes. Zhang Yun understood, repeated them, his face filled with excitement. There was an even bigger leopard. Zhang Yun was incredibly excited after translating from the clouded leopard's cries. This leopard had to be caught. These past few days, in order to supply a large number of wild boars to the Hongling meat processing plant, Zhang Yun fabricated an excuse, saying he had discovered a herd of wild boars on Jiming Mountain. Unexpectedly, the 4 eagles actually discovered a herd of wild boars in the inner mountain area, numbering over 100. There was also a herd of serows, which was great news. Once caught, they could be used to pull carts, allowing them to form a transport team. As for the news of the 5 red jackals, Zhang Yun wasn't particularly excited. After all, the 2 red jackals he had caught before had already produced offspring, and with the 15x time travel, the offspring had grown to adulthood. However, if he could capture 5 more red jackals, Zhang Yun could also form a red jackal guard. In the future, when venturing into the mountains, he could use a team of red jackals to drive herds of wild animals into traps. When Zhang Yun heard about the 20 large snakes, his eyes lit up. After all, Zhang Yun planned to establish spatial channels throughout China. Those smaller spatial channels wouldn't be protected by spatial power, so they would need some guarding wild animals. These large snakes act as natural guardians. Their activity around the spatial passage deters human activity, preventing humans from discovering its existence. Eagles, lead the way. Suddenly, Zhang Yun shouted, simultaneously storing the mutated black-tailed snake in his spatial storage and releasing the sorrow. 4 eagles immediately flew low, with Zhang Yun riding the sorrow below, weaving through the forest. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, in a large valley, Zhang Yun noticed the 4 eagles circling overhead, not flying any further. From the eagles' cries, Zhang Yun knew that a group of wild beasts lurked in the valley. It was the same group of over 100 wild boars. Sorrows survive in the forest because of 3 things: their extremely keen senses, their incredible speed, and their subtle aura that blends perfectly with the forest's atmosphere. As long as they move cautiously, other wild animals nearby have little chance of detecting them. After riding his sorrow for about 100 meters through the mountain hollow, Zhang Yun's senses detected a slumbering herd of wild boars ahead. Moreover, because the sorrow was intentionally slowing down, it made almost no noise while running, so the wild boars hadn't sensed its arrival. This mountain hollow is quite large and densely wooded. If I wake these wild boars, they'll scatter in all directions, and catching them will take a lot of time. After sensing his surroundings, Zhang Yun realized that capturing the entire herd of wild boars in one go would be quite difficult. Previously, Zhang Yun would use natural terrain traps to herd wild boars, driving them into the traps before collecting them one by one into his spiritual spring space. However, this mountain hollow is a flat area. If the wild boars scatter and flee, Zhang Yun will have no way to stop them. Looks like I'll have to challenge my speed, Zhang Yun suddenly said. With Zhang Yun's current physical speed, he could run 100 meters in under 9 seconds, which can be considered a breakthrough in human physical limits. As long as Zhang Yun's hand touches the wild boar's body, he can instantly store the boar in his spiritual spring space. Therefore, Zhang Yun doesn't want to dig a trap and then use the spiritual spring to lure the boar into it. That would be too much of a waste of time. This morning, Zhang Yun was scheduled to lead his wild animal team to Jiaotang Ranch, and he was pressed for time. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time setting traps. He wanted to use his speed to confront the wild boars head-on. After thinking it over, Zhang Yun made his decision. Quail, charge! Zhang Yun shouted directly. Upon receiving the order, the sorrow immediately took off running, rushing towards the wild boar's habitat. The wild boars, able to survive in the mountains, naturally possessed certain abilities. Their hearing was extremely sensitive. When the sorrow approached, even the still sleeping boars sensed it and immediately began to howl. Thus, all the wild boars woke up, screaming in alarm. But Zhang Yun remained unmoved and continued charging. When Zhang Yun was only 10 meters away from the first wild boar, he suddenly leaped off the back of the sorrow and charged straight at the herd with lightning speed. Oink oink oink. Sensing Zhang Yun's provocation, the wild boars all let out angry grunts. Then the lead boar, sensing Zhang Yun's location, charged forward furiously. Just as the boar was about to reach Zhang Yun, he suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the boar's head charge. At the same time, Zhang Yun's left hand touched the boar, instantly storing it in his spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun had no intention of stopping. He intended to use his speed to reach each and every wild boar. Oink oink oink. The other wild boars, unaware of the danger, only sensed Zhang Yun's human presence, and therefore felt no fear. Thus, none of the wild boars fled. Instead, they all charged towards Zhang Yun. Faced with so many wild boars charging at him, Zhang Yun dared not confront them head-on. After all, he only had 2 hands, capable of capturing 2 boars at a time. If a third boar were to charge, it would severely injure him. In a flash, Zhang Yun seized the opportunity, darting to the edge of the boar herd. Like an eagle catching chicks, Zhang Yun began to harvest the boars one by one from the edge. As soon as a boar was left alone at the edge of the herd, Zhang Yun would immediately reach out and capture it, storing it directly in his spiritual spring space. In short, Zhang Yun deliberately prevented the boars from launching a direct attack. Zhang Yun remained behind the herd, continuously harvesting the boars. After capturing more than 10 wild boars, the herd's charging formation immediately broke apart, each boar becoming increasingly agitated. Undoubtedly, the boars had realized that Zhang Yun wasn't engaging them head-on, but instead was constantly circling around them. Even more terrifying, the boars sensed that their companion's presence had inexplicably vanished, causing immense fear. So, the herd of boars began squealing and howling, and immediately scattered in all directions. Chapter 262. Another 10 sorrows form a transport team. Trying to escape? Don't even think about it. Zhang Yun discovered that over 80 wild boars were still trying to scatter and escape. He wasn't about to let them get away easily. Even if he couldn't catch them all, he had to catch most of them. So, Zhang Yun immediately released the mutated black-tailed snake and the clouded leopard. As soon as the mutated black-tailed snake appeared, its massive body acted like a wall, blocking one direction and preventing any wild boars running in that direction from getting past. Moreover, whenever a wild boar charged, the mutated black-tailed snake would whip its tail, striking the boar once. The force of the black-tailed snake was definitely over 1,000 units. Even the toughest wild boar hide couldn't withstand such a powerful lash. Thus, the wild boars that charged in the direction of the mutated black-tailed snake were all stunned by its tail. After the clouded leopard emerged, it couldn't directly attack the wild boars, but it was faster than them. Suddenly, the clouded leopard caught up with a wild boar and fiercely bit its leg, inflicting a serious injury. After just one bite, the clouded leopard showed no further interest in fighting and continued its pursuit of the boars ahead. Once it caught up with a boar, the clouded leopard would pounce and bite its leg. With a wounded leg, the boar's running speed instantly decreased, and they could no longer run. For eagles in the air, without Zhang Yun's command, had already spotted the black banded snake and the clouded leopard surrounding the boar herd. Therefore, the 4 eagles used their aerial advantage to swoop down on the heads of the fleeing boars at the front, their sharp talons mercilessly tearing at their prey. The eagles' attacks were all aimed at the boar's eyes. A single bite to the boar's eye caused excruciating pain, instantly rupturing the eye and causing the boar to collapse to the ground, squealing in agony. Zhang Yun himself was also running at top speed, easily catching up with a wild boar. He simply reached out and grabbed it, storing it in his spiritual spring space. It could be said that in the direction Zhang Yun was responsible for chasing, none of the wild boars escaped, they were all collected into his spiritual spring space. Next, Zhang Yun went to the direction of the mutated black banded snake and collected the unconscious wild boars. Then, Zhang Yun went to the direction the clouded leopard was responsible for. The wild boars with injured legs, although sensing Zhang Yun's approach, tried to struggle and escape, but how could they possibly run away? Finally, Zhang Yun went to the direction where the 4 eagles were blocking the wild boars. For those wild boars fleeing in panic, he used his speed to continuously collect them. Although the group was able to cooperate, the speed of the wild boars was still not to be underestimated, especially in this mountain valley filled with trees. Around 30 wild boars managed to escape. This time, Zhang Yun caught 90 wild boars. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness was focused on the spiritual spring space. The number above the boulder in Area 1 acceleration points, 5,278. An increase of 180 acceleration points means that these 90 wild boars weigh a total of 18,000 jin, approximately 9,500 kilograms. If he sold them all, that would be 10,000 yuan. In just a short time, Zhang Yun had caught a 10,000 yuan household, a term used to describe someone who becomes wealthy through wealth. If others knew, they would definitely be shocked. Unfortunately, Zhang Yun couldn't let anyone see him capturing wild animals, as he kept his secret. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, continue leading me to find other wild beasts. Zhang Yun stopped hunting the escaped wild boars, he just wanted to save time. After all, Zhang Yun wasn't aiming to capture every beast in Chicken Cry Mountain. He needed to leave some to breed so he could return and hunt more later. The 4 eagles obeyed, taking flight again. After choosing a direction, they flew low, guiding Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun stored the various wild beasts in his spiritual spring space, then rode his sorrow, following the eagle's directions, through the mountain pass, over a large mountain, and arrived at its mountainside. There, Zhang Yun sensed a natural cave where 10 sorrows were resting and sleeping. Those 4 eagles are really something. They watched for a whole day and night before finally finding the nest of this herd of sorrows. Zhang Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly after sensing the sorrow's presence in the cave. Since these 10 sorrows were nestling in the cave, this was a golden opportunity, and Zhang Yun certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhang Yun released the mutated black-tailed snake from his spiritual spring space, directly blocking the cave entrance. This way, the sorrows couldn't escape. Woo woo woo! As the terrifying aura of the black-tailed snake descended, and right at the cave entrance, the sorrows inside immediately awoke with a startled cry. Zhang Yun also quickly ran over and stood at the cave entrance. The 10 sorrows, acting on instinct, knew they couldn't stay inside, they couldn't allow the black-tailed snake to attack them. So, the 10 sorrows started running, trying to rush out of the cave. But the mutated black-banded snake reacted incredibly fast. Its massive head acted like a ramming machine. Whenever a sorrow reached the cave entrance, its head would slam into it, knocking it back into the cave. The sorrows' bodies were severely injured by the snake's head, their blood circulation was cut off, and they all collapsed to the ground, unable to stand no matter how hard they struggled. Zhang Yun stood at the cave entrance for a minute, waiting until the sorrows had given up and dared not rush out of the cave again, before he began to walk into the cave. These sorrows were large, but their attacks were too weak to cause harm. Zhang Yun wasn't worried about any accidents. Just as Zhang Yun reached a Suro, an uninjured one suddenly charged at him. Zhang Yun chuckled and stretched out his right hand. Just as the Suro's head struck Zhang Yun's right hand, its body vanished uncontrollably, entering the spiritual spring space. Then, Zhang Yun waved his hand again, collecting the remaining Suros into his spiritual space as well. This time, all 10 Suros were collected. Acceleration points, 5,308. 30 acceleration points have been added, meaning these 10 Suros weigh a total of 3,000 jin, approximately 1,500 catties. These 10 Suros, 5 large and 5 small, will grow to a large size in just 1 week. With these 10 Suros, plus the previous 4, that makes a total of 14 Suros, enough to form a transport team. Zhang Yun's consciousness returned to the spiritual spring space, and looking at all the Suros, he was incredibly excited. Suros pulling carts were far more efficient than roe deer. Immediately, Zhang Yun calmed down and called out to the air, Eagle 1, Eagle 2, continue leading the way. Before dawn, Zhang Yun wanted to seize the time to hunt wild animals in the inner mountain area. Chapter 263, a total of 9 red jackals. Red jackals are incredibly agile in the forest. Relying on their cunning nature, they can roam freely in both the outer and inner mountain areas. Even when pursued by large wild animals, the red jackals can easily evade their pursuit using their nimble footwork. At this moment, although night had not yet fallen and the inner mountain area of Jiming Mountain was completely shrouded in darkness, 5 adult red jackals were moving through a small valley forest. The 5 red jackals were chasing 2 wild rabbits in the night. The 2 rabbits were unlucky. They had crossed over from some unknown hilltop and were discovered by the 5 red jackals as soon as they entered this forest, and had been relentlessly pursued. In their panicked escape, the 2 rabbits were bewildered and ran aimlessly. The 5 red jackals, possessing some night vision, cleverly split into 2 groups, each pursuing one of the 2 rabbits. Soon, the 2 hares, having bumped into trees countless times, were finally exhausted. Just as the 2 hares were collapsing from exhaustion, 5 red jackals swiftly pounced, seizing both hares in one fell swoop. Above, 4 eagles flew in and landed on a tree, watching the 5 red jackals happily tearing apart the 2 hares. With the eagles there, Zhang Yun naturally followed closely behind. At this moment, Zhang Yun, riding the mutated black-tailed snake, sped straight into the small valley forest, swooping down on the 5 red jackals like an arrow. Chirp! Chirp! The 5 red jackals, enjoying the hares, sensed the terrifying aura of the mutated black-tailed snake. Knowing the danger, they immediately turned and ran, trying to escape. But the speed of the 5 red jackals was no match for the mutated black-tailed snake. In less than a minute, the black-tailed snake had caught up with the 5 red jackals. Zhang Yun, seated on the black-banded snake, kept sensing the auras of the 5 red jackals. Just as the snake caught up, he suddenly raised his right hand, and the cloud leopard emerged from his spiritual spring space. The cloud leopard's sudden appearance saw it pounce on the last red jackal. The cloud leopard bit the jackal's neck, rolling it several times on the ground before pinning it firmly to the earth. Zhang Yun also jumped down, reaching the jackal and storing it in his spiritual spring space. The cloud leopard immediately gave chase, joining the mutated black-banded snake in pursuit of the remaining 4 red jackals. With the mutated black-banded snake present, its speed was incredible. It charged forward, its massive head clanging and knocking the 4 red jackals to the ground. The cloud leopard pounced, biting any red jackal that rolled over. Zhang Yun's speed was no slower than the clouded leopard's, and he caught up in time, then collected the 4 red jackals into his spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 5,309. Only 1 acceleration point was added, meaning the 5 red jackals weighed a total of only 100 jin, 50 catties. Although not very heavy, red jackals were known for their intelligence and cunning, which allowed them to roam the wild animal world. However, these 5 red jackals were incredibly unlucky. They encountered an extremely fast mutated black-banded snake. Their intelligence was useless, they couldn't escape the snake's pursuit. 5 more red jackals have appeared. The first 2 jackals had 2 cubs, so now there are 9. 1 red jackal was given to my second sister to protect her as she delivers goods to various villages. The remaining 8 red jackals also need to be arranged. My third uncle, as the leader of the hunting team, needs to go into the mountains frequently, so we must give him a red jackal. 1 red jackal should stay with my parents, and the remaining 6 will stay with me. We can form a red jackal pursuit team to drive wild animals into traps. Zhang Yun made his decision with a smile. Immediately, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space and locked onto the 8 red jackals within. Add 1 acceleration point to the red jackal. Add 1 acceleration point to the red jackal. He consumed 16 acceleration points in total, successfully taming the 8 red jackals. Acceleration point, 5,293. After taming the red jackal, Zhang Yun glanced at the sky. The stars were still twinkling, and dawn hadn't broken yet. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, take me to the leopard. Zhang Yun called out to a large tree directly in front of him. The 4 eagles perched in the tree immediately responded, chirping once. These 4 eagles had originally discovered traces of 20 large snakes, but Zhang Yun heard from the eagles report that the snakes were scattered across different hilltops, and catching them one by one would waste a lot of time, even just running through the mountains. Therefore, to save time, Zhang Yun's current target was the overlord of Chicken Crime Mountain, a large leopard. The 4 eagles immediately took flight, locked onto a direction, and flew off into the distance. Zhang Yun put away the clouded leopard and then sat on the back of the mutated black-tailed snake. Go, follow the eagles. At Zhang Yun's command, the mutated black-tailed snake took to the air again, skimming over trees and creating a sandstorm. The 4 eagles flew deeper into Jimming Mountain, circling above a mountain over 400 meters high. Following the eagles' calls, Zhang Yun guided the mutated black-tailed snake deeper into the mountains. Along the way, Zhang Yun sensed the surrounding activity and made some discoveries. There were many small wild animals in these deep mountains, but given the dangerous environment, they generally hid in deep caves. In other words, it was extremely difficult for wild animals exposed to the elements to survive in these mountains. They were easily ambushed and killed by other animals. Moreover, Zhang Yun also discovered that the number of wild animals in the deep mountains was not large. This is understandable. After all, these deep mountains are the territory of large wild beasts, and their aura is too terrifying, causing many animals to avoid staying in the deep mountains and migrate to the outer mountain areas. It seems that capturing a large number of wild beasts in the inner area of Jimming Mountain is unrealistic. Then, as long as we capture that leopard and those 20 large snakes, we can leave Jimming Mountain alone, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Amidst a sigh, the mutated black-tailed snake had already led Zhang Yun to the foot of the deepest mountain. This mountain is considered the highest peak of Jimming Mountain. Although it's only a little over 400 meters high, it's still a significant peak for southern Hunan province. The leopard, the apex predator of Jimming Mountain, has rightfully claimed this mountain, befitting its status. Chirp chirp. 4 eagles in the air spotted Zhang Yun and cried out. Zhang Yun understood their cries. They were saying the leopard was in a natural cave on this mountain peak. Very good. As long as the leopard remains on this mountain, it won't escape. Zhang Yun laughed. Chapter 264 The Golden Leopard, the Frozen Stone Cave. The mutated black banded snake slithered up the mountain, its massive body and speed creating a loud noise. A leopard, hibernating in its cave, suddenly became alert. Whoosh! A huge leopard darted out of the cave. It paused at the entrance for a moment, then sensed a terrifying presence rushing towards it from below. This was a leopard, resembling a tiger, its body covered in round or oval black spots. Naturally, a leopard that reigns supreme in the mountains possesses an extremely keen sense of danger. Sensing the mutated black banded snake's menacing presence, it didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately fleeing towards the back of the mountain. It was escaping this hilltop. The leopard also possessed exceptional night vision. It ran through the darkness as if on flat ground, swiftly making its way down the mountain. Above, 4 eagles kept their eyes locked on the leopard, calling out incessantly. With an eagle scouting overhead, Zhang Yun remained calm, letting the black banded snake relentlessly pursue. The leopard, while fleeing, constantly sensed the black banded snake's presence, discovering that its speed was no slower than its own. Faced with this situation, the leopard had no choice but to unleash its full speed and continue running. Even at the foot of the mountain, the leopard was still in danger, constantly sensing the mutated black banded snake racing after it. Roar! The leopard roared angrily. It had no intention of fighting the snake. It continued running, speeding along the relatively flat forest at the foot of the mountain, hoping the trees would slow the snake's pursuit. It must be said that the leopard's reaction speed was quick. Even in danger, it could calmly devise a plan. Indeed, in such dense forest, most wild animals would be unable to move at all. But the leopard had no idea that the mutated black-tailed snake was a result of an extraterrestrial meteorite, causing a dramatic change in its body. Not only had it become enormous, but its scales had also become like iron plates. Therefore, the dense trees were completely insignificant to the mutated snake. However, Zhang Yun, riding on the snake's back, suffered somewhat. As the snake darted through the trees, branches constantly whipped and lashed at him, forcing Zhang Yun to remain clinging to its body, unable to sit upright. Roar! As the leopard fled through the forest, it too was hampered by the terrain ahead. Now, sensing the black-tailed snake closing in unimpeded by the trees, it panicked. No matter how much the leopard roared, it couldn't scare the snake. Just as the mutated snake was about 50 meters away, the leopard suddenly darted into a deep, natural cave at the foot of the mountain. This was a very deep, natural cave. Soon, the black-banded snake arrived at the cave entrance. Zhang Yun stood at the entrance and noticed that the cave was very cold inside. Even the air blowing from the entrance was icy. Moreover, Zhang Yun could sense a range of 50 meters, yet he couldn't detect the leopard's presence, indicating that the cave was extremely deep. The entrance to the cave was only 1 meter wide. The mutated black-tailed snake's enormous body could easily squeeze in, but it certainly wouldn't be as agile inside. Zhang Yun hesitated, wondering whether he should go in himself. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Zhang Yun resolutely said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." With the mysterious power of the spirit spring space and the ability to sense movement within a 50-meter radius, Zhang Yun wasn't afraid of the leopard's sneak attack. Therefore, Zhang Yun stored the mutated black-tailed snake in the spirit spring space and then released the clouded leopard. "Let's go in together." Zhang Yun gave the order. Immediately, with the clouded leopard leading the way, Zhang Yun bent down and slipped into the cave, heading straight for its depths. The deeper he went, the wider the cave became, and Zhang Yun gradually regained his balance. However, the cave was winding and full of sharp, protruding rocks, causing Zhang Yun's progress to be slow. The cave was extremely dark, completely devoid of light. Although Zhang Yun had excellent eyesight, in the absence of light, he was completely blind and couldn't see his surroundings at all. So, Zhang Yun took out a flashlight from his spatial storage. It was an extended flashlight, containing 3 large batteries. He flipped it on, and it immediately emitted a bright beam of light, illuminating the area ahead. Suddenly, the scene inside the cave came into Zhang Yun's view. The cave walls were a dazzling white, each stone resembling a glacier, exuding a strong aura of coldness. The sharp rocks hanging overhead resembled ice spikes, their imposing presence truly terrifying. Everyone feared they might suddenly fall, instantly killing someone. The beam of the flashlight, reflecting off the glacial rocks, illuminated the entire cave. "We've only come in less than 10 meters, and the temperature in here is incredibly low. My clothes are no match for it." Zhang Yun, despite his strong physique, couldn't help but shiver in the cave. The penetrating cold was truly overwhelming. However, Zhang Yun had his solution. He retrieved a cotton-padded coat from his spiritual spring space and put it on without hesitation, finally warming himself up. The clouded leopard leading the way was also shivering. Clearly, the cold was unbearable for it too. So, Zhang Yun put the clouded leopard back into his spiritual spring space and continued deeper into the cave alone. With the flashlight shining, Zhang Yun felt even less apprehensive. "Golden leopard, I don't believe you can withstand the cold in here. I'd like to see how long you can endure it." Zhang Yun chuckled as he walked in. After walking about 100 meters, the cavern widened considerably, with the smallest sections measuring 5 meters in diameter and the most spacious areas 20 meters wide. It was now an enormous space. Moreover, the cave had transformed into a glacial world. All the rocks were covered in ice, creating a vast expanse of white frost. Zhang Yun, wearing a cotton-padded coat, was shivering. The coat's insulation was limited at this time of year, and the constant chill seeped into his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. However, at this moment, Zhang Yun sensed the golden leopard's presence. "Finally found you." Zhang Yun endured the biting cold, still striding towards the leopard's hiding place. Roar! The leopard sensed Zhang Yun's presence. It felt a strong sense of provocation that this tiny human dared to enter the glacial cave to hunt it. So, the leopard leaped out, its eyes filled with intense killing intent, coldly staring at Zhang Yun. Chapter 265 Creating Ice Layers, a God-given air conditioner. Zhang Yun saw the leopard's enormous body. This leopard was about 1.5 meters long, with a round, tiger-like head, short ears, and powerful, agile legs with sharp claws. It stood on a piece of icy rock, its eyes filled with murderous intent, fixed on Zhang Yun. However, Zhang Yun could also tell that this leopard wouldn't last long in the cold cave. Its body was trembling. "Come here," Zhang Yun gestured with his index finger, signaling the leopard to come closer. Roar! The leopard hadn't sensed the mutated black bandit snake's aura, so it wasn't worried. But now, sensing Zhang Yun's provocation, it couldn't tolerate it. As the apex predator of Chicken Cry Mountain, the leopard couldn't tolerate the contempt of a human. It immediately leaped, reaching Zhang Yun in just 2 bounds, and then pounced on him. As soon as it pounced, the leopard's sharp claws would grip Zhang Yun tightly, then it would bite his neck. "You've fallen for it." Zhang Yun stood there motionless, letting out a cold laugh. Suddenly, the mutated black-tailed snake and the clouded leopard emerged from the spiritual spring space. The instant they appeared, the massive body of the mutated black-tailed snake crushed the leopard, while the clouded leopard bit its tail. In that instant, the once majestic leopard lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, completely unable to move. The black-tailed snake was too heavy, the leopard couldn't roll over. "Now, you're mine." Zhang Yun walked over, his right hand touching the leopard's body. Then, the leopard vanished, entering the spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 5,295. 2 acceleration points have been added, meaning this leopard weighs approximately 200 jin, 100 catties. Having acquired such a large leopard, Zhang Yun wasn't going to wait, he wanted to tame it immediately. Add 1 acceleration point to the leopard. 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 In one go, Zhang Yun used 7 acceleration points before his consciousness connected with the leopard, and he finally tamed it. Acceleration points, 5,288. Now, Zhang Yun calmed down from the joy of taming the leopard and looked at his surroundings. It's the hottest time of summer, yet this cave is filled with ice. I don't know how it formed, but I just need to know that ice can form here. Now, I can test it out by releasing some water and seeing if I can turn it into ice. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Zhang Yun then found a low-lying area, resembling a giant bathtub. He took a bucket of water from the fish pond in Spirit Spring Space Plot 4 and poured it directly into the basin. Zhang Yun shone his flashlight on the area, and after about 10 minutes, he noticed that the top of the water began to freeze, forming a thin layer of ice. Just as I suspected, the temperature inside this icy cave is below zero, enough to freeze water into ice. Zhang Yun watched as the bucket of water began to freeze, a smile spreading across his face. It's only late June now, the weather in southern Hunan won't cool down until early November. There are still more than 4 months of sweltering heat ahead. We don't even have electricity yet, so naturally, there are no air conditioners or fans. This icy cave is like a godsend. If I transported a large amount of water from the Chu River and put it all here, it would form a vast ice sheet in just one day. Every day, I only need to cut off a cubic meter of ice and put it in the room, and the whole room will be perfectly cool. Zhang Yun spoke with a hearty laugh, becoming increasingly excited. How did ancient emperors cope with the summer heat? They stored ice from the winter and took it out of the ice cellars when the weather got hot. This ice-based cooling method was even faster and more convenient than air conditioning. Therefore, Zhang Yun decided to set up a spatial portal within this icy cave. Set up the spatial portal here. Immediately, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space, issuing the command with his mind. Instantly, on a high platform within the cave, Zhang Yun set up a small spatial portal, 8 li, approximately 4 kilometers, away from his new house. This way, if Zhang Yun wanted to retrieve ice in the future, he could teleport here in a single trip. Now, the only large beasts left in the inner mountainous area of Jiming Mountain are those giant snakes. I'm not in a hurry to capture these snakes, I'll come back tomorrow. I'm going to the Kushui River to collect 100 tons of water and store it in this icy cave. In 2 or 3 days, the water will turn into ice, and then I can come back every day to collect ice blocks. Zhang Yun said with a smile. He acted immediately. Then, Zhang Yun teleported back to the mountain behind his new house, then rode his Sumatran antelope into Pine Tree Mountain, speeding along its edge, entering the fields from the Earth God Temple, and finally arriving at the Kushui River. Upon reaching the Kushui River, Zhang Yun immediately placed his hands in the water. His 2 palms acted like giant water pumps, instantly draining the flowing river water into the spiritual spring space. 100 tons of water equals 100 cubic meters, and the extraction was completed quickly. Zhang Yun didn't greedily collect more. After extracting the 100 tons of water, he immediately used his spatial power to teleport twice back into the icy stone cave. Naturally, Zhang Yun released the 100 tons of water he had just extracted, storing it all in a low-lying area deep within the cave, instantly forming a pond. Let the icy aura here freeze this water. I estimate that in less than 2 days, all 100 tons of water will have frozen into ice. Zhang Yun said happily. Having done all this, Zhang Yun stopped thinking about anything else. He immediately used his spatial powers to teleport to the back mountain of Kushui Commune. I didn't deliver the goods to Duan Zheizhong yesterday. It should be a little past 7 now, so I can take this opportunity to deliver a batch of goods to him. Zhang Yun rode his Suro out of the back mountain, taking out a cart along the way. 6 baskets were placed on it, filled with 500 wild rabbits. The spiritual spring space currently had the largest number of rabbits, and Zhang Yun needed to get rid of them quickly. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yun arrived at Duan Zheizhong's courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, Zhang Yun sensed Duan Zheizhong's presence in the courtyard. He quickly ran over and opened the gate. Brother Zhang Yun, we've been waiting for you, Duan Zheizhong said excitedly when he saw Zhang Yun. Yesterday I spent the whole day with a group of hunter friends in Jiming Mountain, and we caught a lot of rabbits. Of course, I didn't forget you. Now, I've brought you 500 rabbits. Zhang Yun said with a smile, then pushed the cart into the courtyard. Chapter 266 Requirements for Obtaining a Driver's License. Brother Zhang, I was worried that I hadn't done something right enough to upset you since you didn't come yesterday. Duan Zheizhong joked as he took out the scales. Zhang Yun smiled faintly and didn't reply. The two then weighed the rabbits. 500 rabbits, totaling 2,618 jin, approximately 1,388 catties, at 5 mao, 0.5 yuan, per jin, totaled 1,309 yuan. Duan Zheizhong quickly went to his room and retrieved 1,309 yuan, handing it to Zhang Yun. At this moment, Zhang Yun looked at Duan Zheizhong and calmly asked, Brother Duan, I have some money on hand now and can get a truck purchase permit. I want to buy a truck in my own name. Do you have any connections? Zhang Yun's new house is nearing completion, and he's accumulated a substantial sum of cash. Naturally, he wants to move forward with his truck purchase plan. However, during this period, there are definitely policy restrictions on individuals buying trucks. Zhang Yun is well aware of this, so he wants to test Duan Shizhong's influence. After all, Duan Shizhong has connections with various leaders and should be able to find a feasible solution. Sure enough, Duan Shizhong's expression is one of utter surprise when he hears Zhang Yun's words. Even Duan Shizhong himself, despite his extensive network, has never considered buying a car himself. Brother Zhang, there are too many restrictions on buying a car. First, you need a driver's license. And to take the driving test, you need to be affiliated with a company and obtain a certificate from the company before you can take the test. After getting the driver's license, you also need a letter of introduction from your company. You have the money and the vehicle purchase permit. These are just the last two conditions. These 4 conditions are indispensable. Duan Shizhong immediately revealed all the information he knew. Zhang Yun, having experienced things in his previous life, knew that what Duan Shizhong said was true. At this moment, Zhang Yun calmly considered the matter. The second condition, obtaining a letter of introduction from his employer, wasn't actually that difficult. After all, Zhang Yun was a purchasing agent at the Linshui mine. He only needed to find the mine manager, Liu Beisan, to obtain the letter of introduction. And the first condition, obtaining a driver's license, didn't seem difficult either. In his previous life, Zhang Yun also started from scratch, driving a wide variety of vehicles, trucks, cars, sports cars, buses, and freight trucks, all of which he was very familiar with. Therefore, passing the test would be relatively easy for Zhang Yun if he simply went to the testing center. Having figured this out, Zhang Yun now had a clear plan. Brother Duan, I can handle the affiliation with the company and getting the letter of introduction myself. But do you have any connections to take the test in the county? I want to get my driver's license as quickly as possible, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Seeing Zhang Yun's confident expression, Duan Shizhong was surprised once again. Previously, Duan Shizhong only knew Zhang Yun as an excellent hunter, capable of capturing large numbers of wild animals. Now, Duan Shizhong realized that Zhang Yun's social connections were also quite strong. Brother Zhang, I know someone at the county vehicle inspection office. As long as you can find a unit to work with, I can take you there. It might take others a year or two to take the driving test at the vehicle inspection station. I can pull some strings for you, and you can complete the theory, parking, and road tests all in one day. As long as you pass all 3, you can get your driver's license in a single day, Duan Shizhong confidently assured him. Zhang Yun smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. It seemed that all the favors he'd given Duan Shizhong these past few days hadn't been in vain. Duan Shizhong's influence was considerable. He even had connections at the vehicle inspection station, and now it was finally coming in handy. Okay, I'll get the affiliation unit and the letter of introduction sorted out in the next few days. I'll come find you then, Zhang Yun said with a smile. After a few more pleasantries, Zhang Yun left Duan Shizhong's yard on his cart. It was around 8 o'clock, and Zhang Yun, of course, wouldn't miss the opportunity to make money. He immediately directed some Menling towards the Kushui Supply and Marketing Cooperative. On the way, Zhang Yun put another 500 wild rabbits into the 6 baskets on the cart. Sumenling went directly to the warehouse in the backyard of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The 500 rabbits weighed 2,634 jin, approximately 1,361 catties, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 1,580.4 yuan. After receiving the receipt, Zhang Yun didn't immediately go to the finance department to settle the payment. Instead, he left the Supply and Marketing Cooperative again on the cart. After arriving at another secluded place, Zhang Yun put another 500 rabbits into the 6 baskets. Returning to the warehouse in the backyard of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he weighed these 500 rabbits. They weighed 2,534 jin, approximately 1,251 kilograms, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 1,520.4 yuan. The total was 3,100.8 yuan. Satisfied with selling 1,000 rabbits at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhang Yun took the 2 receipts to the finance department. He successfully received 3,100.8 yuan. At this point, Zhang Yun had 22,166.6 yuan in cash. He had officially broken the 20,000 yuan mark. He was only 8,000 yuan away from 30,000 yuan. It was now around 8:30. Zhang Yun thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile. We already agreed yesterday to go to Fengguang Meat Processing Plant, Railong Meat Processing Plant, and Qingshan Meat Processing Plant. A promise is a promise. Since these 3 meat processing plants are sending wild boars there, why not go to Hongling Meat Processing Plant as well? As for going to Jiaotang Ranch, half a day won't matter. Let Uncle San and the others wait for half a day. Making money was the priority. So, after leaving the Kushui Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhang Yun went to a secluded place and immediately used his spatial powers to teleport back to the back mountain of his new house. Then, Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran Suro back quickly to Juan village and arrived at the old Camphor Tree Square. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangxin, and Sun Zhengguan were already waiting there. Upon seeing Zhang Yun arrive, the 9 of them were very excited. As soon as Zhang Yun arrived, he smiled and said, "Third uncle, you 9 should set off first for Jiaotang Ranch. Just follow the county road westward for about 20 li, approximately 10 kilometers, and you'll reach Jiaotang Ranch. That cart belonging to the sand digging team was lent to the brigade by me. Go and fetch it. Use 2 deer to pull it. The 9 of you can save your energy walking. I have some other business to attend to. You go to Jiaotang Ranch first, and I'll catch up with you shortly." Last time, after the hunting team won against the militia, Zhang Yun gave them a deer as a mount, and he also provided a deer for the sand digging team's cart. Therefore, with 2 deer pulling the cart, the 9 of them could easily travel to Jiaotang Ranch. Oh, okay. Zhang Jiwu knew that Zhang Yun's daily actions were very secretive, so he naturally wouldn't ask questions or interfere with Zhang Yun's plans. After speaking, Zhang Yun immediately rode away on his Suro. Upon reaching a secluded place, Zhang Yun immediately used his spatial powers to teleport several times, arriving at the spatial passage in the back mountain of Hongling Commune. Our first stop is to deliver 10 wild boars to the Hongling meat processing plant. Chapter 267 acquired 3 more meat processing plants, then rushed to Jiaotang Ranch. Zhang Yun was doing what he knew all too well. A Suro was pulling a cart loaded with 500 wild rabbits in 6 baskets. Zhang Yun himself was leading 10 adult wild boars. The staff at the Hongling meat processing plant, as if it were a habit, had sent someone to guard the gate early on, constantly watching both sides of the road. When Zhang Yun appeared with the wild boars, the staff member excitedly shouted into the yard, "Zhang Yun's here! Zhang Yun's here!" As soon as this was shouted, the staff at the Hongling meat processing plant rushed out, all running to the gate, then collectively showing expressions of shock. Yesterday Zhang Yun had led 10 wild boars, and today he was doing it again, leaving these staff members utterly astonished. Zhang Yun is amazing, catching 10 wild boars every day? Is he secretly raising them? I need to ask Zhang Yun if he's married. My sister just came of age, and I have to introduce her to him. Your sister is so fat, how can you introduce her to Zhang Yun? The staff members chatted excitedly as they greeted Zhang Yun. Soon, Zhang Yun arrived leading 10 wild boars. The staff helped the Sumatran Suro push the cart into the yard. Amidst the praise, Zhang Yun watched as the staff weighed the wild boars and rabbits. 10 wild boars weighed 2,678 jin, approximately 1,388 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,472.9 yuan. 500 wild rabbits weighed 2,587 jin, approximately 1,798 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,422.8 yuan. Total, 2,895.7 yuan. Naturally, given Zhang Yun's current importance, Hongling meat processing plant certainly wouldn't withhold his money. Zhang Yun smoothly received the 2,895.7 yuan. Now, Zhang Yun had 25,062.3 yuan in cash. Zhang Yun didn't exchange a word with Xiao Fukuo, but hurriedly left Hongling meat processing plant. Afterwards, Zhang Yun rode his Sumatran Suro and arrived at Railong meat processing plant in 5 minutes. Purchasing director Lai Changming, after receiving Zhang Yun's affirmative reply yesterday, had been waiting anxiously at the entrance of the meat processing plant this morning, rubbing his hands and pacing back and forth. When Zhang Yun appeared leading 10 wild boars, Lai Changming's face lit up with joy, his eyes gleaming. These were 10 wild boars. Yesterday, when Zhang Yun promised to deliver 10 wild boars, Lai Changming still had some doubts. But when Lai Changming saw Zhang Yun arrive with 10 ropes, leading 10 adult wild boars, he was both shocked and deeply impressed. "Brother Zhang, we've been waiting for you." Lai Changming ran over excitedly, his smile wide and undisguised. These 10 wild boars had solved a major problem for the Railong meat processing plant. With these 10 boars, the Railong meat processing plant could meet its quota for the county meat processing plant for at least 2 months. Director Lai, of course I'll keep my promise. We were quite lucky. I went to Jiming Mountain with a group of hunter friends and caught a bunch of wild boars. Anyway, Zhang Yun wouldn't admit to catching the boars alone in front of outsiders, he had to implicate his hunter friends. Only in this way would these outsiders believe him. In normal human understanding, it would require the combined efforts of many people to capture wild boars alive, let alone 10. Therefore, when Zhang Yun said he caught the wild boars with a hunter friend, Lai Changming believed him. Immediately, Zhang Yun led the 10 wild boars into the meat processing plant yard and went directly to the weighing area. With Lai Changming there, the staff naturally obeyed and weighed them. The 10 wild boars weighed 3,012 jin, approximately 1,508 kilograms, at 55 cents per jin, totaling 1,656.6 yuan. Then, Lai Changming personally accompanied Zhang Yun to the finance department, where he successfully received the money. Thus, Zhang Yun now had 23,823.2 yuan in cash. Brother Zhang, if you ever catch any wild animals in the future, you must consider our Rilong meat processing plant. I welcome you anytime. Lai Changming said expectantly as Zhang Yun was about to leave. Clearly, after obtaining 10 wild boars and temporarily resolving the troubles at Rilong meat processing plant, Lai Changming had acknowledged Zhang Yun's capabilities and naturally wanted to befriend him. Of course, Director Lai and I hit it off immediately. From now on, whenever I catch any wild animals, Rilong meat processing plant must get a share. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. How could Zhang Yun let go of this new client? He was determined to keep him firmly in his grasp. After plundering the outer mountainous areas of Jiming Mountain, there were nearly 30,000 wild rabbits in the Spirit Spring space. Zhang Yun urgently needed to dispose of these rabbits. These meat processing plants would be Zhang Yun's key clients from now on. He couldn't let any of them slip through his fingers. Immediately, Zhang Yun bid farewell to Lai Changming and rode his Soro to Fengguang meat processing plant. 10 more adult wild boars. Accompanied by purchasing director Duan Kaiyaming, Zhang Yun delivered the 10 wild boars to Fengguang meat processing plant and received 1,745.2 yuan. After reassuring Duan Kaiyaming, Zhang Yun left Fengguang meat processing plant and hurried to Qingshan meat processing plant. He also delivered 10 adult wild boars there. Purchasing director Lu Hai was very excited to see Zhang Yun and stayed with him until the delivery of the 10 wild boars was completed. Zhang Yun received 1,627.3 yuan. Therefore, Zhang Yun had 27,195.7 yuan in cash. He was only 3,000 yuan short of 30,000 yuan. If he went to Nanqiao Commune, he could definitely earn 3,000 yuan from the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative and the Nanqiao Meat Processing Plant. However, Zhang Yun needed to get to Jiaotang Ranch now. There's still 1 day left. Earning 30,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem, Zhang Yun said with a smile. After leaving the Qingshan meat processing plant, he arrived at a secluded spot. Zhang Yun stored the Sumatran antelope in his spiritual spring space, then used the spatial passage to teleport several times, arriving at the spatial passage on the outskirts of Siming Mountain in one fell swoop. Then, Zhang Yun emerged from the cave, rode the Sumatran antelope, and galloped rapidly towards Jiaotang Ranch. Both Jiaotang Commune and Nanqiao Commune were located on the southern side of Siming Mountain, consisting of vast hilly terrain. The people cultivated fields and the valleys to grow rice. To the north of Jiaotang Commune lies a large valley plain, surrounded by forests 40 to 50 meters high. The Jiaotang Commune used manpower to carve out a 2-meter-high artificial wall from the surrounding mountains, transforming this valley plain into a pasture. Black goats are the main livestock species raised on this Jiaotang pasture. However, recently, the Jiaotang pasture has encountered a major problem. Because the Siming Mountains border the north of the Jiaotang pasture, a pack of wolves has been roaming from there, constantly attacking the black goats. Several goats are dying every day, throwing the entire pasture into chaos. Therefore, the Jiaotang pasture invited hunting teams from the surrounding villages. A 9-member hunting team from Juan village is currently traveling to the Jiaotang pasture in a handcart. Chapter 268: The Difficulties of Jiaotang Ranch. At the entrance to Jiaotang Ranch, a gravel road leads to the ranch. At the end of the road stand 2 large wooden logs, with a horizontal beam spanning them. Hanging on the beam are 4 large, carved wooden characters, Jiaotang Ranch. Leaving this wooden gate, less than 50 meters in, 5 rows of buildings and factory buildings have been constructed. The buildings are used for offices and residences, while the 3 large factory buildings serve as resting and sleeping areas for the black goats. During the day, the black goats are allowed to roam freely in the valleys and plains, grazing on wild grass. At this moment, inside the office building, the ranch owner, Yuan Wenkong, is holding a meeting with 5 members of the ranch's armed team. Yuan Wenkong, only in his 40s, wears a white shirt and taps his pen repeatedly on the desk. The 5 armed team members sitting opposite him all look sullen. The wolves had been rampaging through the ranch for 5 days, killing 10 black goats, yet the 5 armed men hadn't managed to kill the wolves, putting immense pressure on them. Dajin, you're the captain of our ranch's armed team, and also a militia member of Jiaotang Commune. Your marksmanship is considered top-notch in Jiaotang Commune. The wolves have been on our ranch for 5 days. If you can't kill them all, our work at Jiaotang Ranch can't proceed normally. Even if we release the black goats, we can't let them graze in the deep valleys, they can only eat near the factory. This grassland is almost completely eaten up. Yesterday, the hunting teams from the 5 villages came. You worked with them for a day. Were they able to kill the wolves? Yuan Wenkong asked with a grave expression. Yuan Dajin was the captain of the armed team. He was only in his 30s, with an extremely upright posture, clearly a well-trained militia member. Upon hearing the ranch owner's words, Yun Daejin, whose nerves had been on edge for 5 days, broke out in a cold sweat. Owner, those 5 hunting teams all carry double-barreled shotguns. They used to operate mainly in the outer mountainous areas of Siming Mountain, and may have killed some wild animals. I observed them all day yesterday. I'm not confident in their abilities. They can handle some common rabbits, pheasants, and even hunt lone wild boars. But those wolves are too cunning. Those 5 hunting teams will be difficult to deal with. Yun Daejin was under immense pressure, but he dared not hide anything from the ranch owner, Yun Wenkong, and spoke his mind truthfully. I see. Each hunting team needs 10 yuan a day for their labor, that's 50 yuan a day. If they can't handle the wolves, then we'll have to send them back. Our ranch isn't doing well either. 50 yuan a day is a difficult expense for us. Yun Wenkong's face darkened further upon hearing this. Every year, Jiaotang Ranch pays a tax to Jiaotang Commune, covering land use fees, staff expenses, security measures, and other costs. As the ranch owner, Yun Wenkong knows that Jiaotang Ranch is facing severe difficulties and is certain to suffer losses this year. Now, the appearance of a pack of wolves is a devastating blow to Jiaotang Ranch, making its continued operation unsustainable. Therefore, Yun Wenkong was deeply troubled by the expenses incurred by those 5 hunting teams. Since Yun Daejin had said that the 5 hunting teams were incapable of eliminating the wolf pack, Yun Wenkong, as the ranch owner, certainly wouldn't waste any more money and couldn't keep the hunting teams. Daejin, go and inform those 5 hunting teams to leave. Yun Wenkong sighed, quite frustrated. Restaurant owner, we can only report to the commune secretary and ask him to send out a militia company to patrol the ranch area regularly, thus deterring the wolves. Yun Daejin sensed Yun Wenkong's helplessness and offered his suggestion. I know, this is the last resort. Yun Wenkong said calmly. Immediately, Yun Daejin, along with 4 team members, left the office and went to the north side of the ranch to notify the 5 hunting teams. Just then, Zhang Yun arrived at the wooden sign gate of Jiaotang Ranch on his sarou. On the sarou's saddle hung a cloth bag containing the hunting rifle Zhang Yun had bought from the black market in Zushi Street. On the other side of the saddle hung another cloth bag containing the bow and arrows. As for the rifle he obtained from the militia, Zhang Yun had kept it in his spiritual spring space, unwilling to use it. Third uncle and the others haven't arrived yet, Zhang Yun said with a faint smile, sitting on the antelope. As luck would have it, just as Zhang Yun finished speaking, he saw a black dot appear behind him. A moment later, the dot became clearer. It was 2 deer pulling a cart. Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 people were riding on the cart, heading towards Jiaotang Ranch. So, Zhang Yun patiently waited there. 2 minutes later, the cart finally arrived. Yunya Zi, you actually got here before us. Zhang Jiwu exclaimed in surprise, seeing Zhang Yun already waiting at the entrance. After all, the 9 of them had been traveling and hadn't encountered Zhang Yun, so they had all assumed he was still behind. Haha, I rode a Sumatran antelope and took a shortcut, of course I'm faster than you guys. Zhang Yun laughed seriously. Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 didn't doubt him. They simply couldn't believe that such a heaven-defying contraption as a spatial passage existed in this world. This is Gaotang Ranch. Let's go in. Zhang Yun didn't say much more and immediately called out. Then, Zhang Yun, riding the Sumatran antelope, went straight to the ranch's office building. Coincidentally, the 5 members of the armed team also returned to the office building at that moment, and Yun Daejun immediately approached the Sumatran antelope. Fellow villagers, what brings you to Jiaotang Ranch? Team leader Yun had just notified the 5 hunting teams to return, and then he and his men went back to the office building. He hadn't expected to run into Zhang Yun and his group, and naturally, he looked on with suspicion. Hello, I'm Zhang Yun, from Juan Village, Kushui Commune. I'm good friends with the director of the Nanqiao meat processing plant. He recommended me to come to Jiaotang Ranch to help you hunt down wolf packs. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Hearing this, Yun Daejin's expression darkened. Fellow villagers, you're too late. Jiaotang Ranch doesn't need hunting teams anymore. Please go back. Yun Daejin had just gone to inform the 5 hunting teams to leave the ranch, and now, hearing that Zhang Yun's hunting team was also coming to deal with the wolves, his instinctive reaction was that Zhang Yun was just trying to scam him out of a day's wages. Jiaotang Ranch was struggling financially. They couldn't afford to waste money. Have you killed all the wolves? Zhang Yun asked curiously. No. Yun Daejin replied, his face displeased. Chapter 269 We kill wolves for free. Since you haven't killed all the wolves, why aren't you welcoming our Juan hunting team? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Fellow villager, since you were introduced by factory director Chen, I'll tell you the truth. 5 hunting teams came yesterday. They patrolled the entire ranch area but didn't kill a single wolf, yet our ranch had to pay 50 yuan for their service. We understand now. Those wolves are very clever. When they spot hunters, they hide, preventing easy kills. Since the hunting teams are ineffective, why waste money hiring hunters? The armed team leader, Yun Daejin, said seriously, finally revealing the truth. Zhang Yun understood the reasoning immediately. The 9 members of the hunting team, including Zhang Jiwu, looked anxious upon hearing this. This was their first mission, and they hadn't even entered the gate yet, and they were already turning back? If word got out, the hunting team would never be able to hold their heads high again. It would be too embarrassing. At this moment, Zhang Jiwu leaned close to Zhang Yun's ear and whispered, "Yun Yazi, maybe we should just forget about it. We can always go back to Jimming Mountain to hunt rabbits." Zhang Jiwu didn't want to put Zhang Yun in a difficult position. Zhang Yun patted Zhang Jiwu on the shoulder, then looked at Yun Daejin and smiled. "What if our hunting team hunts wolves for your ranch for free?" Since Jiaotang Ranch didn't want to waste money, Zhang Yun would just pay for it himself. 10 yuan a day, a drop in the ocean for Zhang Yun. Was Zhang Yun interested in the hard work from Jiaotang Ranch? Of course not. The 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team had only learned how to dig traps to catch rabbits. They hadn't yet faced any life or death situations. The pack of wolves at Jiaotang Ranch was exactly what Zhang Yun envisioned. These wolves are highly aggressive. If all 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team could engage in close combat with wild wolves and personally experience fighting them, it would toughen them up. At least then, they wouldn't be afraid to venture into the deep mountains later. Ha! Yun Daejin looked puzzled. Ah! Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 looked surprised. "I'm serious. I'll pay the 10 yuan for my trouble. You just need to agree to let us enter Jiaotang Ranch to deal with that pack of wolves. Of course, the premise is that we agree that after shooting the wolves, the carcasses belong to our Zhuan hunting team," Zhang Yun explained with a smile, quite seriously. Upon hearing this, Yun Daejin understood that Zhang Yun genuinely wanted to lead the Zhuan hunting team into Jiaotang Ranch to hunt wolves, not just for the 10 yuan fee. "I see. I'll go ask the ranch owner, Wei Yi." Yun Daejin was tempted, but he was only the captain of the armed squad and didn't dare make the decision on his own. After saying that, Yun Daejin ran into the ranch owner Yun Wenkang's office. A moment later, Yun Wenkang came out of the office and went straight to Zhang Yun. "Fellow villager, I heard from Daejin that you're willing to help our ranch kill wolves for free." Yun Wenkang asked expectantly. "Yes." Zhang Yun replied affirmatively. Yun Wenkang immediately smiled, instantly grasping Zhang Yun's right hand with both, and said gratefully, thank you so much. I am Yun Wenkang, and also the owner of the ranch. On behalf of the entire ranch, I thank you for your selfless assistance." Since there was this free thug, how could Yun Wenkang let it go? He would definitely agree to let Zhang Yun lead the Zhuan hunting team in to kill the wolves. Regardless of whether Zhang Yun succeeds or not, at least the Zhuan hunting team patrolling the surrounding mountains can buy Jiaotang Ranch a day, and reduce the chances of wolves attacking the black goats. This is certainly a good thing. In a moment, Yun Wenkang will rush to Jiaotang commune and then request the militia company to take action. Today, let the Zhuan hunting team hold the line. Tomorrow, the militia company will patrol the mountains. This was Yun Wenkang's inner thought at this moment. "Master Yun, you can tell us some information now. We'll go look for the wolves in a bit," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yun Daejin, the captain of the armed team standing nearby, stepped forward and began explaining the situation of the pack of wolves to Zhang Yun and the 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team. Just as Yun Daejin was describing the wolves, 5 groups of people emerged from the ranch and headed towards the office. These were the 5 hunting teams that had arrived yesterday. After a full day's work, these 5 hunting teams hadn't killed a single wolf, nor even found them, much to the disappointment of Jiaotang Ranch. Therefore, the armed team notified the 5 teams to leave. Now, these 5 hunting teams had arrived in front of the office building. They all saw the ranch owner, Yun Wenkang, and surrounded him. "Owner, we've only patrolled for a day, and you're telling us to give up? That's unreasonable." At this moment, the captain of one hunting team shouted in considerable dissatisfaction. Yun Wenkang, as the owner of the ranch, was not easily intimidated by a single sentence. "It's simple. You haven't found any wolves in a whole day. How can you expect me to believe you have the ability to kill them?" Yun Wenkang said calmly. The meaning was direct: if you don't have the ability, don't blame me for expelling you. At this moment, the captain of another hunting team glanced at Zhang Yun and the Zhuan hunting team, and he couldn't help but angrily say, "Owner Yun, is this also a hunting team your ranch hired? So, according to you, our 5 hunting teams can't handle wolves, but this one can. Does this hunting team have some special skill?" At this, all 5 hunting teams looked at Zhang Yun and his group of 10. Yun Wenkang chuckled lightly. "I don't know their capabilities, but they're willing to kill wolves for us for free. Are you sure you can do it?" The implication was clear. Yun Wenkang didn't know the strength of the Zhuan hunting team, but it was free. Even if the Zhuan hunting team held out here for a month, Jiaotang Ranch wouldn't spend a penny. The members of the 5 hunting teams were immediately astonished. One of the hunting teams consisted of 8 people. This was the hunting team from Siwi village. Wang Yuanyang, the captain of the Sui hunting team, glanced at the members of the Juan hunting team and his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Zhang Yun, Zhang Jiwu, you're from Juan village. Wang Yuanyang suddenly called out. At this moment, Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu looked Wang Yuanyang up and down carefully, and then they recognized him. Oh, it's you, Zhang Jiwu replied. Oh, your Sui village hunting team is here too. Zhang Yun smiled faintly. This Wang Yuanyang was none other than his aunt Wang Yuanhui's younger brother. Chapter 270 Stopping the Nine Bays Beast Hunting Team. When did your Juan village establish a hunting team? Wang Yuanyang asked, quite surprised. After all, Wang Yuanyang visited Juan village every month to deliver his hunted game to Wang Yuanhui's family. Therefore, Wang Yuanyang knew a bit about Juan village, especially about the three brothers, Zhang Bashu, Zhang Zongli, and Zhang Jiwu. Wang Yuanyang was very familiar with them. Zhang Yun used to be a simple, honest boy, and Zhang Jiwu always seemed preoccupied. They didn't look like hunters at all. And now, in less than a month, Juan village had a hunting team, and Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu were members of it. Wang Yuanyang was naturally incredulous. Has the world changed so fast? Our Juan hunting team was only established 3 days ago. Zhang Jiwu, as the captain, replied firmly. Instantly, the entire scene fell silent. The venue owner, Yuan Wenkang, stared in astonishment at Zhang Yun, Zhang Jiwu, and the other 10 men. The 5 men in the armed team blinked, their bewildered expressions revealing their considerable confusion regarding the 9 base hunting team's actions. Then, after a moment of silence, the members of the 5 hunting teams suddenly burst into laughter. What did I just hear? They've only been together for 3 days and they dare to hunt wolves. My goodness, are these people crazy? They just formed a hunting team and they dare to hunt wolves? Aren't they afraid the wolves will eat them? A qualified hunter needs at least 3 years of apprenticeship with a master, and then a year of solo experience in the mountains before they're qualified. These 10 guys, only formed a hunting team 3 days ago, dare to hunt wolves? They're like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. The 9-bay hunting team, is it? I suggest you go to the clinic and get your brains checked. You're all definitely sick. Our 5 hunting teams are all famous hunting teams in the Siming Mountains. We've all killed wild wolves. Your 9-bay hunting team just formed and you dare to deal with wild wolves? Are you crazy for fame? I suggest you go home and prepare your coffins. The members of the 5 hunting teams continued to jeer, laugh, and scorn. They clearly didn't believe in the 9-bay hunting team's abilities. Ranch owner Yuan Wenkang calmed down, patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder, and said gravely, fellow villager, even if it's free, I dare not let you into the ranch now. Wild wolves are too dangerous. You lack experience. If something happens to you on our ranch, I can't bear the consequences. Hearing that the Juan hunting team had only been established for 3 days, Yuan Wenkang was naturally worried. He didn't want anything to happen to Zhang Yun and his 10 men while dealing with the wild wolves. If anyone died, Jiaotang Ranch, regardless of whether it was responsible, would have to provide compensation out of humanitarian considerations. No matter how he considered it, Yuan Wenkang didn't want to get involved in this trouble. At worst, he wouldn't release the black goats today, he'd just have the ranch workers cut grass and bring it back to the ranch to feed them. The point was, he couldn't let the Juan hunting team enter the ranch, he couldn't let anything happen to them. Wang Yuanyang stared at Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu with a cold smile, his eyes filled with mockery. He wanted to see these two make a fool of themselves. Zhang Yun stood there quietly, listening to the jeers. After hearing Yuan Wenkang's words, Zhang Yun raised his hand, signaling everyone to shut up. Boss, do you really think we're incapable of killing wolves? Heh, look at this 4-legged antelope beside me, and look at those 2 roe deer. Which do you think is more difficult, killing these 3 wolves or capturing them alive? Zhang Yun didn't directly respond to their mockery, but instead asked a question. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wenkang and the 5 hunting teams couldn't help but look at the serow and the 2 roe deer. Holy crap, it really is a 4-legged antelope. You actually captured one alive. You've tamed a 4-legged antelope? You've even tamed 2 roe deer to pull a cart. The hunters exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, catching a live 4-legged kailan is extremely difficult. In the mountains, these animals have an incredibly keen sense of smell and will flee at the first sign of danger, leaving hunters with no choice but to shoot them. Capturing them is virtually impossible. Although Yuan Wenkang wasn't a hunter, as a ranch owner, he must have some knowledge of wild animals. Did you really catch this 4-legged kailan? Of course. Zhang Yun replied confidently. Even if you were lucky enough to catch one, your hunting team has only been established for 3 days and lacks experience. I still can't risk sending you in to hunt wolves. Yuan Wenkang replied calmly. Zhang Yun wasn't angry, and smiled faintly at Zhang Jiwu and the other 9. Third uncle, tell me, what are some of my proudest hunting achievements? Zhang Yun said with a smile. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jingzhen, and Sun Zhengwen, understanding the unspoken message, immediately began to speak excitedly. Zhang Yun killed at least 10 wild boars and captured over 100 rabbits alive. Zhang Yun caught at least 10 badgers. Zhang Yun tamed several red jackals. Zhang Yun killed many poisonous snakes. The 9 of them shouted loudly, with a hint of boasting. Yuan Wenkang was somewhat surprised. The members of the 5 hunting teams were also somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected Zhang Yun to have done so many crazy things, and they couldn't imagine that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Mainly because of the secret of the Spirit Spring space, Zhang Yun couldn't lead these people to hunt wild animals. He usually went into the mountains alone. Therefore, these 9 people were unaware of the extremely crazy deeds Zhang Yun had committed. Wang Yuanyang was slightly surprised, but when he saw Yuan Wenkang showing some interest, he immediately spoke up. So what? Which of our 5 hunting teams hasn't achieved what Zhang Yun has done? Even if Zhang Yun is incredibly skilled, you 9 have only just joined the hunting team. You lack experience. You'll become a burden to Zhang Yun. If you're attacked by wolves, Zhang Yun won't be able to protect you and will still kill you. It was clear that Wang Yuanyang didn't want the Zhuan hunting team to go to the ranch to kill wolves. After all, none of the 5 hunting teams had succeeded. If the Zhuan hunting team succeeded in killing the wolves, their reputation would rise, and they would do so by stepping on the head of his own Siwi village hunting team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes turned cold. He realized Wang Yuanyang was targeting him. Suddenly, Zhang Yun took the cloth bag hanging on the saddle, retrieved the hunting rifle he had bought the night before, and loaded a bullet. What do you want? Wang Yuanyang, thinking Zhang Yun was after him, shouted angrily, gripping his gun tightly. Zhang Yun completely ignored Wang Yuanyang and pointed the gun at the sky. Coincidentally, a small bird flew by. Chapter 271 How to Find the Wild Wolf. Bang! The shotgun fired, and the bird fell to the ground. This. Yuan Wenkang, who had just been about to object, stared blankly at Zhang Yun. He was truly impressed by Zhang Yun's skill. Impossible. The members of the 5 hunting teams were stunned to see Zhang Yun kill a bird in midair with a single shot. This was a moving target, not a stationary beast, and the bird was quite small. To kill it with a single shot clearly demonstrated Zhang Yun's exceptional marksmanship. Thinking back, if Zhang Yun spotted a wolf, wouldn't he kill it with a single shot? Yuan Daijin, the captain of the armed team and a militiaman himself, was known as a sharpshooter in his militia company. Seeing Zhang Yun raise his hand and kill a bird with a single shot, Yuan Daijin was filled with awe and admiration. Owner, I can guarantee you right now, Zhang Yun absolutely has the ability to kill wolves. Yuan Daijin whispered in Yuan Wenkang's ear. Yuan Wenkang wasn't stupid. He certainly understood the significance of killing a bird with a single shot. Brother Zhang Yun, if you have such ability, why didn't you say so sooner? Now I announce that my Jiaotang ranch is hiring the Zhuan hunting team to deal with wolves. The daily fee is 10 yuan, and all wolves killed by the Zhuan hunting team belong to them. Yuan Wenkang announced loudly. Previously, Yuan Wenkang agreed because the Zhuan hunting team was offering to kill wolves for free, but after being mocked by the other 5 hunting teams, he wanted to refuse them. However, after witnessing Zhang Yun's strength, he immediately made his stance clear. He was willing to pay 10 yuan a day to invite the Zhuan hunting team. Zhang Yun smiled. This was his true intention in demonstrating his strength. When Yuan Wenkang and the 5 hunting teams didn't believe him, he would conquer them with absolute strength and silence them all. Boss, my Zhuan hunting team will definitely not let you down. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Then, ignoring Wang Yuanyang and the other 5 hunting teams, Zhang Yun waved his hand and led Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 into the Jiaotang ranch. The 8 members of the Siwi village hunting team watched with complicated expressions as Zhang Yun and his group entered the ranch. Captain, our Siwi village hunting team has always been the strongest hunting team among all the villages in the Siming Mountain area. We can't lose to Zhuan village. At this moment, a member approached Wang Yuanyang and said with displeasure, I know. I can't let the Zhuan hunting team overwhelm our Siwi village hunting team. Wang Yuanyang bit his lip, making a decision in his heart. Then, Wang Yuanyang called the members of the Siwi village hunting team aside and said resolutely, everyone, the Zhuan hunting team has only been established for 3 days. If they complete the task of hunting wolves, their reputation will surpass that of our Siwi village hunting team. As the captain, I can't let our Siwi village hunting team's prestige be tarnished. We must have a competition with the Zhuan hunting team. Since Jiaotang Ranch is unwilling to pay for their work, then we'll work for them for free. We'll stay at the ranch and continue searching for wolves. It's all for the sake of our Siwi village hunting team's reputation. Upon hearing this, the other 7 quickly responded, agreeing with Wang Yuanyang's decision. The issue wasn't about payment, but about the hunting team's reputation, and all 8 were taking it very seriously. Coincidentally, the members of the other 4 hunting teams shared the same thought as the Siwi village hunting team. They didn't want the Zhuan hunting team to gain fame, especially not by stepping on their team's mistakes. If these 5 hunting teams hadn't come to Jiaotang Ranch and hadn't bothered with the wolves, they wouldn't have cared what the Zhuan hunting team did. However, the current situation was that the 5 hunting teams had been at Jiaotang Ranch for 2 days and hadn't killed a single wolf. If the Zhuan hunting team killed all the wolves, word would get out, and these 5 hunting teams would be ridiculed. Reputation was paramount. The 5 hunting teams weren't even asking for payment anymore. They were willing to kill wolves for Jiaotang Ranch for free. Sure enough, after all 5 hunting teams approached Yuan Wenkong and explained their plans, Yuan Wenkong readily agreed. Free labor, why not take it? So, the 5 hunting teams returned, following the tracks left by the Zhuan hunting team. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, leading 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team, along with a serow and 2 roe deer, had arrived at the north side of Jiaotang Ranch. Yun Yazi, how do we find the wolf tracks? Zhang Jiwu, who had followed Zhang Yun for over 3 miles without asking, finally couldn't hold back any longer. The 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team were very familiar with the paths for finding rabbits. However, they had absolutely no experience with the habits of wolves and had no idea how to find their tracks. If they couldn't find the wolves, how could they hunt them? We can't find the wolves by trying to find them ourselves. We can only try to make the wolves come to us. Zhang Yun smiled mysteriously. Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 looked puzzled upon hearing this. One thing is certain now, the wolf pack is hiding on a hilltop north of the ranch. If we actively search for them, even if we reach that hilltop, the wolves will spot us first. Seeing the guns and machetes on our bodies, they will definitely hide again and won't let us find us. Zhang Yun explained patiently. The 9 men nodded in agreement, finding this plausible. You all know that wolves are predatory animals, they come out to hunt whenever they are hungry. Zhang Yun elaborated. The 9 men nodded again. Then why don't we try to catch some rabbits and use them to catch the wolves? Zhang Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu and his 9 companions immediately understood. They finally grasped Zhang Yun's plan. First, they would catch wild rabbits, then dig traps somewhere in the pasture, and place the rabbits around these traps to lure the wolves out. When the wolves chased the rabbits, they would likely fall into the traps. I understand. I know Zhang Yun's method. Brilliant. It seems becoming a qualified hunter requires using your brain. The 9 men exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yun simply smiled. This was the method the 9 members of the Zhuan village hunting team used to deal with wild wolves. If Zhang Yun were alone, he certainly wouldn't have used this method. He would have immediately released 4 eagles to scout from the air. However, one of Zhang Yun's goals for this trip to Jiaotang Ranch was to train the Zhuan hunting team, so he had no intention of taking action himself at the moment. Alright, you guys go catch some rabbits first. Zhang Yun said with a smile. Chapter 272. A pack of wolves has been discovered. A trap is being prepared. 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team rushed into a hilltop. The hilltop wasn't steep, and the dense vegetation made it ideal for wild rabbits to breed and inhabit. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankhan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangxin, and Sun Zhengwen had already been working in the surrounding mountains of Jiming Mountain for 3 days, mastering the method of trapping rabbits. Having understood Zhang Yun's method of shooting wolves, these 9 men didn't need Zhang Yun's instructions. They used their own strength to come to this hilltop. Then, the 9 men skillfully divided the work. Some dug traps, some gathered wild vegetables, and others searched the surrounding forest for rabbit trails. It could be said that these 9 men, originally skilled workers from the Zhuan brigade, were now capable of catching rabbits independently after mastering the method. Moreover, all 9 members were hardworking and conscientious, never complaining about how much work someone else did. They were all willing to take on extra. Zhang Yun, meanwhile, rode his serow through the Jiaotang Ranch. The ranch was flat, covering approximately 10 square kilometers. Surrounded by mountains, it benefited from abundant groundwater as streams from various mountains converged there. The ground was covered with high-quality grasses such as alfalfa, ryegrass, and oatgrass, along with numerous trees, making it ideal for black goats to rest in the woods. In short, Jiaotang Ranch was a sanctuary for breeding black goats. At the speed of the serow, Zhang Yun galloped along the edge of the ranch, covering its entire perimeter in just 10 minutes. This Jiaotang Ranch is truly wonderful. It has no shortage of grass or water, and the surrounding mountains form a natural wall. With human intervention, the mountains have been carved into 2-meter-high walls, making it incredibly difficult for the black goats to escape. If it weren't for the wolf invasion, this Jiaotang Ranch, if it continued, would surely have bred tens of thousands of goats in the future. Zhang Yun returned to the north side of the ranch and said leisurely. After speaking, Zhang Yun's gaze fell on a hilltop directly in front of him. Just now, while patrolling the edge of the ranch, Zhang Yun's senses detected the presence of 10 wolves on this hilltop. Now he came to the front of the hilltop, quietly waiting for the Zhuan hunting team to return. At this moment, the 10 wolves in the mountain were patiently lying in a clump of grass, only their eyes peering through the gaps in the grass at everything in the ranch ahead. The sight of Zhang Yun sitting on a sorrow made the eyes of these 10 wolves gleam with a fierce light. The sorrow was so large that once caught, it would be a feast for these 10 wolves. However, the 10 wolves had already encountered the armed team and 5 hunting teams, and they were still wary of human methods. The 10 wolves had seen the 2 cloth bags, the bow and arrows, and the hunting rifle hanging on the sorrow's body. Therefore, even though Zhang Yun arrived alone with the sorrow, the 10 wolves dared not take the risk. They remained quietly lying in the grass, waiting. After sensing the sorrow for a while, Zhang Yun was impressed by the patience of the 10 wolves. Just then, Zhang Yun spotted the 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team in the distance. So, Zhang Yun directed the sorrow to run towards them. Yun Ya Zi, this is truly the edge of the Siming Mountains. So many wild rabbits. Zhang Ji was shouted excitedly as soon as he arrived. Because Zhang Yun had thoroughly searched the outer mountain area of Jiming Mountain, there weren't many wild rabbits left. The Zhuan hunting team had only caught a dozen or so rabbits in the past 3 days of hunting in Jiming Mountain. But just now, in less than an hour, the Zhuan hunting team had caught more than 10 rabbits. Zhang Yun, we caught 16 rabbits. Wang Fu Gui said excitedly. Zhang Yun, we've decided that after we kill the wolves, we'll come to the outer mountainous areas of Siming Mountain to hunt wild rabbits. Zhang Jiankan said excitedly. This was completely understandable. If they kept hunting rabbits in the outer mountainous areas of Jiming Mountain, the Zhuan hunting team would only catch a few rabbits a day, offering no sense of accomplishment and earning very little money. Therefore, the Zhuan hunting team could easily spend more time traveling to the outer mountainous areas of Siming Mountain and catching dozens of rabbits a day. If they sold them, the 9 members of the hunting team could easily earn 10 yuan a day. These 9 men had borrowed 200 yuan from Zhang Yun to buy a plot of land for their house. They wanted to build their new houses as soon as possible, and naturally, they wanted to earn money quickly. Excellent, I'm happy for your enthusiasm. Zhang Yun couldn't help but clap his hands, encouraging the 9 men. Immediately, Zhang Jiwu asked, Yun Yazi, where should we set up the rabbit traps next? Zhang Yun turned and pointed to a hilltop ahead, smiling. Actually, I've already spotted the wolves, they're lying in that hill. I was there alone just now, and these wolves didn't attack me. It seems they're not hungry yet, they're very patient. In that case, we have plenty of time to set up the traps. Now, come with me. I've found a great spot, let's set up the rabbit traps there. Hearing this, Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 looked at the low hilltop, their eyes filled with excitement. Now that Zhang Yun had spotted the wolves, their plan had a much better chance of success. So, the 9 men, leading 2 roe deer, let them pull the cart behind the sorrows. The sorrows walked 200 meters and came to a grove of trees. This grove was one of the larger groves within the ranch. Zhang Yun ran along the edge of the pasture and discovered this grove of trees. He decided to use it as his hunting ground for the wolves. The 10 wolves had been watching Zhang Yun and his group from a high vantage point on the hilltop. Once Zhang Yun and his companions entered the grove, the wolves lost sight of humans. However, the wolves remained patient, they didn't rush out of the undergrowth but continued to lie there. Now, Zhang Yun stood ready in the grove. Third uncle, you should tie up the rabbits you've caught, and then figure out how to dig pits around here. After we've dug the trap, it's time for us to test our patience with the wolves. Zhang Yun said it casually. The 9 members of the hunting team understood immediately. Without a word, they each chose a spot, grabbed the machetes Zhang Yun had given them, and began hacking at the ground. These 9 men were also skilled at digging pits, and with their sharp, sturdy machetes, they could dig a pit 1.5 meters deep in no time. Thus, within an hour, the 9 men had dug 40 pits. Chapter 273. Not optimistic about the 9 Bays Beast hunting team. The 5 hunting teams Siwi Village, Nanqiao, Jiaotang, Xinjiagu, and Tanwan were traveling together. These 5 teams had been busy at Jiaotang Ranch for 2 days without finding any wolves, and naturally, hadn't killed a single one. Jiaotang Ranch had initially driven the 5 teams away, but upon seeing the Zhuan hunting team arrive, these veteran hunting teams, renowned hunters in the area, naturally wouldn't stand idly by and allow the Zhuan hunting team to surpass them. Therefore, the 5 teams returned to the ranch, searching for the Zhuan hunting team. After traveling for an hour, Wang Yuanyang finally spotted the Zhuan hunting team on the north side of the ranch. The Zhuan hunting team is actually digging a pit in the woods. A hunter exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them. They really are newbies. Trying to hunt wolves with pits? They've seriously underestimated wolves' intelligence. Although wolves are pack animals, they form their own formations when they attack. Once one wolf falls into the pit, the others will sense the danger and flee immediately. Then, luring them out again will be impossible. Wang Yuanyang sneered. These 5 hunting teams had considered digging pits to hunt wolves, but after discussion, they felt the method was too difficult. Another one, we have to find wolves' tracks before digging the pits. Otherwise, if the pits are dug but the wolves aren't there, it's a waste of effort. Another hunter scoffed. These 5 hunting teams, now with a schadenfreude in their hearts, stood at the edge of the woods. Zhang Yun, of course, saw the expressions on their faces. He ignored their mockery, let them be smug for a while. At this moment, Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 men approached Zhang Yun. Yun Yazi, the 40 pits are dug. What's next? Zhang Jiwu asked immediately. While the 9 men were digging the pits, Zhang Yun had been watching and had memorized their locations. Each of you go into one of the outermost 9 pits, squat down, and cover yourselves with grass juice to mask your scent. Cover the pits with branches to prevent the wolves from spotting you. Place the 16 rabbits in the center of all the pits. Cut plenty of wild grass and put it there so the rabbits can eat their fill. Now it's time for us to test our patience with the wolves. You can eat your rations and drink your water in the pits, and then take a nap. Zhang Yun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu and his 9 companions immediately understood Zhang Yun's intention. They followed his instructions, gathering grass from the surrounding area, crushing it, applying the juice to their faces, covering their heads with the crushed grass, and stuffing it into their pockets. In this way, the scent of the grass largely masked their human presence. Especially in the forest, where the scents of various trees permeated the air, the grass scent made it virtually impossible for wolves to detect their own. Then, the 9 men cut some branches and carried them to the edge of the pit they had chosen. They jumped into the pit and then covered it with the branches. The 9 men ate their rations and drank water from their canteens in the pit, then dozed off, patiently waiting. Zhang Yun had the Sumatran serow and 2 roe deer pull the cart away from the woods, going to a small grove about 200 meters away, where they also quietly lay down on the ground. As for Zhang Yun himself, he climbed a large tree, carrying his bow and arrows and hunting rifle. He sat in the tree, leaning against it, pretending to rest. Of course, Zhang Yun couldn't waste time in the tree forever. So, Zhang Yun secretly took out 10 bamboo tubes from his spiritual spring space and hung them on the tree. The bamboo tubes were filled with spiritual spring water, which spread outwards with the breeze. Meanwhile, the hunters from the Siwi village hunting team, the Nan Kiao hunting team, the Jiaotang hunting team, the Qinjiago hunting team, and the Tanwan hunting team had been watching the Zhuan hunting team's movements closely. After witnessing Zhang Yun and his group's actions, they all showed strong contempt. Is this Zhuan hunting team just a joke? They actually used such a low-level lure method. Do they really think they can attract wolves? How long can those 9 people squatting in the pit? If the wolves don't come, are they going to squat there all day and night? Can they keep up? Won't they die of thirst? In short, the hunters from these 5 hunting teams didn't have high hopes for the Zhuan hunting team. Wang Yuanyang sneered, I thought Zhang Yun, having displayed his marksmanship, would order Zhang Jiwu and his 9 men to search for wolves and then kill them with hunting rifles. Who would have thought Zhang Yun would be so stupid, coming up with such a clumsy plan? I'd like to see how he hunts wolves, waiting for them to come to them. I think the Zhuan hunting team is going to become a laughingstock. A hunter nearby nodded in agreement. Yes, the Zhuan hunting team hasn't found any trace of wolves, they have no idea where they are. They're just digging pits in the woods, hoping to get lucky and wait for the wolves to come. They underestimated the wolves' intelligence. Once the wolves discover those 9 men crouching in the pit, they might pounce and kill them all. The hunters all thought the same, and they all laughed. Alright, everyone's laughed enough. Let's not waste time with the 9 Bay hunting team here. Let's move together and search for wolves. Wang Yuanyang said calmly. While they could mock the 9 Bay hunting team, if they wanted to suppress them, their own hunting teams had to kill wolves and prove the 9 Bay hunting team wrong. That's right. These past 2 days, our 5 hunting teams have been operating separately, with no good results. This time, we'll join forces, combining all our wisdom, and we must show the 9 Bay hunting team they're too inexperienced. The captain of another hunting team spoke up. Soon, the 5 hunting teams reached an agreement. They decided to join forces and search for wolves together. Zhang Yun, perched in a tree, overheard the conversation of the 5 hunting teams. He paid no heed to their taunts. After all, the final outcome depended on who killed the wolf. Chapter 274. The wolves have appeared, let's kill them together. The hunting teams from Siwi village, Nan Kiao village, Jiaotang village, Qinjiago village, and Tanwan village acted together and arrived at a nearby hilltop. Coincidentally, these 5 hunting teams had arrived at the very hilltop where the wolves were lurking. Brothers, our primary objective is, of course, to kill the wolves, but since we're in this mountainous area, let's not let the wild animals escape either. One of the hunting team leaders shouted. The main problem was that this mountainous area, due to its proximity to Jiaotang Ranch, had always been guarded by the ranch's armed squads, deterring hunters from the nearby villages. Therefore, the wild animals in this mountain had thrived and had never been hunted. Now that they finally had a chance to openly enter this mountain, the hunters from all 5 teams were eager to seize the opportunity and wipe out all the wild animals in the area. Great! We can all have a competition on this hilltop. Our 5 hunting teams used to operate independently, but now that we have this rare opportunity to come together, let's have a contest," the captain of the Chinjiagu hunting team said excitedly. Since he said so, all 5 captains agreed. So, the 5 hunting teams arrived at the hilltop, starting from the foot and heading up together. Meanwhile, 10 wolves, crouching in the grass, saw the humans heading up the mountain and, as if on cue, with perfect understanding, withdrew from the grass. Using the grass as cover, they zigzagged away and somehow made their way back to the foot of the mountain. When the 5 hunting teams reached the grassy area, the 10 wolves were already at the foot of the mountain, and then they all ran into the pasture. "Look, what's that?" A hunter halfway up the hill, having just reached the grassy area, casually turned around and saw the 10 wolves entering the pasture together. "Damn it, those are wolves. Wolves! I didn't expect the wolves to be in these mountains, we missed them." The members of the 5 hunting teams spotted the wolves from their vantage point and were filled with regret. They had actually missed the wolf pack. Now that the wolves have appeared, let's chase after them. Wang Yuanyang, seeing this, immediately gave the order. Although the 5 teams had just wanted to have a game of hunting wild animals, their primary objective at Jiaotang Ranch was to kill the wolves. Now that the wolves had appeared, they naturally had to give chase. Go after them immediately. The other 4 team leaders urged them on as well. So, the 5 hunting teams, who had just gone up the mountain, disregarded their fatigue and quickly descended to hunt the wolves. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun sat on a large tree, the scent of spiritual spring water from the 10 bamboo tubes hanging above his head spreading far and wide. Quite by chance, 10 wolves that had just come down from the mountains caught the scent of the spiritual spring. These 10 wolves were already hungry. They intended to enter the pasture to hunt black goats, then kill one together for a hearty meal. Now, having smelled the spiritual spring and sensed its powerful life force, the 10 wolves instantly lost their will to resist and ran towards the direction from which the spring was spreading. At this moment, 10 wolves ran to the edge of the grove. The wolves were still very wary. Upon reaching the edge, they instinctively stopped. Although the spiritual spring's effects were very alluring to the wolves, they didn't lose their senses. They constantly looked around, trying to see if any dangers were hidden within the grove. At the same time, the wolves were sniffing the ground, trying to detect any dangerous scents. Not far away, there was a pit in the ground, and Zhang Jiankan crouched inside. Zhang Jiankan sensed the sounds nearby. He guessed that a pack of wild animals was approaching, but he wasn't sure if it was a pack of wolves. Following Zhang Yun's orders, Zhang Jiankan waited patiently, not daring to make a sound. The 10 wolves sniffed and looked around for a while, but found nothing unusual. Even though Zhang Jiankan was crouching in the nearby pit, his scent was masked by the grass sap, and the fragrance of the spiritual spring permeated the surrounding area, making it even harder for the wolves to detect him. So, the 10 wolves slowly walked into the forest, searching for the source of the spiritual spring. Because the 10 bamboo tubes containing the spiritual spring hung on the trees, the aura of the spring permeated the forest, and the depth of the aura was roughly the same in all locations, making it impossible for the 10 wolves to locate the source. Thus, the 10 wolves wandered aimlessly through the forest, until they spotted 16 rabbits nibbling on wild grass in the center of the woods. These 16 rabbits were all bound by one leg with hemp rope. They struggled for a while, but finding themselves unable to break free, and feeling hungry, they simply ate the wild grass, trying to find a way to free themselves from the ropes. The 10 wolves, already hungry, pounced on the 16 rabbits the moment they saw them. Up in the tree, Zhang Yun had been watching the 10 wolves' movements. When he saw them rush towards the rabbits, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone out! Kill the wolves!" Zhang Yun shouted, his bow and arrow already in hand, one flying with lightning speed. With Zhang Yun's marksmanship, the arrow drew a beautiful arc through the air, piercing directly into the belly of a wolf. It was a triangular iron arrowhead. As the arrow pierced its body, the wolf collapsed, blood gushing uncontrollably from its stomach. The wolf struggled, finding its body uncontrollable, utterly powerless. It could only wait for its blood to drain out and it would die. The other 9 wolves, hearing Zhang Yun's voice and seeing their companion killed by an arrow, reacted instantly, instinctively turning and fleeing. The scent of the spiritual spring, the delicious taste of the wolves compared to their lives, nothing mattered. Survival was paramount. The 9 wolves scattered and fled. When Zhang Yun shouted, "Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangxin, and Sun Zhenguan all heard it. The 9 men crouched in the pit, listening intently to the sounds around them. Just as a wolf ran near the pit where Zhang Jiwu was crouching, Zhang Jiwu suddenly flung away the branches above his head, grabbed his machete in his right hand, and swung it out in a single blow. The wolf reacted quickly, but in that haste, it couldn't completely turn around, given its significant momentum. Just as the wolf's head had turned and its body was almost halfway around, Zhang Jiwu's machete slashed down, cutting a gash in the wolf's belly. Chapter 275. You stole 10 wolves. Oh woo-oo! The wolf, its body slashed open by the machete, howled in pain and rolled on the ground. I killed a wolf. Zhang Jiwu, seeing the struggling wolf before him, blood flowing freely, knew he had killed a wolf with his own hands, and he was incredibly excited. Wolves were a deep-seated fear for the rural people. Even though Zhang Jiwu and his 9 men had formed a hunting team, they had never seen a wolf before. Their journey to Jiaotang Ranch had been filled with anxiety. Now, Zhang Jiwu had killed a wolf with a single blow. He was no longer afraid of wolves, he had the confidence to fight them. I heard wolf pelts are quite valuable, so I won't finish it off, Zhang Jiwu calmly said, watching the wolf still struggling, and stood there. Other directions. As the 9 wolves scattered and fled, some fell into a pit in their panic. Even the agile wolves couldn't jump out of the 1.5-meter deep pit. 5 wolves avoided the pit and ran in all directions, trying to escape the forest. As one wolf approached the edge of the forest, a figure suddenly ripped open a branch, and a machete flew out. Zhang Yun, sensing a wolf running in his direction, had been watching its trajectory through the gaps in the branches. When he saw the wolf was about 2 meters away and about to escape the forest, he didn't wait any longer and immediately threw his machete. He used the machete like a flying dagger. The result was surprisingly good. The machete did indeed strike the wolf's body. Its sharp blade cut into the wolf's back, leaving a wound several centimeters deep. The wolf was injured in the back, but not fatally. It still had the strength to run away. Zhang Yun, with a sudden surge of courage, threw his machete, simultaneously bracing himself against the ground at the pit's entrance, propelling himself out of the pit and pouncing on the wolf. He gripped the wolf's neck tightly, howling and increasing his strength, determined not to let the wolf break free. Meanwhile, in another location, Sun Fugui was facing off against a wolf, his hands gripping his machete, his expression tense as he stared at the predator. The wolf's fur was bristling, its eyes filled with rage and a chilling, murderous intent fixed on Sun Fugui. It was searching for an opportunity to pounce on him and kill him in one bite. Ha! Suddenly, Sun Fugui shouted, taking a step forward with his right foot. This feint attack fooled the wolf. It immediately lunged, ready to bite Sun Fugui's neck. As if anticipating this, Sun Fugui suddenly collapsed, his hands gripping the machete as he thrust upwards. The wolf missed its target, but its lower abdomen was cleanly ripped open by the machete, leaving a long gash. As the wolf hit the ground, its internal organs spilled out, especially its intestines, which dangled precariously. Oh woo-oo! The wolf howled in agony, blood gushing uncontrollably from its body. Then it collapsed, barely breathing. Haha, I finally killed a wolf. Sun Fugui was extremely excited. This was the first time in his life he had killed a wolf. Meanwhile, as another wolf was about to rush out of the woods, 2 pits nearby caught the attention of the brothers Zhang Yumu and Zhang Erlin. They jumped out of the pits to intercept the wolf trying to escape. Seeing the 2 men approaching, the wolf knew it was dangerous, especially seeing that both men were carrying machetes. It wisely tried to escape in another direction. However, in its frantic run, the wolf had no idea that it would fall into a pit. The pit was so well camouflaged, supported only by small branches and covered with grass, making it completely undetectable. So, after falling into the pit, the wolf tried to jump out. You've already fallen into the pit, and you still want to jump out? Zhang Yumu chuckled, standing on the edge of the pit with his machete, preventing the wolf from actually leaping out. Another wolf was fleeing through the woods, miraculously avoiding the well-camouflaged pits, and was about to escape. Suddenly, an arrow flew through the air, piercing its neck. The wolf fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and then lay still. Another wolf was running desperately through the woods, miraculously evading the combined pursuit of Zhang Bingqiang, Yang Dazu, Zhang Jiangxin, and Sun Zhengwen, and finally escaped the forest. At this moment, the Sumatran Suro miraculously blocked the way, standing there like an impenetrable fortress, coldly staring at the wolves. Just as the wolf was about to reach the Sumatran Suro, the Suro suddenly lunged forward, about to kick out with its hoof. The wolf, unwilling to linger, nimbly dodged the Suro's hooves and tried to escape to the side. The Suro howled angrily, immediately turning and giving chase. After only 2 steps, the Suro's lightning speed caught up with the wolf, and another hoof lashed out. This time, the wolf couldn't dodge. The powerful blow from the Suro's hoof felt like its internal organs were about to explode. After rolling on the ground a dozen times, the wolf still wasn't dead. It frantically started running again, trying to escape. The Suro seemed to be toying with the wolf, quickly giving chase once more. This Suro had been enhanced with speed boosts and its body was frequently nourished by the spiritual spring. Its speed was far greater than that of an ordinary Suro, comparable to that of a cheetah. In an instant, the Suro caught up with the wolf and delivered another hoof strike. The wolf's body was struck again, its internal organs suffering fatal internal injuries. It immediately lost its breath and collapsed on the grass, dead. In the woods, the 4 wolves that had fallen into the pit were now captured one by the 9 members of the hunting team, their 4 legs bound with rope. Just as the members of the 5 hunting teams came down from the mountain and were about to run to this woods, Zhang Yun had already ordered the 9 members of the Zhuan hunting team to lay the 10 wolf carcasses together. Just then, Wang Yuanyang ran over and saw with his own eyes the 10 wolves laid out on the ground. Dead or alive, they were real wolves. You stole 10 wolves. This should be considered the spoils of our 5 hunting teams. Wang Yuanyang shouted angrily. In Wang Yuanyang's mind, these 10 wolves were chased down from the mountain by their 5 hunting teams, only to be trapped in a pit dug in the woods by the Zhuan hunting team. Therefore, Wang Yuanyang was convinced that the Zhuan hunting team had gotten incredibly lucky. Chapter 276. Dare to steal the wild wolf? The choice is yours. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Jiwu was furious when he heard Wang Yuanyang's words. These were 10 wild wolves that the Zhuan hunting team had dug a pit for and fought head-on with. Wang Yuanyang had come over and distorted the facts. Zhang Jiwu couldn't tolerate it. You're utterly shameless. How dare you say such things? These are wild wolves that our Zhuan hunting team fought tooth and nail to get, and you're trying to steal them. Zhang Jiankan, as the captain's son, couldn't believe someone could be so despicable. Am I wrong? When our 5 hunting teams went to search the mountains, we found these 10 wild wolves. When we chased them together, they escaped into this forest. Your Zhuan hunting team just took advantage of us. Wang Yuanyang continued speaking righteously, completely ignoring the Zhuan hunting team's anger. He was determined to steal the wolves. Regardless, the 5 hunting teams failed to capture a single wolf, while the Zhuan hunting team went out with 10. If word got out, their reputations would be damaged. That's right, Captain Wang is absolutely right. Your Zhuan hunting team took advantage of us 5 teams. These wolves must be returned to us. The captain of another hunting team understood Wang Yuanyang's idea and immediately chimed in. That's right, of these 10 wolves, the 4 live ones are ours. The captain of yet another hunting team spoke up, a cunning glint in his eyes, clearly planning something. If they could take the 4 live wolves, once tamed, they could use them as an aid in future hunts, ensuring a successful catch every time. Even if they couldn't tame the wolves, they could breed them with domestic dogs to produce wolf dogs. Raising these wolf dogs from puppies would make them their best hunting partners. I don't need many, just 2 live wolves will do. Another hunting team leader said with a sneer. I want 2 live wolves too. The last hunting team leader understood the other 4's intentions. He couldn't be left behind, and joined in, trying to forcibly take the wolves from the 9-base hunting team. Faced with the despicable actions of these 5 hunting teams, the 9 members of the 9-base hunting team were all furious and dumbfounded. They couldn't believe there were such shameless people. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jingzin, and Sun Zhengwen were so angry they didn't know how to react. They all looked at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun stood there quietly, listening to the 5 hunting team leaders' words. He understood their intentions. Naturally, Zhang Yun wouldn't let them succeed. At this moment, Zhang Yun smiled faintly. Third uncle, move all these wolves onto the cart. Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 responded with a okay. But Wang Yuanyang was displeased. He had just said that these 10 wolves belonged to their 5 hunting teams, and now Zhang Yun was completely ignoring them. This was unacceptable. Zhang Yun, you want to forcibly take our wolves, is that it? You'd better think carefully. There are 40 of us from 5 hunting teams. If you dare take our wolves, we'll have to take them ourselves. Wang Yuanyang spoke coldly, brandishing his hunting rifle a few times, his intention clear. He was warning Zhang Yun, put the wolves down. If you want to take the wolves, you'll have to ask our rifles first. The other 4 team leaders also began to threaten. Zhang Yun beckoned, and Su Menling immediately ran over. Zhang Yun opened his cloth bag, took out a hunting rifle he had modified from a regular rifle, and suddenly fired a shot into the air. A loud bang echoed through the sky. The members of the 5 hunting teams immediately raised their rifles, all aiming at the Zhuan hunting team. Ignoring their threats with hunting rifles, Zhang Yun calmly said, You 5 hunting teams want to steal my wolves, is that it? Fine, you can leave now. But I have something to tell you. If you can use these methods to steal my wild animals today, then one day, when you're hunting in the mountains, you'd better be wary of my sneak attacks. Now, you can make your choice. Take the wolves, or leave now, the choice is yours. This statement was undeniably domineering and direct. Zhang Yun wanted to tell them that if the 5 hunting teams dared to steal his wolves, he would definitely retaliate. If these 5 hunting teams went into the mountains to hunt, Zhang Yun could ambush them with a sneak shot and that could be fatal. All the hunters from the Sui village hunting team, the Nanqiao hunting team, the Jiaotang hunting team, the Qinjiago hunting team, and the Tanwan hunting team glared angrily at Zhang Yun upon hearing his words. Only then did they recall Zhang Yun's deadly shot at the entrance to Jiaotang Ranch. They knew, of course, the immense power of Zhang Yun's words. If Zhang Yun were truly lying in ambush in the mountains, these 5 hunting teams would be completely defenseless. Even if someone died, they couldn't identify Zhang Yun as the murderer. Most importantly, these 5 hunting teams were the source of animal supplies for their respective villages. They frequently went into the mountains to hunt. They couldn't possibly live in constant fear of Zhang Yun, that would be too agonizing. Wang Yuanyang stared intently at Zhang Yun, somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected the once honest and simple Zhang Yun to become so domineering. Should they steal the wolves? The 5 hunting team leaders were struggling with their internal conflicts. However, none of them spoke up to steal the wolves. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwu and his 9 men had already loaded 10 wolves onto a cart, which 2 roe deer dragged away. Zhang Yun sneered. Only after Zhang Jiwu and his 9 men had driven over 100 meters away with the wolves did he turn and ride away on the back of a Sumatran sorrow. Damn it! Wang Yuanyang shouted angrily. This Zhang Yun is too scary. We should avoid him in the future. I feel he's difficult to deal with, and I don't want to offend him. The captain of the Nanqiao hunting team said dejectedly. I don't want to deal with Zhang Yun anymore either. His eyes are calm, but terrifying. The captain of the Jiaotang hunting team's voice trembled. He was indeed intimidated by Zhang Yun. The hunters from the 5 hunting teams walked silently, their expressions tinged with frustration, eager to leave Jiaotang Ranch as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun led the Zhuan hunting team back to the office building. Ranch owner Yuan Wenkong and armed team leader Yuan Dajin, having spotted Zhang Yun and his group, were already waiting. When they saw the wolves on the cart, their eyes widened in shock and excitement. Brother Zhang, you're amazing. You wiped out the wolf pack so quickly. Ranch owner Yuan Wenkong exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 277 Should we cooperate? The Zhuan hunting team received a 10 yuan reward for their efforts. At this moment, Zhang Yun said to Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 men, Third uncle, you should take these 10 wolves back first. You can take the 6 dead wolves to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative. My uncle, Chen He, works there. Go find him and you can sell those 6 wolves. Take the 4 living wolves back to the village. I'll tame them when I get back. Zhang Jiwu and the other 9 men were delighted to hear this. The 6 dead wolves weighed over 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, in total. Even if sold purely for meat, they could earn 60 or 70 yuan. If the wolf pelts were sold separately, they could earn another 10 yuan. This trip, with the 10 yuan reward from Jiaotang Ranch and the sale of the wolves, meant each of the 9 men would earn 10 yuan. Zhang Yun had just promised to help them tame 4 wild wolves. Now they could take the wolves into the mountains and surely find many wild animals. That way, the Zhuan hunting team could return from every hunt with a full load and quickly become rich. So, filled with excitement, the 9 men left Jiaotang Ranch on the cart. Zhang Yun himself stayed behind and went to the ranch owner, Yuan Wenkong's, office. Brother Zhang, you've come to see me, there must be something you need. You've done Jiaotang Ranch a huge favor this time, I have to thank you. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. Yuan Wenkong was very happy, his face beaming. Now that the wolf pack was dead, Jiaotang Ranch was saved, and so was his position. Therefore, Yuan Wenkong was very grateful to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun revealed a mysterious smile, then said, Brother Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, your Jiaotang Ranch is facing some difficulties right now. Actually, Zhang Yun had already suspected this when he saw the 5 hunting teams driven away from Jiaotang Ranch. The ranch was currently short of money. If it had money, Jiaotang Ranch wouldn't have hastily driven away 5 hunting teams for a mere 50 yuan labor fee. Since it was short of money, it meant that Jiaotang Ranch was experiencing operational problems. Yuan Wenkong, who had just been excited, immediately looked dejected upon hearing this. Zhang Yun had indeed hit the nail on the head. Brother Zhang, you're very observant, you actually noticed. Yes, I won't hide it from you. Jiaotang Ranch is indeed facing difficulties right now. Our ranch currently only raises black goats, about 200 in total, employing 20 workers, plus 5 armed guards and 10 administrative staff. The operational pressure is immense. Yuan Wenkong gave a general overview, although he didn't go into detail, it conveyed the difficulties Jiaotang Ranch was facing. Black goats typically take 8 months to reach market weight. Even with free grass, their growth period is too long. Jiaotang Ranch's monthly expenses are substantial, and on top of that, they have to pay land use fees to the Jiaotang commune. Jiaotang Ranch simply cannot make a profit. Zhang Yun naturally understood. He finally understood why Jiaotang Ranch had to drive away 5 hunting teams in less than 2 days. Brother Yuan, if I had a way to make your Jiaotang Ranch profitable, would you dare to do it? Zhang Yun revealed another mysterious smile. Yuan Wenkong's expression froze. He stared intently at Zhang Yun, he could tell Zhang Yun wasn't joking. Tell me, Zhang Yun said. If I can do it, I dare to do it. Yuan Wenkong didn't immediately agree, he remained cautious. After all, he had only just met Zhang Yun. How could Yuan Wenkong completely trust him? He needed to observe him further. Brother Yuan, I can tell you, I have a group of hunter friends. They're in the mountains every day, and they catch a lot of wild animals whenever they go in. I want to make a deal with you, Brother Yuan. I'll collect all the wild animals my hunter friends catch and send them to your Jiaotang Ranch. You, Brother Yuan, can then sell them under the name of Jiaotang Ranch. Zhang Yun explained his plan with a smile. Actually, Zhang Yun's original purpose in coming to Jiaotang Ranch was to buy it, but after arriving, he changed his mind. The ranch had too many staff members. Zhang Yun didn't have the energy to deal with them. He would be devoting most of his time to hunting wild animals. Zhang Yun's purpose in buying Jiaotang Ranch was to gain its special status and sales channels, allowing him to sell large quantities of wild animals from the Spirit Spring space. Now, by cooperating with Jiaotang Ranch, he could sell the wild animals from the Spirit Spring space to them and utilize their sales channels. Although the profit would be less, Zhang Yun could save a significant amount of time. Oh, can you guarantee how many wild animals you'll deliver each day? What kinds of animals will they be? And what will the prices be? Upon hearing this, Yuan Wenkang thought about it seriously and realized it had potential. The legal entity of Jiaotang Ranch is the Jiaotang People's Commune, giving it a special status. Any products from Jiaotang Ranch can be directly delivered to various meat processing plants, state-run restaurants, canteens, factories, and mines in Wuxi County. In other words, as long as it's within Wuxi County, Jiaotang Ranch's products can be delivered directly there, and those state-owned units can't cause any trouble. Yuan Wenkang had considered raising more wild animals to enrich his ranch's product line before, but he lacked the manpower and funds to purchase more, so he gave up on the idea. Now that Zhang Yun had brought it up, Yuan Wenkang's interest was rekindled. Let me put it this way, Zhang Yun said calmly, I can provide you with 2,000 rabbits a day, and sometimes even 5,000 if needed. I have connections in Kushui Commune. One production brigade raises a large number of bamboo rats, and I can provide you with 500 bamboo rats daily. I also have a group of snake hunter friends. Providing you with 100 venomous snakes a day shouldn't be a problem. I found some friends in a mountain village who raise a flock of pheasants. I can provide you with 500 pheasants daily. As you can see, I have a hunting team. Soon I'll be going into Siming Mountain to hunt wild boars. That way, I can provide your Jiaotang Ranch with 20 wild boars daily. Zhang Yun spoke calmly. Yuan Wenkang's expression was priceless as he listened to this, his mouth opened wider and wider. Is this true? Yuan Wenkang was utterly shocked. The numbers Zhang Yun presented were unbelievable. How could one person possibly provide so many wild beasts every day? You're not joking? Yuan Wenkang was still quite skeptical. I'm not lying to you, brother Yuan. You don't know the capabilities of my hunter friend. I can guarantee the numbers I'm giving you. Zhang Yun said with a faint smile. Chapter 278, The Jiaotang Ranch deal is done. The transaction takes place in the large stone cave. Brother Zhang, can you really provide so many wild animals every day? Yuan Wenkang was deeply moved by Zhang Yun's words. It was astonishing. 2,000 rabbits, 500 bamboo rats, 100 snakes, 500 chickens, and 20 wild boars. And he could provide that many every day. If a commune secretary had told him this, Yuan Wenkang could have believed it. After all, a commune could manage such a feat. But Zhang Yun was alone. Although he said he had a group of hunter friends helping him, providing so many wild animals every day was terrifying. At this moment, Yuan Wenkang carefully observed Zhang Yun, and some guesses began to form in his mind. Perhaps Zhang Yun had found a secret base in the Siming Mountains, where large numbers of wild animals roamed daily, allowing him to catch so many every day. Perhaps Zhang Yun was raising a large number of pheasants in some mountains, employing people to feed them, and their herd had multiplied significantly. Perhaps Zhang Yun was raising wild rabbits in some valley, which would allow him to supply them in large quantities. Yuan Wenkang, of course, understood the implications of this speculation. It was Zhang Yun's personal secret, and he couldn't inquire about it. Brother Yuan, of course I can provide that many wild animals every day. Now, Brother Yuan, you need to give me a definite answer. If I can provide that many wild animals every day, can you process them all? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Yun wasn't joking, Yuan Wenkang fell silent. This was a major undertaking, and Yuan Wenkang needed to carefully consider the pros and cons. Yuan Wenkang understood Zhang Yun's suggestion. Zhang Yun wanted to leverage the special status of Jiaotang Ranch and its extensive sales channels to quickly sell such a large quantity of wild animals. With so many animals sold daily, a rough calculation showed daily sales would reach tens of thousands. And Jiaotang Ranch, acting as the middleman, would still earn 2,000 yuan a day, even if it only took 20% of the profits. This was more profitable than raising black goats. Having considered the positive aspects, Yuan Wenkang had to consider the negative ones. How to keep the accounts? How to explain the origin of these animals? How to transport so many animals? Zhang Yun sat quietly, not urging Yuan Wenkang, allowing him to think carefully. After all, such a significant matter required Yuan Wenkang to consider the risks and rewards. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Wenkang finally looked up at Zhang Yun. Brother Zhang, if I'm to cooperate with you, there's a problem we need to solve. Brother Zhang, How are you going to deliver the wild animals to our ranch? I don't want you to deliver them openly. People will definitely notice something amiss, and if someone gets jealous, they'll report us. Then we'll both be in trouble. Yuan Wenkan said calmly. Zhang Yun immediately understood Yuan Wenkan's concern. With such a large quantity of wild animals, if Zhang Yun delivered them via the main road, others would certainly see them. This would lead some people to try and win over Zhang Yun, intercepting his goods en route, thus preventing Jiaotang Ranch from monopolizing Zhang Yun's supply. Brother Yuan, I just patrolled the edge of your ranch and found a meeting place. There's a large natural cave on a hilltop at the edge of the ranch, and a path leads to the outside world. From now on, I'll deliver the goods to that cave early in the morning. Brother Yuan, you just need to send someone there to check the goods. That way, our transaction will be completely secret, only you and I will know. Zhang Yun replied calmly. Actually, Zhang Yun had already set up a spatial passage in the mountainous area on the edge of Siming Mountain. Therefore, the terrain within a 10-mile radius was displayed on the virtual map in the Spirit Spring space. Jiaotang Ranch happened to be within 10 miles of that spatial passage. Zhang Yun had found a path on the virtual map that indeed led directly to the northern edge of the mountainous area of Jiaotang Ranch. Of course, this path was just a decoy. If Zhang Yun needed to deliver goods later, he would naturally set up a spatial portal on that hilltop, allowing him to instantly teleport over, drop the wild beasts into the large stone cave, and leave immediately. Yuan Wenkan's eyes visibly lit up when he heard this. As long as the supply problem was solved, Yuan Wenkan had no other concerns. Accounting? Yuan Wenkan had his own methods. Transporting the wild beasts? Yuan Wenkan could rent trucks. These were minor issues, Yuan Wenkan could handle them all. Brother Zhang, I can agree to cooperate with you right now. Okay, let's talk about pricing now. Tell me the price of each type of wild animal. I need to see if Jiaotang Ranch can make a profit. Yuan Wenkan said with a relaxed smile. Zhang Yun then told Yuan Wenkan the price of each type of wild animal. Wild boar 50 cents a pound, wild rabbit 50 cents a pound, bamboo rat 60 cents a pound, venomous snake 80 cents a pound, chicken 50 cents a pound. These prices were all 10 cents cheaper than the prices at the meat processing plants. That meant Yuan Wenkan could make a profit simply by delivering these animals to each meat processing plant and earning the price difference. If he delivered them directly to state-run restaurants, canteens, factories, mines, etc., he would earn even more. Yuan Wenkan took notes. As the ranch owner, Yuan Wenkan had dealt with various meat processing plants and restaurants. Hearing these prices, he knew he could make a lot of money. In this way, Jiaotang Ranch's operational difficulties would be easily resolved. Alright, I won't haggle over this price. I, Yuan Wenkan, will remember Brother Zhang's generosity. From now on, let's join forces and make a fortune together. Yuan Wenkan was also straightforward. After receiving this offer, he understood that Zhang Yun had given up a lot of profit, so why would he be so tactless as to argue? The two immediately drafted a handwritten contract, which they both signed and sealed. Thus, Zhang Yun gained access to the powerful sales outlet of Jiaotang Ranch. He could then utilize Jiaotang Ranch's sales channels to bring out all the wild beasts overflowing from the Spirit Spring space, quickly alleviating the land pressure on the Spirit Spring space. Then, Zhang Yun rode a suro and Yuan Wenkan rode a bicycle, and the two went together to the northern edge of Jiaotang Ranch, where they found the hill with the large cave. Ranch owner, look over there. Remember that large cave. Every morning at 8 o'clock, you can send staff to that cave to take away the goods. Zhang Yun pointed to the very large cave entrance on the mountain and said with a smile. Yuan Wenkan memorized the large stone cave and nodded. Immediately, Zhang Yun used this as an excuse to run into the stone cave. Once inside, he took out a machete and, after a few operations, cleared the cave floor, creating a large, flat area large enough to hold many goods. Yes, tomorrow morning, I can send out a large number of wild beasts and put them all in this stone cave. Zhang Yun said with a smile after completing the preparations. Chapter 279 Affiliation with Linshui Mine and Letter of Introduction. After Zhang Yun finished cleaning the large stone cave, he thought for a moment and then released the mutated black-tailed snake. Black-tailed snake, now obey my command. Starting from this stone cave, carve out a mountain path for me. Zhang Yun said calmly. To disguise the fact that the wild animals were all transported via a mountain path, Zhang Yun naturally needed to carve out his own route. Otherwise, without a clear path, Yuan Wenkan would suspect how Zhang Yun had managed to transport so many animals to this large stone cave. Subsequently, under Zhang Yun's guidance, the mutated black-tailed snake, with its massive body, darted through the mountains, rubbing against the ground, and managed to carve out a path along the foot of the mountain. Guided by the virtual map in his spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun directed the mutated black-tailed snake to continuously move forward, constantly rubbing against the ground, thus extending a winding mountain path. After about 2 hours of work, the mutated black-tailed snake finally reached a mountain peak beside a main road, finally connecting the mountain path to the main road. After Zhang Yun stored the mutated black-tailed snake in his spiritual spring space, he released the Sumatran Suro and the cart. The four-legged creature, now you take this cart and run along this mountain road, making sure to leave deep tire tracks, Zhang Yun said with a smile, while simultaneously moving several large stones from the roadside onto the cart. Then, the Sumatran Suro pulled the cart, running along, leaving very clear tire tracks as it went. Zhang Yun's purpose was to create a false impression, so that when Yuan Wenkong saw the cart tracks, he would assume they were left by Zhang Yun transporting wild animals. Suman Antelope had made over 20 trips back and forth, and was exhausted. Alright, all the preparations are complete now, we can go back, Zhang Yun said, then used his spatial powers to teleport back to the mountain behind the new house. It was around 2 o'clock. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yun decided not to go home. He took a shower in the basement and then set off on his Sumanling steed. This time, Zhang Yun headed towards the Linshui mine. According to the information he received from Duan Zhaizhong, to obtain a driver's license, one needed an affiliated unit and a letter of introduction from that unit. Undoubtedly, of all his connections, the best was to be affiliated with the Linshui mine. About 5 minutes later, the Sumanling arrived at the Linshui mine. Zhang Yun thought for a moment, then took out a bamboo basket, put 4 pheasants inside, and rode the Sumanling into the Linshui mine, heading straight for the mine manager's office. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yun knocked on the door. Come in. Liu Beishan's voice rang out from inside the office. Zhang Yun pushed open the door, placed the bamboo basket at the entrance, and then entered the office, going to Liu Beishan's desk. Hey, Zhang Yun, it's you. You haven't been to the mine for days. Liu Beishan's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Yun enter, and he greeted him with a smile. Of course, Liu Beishan knew that Zhang Yun had brought 5 wild boars, enough to keep the mine meat rich for at least a week. Therefore, Liu Beishan was perfectly understanding why Zhang Yun hadn't come to the mine for 2 days, and he didn't scold him. Mine manager, I've been in the mountains these past few days and have spotted a lot of wild animals. I caught a brood of pheasants, and I brought 4 with me. Mine manager, please take them home and have a good taste, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Liu Beishan had seen the bamboo basket earlier, and when he heard it contained 4 pheasants, his eyes lit up. A few days ago, Zhang Yun had brought several pheasants, and Liu Beishan's family always found them delicious and unforgettable. Unexpectedly, he received 4 more pheasants today. So, what do you need my help with this time? Liu Beishan was used to it. Since Zhang Yun had brought 4 pheasants, it couldn't be a small matter. Haha, mine manager, you know me. Yes, I do need your help with something. I want to take my driver's license test, so I need to register with a company, and I also need a letter of introduction from that company. Zhang Yun didn't hide anything and immediately explained his purpose. Liu Beishan was slightly surprised. This wasn't a difficult matter, it only required a word from Liu Beishan. Liu Beishan was surprised that Zhang Yun would even think of getting a driver's license. That was quite a forward-thinking idea. Linshui Mine had its own transportation team due to the need to transport minerals, and naturally had several drivers. Therefore, Linshui Mine was qualified to register and train drivers, and those drivers could take on apprentices. Zhang Yun, do you know that getting a driver's license takes a very long time, at least 2 years, to complete all the procedures and obtain the license? Liu Beishan smiled and reminded him. This was indeed the case. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, obtaining a driver's license did take a very long time. But Zhang Yun was no ordinary person. He had received a guarantee from Duan Zhaizhong that as long as he had a company to work with and a letter of introduction, Duan Zhaizhong would help Zhang Yun pull strings and obtain his driver's license as quickly as possible. Of course, the prerequisite was that Zhang Yun must master driving skills and be able to complete all the test items. Mine manager, I know. I'll get the letter of introduction first, then I'll try to pull some strings at the vehicle management office. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Alright, since you have this idea, I'll naturally help you. I'll write you a letter of introduction right now, then you go to the mine's transportation department, find the transportation team leader Yang Deli, and tell him it was me who suggested you register your work under the transportation department. That way, you can go to the county town to handle things. Liu Beishan was quite decisive. Mainly, he was eager to take the 4 pheasants home, and naturally wanted to help Zhang Yun solve the problem quickly. In a short while, Liu Beishan took out some stationery and wrote a lengthy letter of introduction, affixing the mine's official seal. Zhang Yun took the letter and, without lingering, immediately went to the transportation department. Currently, the mine had 3 large trucks, formerly military transport vehicles, which the mine had purchased after being phased out and were now used to transport minerals. Soon, Zhang Yun found Yang Deli and explained his purpose. You're Zhang Yun? It's a pleasure to meet you. Yang Deli was a burly man, exuding immense pressure. His voice boomed like thunder. You want to register your driving training with our transportation department, right? No problem, I'll register you right now, and I'll be your instructor. Yang Deli was quite excited. It seemed Zhang Yun's name had spread throughout the Linshui mine. "Thank you, Instructor Yang. In a few days, when I come out of the mountains, I'll bring you some game." Zhang Yun hadn't expected Yang Deli to be so straightforward and not make things difficult for him, so he readily agreed. "Haha, I'm from Linshui village. I learned from the canteen that the food at our mine has been so good lately, all thanks to you. Alright, since Brother John wants to give me some game, I'll be looking forward to it," Yang Deli said happily. Then, Yang Deli personally helped Zhang Yun register the affiliation and gave him a training form. The instructor's name on the form was simply Yang Deli. Thus, when Zhang Yun took this training form to the county town, it meant he had already completed his driving skills training at the Linshui Mine's Transportation Department. Chapter 280 Going to Catch the Giant Snake. Zhang Yun emerged from the Transportation Department. Just as he was about to leave on his Sumatran antelope, mine manager Liu Beisan stopped him on the road. "Mine manager, what's this?" Zhang Yun jumped off the antelope, looking at Liu Beisan with some confusion. "Zhang Yun, I forgot something earlier. Actually, I also have a favor to ask of you," Liu Beisan said earnestly. Zhang Yun was immediately curious. What could he possibly do to help Liu Beisan? "Mine manager, just tell me. I'll definitely help." Zhang Yun didn't even ask what it was, readily agreeing. This greatly pleased Liu Beisan, who beamed with joy. "It's like this," Liu Beisan said. "My younger brother is a law enforcement captain in the county's public security bureau. He's recently encountered a problem. Fortunately, your hunter background can be helpful in his case, so I thought of you. My brother will be coming to my house tonight. Why don't you come too? I'd like to introduce you to him." Liu Beisan explained his plan. Zhang Yun was surprised. Liu Zhengfeng was a retired county magistrate. He hadn't expected his two sons to be so outstanding, both holding high positions. The eldest son was a mine manager, and the second son was a captain in the Public Security Bureau, one wealthy, the other powerful. Zhang Yun was also grateful to know the Liu family. "Okay, I'll definitely be there tonight." Zhang Yun immediately agreed. Immediately, Zhang Yun leaped onto the Sumatran antelope and swiftly departed. Reaching a secluded spot, Zhang Yun teleported to the icy cave in Jiming Mountain. Upon landing in the cave, Zhang Yun saw that the surface of the nearby pool was already covered in ice, and the chill was spreading downwards. He estimated that in another 2 days, the entire pool would be frozen solid. "This ice is forming quite quickly," he remarked. "Now I need to capture those 20 giant snakes in the inner mountain area of Jiming Mountain. I don't have time to move river water, otherwise, I would fill this cave with water and turn the entire cave into ice." Zhang Yun chuckled, then quickly ran out of the cave and arrived at the inner edge of Jiming Mountain. The 4 eagles had always been stationed at Jiming Mountain. At this moment, as Zhang Yun emerged from the icy cave, the 4 eagles that had been circling overhead flew over and landed beside him. "Eagle 1, Eagle 2, have you seen any large snakes leave the cave during this day? Take me to find them immediately," Zhang Yun said calmly. "Chirp, chirp," all 4 eagles cried out. Hearing their cries, Zhang Yun realized that all 4 eagles had spotted the large snakes. A total of 10 large snakes had left their burrow and were hunting small wild animals in the forest. These snakes, too, got hungry and naturally came out to search for food, thus attracting the attention of the circling eagles. "Alright, take me to find the snake now," Zhang Yun said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yun released the golden leopard from the spiritual spring space and flew up to sit on its back. This leopard, the apex predator of Chicken Cry Mountain, was captured by Zhang Yun and placed in the spirit spring space, plot 1. After absorbing the spiritual spring's energy for a day, its physique became incredibly strong, and its aura quite intimidating. "Little leopard, follow the eagle to catch snakes," Zhang Yun called out. The leopard had been tamed. It understood Zhang Yun's words. It immediately looked up, locked onto the eagle's flight path, and then began to dart through the forest. Compared to the mutated black banded snake, this leopard was a bit slower, but it was very agile in the mountains, its leaps and turns extremely nimble. Zhang Yun sat on the leopard's back, his body swaying constantly. The ride wasn't as comfortable as the mutated black banded snakes. To put it figuratively, the leopard was an off-road vehicle, while the mutated black banded snake was an executive car. After running for about 2 minutes, the leopard arrived at the foot of a 300-meter-high mountain, where a large snake was chasing a lizard. The lizard was also 2 meters long, entirely green. Sensing the cold, murderous aura of the snake behind it, it dared not even turn back. It simply kept running, trying to escape the snake's pursuit. The snake itself was over 5 meters long, with diamond-shaped blackish-brown and yellow or light gray reticulated markings. It was enormous, definitely as thick as a thigh. It was a reticulated python. Swish! The reticulated python locked onto the lizard, its speed increasing rapidly, shooting out like a javelin in pursuit. In a short while, the reticulated python caught up, biting down directly on the lizard's tail. The lizard, seizing the opportunity, snapped its tail off, its body continuing its rapid escape. The reticulated python swallowed the lizard's tail and continued its chase. Just then, the leopard brought Zhang Yun directly in front of the lizard. Upon seeing the leopard, the lizard naturally sensed its terrifying aura. Its body trembled, and it slowed its pace. The reticulated python behind it didn't hesitate. It bit down on the lizard's body and, with a few swallows, swallowed most of it whole. Suddenly, the reticulated python's head became enormous, like a bucket. As a result, the reticulated python's body became bulky, and its speed was significantly reduced. Go! Zhang Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the reticulated python's massive size. Such a large snake was definitely worth catching. With such a large snake guarding the spatial passage, it could prevent others from approaching. The leopard rushed forward, and the reticulated python, sensing its aura, tried to retreat without hesitation. Because the reticulated python had already swallowed the lizard, its head had become a giant club, making it difficult to move. The leopard charged forward, but Zhang Yun suddenly leaped down, landing behind the reticulated python and immediately reaching out with his right hand. Then, the reticulated python's body vanished, entering the spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 5,289. One acceleration point has been added, meaning this reticulated python weighs just over 100 pounds. That's quite heavy. Zhang Yun didn't linger, and called out again to the sky, Eagle 1, Eagle 2, continue leading me to find the other giant snakes. Chirp chirp. 4 eagles in the sky responded. That afternoon, Zhang Yun made a decision. He had to capture all the large snakes in the inner mountainous area of Jiming Mountain. Not just the 10 snakes that had left their caves, but also those still resting inside. Zhang Yun wanted to find and capture them all. Immediately, Zhang Yun leaped onto the golden leopard and, following the 4 eagles, continued his search for the snakes. After an hour of hard work, Zhang Yun had captured all 10 large snakes that had left their caves. Acceleration point, 5,302. These snakes all weighed over 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms. Chapter 281, forcing the giant snake out of the cave. We've caught all the large snakes that left their caves. Next up are the ones left inside. Zhang Yun smiled faintly, his fighting spirit surging. He desperately wanted to capture all the large snakes in Jiming Mountain. Large snakes in the mountains, it's an ancient legend. It's inevitable that such a large mountainous region like Jiming Mountain would harbor so many large snakes. On the surface, the golden leopard is the most powerful beast in Jiming Mountain, but in reality, these 20 large snakes are the root cause of Jiming Mountain's terror. With these large snakes present, smaller wild animals in the surrounding mountainous areas automatically retreat, afraid to venture deep into the mountains. Zhang Yun has already captured 10 large snakes, each as thick as a thigh. Such power, once unleashed, could paralyze a town instantly. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, take me to find the large snakes hiding in their caves. At this moment, Zhang Yun shouted into the air. Upon hearing the command, the 4 eagles chirped in response and flew off in one direction. Zhang Yun rode the golden leopard for another mile, arriving at the foot of a 300-meter-high mountain. There, a very narrow stream flowed, and at one end of the stream was a rocky cliff with a large cave about 2 meters high. The 4 eagles landed on the cliff, chirping. Upon arriving, Zhang Yun's extraordinary senses detected movement within the cave. Indeed, a powerful aura was emanating from it. The large snake was asleep. Given this, Zhang Yun had no patience to wake the snake. So, Zhang Yun took out his hunting rifle, aimed it at the cave entrance, and used his senses to scan the entire cavern, then fired. A loud bang. As the bullet flew out, it bounced repeatedly within the cave, eventually striking the large snake. This was due to Zhang Yun's extraordinary perception, coupled with his superb marksmanship and precise calculations, resulting in a single bullet striking the large snake inside the cave. The snake's body was strong enough not to die from the bullet, but it was in immense pain. Awakened by this shock, the snake angrily burst out of the cave, hurtling towards the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Yun riding on the leopard, the snake lunged out of the cave, attempting to bite him. Upon closer inspection, there was clear blood in the middle of the snake's body. Although the bullet hole was only the size of a finger, it had penetrated its body, causing serious injury. The leopard carried Zhang Yun away swiftly, disappearing into the forest. Enraged, the snake was not about to let Zhang Yun, its culprit, go. It disregarded the leopard's ferocity. Its only goal was to devour Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun sensed the giant snake's rage, yet he remained calmly seated atop the golden leopard. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness locked onto the 10 giant snakes he had already captured in the spiritual spring space. Let's tame these snakes first. They'll be used to guard the various spatial passages anyway, so taming them beforehand is good. Therefore, Zhang Yun consumed 50 acceleration points and successfully tamed all 10 snakes. Acceleration points, 5,252. After chasing the snake for 100 meters, blood continuously flowed from its body through the bullet holes, and its speed suddenly decreased significantly. Now that you've escaped the cave and are powerless, it's my turn to attack. Zhang Yun suddenly laughed. Abruptly, 10 large snakes emerged from the spiritual spring space, immediately circling the giant snake as they landed. Immediately, these 10 snakes, with perfect coordination, coiled around the giant snake, completely binding its body. The giant snake was injured and had lost a lot of blood while running, its strength already greatly depleted. Now, with 10 snakes coiled around it simultaneously, the giant snake naturally couldn't break free. So, Zhang Yun rode the golden leopard back, went to the giant snake's tail, and immediately touched it with his right hand. Instantly, the giant snake's body vanished, falling into the spiritual spring space as well. Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space and sent a large amount of spiritual spring water into the giant snake's mouth, forcibly forcing the spiritual spring water into the snake's body. At the same time, Zhang Yun's consciousness transformed into a scalpel and removed the bullet from the giant snake's body. Nourished by the spiritual spring, the giant snake's injuries would soon heal. Acceleration points, 5,253. This giant snake also weighed over 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, adding 1 acceleration point. Zhang Yun then stored the 10 giant snakes into the spiritual spring space, and then rode the golden leopard, following the 4 eagles, to search for another giant snake. After traveling about 2 li, approximately 1.5 kilometers, the golden leopard arrived at the edge of a small mountain pool, where there was also a large stone cave. This stone cave was winding and deep. After sensing the surroundings, Zhang Yun knew he couldn't shoot anymore. The cave had several bends in the shape of the Chinese character, G, and even the best marksman couldn't possibly ricochet bullets onto the giant snake. Bullets can't hit you, but the smoke technique will definitely force you out, Zhang Yun said with a smile. So Zhang Yun immediately released 7 red jackals and a pile of dry firewood. The 7 jackals carried the firewood 10 meters into the cave, filling the entire cavern. Zhang Yun lit a fire at the cave entrance, then had a jackal carry a burning piece of firewood inside to the pile of firewood, igniting it. After all the jackals had emerged from the cave, Zhang Yun sat quietly on the edge of the entrance, waiting for the giant snake to emerge. Once the firewood inside the cave burned, a large amount of smoke entered the depths of the cave, spreading towards the place where the giant snake was resting. Soon, the large snake, still asleep, smelled the thick smoke and immediately woke up. As the smoke grew thicker, the snake sensed a strong danger. It couldn't stay in its hole any longer, the suffocating feeling terrified it. So, the snake darted out of the cave. When it reached the pile of dry firewood, it felt the intense heat and dared not let its body cross the flames. Fortunately, the pile of firewood wasn't large, and it went out after only 10 minutes. Although the firewood hadn't completely cooled, the snake couldn't bear it any longer. The thick smoke in the cave was unbearable. If it remained in the cave, it would likely suffocate. So, disregarding the lingering heat of the firewood, the snake's massive body burst out, darting towards the cave entrance and plunging into the small pool of water. Finally, I've forced you out. Zhang Yun stood calmly, watching the giant snake writhe in the pool, and couldn't help but laugh. The snake, finally finding some relief from its scalding body in the water, now looked at Zhang Yun with venomous malice. Just as the giant snake was about to lunge at Zhang Yun, suddenly 10 other giant snakes appeared and simultaneously coiled around its body. Chapter 282 Discovery of Ginseng and Square-Headed Python. Another giant snake has been captured. After 10 giant snakes coiled around the scalded snake, Zhang Yun immediately took action and stored it in his spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 5,254. 1 acceleration point has been added, meaning this giant snake also weighs over 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms. Now, besides the mutated black-tailed snake, Zhang Yun has captured 12 more giant snakes. Of course, Zhang Yun wouldn't be satisfied with this. He intends to capture all the giant snakes of Chicken Cry Mountain. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, take me to find the giant snakes. Zhang Yun called out to the air again. Chirp chirp. The 4 eagles responded with a chirp and immediately took flight, guiding Zhang Yun forward. Riding on the golden leopard, Zhang Yun followed the 4 eagles, arriving at the foot of a 300-meter-high mountain. The terrain here is relatively gentle, cone-shaped, allowing for a straight ascent. The mountain was humid and cool, making it very comfortable. 4 eagles circled overhead. After arriving at the mountain on his golden leopard, Zhang Yun sensed a natural cave about 20 meters above. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Zhang Yun continued to sense the surroundings, but couldn't detect the presence of the giant snake. This cave must be incredibly deep. My senses can cover a distance of 50 meters, yet I haven't detected that giant snake, Zhang Yun said with some surprise. Just as he spoke, his eyes suddenly fell on a spot about 5 meters from the cave entrance, where a peculiar plant stood, its bright red berries particularly eye-catching. This is ginseng, Zhang Yun suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, Zhang Yun ran over to the ginseng plant, examining it closely to confirm that it was indeed ginseng. I've always thought that if I could find a ginseng plant, I could cultivate it in my spatial dimension. At 15 times the time flow rate, 1 year would be equivalent to 15 years. And if the time flow rate were 100 times, I could mass-produce 100-year-old ginseng. Zhang Yun smiled quite happily. Then, following the usual practice for harvesting ginseng, Zhang Yun took out a red rope and tied it to the main stem of the ginseng. Then, Zhang Yun began digging around the ginseng. Zhang Yun didn't need to dig the ginseng out completely. He could simply dig out the entire clod of earth and store it in his spiritual spring space. Once inside, he could use spatial power to carefully remove the ginseng without breaking a single root. He took out his machete and began digging, creating a bowl-shaped clod of earth, leaving the ginseng intact inside. Then, Zhang Yun touched the clod with his right hand and stored it in his spiritual spring space. Within the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun's consciousness was in control, easily removing the excess soil and leaving the complete ginseng. He then temporarily placed the ginseng by the pond in plot number 1. Nourished by the spiritual spring, the ginseng would grow normally and wouldn't wither. Tomorrow, when the space adds another acre, I can plant this ginseng and also increase the time flow of that acre by 100 times. Ginseng reproduces from seeds, and this ginseng plant has just produced fruit. Once the seeds mature, we'll plant them immediately, and then we can cultivate a ginseng industry. Zhang Yun smiled happily. After discovering the ginseng plant, Zhang Yun wasn't in a hurry to lure out the giant snake. He simply took out a bamboo tube, placed it at the entrance of the stone cave, and began searching the mountain. This mountain is very shady, perfect for ginseng reproduction. I'll search carefully here, perhaps I can find some. Zhang Yun thought calmly as he slowly searched the mountain. At the same time, Zhang Yun released the 7 red jackals. They had just sniffed the scent of ginseng in the spiritual spring space, and now he wanted them to search for ginseng as well, speeding up the search. Zhang Yun drank from the spiritual spring every day, and his senses were getting stronger every day. These senses included sight, perception, hearing, and smell. At this moment, Zhang Yun's eyes swept across the area like searchlights, his sense of smell constantly discerning various scents as he searched for ginseng using 2 methods. Sure enough, a minute later, Zhang Yun found a second ginseng. Using the same method, Zhang Yun dug up the entire plot of land surrounding the ginseng and then stored it all inside his spiritual spring space, ensuring that not a single root was damaged. At that moment, a red jackal cried out, telling Zhang Yun that it had also found a ginseng. Zhang Yun immediately ran over. In this way, after an hour, Zhang Yun, accompanied by 7 red jackals, searched the mountain and found a total of 10 ginseng plants. This was a rather good harvest. In any case, with ginseng seeds, Zhang Yun could cultivate a ginseng industry in the future. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the other cave, the spiritual spring water in the bamboo tube continuously evaporated, with only a very faint scent of spiritual spring water diffusing into the cave. After all the spiritual spring water in the bamboo tube had evaporated, the giant snake in the cave remained motionless. Zhang Yun realized that the cave was too deep, the scent of the spiritual spring water hadn't reached the snake's vicinity. In that case, let's send one of the giant snakes in to lure the one inside out, Zhang Yun said calmly. He immediately released a giant snake and took out a bamboo tube. He handed the bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water to the snake, which bit it and slithered into the cave, quickly heading deeper into the cave. After flying about a mile, the snake discovered a very large snake coiled up at the deepest part of the cave. The giant snake immediately shook its head, spilling the spiritual spring water from the bamboo tube. Without hesitation, it turned and swam back. The giant snake at the deepest part of the cave awoke when it sensed this new snake. When the giant snake sensed the scent of the spiritual spring, it discovered its beneficial properties and immediately flew towards it, intending to snatch the spring from the mouth of the other giant snake. Thus, the 2 giant snakes, one after the other, approached the cave entrance. Since they were both large snakes, their speeds were roughly equal. Soon, the giant snake carrying the bamboo tube darted out of the cave entrance and immediately began to descend the mountain. The pursuing giant snake also sprang out of the cave, continuing its chase. Standing above the cave entrance, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the giant snake that had chased after him. This snake was enormous. While not quite the size of a mutated black-tailed snake, it was about half its size. Square-headed python. Looking at the snake's size, Zhang Yun gave it a name, mainly because its head was square, a very distinctive feature. Just as the square-headed python was about to catch up with the snake in front, suddenly a huge serpentine body descended from the sky, crushing it. This time, Zhang Yun released the mutated black-tailed snake directly. Chapter 283. All the giant snakes have been captured. First encounter with Liu Bailin. The mutated black-tailed snake instantly pinned down the square-headed python. The instant it pressed down, the mutated snake's body swiftly coiled around the python, completely binding it. The square-headed python twisted and struggled, but how could it possibly escape the mutated snake's power? Only then did Zhang Yun feel relieved enough to walk over and touch the python's tail. The python's body vanished, entering the spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 5256. 2 acceleration points have been added, meaning the square-headed python weighs over 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms. I think this square-headed python is the largest snake in Jiming Mountain, Zhang Yun said with a smile. The mutated black-tailed snake mutated into its enormous size due to the meteorite from outer space. This square-headed python, however, grew naturally, constantly devouring wild beasts from all over Jiming Mountain to reach its current size. In a way, the square-headed python story is far more inspiring. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, continue leading me to the giant snake. Zhang Yun, having finished tidying up, calmly called out again. The 4 eagles chirped in response and then guided the leopard through the air towards a mountain peak. After working continuously for an hour, Zhang Yun, using methods such as smoking, luring with spiritual spring water, and directly engaging the snakes in a group attack within their caves, had captured the remaining 7 giant snakes. Acceleration points, 5,263. Zhang Yun didn't wait any longer and immediately captured the remaining 10 giant snakes. He then used 52 acceleration points to tame them all. The largest, the square-headed python, took 7 acceleration points to tame. Acceleration points, 5,211. By this time, it was past 5 in the afternoon. Now, I've thoroughly searched the inner mountainous area of Jiming Mountain, capturing all the large beasts. Let the smaller ones go, let them breed and then we'll harvest them all at once. Zhang Yun smiled faintly. Most of the beasts in Jiming Mountain have already entered the spirit spring space. Zhang Yun didn't want to exterminate them all, he wanted to leave some alive. The mine manager said he's going to dinner with them tonight. It's about time. Zhang Yun looked up at the sky and decided to leave Jiming Mountain. He needed to go to the Linshui mine. So, Zhang Yun used his spatial powers to instantly teleport back to the mountain behind his new house, then rode a Sumatran antelope at breakneck speed, heading directly to Jiagong Mountain. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Yun arrived at Jiagong Mountain and stood in front of Liu Beishan's house. The door was open. When Zhang Yun arrived, the old man, Liu Zhengfeng, saw him and immediately got up, smiling broadly as he approached the door. Zhang Yun, you're here. Liu Zhengfeng looked at Zhang Yun with great joy. As Zhang Yun jumped down from the Sumatran antelope, he took out a cloth bag containing 2 watermelons. The wild watermelon he found on Jiming Mountain last time after the villagers who built houses there ate it. Zhang Yun collected all the seeds and planted them in various locations within the spirit spring space. Naturally, some watermelons were eaten by wild animals in each area, while Zhang Yun preserved the rest. Since Zhang Yun had already given 4 pheasants as a guest at Liu Beishan's house, he now brought out 2 large watermelons as a gift. Grandpa, I went to Jiming Mountain and found these 2 large watermelons, so I brought them with me. Zhang Yun said with a smile, then carried the cloth bag into the house and placed the 2 watermelons on the table. In the main room, Zhang Yun also saw a man in his 30s who resembled Liu Zhengfeng. He guessed that this was the younger brother Liu Beishan had mentioned. Zhang Yun, let me introduce you. This is my second son, Liu Bailan. He works at the County Public Security Bureau. Liu Zhengfeng smiled when he saw the 2 large watermelons on the table and then warmly introduced them to Zhang Yun. Hello, I'm Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun immediately stepped forward and extended both hands. Liu Bailan already knew some of Zhang Yun's deeds from his father, and he looked somewhat surprised when he saw Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was very handsome, and thanks to the nourishment of the spiritual spring, he possessed a natural, approachable charm that made him instantly likable. Hello, I'm Liu Bailan, a captain in the county's Public Security Bureau. Next time you come to the county town, be sure to look me up, Liu Bailan said with a smile. With these words, Liu Bailan made it clear that he wanted to be friends with Zhang Yun. Just then, mine manager Liu Beishan returned home from get off work. He had just arrived at his door when he saw Zhang Yun already there. Liu Beishan happily walked in and said with a smile, Bailan, this Zhang Yun is an excellent hunter. I specially invited him here today to help you solve the case. Upon hearing this, both Liu Zhengfeng and Liu Bailan were surprised. Then, Liu Bailan seemed to realize something and asked, Brother, you mean the theft case at Yangtaishan Ranch? Liu Beishan nodded with a smile. At this, Liu Zhengfeng understood. He slapped his thigh and laughed in realization, looks like I'm getting old. I should have thought of that sooner. Zhang Yun is an excellent hunter, he understands the characteristics of various wild animals. The theft of chickens and ducks from Yangtaishan Ranch has caused a great deal of negative impact. The bureau chief has assigned the case to you, requiring you to solve it within a week. With your own abilities and the team you have, solving the case within a week will be difficult. However, with Zhang Yun's help, I think it won't take long. Hearing this, Liu Bailan couldn't help but scrutinize Zhang Yun again. He hadn't expected his father and elder brother to speak so highly of Zhang Yun. There must be something special about him. Zhang Yun also looked back at Liu Bailan and suddenly remembered. Yesterday, when Zhang Yun was on his way to the county town, he encountered 4 fugitives on the road. After subduing them, Zhang Yun hurriedly left to save time. On the way, Zhang Yun had also glanced at that police car, and the person sitting in the passenger seat seemed to be Liu Bailin. Comrade Zhang Yun, I trust my father and elder brother's judgment. Since they have both recommended you, I sincerely invite you to help me solve the Yangtaishan theft case. Liu Bailin straightened up and bowed as he spoke. His attitude was very proper. He didn't look down on Zhang Yun because of his position as a security captain. The mine manager and the old man have been a great help to me, Zhang Yun. Since you two have spoken, I will naturally obey. Zhang Yun agreed. Then, all four people in the main room laughed, and the atmosphere became quite harmonious. Immediately afterwards, Liu Bailin pulled Zhang Yun, and the two went to the backyard. Under a gazebo made of trees, they sat facing each other and began to discuss things in detail. Chapter 284 Theft at Yangtaishan Ranch. Zhang Yun, Yangtaishan Ranch is located in the eastern part of Fengshan County, bordering the territories of 8 communes. Therefore, it is the common property of the 8 communes. Yangtaishan Ranch raises a total of 50,000 chickens and ducks. There is a natural reservoir there, surrounded by mountains. The ducks are raised on the edge of the reservoir, while the 40,000 chickens roam freely in the mountains. However, 5 days ago, chickens started disappearing continuously, hundreds of chickens being stolen every day. I received orders from my superiors and took over this case 3 days ago. I have been patrolling the surrounding mountains ever since, but I haven't found anything unusual. However, the chickens raised in the mountains are still disappearing every day. The thieves have been hiding very well. I haven't found any trace of them. Liu Bailin explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun had an idea. If he could catch these thieves, he would be doing a favor for those 8 communes, and it should be much easier to expand his sales network in the future. So, Zhang Yun smiled and replied, Captain Liu, I'll arrive at Yangtaishan Ranch tomorrow afternoon. Let's meet there. Liu Bailin nodded, surprised by Zhang Yun's quick agreement. Although Liu Bailin hadn't witnessed Zhang Yun's abilities firsthand, his father and brother's high praise suggested Zhang Yun must possess something special. Therefore, Liu Bailin also felt a glimmer of hope for Zhang Yun. Soon, the two returned to their room. A watermelon had already been cut open. Although it contained many seeds, its refreshing aroma made all four in the room's eyes light up. Sure enough, after eating a piece of watermelon, Liu Zhengfeng exclaimed joyfully, Zhang Yun, you actually found a wild watermelon in Jimingshan. It's so sweet and juicy. And after I ate it, it seemed to release a special energy. I feel so comfortable. The brothers Liu Baishan and Liu Bailin, having also tasted the watermelon and heard their father's evaluation, nodded in agreement. Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't explain that these watermelons were grown in the spirit spring space. Nourished daily by the spring's energy, they possess special properties. Long-term consumption could even make one younger. Grandpa, there are many good things in Jiming Mountain, especially in the inner mountain area. Because no one has ever entered, the treasures there have been preserved. These 2 watermelons were obtained by chance. I want to collect the seeds. Next time I go into the mountain, I'll plant them. If I'm lucky, I might be able to grow a large field of watermelons. Zhang Yun said with a smile, laying the groundwork for producing a large quantity of watermelons later. You actually went into the inner area of Jiming Mountain? You're incredibly brave. I've heard that there are huge snakes there, as thick as a thigh. Once they coil around you, there's no chance of escape. Liu Zhengfeng said with some surprise upon hearing Zhang Yun's words. Liu Baishan was equally surprised. He was well aware of the dangers within Jiming Mountain. At this moment, he admired Zhang Yun even more and felt that knowing Zhang Yun would ensure the meat supply for the Linshui mine. Although Liu Bailin was unaware of the dangers of Jiming Mountain, seeing the expressions on his father's and brother's faces, he understood that Zhang Yun indeed possessed immense courage, proving himself to be an excellent hunter. At this moment, Zhang Yun glanced outside, then stood up and said, Grandpa, mine manager, Captain Liu, please forgive my rudeness, but I have some matters to attend to at home and must return. I will be at Yangtai Mountain on time tomorrow afternoon. The main reason was that Liu Baishan's kitchen was busy preparing food, cooking, stir-frying, and then eating would take at least 2 hours. Zhang Yun couldn't wait, he had other things to attend to. Liu Baishan was about to offer a word of persuasion, but Liu Zhengfeng laughed heartily, Zhang Yun, if you have things to do, then go ahead and do them. It's just a meal, you can come back for dinner another time. Since Zhang Yun had already agreed to help Liu Bailin, Liu Zhengfeng wouldn't care about such a small matter as whether or not they ate. Alright, Brother John, I'll be waiting for you at Yangtai Mountain tomorrow. Liu Bailin didn't mind and didn't show any disdain for Zhang Yun's lack of food. Then, Zhang Yun left. Reaching a secluded spot, Zhang Yun teleported back to the back mountain of his new house, then rode his summon antelope towards the residential area of Juan village. 2 minutes later, Zhang Yun returned home. The family was having dinner. After jumping off the summon antelope, Zhang Yun took several bags hanging from the saddle. Third brother, you're finally back. In the main room, Zhang Zongli, who was eating, knew Zhang Yun was back when he heard the summon antelope's huffing and puffing. He immediately took his bowl of rice to the door and called out happily, "Dad, I brought some things back and have to go out for a bit," Zhang Yun said with a smile, then carried the bags into the main room. One bag contained 4 pheasants, obviously for the family. A few pheasants a day were essential so the whole family could enjoy their deliciousness. Currently, the number of pheasants in the Spirit Spring space had reached 1,000, more than they could possibly eat, providing an unlimited supply for the family. Another bag was filled with sweet potatoes. Every acre of land in the Spirit Spring space was planted with sweet potatoes, providing food for the wild animals. Therefore, Zhang Yun could collect a large quantity of sweet potatoes every day, also providing an unlimited supply for his family. Zhang Zongli watched Zhang Yun magically produce so many things again. Although he was initially pleased, his expression quickly turned serious. "Third brother, I heard from your third uncle that you took them hunting wolves this afternoon. You were incredibly reckless. You might be willing to risk your life, but you should consider your third uncle and the families of the other hunting team members. Those 9 have only just become hunters. How could you take them on such a dangerous mission?" Zhang Zongli lectured him. Zhang Yun then understood why his father, Zhang Zongli, was so serious. He was afraid he would harm Zhang Jiwu and the other 9. Zhang Yun didn't want to explain further. "Dad, don't worry. If I wasn't confident, why would I take third uncle and the others to hunt wolves?" Zhang Yun said with a smile, then ran to his 2 nephews. Lu Xiaoyan and Wu Feiyang, these 2 little ones, had already adapted to life in Juan village. They ate a pheasant leg every day, living a very comfortable life. "Little Niu, call him uncle," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Wu Feiyang didn't react, continuing to gnaw on the fragrant pheasant leg. Yes, hug." Lu Xiaoyan, much smarter, immediately called out, holding the pheasant leg in her right hand and stretching out her arms for a hug. "Ha ha." The whole family laughed heartily at this scene. Zhang Yun kissed Lu Xiaoyan on the cheek, then looked at his eldest sister, second sister, third sister, and fourth sister. Seeing their beaming faces, he knew they were having a good time. "Mom, I'm going to Swimaze. You guys continue eating." Seeing that his father, Zhang Zongli, still looked like he was about to lecture him, Zhang Yun wisely changed the subject, called out, and immediately ran out of the house. Chapter 285 I Believe in You. At the entrance of the Educated Youth Compound, Zhang Yun arrived on his Sumatran bicycle. Coincidentally, Han Swame was also on her bicycle, about to leave the compound. So, the 2 met at the compound gate. "Ah, Zhang Yun, what brings you here? I was just about to look for you." Han Swame was wearing a floral plaid blouse made from fabric Zhang Yun had bought for her to make a new dress. She was finally wearing it now. "This is what you call telepathy, isn't it? I missed you, so I came to find you." Zhang Yun smiled and walked up to Han Swame, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Don't do this. We're still at the compound gate, the other educated youth inside will see us." Han Swame panicked, blushing as she cried out, her heart pounding. She was already used to Zhang Yun's unrestrained affection. "So what if they see? We're getting married, can't a married couple even hug and cuddle?" Zhang Yun said shamelessly. "Let's go, let's talk in that grove up ahead, I'm begging you." Han Swame was helpless. She was a woman, how could she do anything inappropriate with Zhang Yun in front of others? "Okay, you give me a ride." Zhang Yun suddenly sat on the back of the bicycle, his arms naturally wrapping around her, his face pressed against Han Swame's back. Han Swame was incredibly embarrassed. She immediately thought of the shameful things Zhang Yun had done to her that night. Of course, she couldn't let Zhang Yun grope her right there at the entrance of the Educated Youth Compound. So, Han Swame rode away on her bicycle. While Han Swame was leaving, Tang Tiantian emerged from behind a large tree in the Educated Youth Compound, biting her lip, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Humph, Zhang Yun will be mine sooner or later." After sulking for a while, Tang Tiantian stomped her foot and muttered this before dejectedly returning to her dormitory. Clearly, Tang Tiantian had witnessed Zhang Yun and Han Swame's intimate actions at the courtyard gate. This only intensified her desire for Zhang Yun, so that the same intimate gestures he made with Han Swame would one day happen to her. Meanwhile, Han Swame led Zhang Yun to a hilltop near the Educated Youth Compound, turning onto a mountain path before stopping. Halfway there, Zhang Yun's hands had already precisely reached for 2 mounds. "You just know how to bully me, let go." Han Swame's entire body was hot. She both enjoyed the masculine aura emanating from Zhang Yun and felt the awkwardness of their position. She was utterly helpless. "Oh, what can I do? You're so charming. My hands wouldn't obey my commands, they climbed up by themselves." Zhang Yun withdrew his hands, laughing as he explained. This only made things worse. Han Swame immediately punched Zhang Yun twice in the chest. All right, I won't tease you anymore. How have you been these past few days?" Zhang Yun grabbed Han Swame's hands, pulled her into his arms, and asked softly. Han Swame's body went limp. She nestled in Zhang Yun's arms and whispered, "I'm fine. I knew you could reassure my parents. I've always believed in you, so I've been relaxed these past few days, busy as always at the production team. Zhang Yun believed him, he had already discerned it from Han Suomei's tone. It seemed Han Suomei truly trusted Zhang Yun completely. She wasn't worried he would abandon her, she now listened to him in everything. I just hope you can live like this every day from now on, carefree. Just trust me completely, don't overthink it. From now on, you will definitely be my good wife. Hearing Han Suomei's heartfelt words, Zhang Yun was overjoyed. He had too many secrets. If he married Han Suomei and lived together, there would inevitably be things he couldn't explain. Zhang Yun needed to brainwash Han Suomei now, to make her completely trust him and stop guessing, otherwise, things would be very difficult for him later. Yes, I know. Since I'm willing to be your wife, I'll approve of anything you do. Actually, these past few days, I've heard some things from others. They say you're acting mysteriously, they don't know what you're doing, and they want me to reconsider our marriage. I didn't take their words to heart. I only know that you definitely have your own things to do, and I won't interfere. As long as you think what you're doing is good, just do it. You don't need to tell me. Han Suomei didn't need any brainwashing, she had already thought of all this. Her words were a reassurance to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun felt grateful upon hearing this. So, in a moment of passion, Zhang Yun lowered his head and gave Han Suomei a passionate kiss. Han Suomei was also aroused, and she responded enthusiastically. The two kissed passionately for a long, long time on the mountain road. Just as Zhang Yun's hands were about to reach the summit again, Han Suomei suddenly pushed him away, her face flushed with embarrassment, and sat on the bicycle. You're always so mean. After we get married, you can do whatever you want, just leave me alone now. Han Suomei said this in a flustered and embarrassed tone, then immediately rode away on her bicycle. Zhang Yun chuckled, savoring the pleasant moment they had just shared. You said it yourself, I want it every day after we get married. Zhang Yun shouted after Han Suomei's retreating figure. After Han Suomei disappeared from sight, Zhang Yun calmed down and then stored some menling in his spiritual spring space. Next, Zhang Yun used his spatial power to teleport directly to Yunding Mountain in Fengshan County. Yesterday, Zhang Yun had already bought some goods in Zushi Street, and he knew that Zushi Street was a treasure trove. He planned to take advantage of the night to continue his gold rush in Zushi Street. It was already past 7 o'clock, the time when people were coming and going in Zushi Street. After emerging from the medium-sized spatial passage in Yunding Mountain, Zhang Yun immediately ran down the mountain and arrived at the east entrance of Zushi Street. When Zhang Yun appeared carrying 2 fertilizer bags, the 2 Axe gang members guarding the entrance immediately locked onto him. Clearly, the Axe gang members had lost track of Zhang Yun the previous night and had even been beaten up by him. The Axe gang leader had then ordered that they be on high alert regarding Zhang Yun. Now that Zhang Yun had finally shown himself, the 2 Axe gang members guarding the entrance exchanged a nod. Go in and sell your goods, 2 mao each. One of the guards called out as Zhang Yun carried the fertilizer bags inside. Zhang Yun took out the 2 mao he had already put in his pocket and handed it over. Naturally, the 2 Axe gang members guarding the gate didn't give Zhang Yun any trouble. After letting him in, one of them ran to the back of a nearby house and told a sentry crouching there, the guy the boss is looking for has arrived. Go and inform the boss. Chapter 286 The Axe Gang has come looking forward. Zhang Yun, carrying 2 fertilizer bags, returned to the spot where he had set up his stall the previous night. Upon opening the fertilizer bags, 200 wild rabbits were revealed inside. With Zhang Yun there, the rabbits didn't hop or jump around, showing no sign of escaping. Naturally, as soon as Zhang Yun opened the fertilizer bags, passers-by saw the rabbits inside, and soon a crowd gathered. Young man, how much are these rabbits? An old man asked. 4 yuan each, or you can use a receipt of the same value. Zhang Yun replied immediately. The same price as yesterday. Zhang Yun had planned to do business on Zushi Street long-term. He wouldn't change the price arbitrarily and would maintain this price indefinitely. Young man, this price is a bit expensive. The old man's tone was tinged with anger. Honest and fair, this is the price I always sell at. Sir, if you want to buy, buy, if not, please leave. Although Zhang Yun was the seller, he had no intention of haggling with these people. He wasn't intimidated by this troublesome old man at all. This was Axe Gang territory. The old man could usually bully others on the street, but here in Zushi Street, if he caused trouble, Zhang Yun wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Patrolling Axe Gang members would naturally handle it. You, how could you do this? Don't you want to sell the rabbit anymore? The old man pointed angrily at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun sat calmly, lazily replying, buy it or don't, it's up to you. The old man was furious. He wanted to yell at him, but he knew very well that if he dared to shout in Zushi Street and disturb the surrounding tourists and stall owners, the Axe Gang members would come out. If the Axe Gang members came, the old man, regardless of the reason, would have to pay at least 1 yuan, or more, to get away. If you won't sell, then don't sell. I'll never buy anything from you. The old man said angrily and left, very disgruntled. Just after the old man left, an older woman took out 20 jin, approximately 10 caddies, of grain coupons and handed them to Zhang Yun. "Young man, could you give me a rabbit?" Zhang Yun took it and smiled. "Auntie, pick one yourself." Although the 20 jin of grain coupons weren't worth 4 yuan in cash, Zhang Yun could see the old woman's unease. She was probably poor. He didn't say anything more. A lower price was fine. Thank you, thank you." The old woman thanked him and immediately picked out a wild rabbit and put it in her basket. Afterwards, others gathered around, each taking out cash or coupons to exchange for wild rabbits. 200 wild rabbits might sound like a lot, but Zushi Street was bustling with tourists, many of whom came specifically to buy things. They would buy whatever they wanted if it appeared. In half an hour, 150 of the 200 rabbits were sold. The remaining 50 rabbits were placed in a fertilizer bag. Meanwhile, at the eastern entrance of Zushi Street, Brother Xiong, the leader of the Axe Gang, arrived, followed by 10 burly thugs. "Boss." The 2 Axe Gang members guarding the entrance immediately stood at attention and respectfully greeted their leader upon his arrival. "That rabbit seller is here again?" Gang leader Xiong's voice was slightly hoarse, but his tone carried a sharp, imposing aura. "He's here." He picked up 2 fertilizer bags again. The brothers patrolling inside said he's selling wild rabbits again. One of the guards immediately replied, "Good." Xiong coldly responded, then waved his hand, leading 10 thugs into Zushi Street. Shortly afterward, Xiong and his 10 men arrived near Zhang Yun's stall. He waved his hand, signaling his men to disguise themselves as tourists and wander around the area. After all, this was Zushi Street, a major source of income for the Axe Gang. Xiong couldn't break the rules. He certainly wouldn't confront Zhang Yun here. Now, Brother Xiong is personally taking action. He's waiting for Zhang Yun to sell all the rabbits and leave Zushi Street before he makes his move to capture him. Yesterday, Zhang Yun sold 200 rabbits, accumulating a large sum of cash and receipts. Brother Xiong had noticed this long ago. He sent 2 men to follow Zhang Yun, intending to find his residence and then lead his Axe Gang members to rob him and steal all his possessions. However, Zhang Yun discovered the 2 Axe Gang members following him and beat them up. After learning of this, Brother Xiong gave the order to find Zhang Yun. He would personally deal with him. Now, Brother Xiong, disguised as a tourist, stands in front of Zhang Yun's stall, observing him closely. Zhang Yun's remaining 50 rabbits were sold out in no time. Zhang Yun naturally sensed Brother Xiong and his 10 Axe Gang thugs. He remained silent, diligently conducting his business until all the rabbits were sold. He received 200 yuan in cash, along with a large stack of receipts. Zhang Yun put the cash and receipts into his waist pouch, then rolled up 2 fertilizer bags before picking up his carrying pole and leaving. Brother Xiong calmly followed behind, staying about 5 meters behind, intentionally avoiding Zhang Yun's gaze using the other tourists as cover. Brother Xiong thought he wouldn't be noticed. However, Zhang Yun possessed extremely keen senses. He not only noticed Brother Xiong's movements but also sensed the movements of the other 10 thugs. 5 of the 10 thugs walked ahead, pretending to leave through the west entrance of Zushi Street. Brother Xiong and the other 5 thugs followed behind, one in front and one behind. As Zhang Yun walked, he noticed a middle-aged woman selling an iron pot. He stopped, inquired about the purchase, and bought the pot for 10 yuan. This small cast iron pot seemed perfect for cooking outdoors, so Zhang Yun bought it without hesitation. Afterward, Zhang Yun continued walking along Zushi Street, but finding nothing particularly interesting, he headed towards the western entrance. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yun finally emerged from Zushi Street and entered a small alley. Brother Xiong, with 10 thugs, blocked the alleyway. Zhang Yun put down all his belongings, simply holding his bamboo carrying pole, and stood calmly in the alley. "You 11 guys have been following me all this way. What do you want?" Zhang Yun called out calmly. "Kid, you've sold so many rabbits, you have so much money. Giving us some as a token of appreciation isn't too much to ask, is it?" One of the thugs sneered. "Oh, I sold rabbits on Zushi Street. You know that, yet you still try to rob me. Aren't you afraid of the Axe Gang's retaliation?" Zhang Yun smiled faintly. "What is the Axe Gang? If our Iron Fist Gang sets its sights on something, does the Axe Gang dare to interfere?" At this moment, Brother Xiong, the Axe Gang leader, shouted, immediately signaling his 10 thugs to deal with Zhang Yun. Although Brother Xiong believed he could defeat Zhang Yun, he still didn't want to tarnish the reputation of the Axe Gang, so he fabricated the Iron Fist Gang. Chapter 287, Subduing the Axe Gang by Force. "Looks like you're not going to let me go tonight." Zhang Yun faced the 11 members of the Axe Gang and spoke calmly. Although these 11 men all looked tall, strong, and intimidating, they were nothing but trash in Zhang Yun's eyes. Even though Zhang Yun sensed that each of them had an axe tucked into their belt, he didn't take them seriously. After all, his speed was too fast, exceeding human limits. If he ran, these 11 men wouldn't be able to touch him. "Kid, be smart and hand over the money." One of the axe gang members pulled out an axe and raised it threateningly. This axe was only the size of a palm, with a handle a foot long, and a crescent-shaped, extremely sharp blade. In the past, simply displaying this axe was enough to intimidate targets, and it was always effective. "Kid, you'd better hand over your money and tell us where you caught those rabbits. Otherwise, we'll cripple you today." At this moment, Brother Xiong, the leader of the axe gang, spoke up. Clearly, this gang leader had thought things through more deeply. He had been observing Zhang Yun for 2 days, noting that Zhang Yun brought 200 rabbits to Zushi Street to sell each day. He knew Zhang Yun was definitely a hunter, and that he controlled a mountainous area rich in rabbits. If they forced Zhang Yun to reveal this area, Brother Xiong could contact a group of hunters to go there and catch all the rabbits. Then, they could sell them in Zushi Street, and the axe gang would definitely make a fortune. "Yes, tell us where you caught those rabbits." The axe gang members understood their leader's intentions and echoed him. Zhang Yun couldn't help but scrutinize Brother Xiong. This guy was smart enough to be a gang leader. "What if I don't tell you?" Zhang Yun remained calm, leaning against his carrying pole, observing these people. This sentence directly enraged the axe gang members. "Cut off his hand," gang leader Xiong ordered. The axe gang had no patience for endless words with Zhang Yun. They revered force. Since Zhang Yun wouldn't yield verbally, they'd subdue him with their axes. So, except for Xiong, the 10 axe gang thugs charged forward, axes raised. "Sai, do you really want me to do it?" Zhang Yun said calmly, suddenly raising his carrying pole. The first thug who charged forward was about to raise his axe to strike when suddenly the carrying pole, like a steel spear, thrust at his nose. With a cry of pain, the thug's nose was brutally struck, and he involuntarily collapsed. The second thug charged immediately after, and the carrying pole, as if it had eyes, also struck his nose. The bamboo carrying pole, carrying Zhang Yun's immense strength, struck the thug's nose, crushing it instantly. Naturally, before the second thug even saw Zhang Yun's face, he was sent flying backward, crashing into an axe gang member behind him, both falling to the ground. Zhang Yun's extraordinary perception allowed him to clearly sense the location of everyone even in the complete darkness of the alley. So, after taking down 2 men, Zhang Yun lunged forward, his carrying pole thrusting out like a spear, striking another thug in the nose. Ouch! The thug immediately dropped his axe, collapsing to the ground, clutching his flattened nose, wailing loudly. Zhang Yun wouldn't let their cries deter him. He continued thrusting forward, the carrying pole seemingly guided by divine intervention, each thrust flattening a man's nose. Thus, 10 axe gang thugs, without even seeing Zhang Yun's face, had all their noses flattened. The 10 thugs clutched their noses, feeling the hot blood flowing from them, howling in pain. "Boss, save us! Boss, this guy is so cunning!" Feeling Zhang Yun was right beside them, the 10 thugs, fearing he would strike again, immediately cried out. Gang leader Xiong was initially confident that his 10 men could easily beat Zhang Yun in this secluded alley. However, to his surprise, Xiong heard his 10 men calling for him. At that moment, Xiong realized that Zhang Yun had already taught his men a lesson. "Damn it, you dare to hit my underlings? I'll cripple you." So, Xiong drew his axe and immediately rushed into the alley, ready to kill Zhang Yun. Actually, Xiong also possessed family martial arts skills and had practiced martial arts since childhood. Even in the darkness, he could vaguely see Zhang Yun's figure. At this moment, Xiong charged straight at Zhang Yun. "You dare come? I'll cripple you," Zhang Yun said calmly. Xiong's movements clearly showed the basics of martial arts training. His stance was always perfectly coordinated. He raised his axe and approached Zhang Yun, poised to strike. Zhang Yun suddenly retreated, as if using ghostly footwork, instantly dodging the axe's swing. Zhang Yun's body suddenly appeared behind Brother Xiong. "Impossible! How can you be so fast?" Brother Xiong, as expected of someone who had practiced martial arts, sensed Zhang Yun's presence behind him immediately. He understood that Zhang Yun's movements were too fast, it was beyond his reach. Just as Brother Xiong shouted this, the carrying pole struck him on the head. The crisp sound of bone breaking with a loud thud revealed the force of the blow. Brother Xiong cried out, and his body collapsed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Zhang Yun calmly put away Brother Xiong's axe, then walked over and picked up the axes of the other 10 men, throwing them all into his spiritual spring space. "Don't hit me!" One of the axe gang thugs sensed Zhang Yun approaching and was terrified. No, I surrender, please stop hitting me." Another thug beside him cried out in terror. "Big brother, we'll never mess with you again, please spare us." The other thugs also begged for mercy. Clearly, Zhang Yun had subdued all 11 men with a single carrying pole, subduing the strongest force of the axe gang. Now, they only felt fear in the face of Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun coughed twice, calming everyone down. "Tell me, where is your axe gang's base? Tomorrow night, I'm going to your axe gang headquarters. You'd better prepare 5,000 yuan. If you don't have 5,000 yuan, I'll have no choice but to wipe out the axe gang." Zhang Yun said calmly. "Kill these people? Of course, Zhang Yun wouldn't do that. But since the Axe Gang dared to threaten and intimidate him, Zhang Yun wouldn't let them off easily. He demanded compensation from the Axe Gang. Yes, yes, yes. The 11 thugs responded in a panic. Chapter 288 Taming Wolves, Axe Gang Base. After leaving the alley, Zhang Yun arrived at a deserted street and instantly used his spatial powers to teleport back. Upon emerging from the basement behind the new house, Zhang Yun sensed someone waiting for him at the shed. So, riding his Suro down the mountain, Zhang Yun deliberately took a detour before returning to the shed in front of the new house. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangxin, and Sun Zhenwen. 9 people in total arrived at the shed. Before them were 4 bamboo cages containing 4 wild wolves. Having captured 4 wolves alive at Jiaotang Ranch, Zhang Jiwu and the others disposed of the remaining 6 wolves before returning to the village with the 4 remaining wolves. Naturally, the Zhuan hunting team wanted to tame the 4 wolves so they could use them to drive away wild animals when entering the mountains, allowing them to ambush and capture them. However, none of Zhang Jiwu's 9 men had the ability to tame wild animals, so they escorted the 4 wolves to find Zhang Yun. Yun Yazi, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for an hour. Zhang Jiwu finally saw Zhang Yun return and couldn't help but complain. The 9 men had assumed Zhang Yun was on night watch at the tea plantation, so they brought the wolves, only to find he wasn't there at all, leaving them to wait. Naturally, Zhang Yun couldn't tell the truth. He was just in the county town, and now he's in Zhuan village. No one would believe him if he said that. Oh, I went to talk to some hunter friends, so I'm back a little late. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Anyway, those hunter friends were always Zhang Yun's excuse. The 9 members of the hunting team had no doubts. They firmly believed that Zhang Yun must have many hunter friends, which would explain why he was always able to catch so many wild animals. As for why Zhang Yun didn't introduce his hunter friends to the others, the 9 men understood. After all, it was Zhang Yun's secret and his source of income. He wouldn't easily reveal it to others. Zhang Jiwu immediately pointed to the 4 bamboo cages and politely said, Yun Yazi, you must help us tame these 4 wild wolves. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun naturally understood why the 9 men were waiting for him. At noon, Zhang Yun himself had said that he would help the 9 men tame the 4 wild wolves if they took them back. Alright, you can leave the wolf here and come pick it up tomorrow morning. Zhang Yun replied. How could Zhang Yun possibly demonstrate to the 9 men how he tamed the wolf? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankan, Zhang Bingqian, Sun Fugui, Yang Dazu, Zhang Yumu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jiangxin, and Sun Zhenwen assumed that Zhang Yun had a unique method that he couldn't conveniently show them, so they didn't suspect anything. Okay, we'll come tomorrow morning. Zhang Jiwu responded. After watching the 9 people leave, Zhang Yun then stored the 4 wolves into his spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 5,212. Only 1 acceleration point was added, meaning the 4 wolves weighed just over 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms. Immediately, Zhang Yun issued a mental command. Add 1 acceleration point to the wolves. Add 1 speed up point to the wolves. Each wolf consumed 3 speed up points, for a total of 12. Zhang Yun's consciousness then established a connection with the 4 wolves. In other words, he tamed the 4 wolves. Speed up points, 5,200. Immediately, Zhang Yun released the 4 wolves. The wolves, which had previously displayed a very sinister and ferocious gaze, now became much gentler and more human-like. From now on, you must obey the orders of the 9 base hunting team and help them capture wild animals. Zhang Yun said this, essentially telling the 4 wolves that the 9 members of the 9 base hunting team were now their masters. The 4 wolves looked up and howled, responding to Zhang Yun. Afterward, Zhang Yun took a quick shower before returning to the shed and immediately fell asleep. In an abandoned brick factory in Fengshen County, a warehouse had been cleared out and filled with furniture. This was clearly the Axe Gang's base. Gang leader Xiong, along with 10 henchmen, helped each other back to the base. A doctor who had long cooperated with the Axe Gang was also called in. He treated Xiong and the 10 henchmen's injuries. Their heads were all wrapped in white gauze, a rather comical sight. After the doctor left, Xiong kept pounding the table beside him, appearing extremely angry. We've met our match. That guy's strength is no less than mine. He ambushed us and injured us. This grudge cannot be forgotten. Brother Xiong said coldly. Inside the warehouse, 30 members of the Axe Gang looked surprised upon hearing their leader's words. That guy has already said they'll come to our base tomorrow and demand 5,000 yuan. We, the Axe Gang, are the ones who extort others. Who dares to threaten us? You all better prepare tomorrow. Call all the brothers over, grab all the weapons. If that guy dares to come, I'll make sure you die here. Brother Xiong announced. Yes, sir. The Axe Gang members shouted in unison. Since its establishment in Fengshen County, the Axe Gang had swept away all other gangs, monopolizing the dark forces in the entire county. Therefore, the Axe Gang was an undisputed force in Fengshan County. They had never failed in robbing anyone they wanted before. Tonight, the gang leader, leading 10 thugs, failed miserably and was severely beaten by Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun even threatened to demand 5,000 yuan in compensation, a clear provocation to the Axe Gang. The Axe Gang, naturally, wouldn't back down. Immediately, Brother Xiong waved his hand, dismissing all his men. After all 30 men had left, Brother Xiong went to a metal cabinet, took out a key he kept close to his body, and opened it. Inside was a Mauser pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. Below the pistol were 3 neatly packed packages. Brother Xiong picked up the pistol, breathed on it, and coldly said, "Damn it, you broke my head. If you dare come tomorrow, I'll shoot you dead." Holding the gun, Brother Xiong tested the trigger, confirming it was in good working order, and then he felt relieved. Then, Brother Xiong opened a package, inside which were piles of 10 yuan notes. This was all the wealth the Axe Gang had accumulated. A total of 30,000 yuan. It was all stored in this iron cabinet. It took my Axe Gang 3 years to save up this 30,000 yuan. That bastard asked for 5,000 yuan right off the bat. What a boastful tone. But you'll have to take responsibility for your arrogance. If you dare come tomorrow, I'll kill you. Nobody can shit on the Axe Gang's head. Brother Xiong said coldly. Chapter 289, Ginseng Planting Site Number 14, planning to go to Siming Mountain. At 5 a.m., Zhang Yun instinctively woke up again. The first thing he did was instinctively enter the Spirit Spring space. Sure enough, another acre of land had been added. This was plot number 14. With Jiaotang Ranch as a major customer, we can send out more than 2,000 wild rabbits every day. Plots 3, 9, 12, and 13. These 4 acres are enough for rabbit breeding. We also have several meat processing plant customers for wild boars. Plots 6, 10, and 11 in the Spirit Spring space are currently sufficient for their breeding. The number of bamboo rats is also quite large, but with Jiaotang Ranch helping with sales, the 1 acre on plot number 5 is enough. We don't need to add more land for bamboo rat breeding for now. Then, as I thought yesterday, I'll turn plot number 14 into a breeding ground for ginseng and valuable timber. Zhang Yun murmured, quickly making a decision. So, Zhang Yun immediately issued the command in his mind. Add 100 acceleration points to plot number 14. In an instant, plot number 14, which had just been added, activated, with its time flow speed increasing 100 times compared to the outside world. Acceleration points, 5,100. Immediately, Zhang Yun transplanted the 10 ginseng plants he had dug up yesterday to plot number 14, and also tossed over 200 watermelon seeds into it. It's the hottest time of summer now, and watermelons are great for cooling off. We must plant more. These 10 ginseng plants will bear fruit in a few days, and after further planting, they will quickly become hundreds of ginseng plants. In this way, after a year, these ginseng plants will all be 100 years old. Zhang Yun smiled happily. After arranging plot number 14, Zhang Yun then teleported to the large stone cave near Jiaotang Ranch. The first thing Zhang Yun did was take out a scale and place it directly on the ground. Then, Zhang Yun took out 20 large bamboo baskets and placed 100 wild rabbits in each basket, a total of 2,000 wild rabbits. The spiritual spring space already had a lot of bamboo for breeding bamboo rats. In his spare time, Zhang Yun used his consciousness to cut the bamboo in the space and weave it into bamboo baskets, carrying baskets, hampers, and crates, a great many of them. Because Zhang Yun knew he would need these bamboo products at any time, he naturally wanted to prepare them in advance. Next, Zhang Yun took out 3 more bamboo baskets and put 500 bamboo rats inside. Of course, within the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun used his consciousness as a knife to cut off the teeth of these bamboo rats. Thus, the bamboo rats couldn't bite through the bamboo baskets and couldn't escape. He then took out 2 more bamboo baskets and put 50 snakes in each basket, a total of 100 snakes. Of course, the fangs of these snakes had been cut off. He then took out 10 bamboo baskets, each containing 50 chickens, for a total of 500 chickens. Finally, Zhang Yun took out 20 wild boars, each weighing 300 jin, approximately 150 catties. Zhang Yun personally weighed each of these wild animals on a scale and recorded the weight on a piece of paper. Afterward, Zhang Yun left the paper on the ground, weighing it down with a pebble. This is my first transaction with Jiaotang Ranch. Selling this batch will bring me 12,000 yuan. That's like becoming a 10,000 yuan household in one day. Zhang Yun smiled happily. This is the thrill of having a major client. One shipment is equivalent to a dozen smaller clients. Moreover, with the expansion of the Spirit Spring space 1 acre per day in another month, Zhang Yun's daily supply to Jiaotang Ranch will definitely increase several times over. Thus, Zhang Yun can earn tens of thousands of yuan every day. This is pure profiteering. Of course, Zhang Yun won't rely solely on Jiaotang Ranch for sales. He will definitely develop other major clients to ensure each one earns him 10,000 yuan per day, thus avoiding attracting too much attention. I've agreed with Yuan Wenkong that I can't let anyone know I'm supplying goods. Therefore, I've weighed all the goods now and can no longer contact the staff at Jiaotang Ranch. Now that I've weighed them, I can leave, Zhang Yun said calmly. After speaking, Zhang Yun immediately teleported away. He returned to the hill behind the new house. Then, Zhang Yun went to the shed and took out 100 sweet potatoes, 10 large grass carp, and 20 bamboo rats food for the construction workers that day. Next, Zhang Yun took out the 3,000 frogs his second sister needed and put them all into 5 fertilizer bags. After doing this, Zhang Yun mounted the sorrow. Go collect the money from Wang Xiaohua now, Zhang Yun said calmly. Last time, Zhang Yun gave Wang Xiaohua 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. 3 days have passed, it's time to go collect the money. With the sorrows for transportation, it only takes Zhang Yun 5 minutes to get to Jiagong Mountain. Soon, Zhang Yun arrived at Wang Xiaohua's doorstep. Standing outside, Zhang Yun sensed her surroundings and found that Wang Xiaohua had just gotten up and was washing her face. So Zhang Yun knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Xiaohua, who was washing her face, heard the 3 knocks and, without even drying her face, excitedly ran over and opened the door. Boss, you've finally come. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Wang Xiaohua saw Zhang Yun standing at her door, his sorrow standing majestically behind him, and 4 baskets on the cart behind him. She was immediately overjoyed. How could that be? I've been hunting in the mountains these past few days. As soon as I came down yesterday, the first place I came to was here, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Boss, come in quickly, Wang Xiaohua called out happily. Zhang Yun carried the 4 baskets inside. Wang Xiaohua went inside, retrieved a wad of cash, and immediately handed it to Zhang Yun. Boss, those 100 rabbits and 100 bamboo rats sold for a total of 598 yuan. I took 20, so here's 578 yuan, Wang Xiaohua said with a smile. A 20 yuan commission in 3 days. Wang Xiaohua was thrilled. She earned more than her son. Zhang Yun didn't count it, simply putting it into his pocket. Aunt Wang, I've heard you say you're from Sui Village. Perfect timing, I'm planning to go hunting in Siming Mountain in a couple of days. Come with me to Sui Village the day after tomorrow, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Actually, if Zhang Yun were going to Siming Mountain alone, he could easily use the spatial passage and the mutated black-tailed snake to enter without hindrance. However, Zhang Yun also wanted to take the Zhuan hunting team to Siming Mountain, and entering the mountain from Sui Village was the safest option, and also the choice of most hunters. With Wang Xiaohua, a resident of Sui Village, involved, it would be easier to manage relations with the village and ensure the Zhuan hunting team's safe entry into Siming Mountain. Oh, okay, I'll do whatever you say, boss. Wang Xiaohua immediately agreed upon hearing Zhang Yun's words. Now, Zhang Yun was Wang Xiaohua's benefactor, so of course she would agree to his request. Moreover, Wang Xiaohua had previously cured her wife's postpartum illness by buying turtles from Zhang Yun, and she had promised Zhang Yun that she would help him enter Siming Mountain from Sui Village. Chapter 290 Cutting down oak trees, planting watermelons in the valley. This time, I'll bring you another 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. Take them. Zhang Yun now understood that while the families of the miners at the Linshui mine had some spare money, they weren't particularly wealthy. Therefore, it would be difficult for Wang Xiaohua to sell 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats a day. This was equivalent to 2 or 3 days' worth of sales. In any case, Zhang Yun would maintain Wang Xiaohua's sales point, but he didn't have high expectations. Especially after acquiring Jiaotang Ranch as a major client, Zhang Yun began to change his thinking. He would focus on developing large-scale distributors like Jiaotang Ranch, so he wouldn't have to run around to different clients every morning. Zhang Yun entrusted the sale of wild animals in Wuxi County to Jiaotang Ranch. As for the sale of wild animals in Fengshan County, Zhang Yun now wanted to find a large distributor to leverage their channels to sell his animals in large quantities. Zhang Yun would maintain small sales points like those of Wang Xiaohua and his aunt Zhang Kaiyuan, but would only deliver goods every 3 days. After all, Zhang Yun's greatest asset was the Spirit Spring Space. He wanted to spend most of his time hunting beasts to increase his speed points, allowing him to expand the spatial passages throughout China. Thank you, boss. Wang Xiaohua was overjoyed to have received another batch of wild beasts. That meant a 20 yuan commission. Zhang Yun immediately left Wang Xiaohua's house, riding his cart away. The next moment, Zhang Yun teleported to the frozen stone cave in Jiming Mountain. Upon arriving, Zhang Yun sensed that most of the 100 tons of water he had delivered had already frozen into ice. Only a small portion remained. It should freeze completely in another half day. Land in the Spirit Spring Space is still scarce, so there's no rush to remove these ice layers. Besides, the new house won't be fully completed for another 2 days, and I haven't even dug an ice cellar yet. There's nowhere to put the ice now. Zhang Yun smiled faintly. Then, Zhang Yun emerged from the icy cave and immediately mounted the golden leopard. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, continue patrolling the surrounding area. Report back if you spot any large wild beasts. Zhang Yun called out to the sky. These 4 eagles had been released last night to continue patrolling the entire Jiming Mountain. Although Zhang Yun had already searched the outer and inner mountainous areas of Jiming Mountain, it was impossible to catch all the wild beasts. There were bound to be some that escaped. With the idea that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Zhang Yun naturally wouldn't let any escaped beasts go undetected. He'd catch as many as he could. Chirp, chirp. The 4 eagles, receiving their order, immediately dispersed, flying in 4 directions, each patrolling a specific area. Zhang Yun, riding his leopard, headed in one direction. I remember there was a large oak forest where we caught those 100 wild boars last time. My new house is finished, and I need to build 4 more wooden houses in the backyard. I need a lot of timber. Oak has a smooth, beautiful surface, high stability, is not easily deformed, and is resistant to corrosion and aging. It's very suitable for building wooden houses. I'll use this time to cut down a large grove of oak trees, enough to supply the 4 log cabins. Zhang Yun said calmly, directing the leopard to gallop towards the same grove of trees as before. In just 5 minutes, Zhang Yun arrived at the vast mountain hollow, filled with oak trees. It's been a long time since I've cut down trees. I'll use my strength this early in the morning to clear this entire grove. Zhang Yun said casually, his hand already gripping a machete. The machete was extremely sharp, and with Zhang Yun's strength, a single stroke severed an oak tree 20 centimeters thick. This was much faster than a saw. So, Zhang Yun chopped away, one stroke after another, felling 100 oak trees in a minute. Chopping trees was incredibly stress-relieving. Zhang Yun chopped with increasing enthusiasm, his steps never stopping, oak trees falling one after another. Finally, Zhang Yun chopped down 500 oak trees in one go, clearing half of the mountain valley. Then, Zhang Yun returned, collecting the fallen oak trees into his spiritual spring space at each location. Within the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun's consciousness was in control. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness transformed into the world's most skilled craftsman, stripping the bark from the oak trees and chopping all the oak logs into 10-meter sections. In the end, 810-meter-long oak logs were piled up in the spiritual spring space. With so many oak logs, enough to build 4 wooden houses. Zhang Yun was somewhat excited. Just then, the cry of an eagle echoed in the air. Zhang Yun recognized the sound. An eagle had returned, informing him that it had discovered a group of wild beasts. Indeed, there are still some escaped prey within Chicken Cry Mountain. Zhang Yun smiled faintly. At this moment, Zhang Yun put the golden leopard into his spiritual spring space and released the mutated black-tailed snake. For traveling, riding the mutated black-tailed snake was more comfortable. So, led by the eagle, the mutated black-tailed snake crawled swiftly, weaving through the forest like a strong gust of wind. In just 2 minutes, the mutated black-tailed snake brought Zhang Yun to a valley. Just 10 meters ahead, there was a pack of wolves. It turned out that this valley was the wolf pack's den. The surrounding mountains were all rocky, with numerous caves, making it very difficult for these wolves to be spotted. Even with the 4 eagles circling overhead, they were limited by the terrain, which was why they hadn't noticed the wolves for days. However, just now, when one of the eagles flew overhead, it spotted a wolf running into an open area. Only after flying down did it discover the entire pack. When the terrifying aura of the mutated black-tailed snake appeared, all the wolves in the valley sensed it. Driven by their survival instincts, they dared not confront the snake and instead fled in all directions. The ground of this valley was formed by the accumulation of soil eroded from the surrounding mountains. It's a natural fertile field, Zhang Yun remarked with some delight. If this land could be leveled, it could be used to grow grains and vegetables in the future. Zhang Yun didn't rush to chase after the pack of wolves. Instead, after sensing the surrounding terrain, he said with some delight. At this moment, 200 watermelon seedlings had been planted in plot number 14. Although only an hour had passed, at a 100x times speed, it felt like 100 hours had elapsed. Therefore, the 200 watermelon seedlings had sprouted and grown vines 10 centimeters long. Zhang Yun then planned to transplant these 200 watermelon seedlings into the valley. Then, he would plant the remaining watermelon seeds in plot number 14. Just as Zhang Yun was making these plans, the mutated black-tailed snake caught up with a wild wolf. Chapter 291 Earning 10,000 a day easily. Woof! The wolf sensed the aura of the mutated black-tailed snake. Completely defenseless, it fainted the moment the snake's head pressed down on its body. Zhang Yun, sitting on the mutated snake, casually touched the wolf and stored it in his spiritual spring space. The mutated snake continued its charge. Zhang Yun sensed there were still 20 wolves. It seemed that besides the leopard and the 20 large snakes, this pack of wolves was also a major overlord in Chicken Cry Mountain. The wolves controlled this valley, roaming freely and hunting wild animals in the surrounding mountains when hungry, a comfortable life indeed. But now, these wolves had encountered Zhang Yun. This was a turning point in their fate. Woof, woof. The fleeing wolves let out mournful howls. But the mutated black-tailed snake charged forward at lightning speed, crushing everything in its path. Whether it charged or swept its tail, the running wolves couldn't withstand a single blow, and one by one they were knocked unconscious. Thus, due to the mutated black-tailed snake's overwhelming power, none of the 20 wolves escaped, they were all knocked unconscious. Zhang Yun jumped down, went to each wolf, and collected them all into his spiritual spring space. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space and saw the numbers above plot number 1. Acceleration points, 5,106. 6 acceleration points have been added, meaning these 20 wolves weigh a total of over 600 jin, approximately 300 kilograms, with each wolf averaging about 30 jin, approximately 15 catties. I caught 8 mountain wolves before, and now I've caught another 20 wild wolves, making a total of 28 wolves. These wolves can help me hunt wild animals in the future. In that case, let's tame them all, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Immediately, Zhang Yun issued a command with his mind. Add 1 speed up point to the wild wolf. Add 1 speed up point to the wild wolf. In one go, Zhang Yun used 3 speed up points on each wolf, consuming a total of 84 speed up points, and successfully tamed all 28 wild wolves. Speed up points, 5,022. After clearing out the wild wolves, Zhang Yun turned his attention to the valley. The valley was about 1 square kilometer in area, not very large. The surrounding mountains had accumulated a large amount of soil over the years through rain erosion, turning the entire valley into fertile land. The valley was surrounded by rocks, while the land within was covered with various low trees and shrubs. I'll cut down the surrounding trees first, then burn all the trees in the valley down. Zhang Yun had decided to turn this valley into his private farmland, and he began to act. Because the goal was to burn the trees in the valley, and to prevent the fire from spreading to the surrounding mountains, it was essential to cut down all the trees and weeds around the valley. Zhang Yun, wielding a machete, moved swiftly. With each swing of his machete, trees and bushes within a meter radius felled. Zhang Yun also released 28 wolves and 20 large snakes, who followed behind him, clearing away the trees and weeds along the way and piling them up in the valley. In just half an hour, Zhang Yun cleared the trees and bushes along the entire edge of the valley, creating a 5-meter wide clearing. This way, even if the fire in the valley grew large, it wouldn't be able to reach the trees on the surrounding mountains. Zhang Yun sensed the wind direction in the valley and immediately moved to the upwind side. At this moment, Zhang Yun picked 5 fruits from a candle tree. These were 5 candles. Then, Zhang Yun took out matches and lit all 5 candles. 5 wolves, each carrying a candle, ran off to 5 clumps of dry grass and threw the candles down. The candles contained a lot of resin, and as soon as they landed, they ignited the 5 clumps of grass. With the wind, the fire in the grass quickly grew fiercer, spreading like a fiery tiger. 5 fire dragons, fueled by the wind, grew larger and larger. The sky turned a vibrant red, creating a world of light in the dead of night. Fortunately, the area was surrounded by mountains, so even though flames shot into the sky, the light remained faint and didn't cause much of a stir. The fire spread through the valley, and in just 10 minutes, it had consumed all the trees and grass. In a day, the ashes will cool down, Zhang Yun said calmly. Next time I come, I can turn over the soil in this valley and plant watermelon vines, Zhang Yun said casually. Then, Zhang Yun looked at the sky and saw that it was already dawn, probably past 7 o'clock. Therefore, Zhang Yun decided not to stay on Jiming Mountain any longer and immediately teleported to the back mountain of Kushui Commune. After coming down from the back mountain, Zhang Yun took out his cart and 6 baskets filled with 500 wild rabbits. Another busy day began. After delivering 500 wild rabbits to Duan Zhaizhong, Zhang Yun earned a total of 1,299 yuan. After 8 o'clock, Zhang Yun delivered another 500 wild rabbits and 200 grass carp to the Kushui Supply and Marketing Cooperative, earning a total of 2,140 yuan. Next, Zhang Yun went to the Hongling Meat Processing Plant, Fengguang Meat Processing Plant, Railong Meat Processing Plant, and Qingshan Meat Processing Plant, delivering 2 wolves and 300 wild rabbits to each. From these 4 meat processing plants, Zhang Yun earned a total of 4,565 yuan. Therefore, Zhang Yun now had 35,777.7 yuan in cash. Afterwards, Zhang Yun traveled to Nanqiao Commune. First, he went to the Nanqiao Supply and Marketing Cooperative, delivering 500 wild rabbits and earning 1,324 yuan. Then he delivered 200 wild rabbits to Zhao Sangguang, earning 467 yuan. So, Zhang Yun's cash reached 37,568.7 yuan. Just from this morning's work, Zhang Yun earned 10,000 yuan. Of course, this didn't include the goods from Jiaotang Ranch. After finishing all these tasks, Zhang Yun finally arrived at his uncle Chen He's house. Upon arriving at the courtyard gate, Zhang Yun saw his 3 cousins, Daniu, Huahua, and Godan, playing games together. Zhang Yun got off Sumatran, picked up a cloth bag, and went into the courtyard. Cousin, brother Yun, cousin Yun, The three siblings excitedly called out upon seeing Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun put down the cloth bag and took out the 20 peaches and hundreds of dates inside. "Is Aunt home?" Zhang Yun asked with a smile. "Mom went out. She said she went out to collect money," Daniil replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood. His aunt, Zhang Kaiyu, must have already sold the rabbits, and she was going to collect the payment today. Zhang Yun's purpose in coming wasn't to collect the money, he just wanted to check on his aunt Zhang Kaiyu's rabbit sales. If she encountered any problems, he could help her out. Now, from Daniil's words, Zhang Yun understood that his aunt had gotten the hang of it and could sell wild animals independently. Knowing this, Zhang Yun said with a smile, "Daniil, hua hua, go Dan, tell aunt that I don't have time to come tomorrow." With that, Zhang Yun left. Tomorrow, Han Suomei's parents would be coming, and Zhang Yun would definitely have to spend the day with them. He wouldn't have time to come to Nanqiao Commune. Chapter 292 The shock of everyone at Jiaotang Ranch. Jiaotang Ranch. Ranch owner Yuan Wenkong arrived at the ranch early in the morning. Normally, Yuan Wenkong wouldn't arrive until after 9 a.m., but today was different. He arrived at the ranch around 7 a.m. Mainly because Yuan Wenkong had finalized the deal with Zhang Yun yesterday, and this was the first day. Yuan Wenkong needed to personally inspect the situation to see if Zhang Yun had indeed delivered a large batch of wild animals. After all, this concerned the future survival of Jiaotang Ranch, and Yuan Wenkong needed to personally oversee the process to ensure his peace of mind. The captain of the armed team, Yuan Daijin, also arrived at the ranch early in the morning, following Yuan Wenkong's orders. At this time, in the office building, owner Yuan Wenkong stood on the second floor, waiting. The 10 staff members arranged yesterday were required to assemble at 8 a.m. Sure enough, before 8 a.m., the 10 strong male staff members had all arrived. Yuan Wenkong was satisfied. Only after all 10 staff members had assembled did he come downstairs and approach them. "Listen up, everyone. I've contacted hunters in the surrounding villages and bought a batch of wild animals from them. Go to the warehouse, get your carts out, and come with me to collect the animals." Yuan Wenkong immediately gave the order. Undoubtedly, Yuan Wenkong wouldn't reveal Zhang Yun's involvement, it was his secret, and the key to keeping his position as ranch owner. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Zhang Yun, Jiaotang Ranch would receive a steady stream of wild animals from him, which would dramatically change the ranch's operations, making a lot of money and securing Yuan Wenkong's position. Yuan Daijin, the captain of the armed team, froze upon hearing this. When were the hunters contacted? Could it be the hunters from those 5 hunting teams yesterday? Impossible. The hunters from the Siwi Village hunting team, the Nanqiao hunting team, the Jiaotang hunting team, the Qinjiago hunting team, and the Tanwan hunting team, while capable, couldn't possibly provide a large quantity of wild animals. Although he had doubts, Yuan Daijin wisely remained calm and didn't ask any questions. The 10 workers, naturally, had no objections. They all went to the warehouse and each pushed out a cart. These carts were usually used to cut grass and transport it to the factory so the black goats could graze there. Now, the 10 workers followed Yuan Wenkong towards the northern edge of the Jiaotang Ranch. About 5 minutes later, Yuan Wenkong reached the designated stone cave hilltop. It was already light. Yuan Wenkong was the first to climb the hilltop, heading straight for the large stone cave. It was only 20 meters high, so it was no challenge for everyone. They all made it to the top. Yuan Wenkong had already seen the obvious wheel tracks at the foot of the hilltop, which reassured him. He knew these were the tracks left by Zhang Yun when he transported the wild animals. But when he reached the cave entrance and saw what was inside, Yuan Wenkong's mouth dropped open in shock, and he remained speechless for a long time. After Yuan Daijin and 10 other staff members arrived, everyone exclaimed in unison, "So many wild animals! These hunters are amazing! How could they have caught so many wild animals? My God! Rabbits, bamboo rats, snakes, chickens, wild boars! Who are these hunters? They're amazing! So many wild animals! If we sell them, we'll make at least 10,000 yuan." Yuan Daijin was astonished. The 10 workers jumped for joy. Because Jiaotang Ranch had been struggling financially recently, wages were frequently delayed, and these 10 workers had been harboring resentment. But after seeing so many wild animals, the 10 understood that if they sold them, Jiaotang Ranch would definitely make a fortune, and their owed wages would be settled. Yuan Wenkong rushed into the cave and quickly found the letter lying on the ground, pressed down by pebbles. Picking it up, he saw that the letter listed the weights of various wild animals. Moreover, Zhang Yun had left the scale in the cave, the meaning being clear: when the people from Jiaotang Ranch came, they could weigh the animals themselves to verify the weights listed on the letter. This was Yuan Wenkong's first time working with Zhang Yun, so naturally he wanted to weigh everything himself. So, Yuan Wenkong called out, "Weigh these rabbits in the bamboo baskets first." 2,000 rabbits were packed into 20 large bamboo baskets. The 10 workers followed instructions, taking turns placing the baskets on the scale and weighing all the rabbits. Yuan Wenkang recorded the weight of the rabbits in each basket, and after adding them all up, confirmed that the weight Zhang Yun had specified on the letter was correct. Then, he weighed 500 bamboo rats, 100 snakes, 500 chickens, and 20 wild boars. The weights were all very close to the figures Zhang Yun had written down. Yuan Wenkang immediately started calculating on the letter. 2,000 rabbits, weighing 9,845 jin, approximately 492.5 catties, at 5 mao, 0.5 yuan, per jin, totaling 4,922 yuan. 500 bamboo rats, weighing 1,576 jin, 788 catties, at 6 mao, 0.6 yuan, per jin, totaling 945 yuan. 100 snakes, weighing 523 jin, 216.5 kilograms, at 8 mao, 0.8 yuan, per jin, totaling 418 yuan. 500 chickens, weighing 2,167 jin, 143.5 kilograms, at 5 mao, 0.5 yuan, per jin, totaling 1,083 yuan. 20 wild boars, weighing 6,843 jin, 342.5 kilograms, at 5 mao, 0.5 yuan, per jin, totaling 3,421 yuan. Roughly calculated, Zhang Yun earned 10,789 yuan. When Yuan Wenkang calculated the result, his eyes widened in shock at Zhang Yun's daily income. He earned a 10,000 yuan household in just one day. Of course, Yuan Wenkang didn't know that Zhang Yun wasn't just a customer of Jiaotang Ranch. Zhang Yun had personally delivered goods that morning, earning over 10,000 yuan as well. He earned 20,000 yuan that day. If Yuan Wenkang knew this fact, he would be even more shocked. Although initially shocked, Yuan Wenkang quickly regained his composure. He knew perfectly well that this was Zhang Yun's skill, and the income earned by Zhang Yun and his hunter friends. These hunters were formidable, and Yuan Wenkang wouldn't harbor any greedy thoughts. He wouldn't interfere or try to take advantage of Zhang Yun's earnings. Furthermore, Yuan Wenkang knew that as long as he sold this batch of goods, Jiaotang Ranch would earn around 2,000 yuan. That was more profitable than raising black goats. And this kind of quick money could be earned every day. Therefore, Yuan Wenkang admired Zhang Yun quite a bit. He understood that he needed to maintain a friendly relationship with Zhang Yun and continue this lucrative business. Alright, load all the goods onto the carts and take them back to the factory immediately. Yuan Wenkang gave the order right away. These 5 wild animals were all in high demand on the market, and Yuan Wenkang could make a profit simply by reselling them to meat processing plants. However, Yuan Wenkang certainly wouldn't do that. After all, he was the owner of Jiaotang Ranch, and he had connections with numerous state-owned restaurants, canteens, factories, and mines. He naturally wanted to maximize his profits, and would prioritize selling these animals to these entities. 10 workers excitedly worked together to move the animals out of the cave and onto a cart. Chapter 293 Yangtaishan Ranch. The operators do not believe it. Yangtaishan Ranch is located in the eastern part of Fengshan County. After finishing his own business, Zhang Yun, as agreed, first teleported to the medium-sized spatial portal at Yunning Mountain, then rode his Suro at breakneck speed along the county road under the blazing sun. On the road near Fengshan County, some trucks still traveled, but most were ox-drawn carts. As Zhang Yun rode his Suro at breakneck speed, he naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. What's that? Is it a horse? It doesn't look like a horse, more like a big donkey. More like a sheep. And a cow too. You all don't know, do you? This is a 4-legged antelope. They usually live in the mountains. I didn't expect this guy to be so capable, actually catching such a large 4-legged antelope. Suros are rare, but some people still recognize them. As Zhang Yun sped along, he attracted the attention of people on both sides of the road. In the 1970s, people's entertainment was limited, mostly consisting of gossiping about neighborhood life. The rare sight of Zhang Yun riding a Suro quickly spread among the surrounding populace. Zhang Yun paid no heed to their opinions. He simply rode the Suro at breakneck speed, heading straight for Yangtai mountain pasture. After riding for half an hour and covering 60 li, approximately 30 kilometers, Zhang Yun finally reached a mountainous area. The mountains in this area were not very high, mostly under 100 meters, but a few towering peaks of 200 or 300 meters stood out prominently. This was the Yangtai mountain area. The Yangtai mountain area was vast, bordering the territories of 8 surrounding people's communes. In some year, the county government summoned the leaders of the 8 people's communes and tasked them with jointly managing the Yangtai mountain area, establishing the Yangtai mountain pasture. The place was called a ranch, but in reality, it was a collection of chickens and ducks released into the mountains at the expense of various people's communes, allowing them to roam freely in Yangtai mountain. The ranch was managed by an operating committee composed of 1 representative from each of the 8 people's communes. The committee built chicken and duck sheds on various hilltops. The chickens and ducks foraged for food on their own during the day and returned to their sheds to rest at night. Now, the number of chickens and ducks at Yangtai Mountain Ranch has exceeded 50,000, including 40,000 chickens and 10,000 ducks. It can be said that Yangtai Mountain Ranch collects over 20,000 eggs every day. Although each egg only costs 5 cents, the sheer quantity means the ranch can sell over 1,000 eggs daily. Moreover, most of the eggs from Yangtai Mountain end up in the county town, serving as a vital part of the town's food supply and ensuring a stable livelihood for its residents. However, 4 days ago, an accident occurred at Yangtai Mountain Ranch. A gang of thieves appeared, entering various mountain peaks and capturing chickens and ducks that had ventured into the mountains in search of insects. Moreover, this gang of thieves appeared simultaneously on the mountain peaks within the jurisdiction of 8 communes, as if they had all arrived at the same time, capturing chickens and ducks together. That day, the number of chickens and ducks was reduced by 1,000. The disappearance of such a large number of chickens and ducks naturally attracted the attention of the Ranch Management Committee, which immediately notified the county government. The county government then urged the Public Security Bureau to solve the case within a week. 3 days have now passed, and neither of the county Public Security Bureau's 2 patrol teams has found the culprit. Moreover, the number of chickens and ducks at Yangtai Ranch is decreasing every day. Although not as much as the 1,000 lost on the first day, hundreds are disappearing each day for the past 3 days. The thieves are defying the law, essentially provoking the county Public Security Bureau. Therefore, the Public Security Bureau is furious and has dispatched 2 patrol teams to investigate. One of the patrol teams is led by Liu Baolin. At this moment, Liu Baolin, along with 10 security guards, has arrived at the Yangtai Ranch office building. They are in a large conference room, where 8 members of the management committee are also present. Captain Liu, our staff reported that another 100 chickens and ducks went missing this morning. Those thieves are really audacious. Captain Liu, please contact the militia company and have them stationed on all the hilltops. They must bring these thieves to justice. The members of the management committee were complaining. While they were ostensibly complaining, they were also putting pressure on Liu Baolin. After all, the eggs and ducks from Yangtai Ranch were crucial to the stability of Fengshan County. The daily disappearance of so many chickens and ducks would lead to a future shortage of eggs, and the Public Security Bureau would bear some responsibility. The 10 security guards Liu Baolin brought looked distressed as they listened to their complaints, but they couldn't reply. Liu Baolin himself listened quietly to their complaints, offering no immediate response. After all, over the past 3 days, Liu Baolin and his team had searched the various hilltops where the chickens and ducks had gone missing. They had discovered traces of the thieves on each hilltop, but these traces always led deep into the mountains. Liu Baolin and his men ventured deeper into some of the hills, only to find that the dense forests made travel extremely difficult. Continuing deeper into the forest risked getting lost or becoming exhausted. At that point, Liu Baolin realized that these so-called thieves were likely villagers from the surrounding area. They were very familiar with the local mountains, which allowed them to venture deep into the mountains and steal chickens and ducks. Since tracking the thieves through the mountains was not feasible, they had to change their approach. Yesterday, Liu Baolin, along with security personnel, went to the surrounding villages and searched every household. They still found no clues. No one had chickens or ducks hidden in their houses. This lead had gone cold. Now, Liu Baolin calmly looked at the 8 business owners. Facing their suspicious gazes, he could only say lightly, "I've already hired a very skilled hunter. With his help, we'll catch those thieves soon." But the moment he said this, the 8 business owners were enraged. "Captain Liu, are you giving up? You only hired 1 hunter and you think you can find so many thieves? What are you thinking? Captain Liu, we should mobilize the militia companies from each commune to continuously patrol the hills. That should definitely deter those thieves." The business owners scoffed. From their perspective, these complaints were quite reasonable. After all, Liu Baolin had led 10 security guards for 3 days without finding the thieves. Now, with just 1 more hunter, they thought they could find them? It was impossible. Right now, these 8 business owners only wanted to send out militia companies to protect the hills, hoping to scare the thieves away. Just then, Zhang Yun arrived at the meeting room door. Chapter 294. If you don't believe me, then let's gamble. Zhang Yun, you're here. Liu Baolin stood up excitedly when he saw Zhang Yun arrive. Just now, facing pressure from the 8 business owners, Liu Baolin was actually quite flustered. He was genuinely afraid Zhang Yun wouldn't come. Although Liu Baolin wasn't sure if Zhang Yun could find the thieves, he trusted his father and brother's judgment. Since they strongly recommended Zhang Yun, Liu Baolin had great confidence in him. Moreover, Liu Baolin knew very well that he and his 10 security guard teammates couldn't think of a better way. They could only rely on Zhang Yun's hunting skills, hoping to find a loophole and then follow the clues to catch all the thieves. Zhang Yun nodded, smiled faintly, and walked into the conference room, coming directly behind Liu Baolin. The 10 security guards also looked at Zhang Yun with puzzled expressions. After all, could Zhang Yun alone really catch those thieves? These 10 security guards had been working for 3 days. They knew how cunning those thieves were. How could they possibly catch them easily? The 8 business owners, from Liu Baolin's shout, knew that this Zhang Yun was the hunter Liu Baolin had mentioned. Therefore, these 8 business owners were also full of doubt, scrutinizing Zhang Yun. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Yun. I came to Yangtaishan Ranch this time at the invitation of Captain Liu. I know you don't believe I can catch the thieves. Saying more is meaningless. Now, just wait for my good news," Zhang Yun said calmly. With Zhang Yun's extraordinary hearing, he had, of course, heard these 8 business owners complaining about Liu Beilan before even entering the meeting room. Since Liu Beilan had placed his hopes on him, Zhang Yun certainly had to prove himself and not disappoint Liu Beilan. "Young comrade, you're quite arrogant," one of the business owners, over 50 years old with wrinkles on his forehead, sneered. "Sir, I can tell you're doubting my abilities," Zhang Yun immediately retorted. "Of course, you're just a kid. How much have you eaten? I originally thought the hunters Captain Liu hired would be experienced elders. How old are you? You claim to be a skilled hunter? How can I believe you?" The business owner said coldly. "It seems you're not the only one who doesn't believe me, the others don't either. How about this, let's make a bet. If I catch the thief today, you'll give me 1,000 eggs. If I don't, I'll pay you 100 yuan. Zhang Yun said with a faint smile. 1,000 eggs are worth about 50 yuan. Zhang Yun's willingness to bet double the price with the 8 vendors showed his absolute confidence. The 8 vendors knew they had to accept the bet. After all, they had questioned him first, and refusing would make them look weak. Moreover, if Zhang Yun lost, he would give 100 yuan, while they would only give 50 yuan worth of eggs. Not betting would make them seem even less confident. "Okay, we'll bet with you," the vendor readily agreed. At this moment, Liu Beilan stood up, looked at Zhang Yun, and calmly asked, "Zhang Yun, how do you intend to find those thieves?" Zhang Yun replied calmly, "Could you give me a map of Yangtai Mountain?" He needed to know the terrain of Yangtai Mountain. Zhang Yun wouldn't just rush in aimlessly. So, Liu Beilan looked at the 8 operators. Seeing that Zhang Yun was genuinely looking for thieves, the 8 operators didn't make things difficult and immediately went to their office to retrieve a map of the Yangtai Mountain Ranch. Zhang Yun took the map, placed it on the conference table, and then carefully examined it. He memorized the entire terrain of Yangtai Mountain. A river flows through Yangtai Mountain, branching into 5 tributaries as it is divided by various mountain ranges, before converging again at a certain point on Yangtai Mountain to form another river. As a result, Yangtai Mountain is rich in moisture, leading to dense forests and an abundance of insects and mosquitoes. This is indeed a treasure trove for raising chickens and ducks, practically free. The surrounding mountains of Yangtai Mountain are a continuous range, and it's easy to get lost if you venture deep into them. Without adequate preparation, venturing into these mountains can be extremely dangerous, as it can exhaust one's energy and expose one to attacks from venomous snakes and pests. While Zhang Yun was studying the map of Yangtai Mountain, the 8 operators didn't hide anything and explained things to him. Now, Zhang Yun understood. The reason the thieves were able to steal chickens and ducks was because they were very familiar with these mountainous areas. Once they stole the chickens and ducks, they disappeared into the forests, making them impossible to track. "Alright, I understand now," Zhang Yun said with a smile. At this moment, Liu Beilan looked at Zhang Yun and calmly asked, "Zhang Yun, what are your plans for finding those thieves next?" Liu Beilan was very anxious, he was under immense pressure. "Captain Liu, you all wait here for me. I'll go find the thieves alone. As soon as I find them, I'll fire a shot immediately. You can come and take them away," Zhang Yun said calmly. If he took Liu Beilan and the others inside, Zhang Yun wouldn't be able to work. The secret of the Spirit Spring space couldn't be revealed to these people. "Oh, alright." Liu Beilan was clearly surprised. He couldn't understand why Zhang Yun said that. Did he look down on him? However, Liu Beilan could understand Zhang Yun. Perhaps Zhang Yun had his own unique methods. Hearing Zhang Yun's confident words, the 8 business owners' suspicions deepened. They were convinced Zhang Yun was just showing off. However, it didn't matter. The 8 business owners hadn't expected Zhang Yun to catch the thieves. They just wanted to mobilize the militia from their respective communes to patrol and scare the thieves away. Besides, Zhang Yun would give them 100 yuan if he lost, which was a good deal. Just as Zhang Yun was about to leave the meeting room, another group of people appeared at the door, also dressed in police uniforms. "Captain Liu, haven't you gone into the mountains to look for the thieves yet?" The security guard at the front, a man in his 30s with a square face and an air of authority, spotted Liu Beilan immediately at the entrance and greeted him first. Liu Beilan looked at the newcomer, pursed his lips, and calmly replied, "Captain Zhao, you've come too." Zhao Guanil, like Liu Beilan, was also a security captain. In fact, the security bureau was facing immense pressure from the county government regarding the Yangtaishan Ranch theft case, and naturally wouldn't place all their hopes on Liu Beilan alone. Zhao Guanil also led 10 security guards, intending to compete with Liu Beilan's team. Both teams would work together to investigate and apprehend the thieves. Chapter 295, Sending out wild beasts to monitor each stolen location. "Captain Liu, you still have time to hold meetings in this conference room? You're wasting your time." Zhao Guanil looked at Liu Beilan calmly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. In fact, Zhao Guanil was very clear that this time, he was leading a team to compete with Liu Beilan in solving the case. Whoever succeeded would have a chance to become the director of the Public Security Bureau. The current director was about to retire, and the most likely candidates to succeed him were Liu Beilan and Zhao Guanil. Whether in terms of personal ability or background, the two were evenly matched. Liu Beilan's father was, after all, the previous county magistrate, while Zhao Guanil had the strong support of a deputy county magistrate. Both had strong internal connections, making them evenly matched. The fact that the Public Security Bureau director sent two people to work together on the Yangtaishan ranch theft case also had another layer of meaning. Whoever succeeded in solving the case would take over as director. "You're here in the conference room too," Liu Beilan replied somewhat displeased. Zhao Guanil immediately laughed. "I did come to the meeting room, but my team has already gone into the mountains to work. And you, not only are you not going to investigate, but you've left 10 team members here too. Do you expect the thieves to come and turn themselves in?" Actually, Zhao Guanil had kept some information to himself. His 10 team members had gone to investigate the case and also contacted all the hunters in the surrounding 8 communes, sending them all out into the mountains to search for the thieves. Undoubtedly, the reason Zhao Guanil dared to mock Liu Beilan was because he had already found all the hunters in the 8 communes and sent them into the mountains to search for the thieves. Liu Beilan, naturally, couldn't contact the hunters in those 8 communes anymore and could only rely on himself and his 10 team members. Now, seeing Liu Beilan and his 10 team members still in the meeting room, not going out to work, Zhao Guanil was already convinced that he would definitely win this time. It seemed that Zhao Guanil had secured the position of the head of the Public Security Bureau. Liu Beilan calmly looked at Zhao Guanil and replied, "The one who laughs last laughs best. Don't be so smug." Zhang Yun left the meeting room, leaped onto the back of a Sumatran sarong, and sped away. After leaving the office area, Zhang Yun followed a pre-existing mountain path into Yangtai Mountain Ranch. Since ranch staff needed to access the various chicken and duck sheds daily, the ranch's management committee had long ago constructed mountain paths throughout the ranch to facilitate staff movement. Yangtai Mountain has a total of 100 chicken sheds and 20 duck sheds, located on various hilltops and near waterways. The 8 operators have already told me the locations of the thefts. Then, I'll focus on these dozen or so theft sites in the mountains. Zhang Yun spoke softly, sitting on the Sumatran sarong's back. Those dozen or so theft sites were surrounded by dense forests and vast mountainous areas, indeed ideal for hiding and difficult for others to track. This was only from the perspective of others. Zhang Yun possessed an absolute trump card, so there was no need to worry about not being able to find the thief. Zhang Yun arrived at the first location where the theft had occurred. The theft site was located in the southeastern part of the Yangtaishan area, where there were 3 large bamboo chicken coops and 1 duck coop. The location was ideal for chickens and ducks because of a small river, a large shallow area, relatively gentle surrounding mountains, and dense vegetation that teemed with insects and mosquitoes. Of course, this terrain also made it easy for thieves to catch the chickens and ducks and quickly escape into the forest. Zhang Yun sat on the back of the Sumatran sarong without getting off. Instead, he went to the 3 chicken coops and saw 5 workers busy collecting eggs and cleaning the coops. The expressions on these 5 staff members are normal. They shouldn't be thieves, nor are they colluding with outsiders. Zhang Yun concluded after observing them for a while. So Zhang Yun left, stopping after only 100 meters in a nearby forest. "Here, I can release an eagle, a large snake, a wolf, and a red jackal," Zhang Yun said calmly. This was why Zhang Yun hadn't taken Liu Beilan with him. He certainly wouldn't go searching for the bandits in the various mountains himself. He planned to release the tamed wild animals from his spiritual spring space, letting them venture into the forest to search for the bandits. For eagles, 20 large snakes, 28 wolves, and 7 red jackals. Zhang Yun intended to make full use of all the tamed beasts in his spiritual spring space. As expected, after the eagle, snake, wolf, and red jackal were released, they dispersed and went to the surrounding mountains to search for the thieves. Zhang Yun immediately rode off on his sarong, heading towards the second theft location. Upon arriving at the second location, Zhang Yun went to the chicken and duck coops to observe the staff there. After confirming that the staff were all right, Zhang Yun left the coops and went to a nearby mountain, where he released the eagle, snake, wolf, and red jackal again. Then, Zhang Yun continued his journey, speeding towards the third theft location. Fortunately, he had the sarong for transportation, otherwise, walking along the winding mountain paths would have taken him a considerable amount of time. At the third theft location, Zhang Yun again observed the staff. He possessed psychic abilities, allowing him to glean information from their speech and expressions. Zhang Yun quickly confirmed that the staff were all trustworthy and had not colluded with the thieves. Then, Zhang Yun went to a nearby hilltop and released the eagle, the large snake, the wolf, and the red jackal to patrol the surrounding hills, hoping to find the thieves lurking there. For the rest of the trip, Zhang Yun followed this procedure, first observed the ranch staff, then released the large snake, the wolf, and the red jackal from his spiritual spring space. There were only 4 eagles. Once released, they certainly wouldn't just stay near a single theft site, but would patrol the entire Yangtai Mountain Ranch. After about an hour, having visited 14 theft sites, Zhang Yun found that none of the ranch staff had colluded with the thieves. Meanwhile, eagles, giant snakes, wolves, and red jackals were all released, and the surrounding hills were now under surveillance. Zhang Yun was confident that once the thieves returned to these hills, they would have no chance of escape. At this moment, Zhang Yun rode his Soro to a mountain over 300 meters high, probably the highest mountain in the Yangtai Mountain Ranch. I've searched 14 of theft sites, and I've discovered that a large number of hunters are also lurking on the various hills. It seems they are the helpers arranged by Zhao Guanil. Interesting. I've unwittingly stumbled into a contest between 2 captains. Never mind, old master Lu Zhangfang has been kind to me, and mine manager Lu Baisan has been very good to me. Now I can only help Lu Bailan. Zhang Yun said calmly. Chapter 296. The hunter we hired was a thief. On a hilltop near the second theft site on the eastern side of Yangtaishan Ranch, a small river flows at the foot of the hill, forming a wide riverbank. About 100 meters uphill, there are 3 chicken coops and 1 duck coop. The duck coop houses over 500 ducks. Every morning, the ducks go to the river, play for a while, and then head to the surrounding hilltops to forage for food. The 3 chicken coops house over 1,000 chickens. These chickens spend their days foraging for insects, wild fruits, and wild medicinal herbs in the surrounding mountains. Once they've eaten their fill, they return to their coops. It's currently around 3 p.m. A large number of chickens and ducks are active in the surrounding mountains. Because of the mountain's unique location, gentle slopes, and surrounding water, it's ideal for chickens and ducks to forage for insects. Therefore, at this time, there are still over 400 chickens and 200 ducks foraging for insects in this mountain. Up in a large tree on this mountain, there were 2 people. If Zhao Guanil were here, he would recognize them as hunters he had recruited from the surrounding villages. This time, to solve the case quickly, Zhao Guanil had recruited hunters from various villages around the ranch, assigning them all to the mountainous area around the chicken and duck sheds. Their task was to stake out the area and, if they spotted the thieves, immediately notify the local security personnel. At this moment, the 2 hunters perched in the tree were chatting happily. Brother Kun, look down there. More than 30 chickens have come over, and 5 ducks too. The younger hunter, his eyes gleaming, pointed down and said, "Yes, it's time. Go down now and scatter the rice grains soaked in aconite water all over the ground. Once the chickens and ducks eat it, they'll soon be unconscious. Then we can collect them and hide them in the cave behind the mountain." The older hunter said calmly. If Zhao Guanil were here, he would be astonished to hear their conversation. He would never have imagined that the 2 hunters he had hired to capture the thieves were actually the very thieves he was looking for. That Captain Zhao from the County Security Bureau, he certainly doesn't expect that the thieves he's looking for are us hunters. This is hilarious. It's not just the 2 of us, hunters from all the surrounding villages are thieves. And this Captain Zhao is really foolish, actually inviting us all here and making us stake out our own territory. It's laughable just thinking about it. The younger hunter laughed exaggeratedly. SHH. Don't get carried away. We still need to be careful. Brother Snake has already informed us that today is the last time we'll steal these chickens and ducks. We can't provoke the police again. As long as we get through today, we can go hunting in the mountains as usual. We absolutely can't give ourselves away. The older hunter gave a reminder. Then, the 2 slid down from the tree, each taking out an oiled paper package from their pockets. Inside were some cooked rice grains. These cooked rice grains were no ordinary grains, they had been soaked in aconite water. Aconite is a medicinal herb. The liquid left over after decocting the herb, when used to soak cooked rice, completely permeates it. After eating these grains of rice, the chickens and ducks would experience dizziness, vomiting, and limb convulsions. These hunters stole chickens and ducks from Yangtai Mountain Ranch, obtaining all the rice grains from Snake Brother. They scattered the grains, and the chickens and ducks foraging in the mountains would eat them, soon collapsing unconscious. Naturally, the hunters could easily collect the chickens and ducks without worrying about them squawking, then sneak back to their villages through the forest. Now, the 2 men were skillfully scattering these grains, covering an area of over 200 square meters in the forest. Then, they secretly climbed a tree and waited patiently. After a few minutes, chickens and ducks arrived at the area. Upon discovering the readily available rice grains, they began to squawk, calling for their companions. Soon, more than 30 chickens and 5 ducks rushed over, scrambling for the rice grains in the area. After eating the rice grains, about 3 minutes later, the chickens and ducks began to stagger, convulsed, and then all collapsed unconscious. "Great, they're all down," the young hunter exclaimed excitedly. "Quickly, go down and catch all these chickens and ducks, then hide them in the cave behind the mountain. After all, Captain Zhao sent a security guard with us. We can't give ourselves away. If Captain Zhao becomes suspicious, we'll all fail," the older hunter said calmly. The two climbed down from the tree, ran to a nearby rock, moved it aside, and retrieved 2 fertilizer bags hidden inside. Then, they ran over and stuffed the unconscious chickens and ducks into the fertilizer bags. The two moved swiftly, carrying the fertilizer bags on their backs, and ran towards the back of the mountain. The rice grains left on the ground would naturally be dragged away and eaten by ants and insects in the mountains, quickly disappearing. This explains why, after the theft at Yangtai Mountain Ranch, the security team patrolling the mountain couldn't find the missing chickens and ducks, nor any signs of capture. At one point, the security bureau even suspected some strange wild animal had entered Yangtai Mountain and was carrying away and eating the chickens and ducks. It wasn't until the sheer number of missing chickens and ducks that the security bureau realized a gang must have been involved to capture so many at once, leading them to dispatch 2 security teams to investigate. The 2 hunters hid 2 fertilizer bags in a very secret cave, sealing the entrance with stones before returning and climbing the large tree again. Soon after, a security officer in uniform arrived at the hilltop where the 2 men were and found them. "Have you noticed anything?" the officer from Zhao Guanl's team asked with a grave expression. Reporting to the security officer, "We've been keeping watch here the whole time and haven't noticed anything unusual. No thieves have come to this hill," the older hunter replied very seriously. The security guard glanced around, showing no suspicion, and then instructed, "It's almost 4 o'clock. If those thieves wanted to escape through the mountains before dark, they should have already entered Yangtai Mountain by now. You continue your stakeout for another hour. If you haven't found anything, you can leave. Make sure you leave before dark. Otherwise, if you're bitten by a poisonous snake while hiking in these mountains at night, you'll lose your lives." The security guard gave these instructions and hurried away. The 2 hunters watched the security guard leave, exchanging a smile. Chapter 297. Everything is under control. "Brother Kun, the security guard has left. Let's take this opportunity to return the chickens and ducks," the young hunter said softly. "Sure, we know this area very well. It'll only take an hour round trip to Wanya Mountain near our village. After we get back, we'll report to the Yangtaishan Ranch office building. That way, we can cover it up perfectly and no one will suspect we stole the chickens and ducks," the older hunter said with a smile. Then, the 2 quickly ran to the back of the mountain, opened the cave, each carrying a fertilizer bag, and began traversing the mountains. The 2 thought their actions were stealthy and that no one would discover them. However, they never imagined that a wolf had been following them, and an eagle had also locked onto their movements. On the highest mountain of Yangtaishan Ranch, Zhang Yun sat quietly on a rock at the summit. Chirp chirp. Just then, an eagle cried out and landed beside Zhang Yun. "Oh, you've discovered 2 thieves." Zhang Yun, having understood the eagle's meaning from its cry, smiled and said this as the eagle landed beside him. The eagle nodded repeatedly. Then, Zhang Yun took out a bamboo tube from his spiritual spring space, filling it halfway with spiritual spring water. The eagle excitedly drank all the spiritual spring water and flew away satisfied. Zhang Yun gazed at the Yangtai Mountain area and smiled faintly. Even Zhao Guanl himself can't understand it, can he? The hunters he hired were actually thieves stealing chickens and ducks. If the truth comes out, Zhao Guanl will be incredibly embarrassed. 2 eagles have already reported that they've discovered 2 groups of hunters stealing chickens and ducks. I estimate there are more than just these 2 groups. There are definitely other hunters involved. To mobilize so many hunters to steal chickens and ducks simultaneously, there must be a powerful figure behind it, otherwise, it would be impossible to mobilize so many hunters to break the law. I'll continue to wait quietly and see how many hunters are involved in the theft. I'll also have 4 eagles scout from the air. I must wait until the mastermind is revealed before reporting to Liu Beilan. Zhang Yun was very patient. He wouldn't alert the enemy. Either he wouldn't act, or when he did, he would wipe them all out. At this moment, on Yangtai Mountain Ranch, hunters were disguised as thieves, happily stealing chickens and ducks. Zhang Yun's tamed wild animals roamed freely, constantly monitoring the situation, while Zhang Yun himself sat calmly atop the mountain, overseeing everything. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Yangtai Mountain Ranch's office building, a completely different scene unfolded. Zhao Guanl sat on one side of a long conference table, with Liu Beilan on the other. The 2 team leaders stared at each other, their auras evenly matched, neither willing to yield. "Captain Liu, you're really quite calm. 10 team members aren't even sent out to patrol the mountain, and you've just been sitting here. Do you really think you can find those thieves with just a young hunter?" At this moment, Zhao Guanl couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Not long ago, Zhao Guanl had learned from the 8 operators that Liu Beilan had only sent a young hunter into the ranch. Clearly, Zhao Guanl couldn't understand Liu Beilan's actions. "You sent out 10 team members and recruited a group of hunters. Have you got any results yet?" Liu Beilan replied calmly. This was tantamount to mocking Zhao Guanl, sending out so many people and still failing to catch the thieves. Both were in the same boat, neither willing to laugh at the other. Captain Liu, you're certainly stubborn. Just you wait. My team will eventually discover something. I'll definitely solve the case before you do." Zhao Guangle was slightly annoyed. While the two captains were bickering, a police car pulled up in front of the Yangtaishan Ranch office building. An elderly man wearing a higher-ranking police cap stepped out of the car, his face weathered. Then, this veteran officer went to the conference room door. Upon seeing the elderly man, Zhao Guangle and Liu Beilan immediately stood up. Director Chen. They both called out simultaneously. This elderly man was Chen Yuanqing, the director of the county's public security bureau. At this moment, Chen Yuanqing sat down in the main seat of the conference room and gestured for the two captains to sit down. Tell me, how's your progress? Chen Yuanqing calmly glanced at the two men and asked softly. But Zhao Guangle and Liu Beilan's expressions brightened considerably. They dared not relax in the slightest. They had an instinctive fear of their superior. Whether it was Chen Yuanqing's past experiences, his current position, or the fact that Chen Yuanqing held their future in his hands, Zhao Guangle and Liu Beilan could not underestimate him. I have already dispatched a hunter. He has extensive experience in forest reconnaissance. Liu Beilan truly hadn't expected Chen Yuanqing to come personally. His pressure suddenly increased, and he had no choice but to reply. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqing's expression turned serious. Although he didn't immediately erupt in anger, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sending only one hunter to deal with such a vast area as Yangtai Mountain? How was that possible? It seemed utterly absurd. Director Chen, the 10 team members I brought have already dispatched hunters from all the surrounding villages. Each team member is responsible for a specific area, and I've arranged for 3 to 4 hunters to stake out each area's forests. As soon as the thieves show themselves, I'll detect them immediately and then launch a capture operation. Zhao Guangle stated this with a smug expression. Hearing this, Chen Yuanqing's expression relaxed considerably. He had finally received a feasible operational report, and there was some hope. Listen up, you two. Tomorrow is your last chance. The county head has given me orders. If the Yangtaishan theft case isn't solved by tomorrow, the entire public security bureau will be punished. I've already relayed the message. What you do is up to you. Chen Yuanqing's face was very serious. After saying this, he left the meeting room. Suddenly, Zhao Guangle and Liu Beilan's faces turned pale. The pressure on them increased dramatically. The two officers realized that if they couldn't solve the theft case, they would both be demoted, and their hopes of becoming police chief would be dashed. They followed Chen Yuanqing, accompanying him back to the police car. Just then, gunshots rang out in the distance. Then, in the eastern part of Yangtai Mountain, a plume of thick black smoke shot into the sky. That's Zhang Yun signaled to me. He's spotted the thieves. Chen Beilan looked at the black smoke in the sky and suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 298 Fireworks displayed, thief found. What? You spotted the thieves? Chen Yuanqing had just gotten into the police car when he heard the gunshot. He hadn't told the driver to go, and hearing Liu Beilan's words, he immediately got out and asked. Liu Beilan replied immediately, Chief Chen, this is the communication method Zhang Yun and I agreed on long ago. As soon as he spots the thieves, he'll fire a shot and set off fireworks to tell me their location. The current location of the fireworks was in the eastern part of Yangtai Mountain, near the location of the second theft site. At that moment, Chen Beilan's 10 team members ran over excitedly, shouting, Captain, Zhang Yun has sent a message. As they finished shouting, the 10 security guards saw Chen Yuanqing, and their expressions immediately turned solemn as they saluted him. Chief Chen! The 10 men shouted in unison. Chen Yuanqing returned the greeting and immediately asked, according to your agreement with Zhang Yun, he set off the fireworks. How are you going to find him? At this moment, Liu Beilan immediately replied, Zhang Yun said earlier that he found the thieves and would capture them and personally escort them back. Chen Yuanqing immediately shook his head. No, he's only one person. If there are 2 or more thieves, it's too dangerous for him to deal with them. Immediately assemble all the team members, grab all the flashlights, and head into the mountains to help Zhang Yun. As expected of an experienced bureau chief, Chen Yuanqing immediately grasped the crux of the problem and issued the order decisively. Zhao Guangle was already very unhappy when he heard Liu Beilan's words. If Liu Beilan caught the thieves first, he would be left out, and his chances of competing for the bureau chief position would be much more difficult. Now, with Chen Yuanqing's order, Zhao Guangle immediately realized he still had a chance to turn the tide. What if he could capture the thieves before Liu Beilan? So, before Liu Beilan could reply, Zhao Guangle immediately said, Don't worry, Chief, I'll immediately gather all the team members and head into the mountains to capture the thieves. With that, Zhao Guangle ran off, heading straight for the second theft location. Upon reaching the second theft location, Zhao Guangle would draw his pistol and fire 3 shots into the air, his signal to gather 10 team members. Then, Zhao Guangle would lead 10 team members into the mountains. If Zhang Yun caught the thieves, Zhao Guangle would naturally try to steal them. If Zhang Yun failed to catch them, Zhao Guangle would lead 10 team members into the mountains to capture the thieves. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Zhao Guangle had captured the thief, and the credit still belonged to him. As Zhao Guanlu ran away, Liu Beilan and his 10 team members immediately realized what was going on and understood Zhao Guanlu's plan. Director Chen, we need to go into the mountains too. Liu Beilan immediately shouted and hurriedly led his 10 team members away. So impetuous. Chen Yuanqing was well aware of what the two captains were thinking, but he still smiled knowingly. These two captains had drive, which was a good thing. The worst kind of person is a mediocre person who just coasts along. Meanwhile, on a hilltop near the second theft site, Zhang Yun stood by a campfire, the Suro beside him. Zhang Yun had originally been on the highest peak of Yangtai Mountain. After receiving the message relayed by the four eagles, he learned that the hunters recruited by Zhao Guanlu were actually thieves. Having learned this, Zhang Yun instructed the eagles to notify the large snakes, wolves, and red jackals to follow the thieves, while he himself returned to the second theft site and had just set off the fireworks. The thick smoke naturally transmitted the signal to Liu Beilan. However, Zhang Yun did not expect that the head of the Public Security Bureau, also located in his office building, had seen the fireworks as well. It's about 4:30 now. The hunters have all come out of the mountains. They all need to report to the ranch office building to complete their day's stakeout. Next, after these hunters return to their villages, they'll head to where they've hidden their chickens and ducks and move them out overnight. This night is destined to be anything but peaceful. I was originally planning to meet the Axe Gang, but it seems I'll have to help Liu Beilan run through 8 villages tonight. There's no time to go to the county town. Zhang Yun stood on the mountain and said calmly, if you're going to catch them, you have to catch them all. With current transportation conditions, catching thieves basically relies on running, which takes too much time. 10 minutes after the fireworks started, Zhang Yun heard 3 gunshots coming from the foot of the nearby mountain. Could it be Zhao Guanlu? After all, Zhang Yun had already sent out Eagle to scout from the air. Once Eagle spotted Liu Beilan bringing his men, it would return to relay the message. But now that Eagle hadn't returned, and gunshots had been heard, Zhang Yun realized that this must be Zhao Guanlu's signal to gather his 10 team members. Interesting, this Zhao Guanlu is trying to steal the credit. Too bad, he has no idea there's not just one group of thieves here, but 7 others. Zhang Yun couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yun understood Zhao Guanlu's desire to claim credit, but since he was on Liu Beilan's side, he would definitely help Liu Beilan. Just after 3 gunshots, Liu Beilan, with 10 men, arrived at Zhao Guanlu's side. Having come running one after the other, Liu Beilan easily caught up with Zhao Guanlu's pace. Meanwhile, an eagle landed beside Zhang Yun, chirping, "Oh, Liu Beilan's here too. Okay, I'll go meet them," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Immediately, Zhang Yun rode his Suro down the mountain, arriving before Liu Beilan and his men in just 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes had passed. Zhao Guanlu's 10 team members, scattered across various mountain areas, couldn't possibly arrive in time. At this moment, only one team member reached Zhao Guanlu's side. "Captain Liu, I've spotted the thieves. Come with me into the mountains." Zhang Yun, without even getting off some menling, immediately called out. Liu Beilan was naturally pleased and immediately replied, "Okay, let's go." So Menling immediately turned and ran towards the mountains. Liu Beilan, with 10 team members, followed closely behind. Zhao Guanlu bit his lip, glancing at the teammate beside him, his face was full of hesitation. After all, the other 9 team members hadn't arrived yet. But seeing that Liu Beilan's group was about to enter the forest, Zhao Guanlu couldn't wait any longer. "Let's go, we'll follow." Zhao Guanlu firmly gave the order. Chapter 299 The Thieves Are Here. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and the light was already dim as they walked through the forest. However, Zhang Yun possessed exceptional eyesight, was guided by an eagle in the air, and had a Suro by his side. He certainly wouldn't get lost. Liu Beilan, with 10 team members, followed closely behind Zhang Yun. Although the light was dim, Liu Beilan wasn't worried. He and his team members had brought flashlights, which would illuminate their path even in complete darkness. Mainly, Liu Beilan was focused on solving the case. Since Zhang Yun claimed to have discovered the thieves, he completely trusted Zhang Yun and would naturally follow him. Zhao Guanlu, with one team member, saw that the light in the forest was blocked by the mountains ahead and further obscured by the foliage, only sparse light remained. Although worried and afraid, Zhao Guanlu was determined. He had to stay with Zhang Yun, only then would they have a chance to capture the thieves ahead of time and claim credit. Even if he couldn't steal the credit, he should at least share it equally. To compete with Liu Beilan for the bureau chief position, Zhao Guanlu naturally had to disregard the danger. So, Zhang Yun led the group, followed by the security guards. At their pace, it'll take at least half an hour to reach Wanya Mountain, by which time it will be completely dark. Sigh, what can I do? I'm kind-hearted, I should help them out. Zhang Yun sensed the panting of the people behind him, knowing that their stamina would be quickly depleted if they continued traversing the mountains. So, Zhang Yun secretly released a mutated black-tailed snake to clear the way. Wherever the mutated black-tailed snake slithered through the forest, trees and grass were completely flattened, and branches along the path were snapped. Then, Zhang Yun led the group onto the path cleared by the mutated black-tailed snake. "Hey, there are no trees or grass blocking this mountain path," Liu Bailin exclaimed happily. "Yes, Captain, this mountain path looks like it's been deliberately trodden, all the branches blocking the way have been snapped off." A captain echoed. "Now, I believe Zhang Yun. This path must have been cleared by those thieves, they used this path to transport the chickens and ducks," another team member said confidently. These men were all security guards, all professionally trained. When they arrived at this path, they naturally understood that it had been deliberately cleared. In their minds, only thieves would intentionally create such a path to facilitate their transport of stolen chickens and ducks. Now, these security guards believed Zhang Yun, certain that he had found the thieves. With this convenient mountain path, the group's progress increased significantly. About 20 minutes later, after passing several hills and following the foothills, the group finally emerged from the Yangtai mountain area. At that moment, Zhang Yun heard the cry of an eagle overhead. "We've arrived at Wanyu Mountain." Upon hearing the eagle's cry, Zhang Yun understood, Wanyu Mountain, where the two hunters had hidden their chickens and ducks, was just ahead. The Crouching Ox Mountain wasn't high, only a little over 100 meters, but because it was a rocky mountain with jagged rocks everywhere, the nearby villages hadn't planted anything on it, resulting in it being overgrown with weeds. Moreover, Crouching Ox Mountain had numerous caves of varying sizes, making it an ideal hiding place for chickens and ducks. Zhang Yun, having arrived at Crouching Ox Mountain, had already sensed the location of the cave where the chickens and ducks were hiding, so he led all the security guards behind a protruding rock. "Captain Liu, Captain Zhao, let's stay here and keep watch," Zhang Yun said calmly. Liu Bailin, Zhao Guangel, and the other 13 security guards, having walked for so long in the mountains, even along a relatively flat route, were exhausted and were now panting, leaning against the rocks to rest. "Zhang Yun, there are a few cloth bags hanging on your four-legged beast, is there any food inside?" Liu Bailin asked directly. The main reason was that these men, hearing the gunshots and seeing the fireworks Zhang Yun set off, rushed into the mountains with only flashlights. Therefore, none of the 13 security guards had brought food, and having walked such a long distance, they were indeed hungry. "Haha, Captain Liu, you guessed right, I did bring food," Zhang Yun replied with a smile, immediately getting up and going to Su Menling's side, then taking a cloth bag hanging on the saddle. Inside were 10 hard-boiled eggs, about 2 pounds of peanuts, and a roasted beggar's chicken. That morning in the valley of Jiming Mountain, while building a forest fire, Zhang Yun had also roasted a dozen eggs and made 2 beggar's chickens, storing them in his spiritual spring space. Just now, when Zhang Yun took down the cloth bag, he casually put the food from his spiritual spring space into it. After opening the bag, the security guards exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the food inside. "So many hard-boiled eggs. These must be peanuts, Comrade Zhang Yun, you really know how to enjoy life. What's this muddy stuff? Is it beggar's chicken?" The security guards exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yun immediately spoke up, "Gentlemen, you've all been walking for a long time, and you're all exhausted. Next, we'll be catching those thieves, so hurry up and eat this food to regain your strength." If Zhang Yun hadn't spoken, these security guards, out of consideration for their positions, wouldn't have dared to start eating. But as soon as Zhang Yun said this, the security guards immediately started scrambling, each one like a beggar who hadn't eaten for 3 days, quickly snatching up all the eggs and peanuts. And the 2 captains, Liu Bailin and Zhao Guangel, were also fighting over the beggar's chicken. In the midst of the 2 captains' struggle, the mud covering was peeled off, and the outer layer of banana leaves was quickly peeled away, revealing the fragrant, cooked chicken. "It smells so good." Both captains swallowed hard. These 2 had eaten all sorts of delicious food before, but after being starving for a while, the aroma of this beggar's chicken made their eyes light up. So, without hesitation, the 2 captains each tossed down a chicken leg and started gnawing on it. The team members, having devoured the eggs and stuffed the peanuts into their pockets, now stared longingly at the cooked chicken. "You guys, you've already stolen all the eggs and peanuts, and now you want to steal our chicken? Eat up, eat up. Don't hold back when we catch the thieves later," Liu Bailin joked. Then, the 11 security guards frantically scrambled for the chicken. In just 1 minute, they had finished all the food Zhang Yun had brought out. Zhang Yun stood to the side, shaking his head. "Aren't you even asking if I've eaten?" Just as Zhang Yun was about to make a sarcastic remark, an eagle cried out in the sky. So, Zhang Yun shut up and made a shushing gesture. "The thieves are coming," Zhang Yun said softly. Chapter 300 Catching the Thief? Too early to celebrate. "Everyone, quiet down," Liu Bailin immediately ordered. "Don't alert the thieves." Zhao Guangel also gave the order. Although the 2 were competitors, they were both security guards, and their primary task was to solve the case. Since Zhang Yun said the thieves were coming, they couldn't make any noise before they arrived. If the thieves were startled and escaped, all their efforts would be wasted. They needed to catch the thieves red-handed, so that the security bureau could apprehend them with evidence of the stolen chickens and ducks. If the thieves escape now without any chickens or ducks on them, the security bureau wouldn't be able to convict them. So, everyone lay down behind the rock and waited quietly. Meanwhile, two men dressed in black were stumbling towards Woneo Mountain. If a flashlight were shown in their faces, someone would recognize them as the hunters who had been lying in wait at the second theft site. The two men arrived at Woneo Mountain. Although they had flashlights, they dared not turn them on, instead using the last rays of the setting sun to cautiously make their way forward. About 3 minutes later, they finally reached the stone cave where the chickens and ducks were hidden and quickly moved the stones blocking the entrance. "Brother Kun, tonight we'll give these chickens and ducks to Brother Snake, and we're going to make a fortune," the younger hunter said excitedly. By this time, the chickens and ducks hidden in the cave had recovered from the effects of the aconite water and were quacking inside. Selling these live chickens and ducks would earn the two hunters over 100 yuan, 50 yuan each, a substantial sum. "Enough talk, grab your bags and let's go to the fragrant river to find Brother Snake," the older hunter said calmly. So, the two immediately shouldered their fertilizer bags and prepared to leave Woneo Mountain. Lu Bailin and Zhao Guanil, who were lying prone behind the rocks, had witnessed the two thieves carrying fertilizer bags. They could hear chickens crowing and ducks quacking coming from inside the bags, and they knew immediately that these were the thieves they were looking for. "Halt! We're police." Zhao Guanil had already planned this. He had followed Zhang Yun precisely to catch the two thieves before Lu Bailin's group. If Zhao Guanil and his teammates caught the two thieves first, Lu Bailin's group would have no face to steal them. Thus, if Zhao Guanil caught the thieves first and solved the Yangtai Mountain theft case, he would still claim the credit. So, Zhao Guanil shouted in advance and led his teammates forward. Lu Bailin reacted instantly upon hearing this. "Shameless!" Lu Bailin uttered softly, waved his hand, and led his teammates forward as well. The two thieves, upon hearing Zhao Guanil's shout, knew who he was, and they were extremely anxious. Instinctively, the two thieves dropped the fertilizer bags and prepared to run. Bang! Suddenly, Zhao Guanil drew his pistol and fired a shot into the air. "Run again, and I'll shoot." The shout terrified the two hunters. They had never seen anything like it. The two hunters immediately collapsed to the ground in fear. Zhao Guanil and his teammates rushed over, pinning the two hunters down with their feet, and then retrieved handcuffs from their waists. Click! The handcuffs were fastened behind their backs, and Zhao Guanil and his teammate laughed triumphantly. Lu Bailin, with 10 teammates, had just caught up, only to see Zhao Guanil and his teammate had already apprehended the two thieves. He rubbed his hands, feeling embarrassed to step forward and steal the credit. Zhang Yun, following behind, understood Zhao Guanil's intentions by observing his actions. However, Zhang Yun wasn't in a hurry. He was eager to see if Zhao Guanil would still be laughing when he turned on his flashlight and saw the faces of the two thieves clearly. It was as if whatever he wished for came true. When Zhao Guanil saw Lu Bailin following him, he deliberately showed off by immediately taking a flashlight out of his pocket. I'd like to see just who you two thieves really are," Zhao Guanil said happily. "No!" The two thieves tried to cover their faces, but found their hands cuffed behind their backs. They instinctively lowered their heads. Clearly, these two thieves knew they couldn't face Zhao Guanil, otherwise, if they embarrassed him, their crimes would be punished more severely. However, Zhao Guanil, in the darkness and unaware that they were the hunters he had hired, was eager to show off. So he turned on his flashlight and shone it directly into the two thieves' faces. "Ah!" Before Lu Bailin could even call out, his teammate suddenly shouted. Clearly, this teammate recognized the two thieves. They were the two hunters from the area he was responsible for. "What do you mean, huh?" Zhao Guanil called out, somewhat disappointed. Actually, the hunters Zhao Guanil had contacted were invited by his 10 teammates, and Zhao Guanil had only met them once. He couldn't recognize them all. Moreover, in the darkness, even with the flashlight shining, the two thieves' faces were somewhat altered, and Zhao Guanil hadn't recognized them. "Captain, Captain." His teammate was frantic, and immediately leaned close to Zhao Guanil's ear, whispering a reminder. "Captain, these two thieves, they're the two hunters we invited to the ranch. They're the same two hunters who were lying in wait at the second theft site." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guanil's expression froze. He suddenly realized what had happened. He had actually invited thieves to stake out the burglary sites, and even let the two thieves steal chickens and ducks while they were on the lookout. If word got out, Zhao Guanil would become a laughingstock, and the position of police chief couldn't be filled by someone with such flaws. But in this situation, Zhao Guanil was at a loss. Just then, Zhang Yun suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, those two, I saw them during the day. They're the two hunters who were staking out the second burglary site." Upon hearing this, a gasp of surprise swept through the room. "Really? No way. I remember the hunters staking out the second theft site were the ones Captain Zhao invited, right? Insiders stealing. Captain Zhao, you actually invited thieves to the ranch, making it so easy for them to steal chickens and ducks." Lu Bailin's teammates chimed in, showing no mercy to Zhao Guanil. Lu Bailin was too embarrassed to speak, but his eyes burned as he stared at Zhao Guanil, his gaze clearly mocking. Faced with these stares, Zhao Guanil felt ashamed. Captain Lu, you can take these 2 men with you. I'm going back to the station. Zhao Guanil couldn't stay any longer. After all, if Zhao Guanil personally escorted the 2 thieves away, people might accuse him of protecting them, which would make things even worse for him later. Therefore, Zhao Guanil had no choice but to hand the 2 thieves over to Lu Bailin.